Gaming creepypastas, some of the most classic scary stories on the internet that freaked all of us out as children. Shout out some ordinary gamers. And in this ultimate gaming creepypasta iceberg, I'll be briefly covering or summarizing over 150 creepypasta. I'm sure it goes without saying that some of these entries are missing because they've just been wiped off the internet in the last 12 years, or they're in a different language. One last thing I do want to mention is that this 9-hour video is a compilation of all parts I've done on this iceberg. And I don't want to keep you guys held up anymore, so with that said, let's begin this list of some of the internet's scariest stories. But do you know what's just as scary and potentially even more chilling than these stories? The true horrors that take place within the shadows, like identity theft and data breaches. I recently decided to do a Google search for my dad's name and email address, just out of curiosity, and what I found made me quite uncomfortable to say the least. There was so much of his personal information out there on the internet, and none of us in the family were ever aware of this until now. It's really unsettling to think that these data brokers are selling our loved ones' information to anyone who might want to target them, including spammers and scammers. I mean, my dad's full email, name, address, all of the above were just sitting there exposed for the entire world to see. But it's not just data brokers we have to worry about. Even companies we're supposed to trust can let us down. Take AT&T for example. They recently revealed that over 73 million customer records, including both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web. That's a massive breach of trust and security. AT&T's recommendation for those affected: use strong passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. But who has the time or energy to do all that themselves? That's why I've been using Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura takes care of all those security measures for me, so I don't have to download several different apps just because a company couldn't keep my data secure. It's always on, always doing the hard work of keeping me and my family safe. I'm not leaving myself and my loved ones vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, you can go to www.aura.com/fearbrew and try your first 2 weeks for free. Also linked down below in the description. And with that said, I have to give thanks to Aura for sponsoring this video, and with that, let's get into it. Speaking about tier 1 only, as it's full of common and well-known stories, for the short stories, I'll just go over the entire thing, and as for the longer ones, I'll do a summary, but I won't spoil them for you either, as I do think a lot of these stories should be experienced naturally and in full. But again, if I chose to read something like Godzilla NES, that would be a whole hour on its own, which is something I just don't want to do and I want to avoid. So yeah, I'll give a synopsis for the longer ones. This is only the beginning though, so for tier 2, just let me know if you guys want me to go ahead and read the entire stories or summarize them, as they'll be less common. With that being said, let's get into it. Polybius. Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game that was released in 1981, and the game was created by a mysterious company called Sense Deletion. This game was a puzzle shoot 'em up, something like Tempest, and it was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was quite popular, with people always forming a long line in order to play it, but players would report strange things about this game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares, nausea, headaches, blackouts, and even develop amnesia, and some even committed self-deletion. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game activist. According to one owner of an arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to quote-unquote collect records from the game. They would not take any money, simply data on gameplay, and because of this, the leading theory is that it was some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game does still remain in obscurity, as around 1 month after its release, all the cabinets just suddenly disappeared. One did reappear in an arcade in 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate this game, nobody has ever found the original ROM, so that's gone nowhere. Herobrine. I had recently spawned a new world in single player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first. As I began chopping down trees and creating a workbench, I noticed something move amongst the dense fog, and I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. However, it was not a cow. Looking back at me was another character with the default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double checked to make sure I wasn't in multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw things that seemed out of place for the random map generator to make. 2x2 tunnels in the rocks, small perfect pyramids made of sand in the ocean, and groves of trees with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think that I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance to far whenever I thought I saw him, but it got me nowhere. I saved the map and went on to the forums in order to see if anybody else had found this pseudo player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anybody has had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a private message from username Herobrine containing one word: stop. When I went to look at this player's profile, the page 404'd. About 1 month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mystery man had looked into the name Herobrine and found that name frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After further investigation, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back with a very short message. I did, but he is no longer with us. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. Here's the only evidence of his existence. Lavender Town Syndrome. The Lavender Town Syndrome was a peak in suicides and illness of children between the ages of 7 and 12 shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan back in February 27, 1996. Rumors say that these suicides and illness only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies showed that only children and young teens can hear since their ears are more sensitive. Due to the lavender tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed self-elimination, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed self-elimination usually did so by hanging or from jumping from heights. Those who did not act irrationally complained of severe headaches after listening to this theme. Although Lavender Town now does sound different depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the lavender tone incident, the programmers had fixed the town's music to be at a lower frequency, and children were no longer afflicted by it. However, one video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of the Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy, since the unknown did not appear until Generation 2, and the unknown translate to Leave Now. Sonic.exe. This is one of the most popular creepypastas ever, and honestly, I'm sure that 99.9% of you guys and your mothers are aware of what this is and are not interested in hearing this story for the billionth time. But for those who aren't, I will do a super quick summary of it, and here we go. Sonic.exe is a story that follows a person who was playing Sonic Unleashed until he saw his mailman drop off an unexpected package. As he goes to pick it up, he finds a CD case for computers and a note attached to it from his friend Kyle. He notices that the handwriting was terrible here, as if he wrote it down in a hurry, and the note turns out to be a warning from Kyle to our author, telling him to destroy the CD before it's too late. As the author examines the disc, he notices that the disc says Sonic, and he just can't help but see what it is, as he is a massive Sonic fan. He boots up the game and plays it, only to eventually find that the game is seemingly corrupted by an evil Sonic that's hell-bent on torturing all of his classic friends in the most brutal ways possible. And once he's finished with them, our author is next. Ben Drowned. Ben Drowned is a massive 3-part creepypasta series that begins with a sophomore college student being given an old Nintendo 64 to play from his friend. And due to not being given too many games to go along with it, he got bored with the console quickly. So he decides to drive around a couple of neighborhoods off campus in order to hit up some garage sales and see if he can snag any deals. After finding a couple of things from these sales, he stops at one last house with an old man in front, also selling items. But after a bit of talking, he sees that the old man has a beaten up cartridge of Majora's Mask, and the old man decides to give our protagonist this cartridge for free, since it once belonged to a child who was also his age and did not live in the neighborhood any longer. The protagonist was quite skeptical due to the condition of the cartridge, but in typical Optimus Gamer fashion, He convinced himself that this was likely due to the game being a beta version of the game, and this convincing him that he really scored here. The two part ways, and we cut to the protagonist booting the game, seeing that there was already a save file named Ben on it, this being the aforementioned child who once owned the game. Ben was quite far into the game but never completed it, and this makes our protagonist feel quite sad for the child, but he moves on and creates his own file named Link. Despite the game being shady and beaten up, it ran very smooth, but that was just about the only good thing about this cartridge. As he began playing the game, NPCs would at times refer to him as Ben, and at other times referred to him as Link, despite his character being named Link. After choosing to delete the Ben save file in order to rectify this strange bug, and performing the 4th day glitch in order to extend the amount of time he had to complete the game, he's teleported into the final boss arena with Skull Kid hovering over him and simply staring at him. No matter what he did, Skull Kid would not avert his gaze from the player, and the player, scared and freaked out, decides to reach for the reset button on his console, and then text from the game appears on his screen, stating, "You're not sure why, but apparently you had a reservation." And that's where I'll stop. This story is just way too long, and I think you'd have a better experience going through all 3 of the stories at once, and the other 2 won't be mentioned here since Ben Drowned is the only gaming creepypasta out of the trilogy. Mario. This, as its namesake suggests, is a Mario creepypasta. This story entails a user on the Super Mario Central forum checking out the hacks waiting to be moderated section on the website. After scrolling for a bit and finding the most boring hacks there are, one finally catches his attention. It was a hack simply referred to as Mario. Nothing more, nothing less. The simplicity of the name made the user check out the description only for him to find very poor English. This ironically made him even more curious. The user downloads the hack and he gets 2 files, a text file and the game itself. As he checks the text file, he finds a bunch of gibberish with the words "find me" mixed in and repeated. As he didn't know what to make of this, he moved on to setting up the game and was eventually greeted with the title Mario. With Mario's sprite seeming more dull than usual in the title screen, those were both red flags to the author, but he decides to enter the game regardless. Once he's in, he gets an introductory message that states that Mario has kidnapped Peach once more, insinuating that he's the villain of this hack, but even then, we're still playing as him. The author enters the overworld and sees that the name of the stages have been changed, and inside of these stages, the gameplay is vastly different. There are no enemies. Mario can't enter into any pipes, and the message boxes seem a bit off. As the user goes to check the message box out, he hits it with Mario, and he receives this message. Tails Doll. There is no one Tails Doll creepypasta when it comes to the first of them all, but the most popular one is the Tails Doll curse. So we'll tackle this one. A man comes home from work with a gift for his son. He had picked up a new video game for him, Sonic R. It was a racing game, and when he gave his son the gift, he was so excited to get it and play it right away. That night, he played the game with his son, and they had a great time. A couple of days later, the boy was almost finished with the game. His dad was there in his room when he beat the last boss, and he roared in excitement when he finally did it. He smiled and asked him how he liked the game as he watched the credit screen. What's that? He asked the boy when the Tails doll appeared on the screen. The boy said it was the Tails doll, and that's all he knew. He told his son that it was time for bed. During the night, the curious father went into the boy's room and turned on the TV very quietly so he can play the game for a while himself. He noticed that he now had the option to play as Tails doll. He chose her to tag up with some of the gang, and the game was fun until he tagged her up with Sonic. The screen went black when the game system shut itself down, and the man decided that it was time for him to go to sleep since he had to work in the morning, so he crept out of his son's room and went to lay in bed with his wife. At around 2 a.m. he woke up when he heard thumps on his door. He assumed that it was his son getting up to ask him to get him something. He told the boy, "Stop, go back to bed." The thumping kept happening, and at one point he noticed a little shadow coming from under the door. Tails kept popping into his head. He got out of bed and slowly opened the door. Then he heard someone say this very softly. "You are coming with me forever." It was a doll, an evil, blood-covered, possessed little doll. It was the doll from the game, It had to be. Pale Luna. In the last decade and a half, it's become infinitely easier to obtain exactly what you're looking for, by way of a couple of keystrokes. The internet has made it all too simple to use a computer to change reality. An abundance of information is merely a search engine away, to the point where it's hard to imagine life as any different. Yet, a generation ago, when the words streaming and torrent were meaningless, save for conversations about water, people met face to face to conduct software swap parties, trading games and applications on Sharpie labeled 5 1/4 inch floppies. Of course, most of the time, the meets were a way for frugal community-minded individuals to trade popular games like King's Quest and Maniac Mansion amongst themselves. However, a few early programming talents designed their own computer games to share amongst their circle of acquaintances who would in turn pass it on. Until, if fun and well designed enough, an independently developed game had its place in the collection of aficionados across the country. Think of it as the 80s equivalent of a viral video. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside the San Francisco Bay Area. All known copies have been long disposed of. All computers that have ever run the game are now gone, and this fact is attributed to a number of rather strange design choices made by its programmer. Pale Luna was a text adventure in the vein of Zork and the Lurking Horror, at a time when said genre was swiftly going out of fashion. Upon booting the program, the player was presented with a screen that was almost completely blank, except for the text. You are in a dark room. Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner, along with a shovel and a rope. There's a door to the east. Command? So began the game that one writer for a long out of print fanzine described as enigmatic, nonsensical, and completely unplayable, as the only commands that the game would accept were pick up gold, pick up shovel, pick up rope, open door, and go east. The player was soon presented with the following: reap your reward. Pale Luna smiles at you. You are in a forest. There are paths to north, west, and east. Command? What quickly infuriated the few who played the game was the confusing and buggy nature of the second screen onward. Only one of the directional decisions would be the correct one. For example, on this occasion, a command to go in a direction other than north would lead to the system freezing, requiring the operator to hard reboot the entire computer. Further, any subsequent screens seemed to merely repeat the above text, with the difference being only the directions available. Worse still, the standard text adventure commands appeared to be useless. The only accepted non-movement related prompts were use gold, which caused the game to display the message, not here. Use shovel, which brought up, not now. And use rope, which prompted the text, you've used this. Most who played the game progressed a couple of screens into it before becoming fed up by having to constantly reboot and toss the disc in disgust, writing off the experience as a shoddily programmed farce. However, there's one thing about the world of computers that remains true. No matter the era, some people who use them have way too much time on their hands. A young man by the name of Michael decided to see if there was more to Pale Luna than what met the eye. 5 hours and 33 screens worth of trial and error and unplugged computer cords later, he finally managed to make the game display a different text. The text in this new area read, Pale Luna smiles wide. There are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide. The ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide. Here. Command? It was another hour still before Nevins stumbled upon the proper combination of phrases to make the game progress any further. Dig hole, drop gold, then fill hole. This caused the screen to display congratulations. This displays a set of coordinates, 40.24248 over -121.4434, upon which the game ceased to accept commands, requiring the user to reboot one last time. After some deliberation, Michael Nevins came to the conclusion that the numbers referred to lines of longitude and latitude. The coordinates lead to a point in the sprawling forest that dominated the nearby Lassen Volcanic Park. As he possessed much more free time than sense, Nevins vowed to see the Pale Luna through to its ending. The next day, armed with a map, compass, and a shovel, he navigated the park's trails, noting with amusement how each turn he made corresponded roughly to those that he took in game. Though he initially regretted bringing the cumbersome digging tool on a mere hunch, the path's similarity all but confirmed his suspicions that the journey would end with him face to face with an eccentric buried treasure. Out of breath after a tricky struggle to the coordinates, he ran into a patch of uneven dirt. Shoveling into it, it would be an understatement to say that he was taken aback when he unearthed the badly decomposing head of a blonde-haired girl. Michael promptly reported the situation to the authorities. The girl was identified as Karen Paulson, 11, reported as missing to the San Diego Police Department a year and a half prior. Efforts were made to track down the programmer Pale Luna, but the nearly anonymous legal gray area in which the software swapping community operated inescapably led to many dead ends. Collectors have been known to offer upward six figures for an authentic copy of the game, and the rest of the child's body was never found. NES Godzilla. Okay, so here, this is in my opinion the greatest creepypasta of all time when it comes to storytelling. Easily digestible, fun, creepy, hero's journey, kinda deep if you look into it hard enough. It's the perfect balance of everything you'd want out of a story. Not only that, the screenshots provided by the author only enhance the experience. I remember listening to this as a child, and over 10 years later, I'll still pop this story on now and then and fall asleep to it whenever it comes to mind. It's that great. With that said, I'll give a quick synopsis for it, but I highly recommend for you to experience this story naturally. Godzilla NES is a story in which we have a guy that loved Godzilla NES a ton as a child, and he eventually found a way to obtain both the NES system and Godzilla Monster of Monsters. With his friend being the one that obtained the Godzilla copy that he was about to play, he never had any idea of its origin and didn't really bother to ask due to his excitement. As our protagonist starts the game by choosing to control Godzilla, the first world goes as he remembers. Typical enemies walking left or right for the entire stage, and clearing all of the stages on the world map in order to fight the first boss and by proxy, beat the first world. He does reach the boss and engages in the battle with him, and as he's about to eliminate it, the game begins to bug out. Red covers the screen as the boss relentlessly pushes the guy into the corner, with him being unable to move. Since these boss battles are normally timed, he was banking on the game ending the battle itself and allowing him to just restart, but it wouldn't. So the author takes out the game, blows on it, and tries again, and this time he was able to play the game as normal, allowing him to defeat the two bosses of the world and now enter into the second world. But when we enter Pathos, the second world, we come to see that the boss of this world, Violante, wasn't supposed to be a boss in this game. Strangely enough, this game was created and released a year before Violante ever existed in the real world, and this was only the beginning of the strange and chilling anomalies to come from this game and the truth behind it. Buried Alive. The Buried Alive model, often referred to as its code, the Buried Manuscript, was to be found on the final story of the Pokemon Tower, and what has now been replaced with the Marowak Ghost. According to the scripts assigned to it, the Buried Alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversation would have taken place. Buried alive, you're here. I'm trapped. I'm lonely, so very lonely. Won't you join me? After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the Buried Alive model appears to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It has been programmed to have two white hands, a Gengar, and a Muck. Strangely enough, a protocol for the Buried Alive's actions after it was defeated were not written. In the case of the player beating him, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the Buried Alive model was said to have stated, "Finally, fresh meat," followed by lines of gibberish. He was to have then dragged the player character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the Buried Alive character devouring the player was said to have been shown. Especially strange are the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overriding the title screen that normally accompanied the Game Boy turning on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as a strange sound file was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many of the other factors leading toward Lavender Town Syndrome, is unknown. Mr. Mix. Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teaches Typing, where you have to type words into a box to make a chef put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on the third. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers that were not designed to handle extremely high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded exactly like an extremely low quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had a loud high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who had played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what that was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the children as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, the game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago when PC hackers found a ROM of the game and started digging through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports that these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game will crash violently and close, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory to the point where the RAM was almost completely filled. These files are photos of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in agony and pain with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from the tear ducts and their outer layer of skin torn off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will crash and blue screen, causing permanent irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed, and after removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw in that final level. All of them became paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing extreme symptoms of PTSD. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, nobody knows what was in that game that caused them so much psychological damage, and maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested after trying to kidnap an 8-year-old from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of this game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face, and when interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. Pokemon Black. So this is a creepypasta about a Pokemon ROM hack that starts with the typical collector getting his hands on a cartridge of an older GBA Pokemon game. This one standing out by being completely black with no specified version under the Pokemon logo. As the user enters the game, the author goes through the iconic Nidorino vs Gengar scene of the red and blue versions of the game, but once that finished, he noticed something different about the start screen. Although Red was there in his iconic pose, the Pokemon did not enter the scene or anything. Red simply stood there with the Pokemon Black hanging over his head. A strange introduction to this ROM hack. Nonetheless, the author enters the game. When starting the game, the author had noticed that when getting up to the typical starter selection screen, there was Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and this time a 4th option. The name of this Pokemon was Ghost. Unlike the other 3, Ghost started at level 1 and had the sprite of the ghost that players would encounter at Lavender Tower before obtaining the Silph Scope. When brought into battle, it only had one attack: Curse. When this attack would be used on any Pokemon, the screen simply went black. Meanwhile, there was a low-pitched cry of the Pokemon, leaving the author to only imagine what had happened to the Pokemon that Curse was used on. And if the Pokemon outsped the Ghost in an attempt to defeat it before it can act, its response would always be, it was too scared to move. If this wasn't strange enough, once you defeated the trainer's team, the battle commands reappeared with the option to curse or run, and if you chose to curse once more, you'd leave the battle with a tombstone in front of your sprite. Ghost made the player invincible throughout the entire game, being able to use Curse to defeat any trainer in his way, and once he defeated the Elite Four and viewed the Hall of Fame, the screen cut to black again and we entered a time skip of many years into the future. The author comes back to Lavender Town, seeing his trainer once more, but as a very old man. The older version of the trainer had half the normal walking speed, no Pokemon, not even Ghost, and the overworld was completely empty. No NPCs whatsoever, and lastly, the music of Lavender Town played on loop endlessly. When the author returned to his home in Pallet Town, the screen cut to black once more, and the spread of every Pokemon he cursed would appear. And after the Pokemon were done, every trainer appeared, and then the screen cut to black again. The battle screen appeared with Ghost on the other side, challenging you to a battle. As you had no Pokemon or anything else, there was nothing you could do but select fight. And even then, you would just use struggle, which could even affect Ghost in the first place. After your futile attempts, Ghost would just use curse on you, and the screen would cut to black one last time. The game ended there. You could not do anything, as the screen will remain permanently black. Misfortune.gb. Misfortune.gb is said to be a game for the Game Boy with no hard copies or ROMs remaining anywhere. All information of this game was found from personal accounts and screenshots, and those who provided said personal accounts consider it to be one of the most dreadful and scariest video games ever created. In this game, the player controls a child in a gothic building or setting, and after they look around for a bit, they'll be confronted by a demonic entity, one that seems to represent the Baphomet or devil. The creature will state this to the player: "I exist within the very fabric of reality. Do you wish to challenge me?" If the player decides to choose yes, the being will say, "Then let's begin." The player will then be moved to a sequence of maze-like rooms filled with all kinds of traps, puzzles, and things of that nature, with the objective being for the player to progress through these rooms by completing the puzzles and reaching the stairs to the next room, with the most well-known example of these stages being one in which 4 small cabins are shown on the screen, with the demon saying to you, "Choose wrong and misfortune will befall your loved ones. Are you ready to play?" Should the player ever mess up on a stage or fail it, the screen will instantly cut black, with the picture of the demon stating, "I am God here," in a bloody style of writing, ending the game. Those who have played this game have said to begun experiencing depression and dread quickly after losing and seeing that game over screen, and eventually became inactive on these forums without any warning, despite a long history of being prominent members. People believe that it was either a tasteless joke or something really happened to these people. However, since finding this game, let alone playing it, is nigh impossible, nobody has been able to confirm its existence. Fallout 3 Number Station. For this entry, I'll be straight up, I don't know anything about Fallout, so I'll read this one word for word. Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is the Galaxy News Radio. Many players of the Evil Persuasion know that you can eliminate Three Dog, and he'll be replaced by the technician Margaret. She's not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming to not enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person, therefore you cannot eliminate her. So once Three Dog is gone, you're stuck with Margaret forever. What most players do not know is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a number station. A number station is a station that broadcasts an unusual coded message. Many of these exist in real life, and some hypothesize that there are a nuclear retaliation control network. Simply check Wikipedia for more information about these odd broadcasts, as they do relate to the real world. Back to Fallout 3. No one's really sure which actions are needed to hear the number station in Fallout 3. It appears that you must get rid of Three Dog, because nobody has reported hearing these numbers while he was still alive. It also appears that you have to skip over the quest Galaxy News Radio, where you help boost the signal so that the station can be broadcast further than just the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using the Fallout wiki to look up where to go next and advance the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock, as this is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and it will remain as such for the entire game. However, the vast majority of players who perform these 3 actions still continue hearing the standard GNR broadcast, so there must be several more requirements that the community has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to have hit upon the right set of circumstances just after destroying Raven Rock, you will get the message, "Radio signal lost," and a few seconds later, "Radio signal found." You cannot, however, actually listen to GNR just yet, because you didn't boost the signal and are out of range of the broadcast at the exit of Raven Rock. Luckily, Raven Rock is situated in the mountains and is right near one of the few places outside of DC that you can get high enough to catch the signal. So far, the confirmed locations to hear the GNR signals are 1. Within the immediate DC area, obviously. This is true for the regular GNR throughout the entire game. 2. At the top of the Ferris wheel at Point Lookout. 3. On tops of some of the SATCOM arrays you can climb in the northwestern map area. 4. On the top of Tenpenny Tower, though this may be within normal broadcast range anyway. Feel free to playtest and get back to me on this. 5. On the highest point of the broken bridge around Arefu, again, maybe within broadcast range anyway. And 6. on some of the highest points of the mountaintops in the area near Raven Rock. This is obviously your easiest chance to first listen to the number station. When you tune in, you will hear an old familiar voice, Three Dog. Despite the fact that you eliminated him earlier, who knows what's going on, but you will quickly notice that he does not seem to be in character. So I guess it's not technically Three Dog, but just a voice actor, Eric Dellums. He reads a series of numbers in a monotone, depressed sounding voice. He always recites a list of single digits between 9 and 12 characters long. For example, 93791720034. He never uses a multi-digit number like 11 or 40. These numbers are followed by widely varying lengths of Morse code. This is then followed by the song, I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. All other music tracks seem to be inactive on the number station. The Morse code was the easiest part of the mystery to crack, as the code is widely available and many people know it off by heart. We quickly had a list of a great number of messages in English. Some sounded completely mundane and even comical, such as wash the car today, maybe Chinese for dinner, or have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts. You may be saying, but wait, YouTube doesn't exist in the Fallout universe. You are right. As far as we can tell, all of our messages sounded like they were based in our reality, somewhere near present day. Some of the messages, however, are quite sinister, such as, the Queen has died today, the world mourns, as on days like these, we are all Brits, or, I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left, the noise. I can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic. Just recently, a player on the wiki forums noticed a message that brought to light the meaning of these messages. He was reading a thread that collected all known messages, transposed from Morse to English, and saw the line 12055282010. What are you talking about? You'll be missed. He realized that this referred to the recent death of Gary Coleman, and then quickly realized the numbers were the time and date of his passing away. He immediately scanned through the messages to try and find more examples of this apparent future telling by a game that's more than a year old. The next messages he read shocked him and pushed him to enlist the aid of others to decipher the codes. The message was 9454202010. Accident in the Gulf. Several passed away. Oil spill apparently averted. He realized that this was the BP explosion and the erroneous day one assessment that the well was not leaking. From this point on, all numbers will be transcribed as times and dates. All times were given in game and military format and remain so in this document. Numerous members of the Fallout Wiki message board began looking over the messages to see what else we could learn. We quickly found out that most of the dates were after the game had been released, yet some oddly were from the past. 2215, April 15th, 1865. He's dead, and the blame will probably be placed on that actor Booth. Johnson better not cheat me out of the payment. This shed new doubt in the official version of the Lincoln assassination, as the community quickly started piling up interpretations of the messages. The mods of the site summarily banned everyone who had posted in or even read the thread. All reference to the number station was removed from the Fallout Wiki, and filtering software was put in place to prevent any reposting of that information. A few people, however, are trading emails and slowly finishing the translation of the remaining messages and putting dates to the existing ones. The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like these, we are all Brits. 4/2, March 19th, 2014. Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts. 24/16, December 24th, 2012. I can't believe Britney has actually won an Oscar. 21:33, February 27, 2023. I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. They were warned. But they just had to keep pushing the boundaries of science. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. And the light. Dear God. The universe is slowly unraveling around us. I'm not going to wait for death. I have a pistol in the attic. This is actually the only message, not preceded by a string of numbers. It may be worth noting that the latest date of any of the messages is 127 July 6, 2027. And that's where the story ends. However, I do need to say that this story was made a while ago when I was a kid, probably like 10 plus years ago. So of course, a lot of the messages at the end did not make sense, like the Queen passing away on 2014. It was supposed to be a prediction of what would happen over time, but obviously, as we can see, none of these came true. Sonny the Tragic Clown. Sonny the Tragic Clown is a story that revolves around the game of Sims and a certain character within that game. It was a winter night in which the author was playing The Sims, and he had a knack for messing with his Sims and making them do all sorts of things. But there was one Sim he'd mess with in every way possible because honestly, he was a huge pain to have around. This Sim was Sunny, the tragic clown. He would only appear in your game if all of your Sims had become too miserable for too long, and he'd spend his time in game walking around your house attempting to do magic tricks that just failed miserably, and he'd piss off your Sims even more. He was there to just make your life suck until you made your Sims happier and by proxy, got rid of him. Due to his purpose being to annoy you, the author decided to make him the primary target of his torment, and he had all of his Sims torture the clown to no end, and even the ones that under any circumstances could not harm other Sims, due to their nice stat being too high, were harming the clown. Eventually, he got tired of the clown and set a fire in his house, not to only hurt the clown, but the rest of the Sims. As the Sims were burning alive and experiencing immense pain, they cried in no way that the author has ever heard before. They weren't crying as if they were stepping on hot coal, but as if they were genuinely crying and begging for his help, as if they were very aware of the author's presence. All did this, except one, Sunny. Sunny had been screaming as if he were the Joker, but instead of laughing, it was an ear-piercing shriek and wail of sadism and insanity, enough to shake up the author. And when the author looked at Sunny, Sunny had been giving him a glare of insanity combined with a face full of anger, rage, hatred, and disbelief. Emotion beyond anything a video game character can express, and he held this expression in the midst of the fire. The game would then screenshot this stare as well, but as this creeped out the author, he went to delete it right away, but to no avail. Nothing would happen when he would attempt to delete the game, and he eventually mashed on the delete button until the game froze and closed on him. The author would decide to open the game once more after shaking off the events that happened, only to be met with an almost completely different game visually. There was no sound during the intro, and the colors did not really blend together. Everything was either red, white, blue, yellow, or green. And when investigating further, there was no sound anywhere in the game, not just the intro. The game represented a void of nothingness. Despite that, curiosity overtakes our author and he attempts to view the family in their home that just burned down. Once arriving, he sees that there was nothing left but ashes and tombstones scattered across the now mediocre building, and that all that was left was a painting on the wall that you can buy of Sunny himself. One that wasn't the normal picture. He goes back to his other happier family just to see that some of their behavior changed as well. He had one kid turn on cartoons, but the child would keep changing the broadcast to horror movies, and this was only stressing out the author even more. Due to this, he forced the children to go to bed, only to receive a message that said 3 more days. And as he went along the days of his Sims playthrough, it was only counting down, with him being unable to find any other players who have experienced such an event. Eventually the countdown ended, and another message came up, simply saying, "There's nowhere to go. He's here." The author panicked and attempted to have his Sims come inside, but to no avail. Sunny had arrived and ran over to the children, bending over them and making them just instantly disappear. The next day in game, he had done the exact same to the parents, completely frustrating and scaring the author beyond belief. In response, he unplugged the computer and ran into his mother's room, going to sleep with his parents due to fear, and the next morning, his brother questions the author as to why he left the computer without pausing it all night. The author waited for his brother to get off the game for the day, and then went to the computer and took out the disk with the intention of getting rid of the cursed thing already. But he remembered he screen capped the events that forced him to quit last time. As he decides to check one last time, all he saw was a zoomed up image of the clown with its rotting and disgusting teeth. Lost Silver. Lost Silver is another Pokemon hacked ROM story, and honestly it's like the OG big boy best of them all. So I'd recommend checking this one out after you're done with the video if you haven't read it before, although I'm sure 99.9% of you have. I'll provide a synopsis for those who haven't read it though. So this story follows the typical beginning in which the author wants to relive his childhood by buying an old game. So he buys the hacked cartridge from a random store, this one being Pokemon Silver, and he gets home and boots up the game with no time to spare. As the game gets to the Game Freak logo, it just freezes there and forces the author to wait it out no matter how many times he mashes the buttons. Once the game has finally decided to continue with the intro, it went to a black screen for about 5 seconds. And then, the game opened on a previous save file, skipping almost everything else that involved the intro, choosing the save files, and things of that nature. This confused the author, but he really didn't care much, as he would have hit the continue button anyway in order to see what the previous owner of the game did before selling it anyway. Upon checking the previous player's information, his name was only 3 dots, and everything else was maxed out: time spent on the game, all badges, Pokemon, money, etc. And upon checking the team that the previous player had, the author found 5 unknown and a Cyndaquil named Hurry. As the unknown Pokemon come in all different forms for different letters, he checked out their profiles and saw that the 5 unknowns spelt leave. This, despite his game volume being at max, creeped him out. But he brushed it off in order to continue playing the game. The author, realizing that he was parked at Bellsprout Tower, decides to leave in order to begin exploring, and then he finds a ladder within the tower. He decides to take it as it was his only way out, and the screen goes black once more, meanwhile playing a chilling melody. Although the author thought it was another loading transition, it wasn't. The author had been in a dark room and had to use Flash using his Cyndaquil. When using Flash though, he did not receive any messages or notifications that Hurry had used Flash, as this was supposed to happen whenever your game used any moves in the overworld. Instead, the game just instantly lit up the room. Couple this with the fact that the room was a chilling red with a gray path to follow, the author regretted ever lighting up the room in the first place. The author decided to follow the gray path, as this was his only choice at the moment, and as he followed it, the screen would get darker and darker with each step until he made it to a sign that read, "Turn back now." Upon reading this sign, he was asked to answer yes or no, but there was no question being asked by the game, so the author had no idea what exactly he was answering. Despite that, he chose yes. The screen goes black once more, and the music was replaced with the Pokeflute radio music, which was actually better in the perspective of the author. The author realizes that he's in a dark room once more, but he uses Flash again to light up the room. But right after, it said that Hurry has fainted, which was strange to the author because there were no status conditions on him. This causes the author to check out his party just to see that all of his original Pokemon were replaced by 6 level 10 unknown after Hurry had used Faint. And upon further inspection, they spelt out he died. The author just brushes this off and checks out the room that was lit up by the Cyndaquil. It turns out that he had been placed into a 2x2 room with the walls of it being gray bricks, and outside of the room had tons of graves lined up. He walked in a circle pressing A in order to see if anything would pop up, but nothing. Getting bored, he decided to check his trainer's profile again just to see that his full character was missing his arms in the picture this time. And not only that, his character had an expression of sadness that could not be properly described. After spending a couple more minutes in that room, the author's character started spinning and doing the escape rope animation, when instead of going upward, he went downward. After landing at his next location, the music completely stopped and the character looked completely different. He and all of his clothing were completely white, and he even looked this way in his trainer profile. Not only that, but his legs were now gone, and his eyes were bleeding. Backing out of the disturbing profile of his trainer, the author checks his team once more, now seeing a level 100 Celebi with no nickname, and 5 unknown at level 15, indicating that they're different from the last. The author, knowing what's up, checks their letters again, and this time they spell out dying. And the Celebi itself, while having no name, tells a story through its image. It was shiny, but it had 1 leg, 1 arm, and 1 eye, knowing only 1 attack, Perish Song. Deciding to see this through, the author backs out of his team's profile and looks around the area to figure out that he was in Sprout Tower once more, but with everything being completely red now. He follows a path that leads him north for what seems like forever until he finds some NPC that were lined up to the side, just facing the huge pillar in the middle. The player couldn't even interact with the NPCs, so he continues on his path, finding a transparent Pokemon trainer Red. Once he sees Red, his character Gold decides to walk up to Red without the commands of the author, and they begin battle. It shows that both the author and Red have only 1 Pokemon, Celebi for the author and Pikachu for Red. The author threw out the Celebi, which made it cry akin to screeching, and Red sent out his Pikachu, which was a level 255 with a pained, sad looking sprite. The author's only option was to attack with the Celebi. Pikachu uses Curse, and Celebi uses Perish Song in response. 3 turns until both Pokemon get KO'd. From here, the author couldn't even control the battle anymore. It just continued as he could do nothing but watch. Pikachu uses Flail and does almost nothing to the Celebi. Celebi uses Perish Song once more, no effect, as it's already been used. Pikachu uses Frustration, and this does so much damage that it brings Celebi to 10 health. Celebi then uses Pain Split, an attack that it never had in the first place. This brings both the Celebi and Pikachu's health to 150. Pikachu uses Mean Look, doing nothing. As 3 turns have now passed, Perish Song has come into effect, KOing Celebi, in a strange way, just making its sprite vanish rather than move backwards towards the player as it normally should. However, Pikachu stays up. It uses Destiny Bond, and then it said, Pikachu has passed away, with a slow fade out animation. As the battle closes out, we come to the overworld once more, to see Red Sprite still there, but without his head, and Gold Sprite was now transparent, just like Red Sprite. The author goes through everything once more, seeing that Gold's eyes were replaced with black voids, and all the unknown were now shiny and spelt out, no more. Evil Otto. Evil Otto is a creepypasta that revolves around a character from an old arcade game called Berserk. Since there were 3 real-life instances of people passing away that are connected to this game, people have made urban legends and theorized around the game's main antagonist, Evil Otto. They're strange because there wasn't really anything wrong with the people who passed away after playing the game, but the creepypastas behind them are, in my opinion, bad, so I'll skip over the stories. But yeah, that's what Evil Otto is. I hate you. I'm pretty sure this is a troll pasta that was ironically considered to be a creepypasta because it was just such a good parody. It essentially has the same things as the first Mario creepypasta going on, with the strange and creepy messages in the game's overworld and levels, the enemy sprites being disturbing and bloody, things of that nature. As the player goes through the first world and completes it, he sees that the boss is not Bowser, but Luigi. It's revealed in the creepypasta that Luigi had been working with Bowser in an inside job to kidnap Peach all along, and that he had always hated Mario for getting all of the glory, being stuck as the player too, and even forgotten in these early games. And Mario, heartbroken, allows Luigi to relentlessly pummel him in the boss battle. The player wasn't able to do anything as that happened. And as Mario stopped moving, Luigi hit a victory pose, just for Mario to get up and push him off the platform into the lava. As Luigi sinks into the lava, he yells, "Oh God, no," and Mario sits on the edge of the bridge, crying his eyes out for an extended amount of time. After this, the mission was complete. The game went back to usual, and the author played through it. But the end image of the game did not show the normal image of Mario, Luigi, and Peach standing together, but Mario, Peach, and a zombified Luigi. Ratman. GTA is home to many urban legends and tales that exist within its game. From the infamous Bigfoot legends of GTA to the Yeti actually being made into a thing as of recent years, there has always been a strong following of people who have investigated these characters in order to confirm their existence. And it didn't help that the developers led the player base on for many years when it came to these urban legends as well. One of the most popular urban legends of GTA is the Ratman of Liberty City, and this creepypasta here may be the reason why it became so popular in the first place. This story follows the author and his friend named Jordy, who takes a subway home from work every single day. The author then talks about how his friend Jordy was caught up in one of the trams that broke down around a year ago, and since he didn't feel like waiting for it to be fixed, he just walked up the exit and then called a taxi home. While every other rider stood on the tram, Jordy took the initiative and went home. After this, Jordy was found around 4 AM walking down the street in a daze, covered in an orange goo that looked like blood while smelling like feces. It took a few weeks for Jordy to regain full consciousness, and he still had no idea what had happened. And the author says that Jordy hadn't been the same until 3 months had passed, and one day they went out to lunch and he started to speak normally. Jordy explains to the author that he saw the Ratman, and he even fought him, getting him in the eyes before he started emitting the orange-colored blood that put him into the trance he had been in for the last couple of months. While the author is thinking that Jordy is still lost and delusional, he asks him what happened next just to hear the story. Jordy tells him that he ran off after he got his eye, but he's certain that he's still out there, and he has to finish him off. After this, Jordy became obsessed with fighting that creature once more, sitting on the trams all night hoping that they'd break down at some point in order to recreate the events that initially took place. Other times, he just goes straight onto the tracks and enter the darkness with nothing but a blade and camera. He was willing to do anything to finish the job. The author says that he only saw Jordy a few times after he became obsessed with the Ratman, visiting his apartment to find it completely covered in newspaper clippings, sightings, sketches of the Ratman, and all things of that nature. The obsession had gotten out of hand, and a few weeks later, Jordy stopped coming to work. The author and a few other friends decided to check Jordy's apartment once more, just to find out that he had a bunch of police officers surrounding the entrance. Apparently, Jordy had went into the dark tunnels of the railway one night and just did not return, and the full-scale search for him began. Some of the homeless within the subways said that they noticed someone matching his description running down the subway, but after that, nobody saw or heard anything else. Eventually, they gave up on Jordy, and it's said that there are many stories similar to Jordy's that have come back as time has passed. White Hand. Known as the White Hand GIF, this was scripted to appear as a Pokemon on the 3rd floor of the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town. It's divided into 4 separate animations: an introduction, an idle, and 2 attacks. These attacks are unknown, as they are listed as Fist and Brutal. The animation is proven to be hazardous. While viewing the frames of the model has no effects, the white hand is a shriveled, decayed hand with attention to the detail. Flesh is peeled back from the bone. Tendons dangle realistically from the wrist. For the first attack, the hand balls into a fist and swings forward. The brutal animation is missing several frames, as the hand seems to open up, then cuts out. After a few seconds, it reappears closed again. No records have been found of these missing frames. The Theater. The Theater is another creepypasta game that's said to be impossible to obtain in the same nature as the Misfortune.gb. According to those who have once owned the game, the cover was completely blank with nothing but a sprite of a bald man with large red lips, known as the Ticket Taker. He's seen as completely emotionless, but some have said that his face would turn angry if you were to take the disc out and destroy it. Except for that, there's literally nothing else on the front or back of the cover. The game itself is known for being unable to properly install, as your computer would have tons of issues if you attempted this. However, there was a method to get the game running, and it was quite simple. All you had to do was reboot your computer on a licensing agreement with the disc inside. Then, once you agreed to the agreement after rebooting your computer, the game would start with no introduction. It would start at the main menu of the movie theater, and the 3 choices for selection at this screen was New Game, Load Game, and Options. Options would crash the game, and nothing would happen when you press load, so you would always have to press New Game. Once pressing New Game, you start in a first-person perspective, and you're standing in an empty movie theater lobby. However, the ticket taker is in front of you, and you have to approach him. Once you approach him, all you hear is a low-quality sound clip of the ticket taker saying thank you and enjoy the movie. You then go into the hallway, and the screen fades to black, and you just reappear in the lobby. You essentially do this endlessly. However, many strange things happen as you continue to do this, and it's unknown when these strange events take place, as it can happen from the first playthrough to the 400th. The first thing that happens is upon returning to the lobby, you'll see that there is no ticket taker, but you will still move forward toward the hallway. Even though you walk into the hallway with no ticket taker present, you'll hear a thank you. What's different though is that as you walk into the hall, your screen will become pitch black as you walk deeper into the hall. Those who have done this have felt more and more uncomfortable as they walk down this hall, and that eventually they'll be unable to move forward. At this moment, the ticket taker, but with a swirl for a face, appeared before them, and that upon seeing this sprite, their bodies froze and their stomachs churned. Nothing happens for a bit, but a random piercing screech will come out as the game begins to glitch out. This screaming will happen for a few minutes before you return to the lobby, with the game playing as it normally should for a couple of cycles. But the swirly head ticket taker will appear in the corner of your screen, and you'll hear a yelp sound indicating his appearance. As you do more cycles after seeing this swirly head ticket taker, you'll eventually run into another cycle where you'll find a normal ticket taker pacing back and forth with his eyes wide and mouth open in order to simulate a shocked expression. Not only this, but all the movie posters within the movie lobby were changed into photos of the swirly head man. Then you'd get one last audio clip out of the ticket taker that's completely corrupted, but players have figured out what he said over time. The statement being, never reach the other levels. After this, the player will return to the lobby. Upon entering the lobby one last time, the ticket taker will be gone, and the entrance to the hallway will be covered by a huge brick wall. Interacting with this wall would crash the game. myhouse.wad. So this seems to be a Doom mod with a creepypasta story to go alongside it. It's actually fairly new as well, but I could just not find a creepypasta anywhere, and there's so much to cover, so we're just gonna pass this. The Hands. The Hands is a Zelda Ocarina of Time creepypasta, and honestly it's quite short, and in my opinion should not be in the first tier, so I'll just read it. I was headed to GameStop to get a used copy of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, my childhood game. I remember playing it for hours on end. Even after I beat the main game, I had so much fun with it. But it's been 30 long years and I'm ready to start again. I bought a copy and headed home. I went up to the attic and found an old dusty box labeled Childhood Memories. A Rock'em Sock'em Robot set, a worn down teddy bear, Game Boy Color with an untouched copy of Pokemon Blue that hasn't been played in forever, And there it was. My old Nintendo 64 scribbled in an almost illegible font mark in red Sharpie. I excitedly began playing. Naming my character Link as I always did, I began. 4 non-stop hours of nostalgia, from watching Darunia patting me on the head to easily defeating Morpha. But next up was the Shadow Temple. I always hated the Shadow Temple. Not Bongo Bongo or the Red Deads, but the mini boss, Dead Hand. I never really understood it as a child. All Navi said was it had infinite hands. I learned the Song of Storms and went back to the windmill as a child. I drained the well and went back down. That's funny. I never remembered that. A single dead hand, the ones you find in the battle room, was sticking out of the well. Then again, it's been 30 years since I played, so it's not like I could remember it. I went ahead and let it grab me. It yanked me down the well and straight into the dead hand battle room. Okay, I don't remember going through a series of things to get here. So I went ahead and waited for him to come up. He would never come up. That's right, I needed to let one of the hands grab me. I then remembered a flashback of me and my old friend Tyler. Dude, yeah. I just found this crazy glitch on Ocarina of Time. If you're fighting Dead Hand and you let all 4 of his hands grab you at once, something awesome will happen. What? You're lying. Tyler always lied about things like that. He passed away in a car crash like 3 years ago, so I never got a chance to really try it. All my files were full, and there was no way I was deleting any in order to try it again. So here, I decided to give it a go. I went into the center and let all the hands grab me at once. There he was, same empty face, same bloody white body. Knowing my Zelda more than anyone in my past school, it was easy. Strike when he lowers his head to attack. I followed my knowledge and won in less than a minute. Tyler was lying. Nothing happened when you let him grab you with all his hands at once. The treasure chest appeared, and I remembered this had the lens of truth. Sure enough it did, but the description was different. Come back here 30 years in the past. I'll be waiting for you. What? What did he mean by 30 years in the past? I was child linked, so I couldn't go back anymore. I had a brainwave. 30 years was the last time I played my old game. Maybe Dead Hands meant in my old Ocarina of Time game? I lost it a long time ago, so how could I even go back if I wanted to? I had only one chance. Maybe it was in the box in the attic. I crept back up there, the box still open, dug through the rest of the box, a few toy soldiers, a RC car, and at the bottom of the box, I found it. Then I took out my new Ocarina of Time and replaced it with the old one. I was then greeted by 2 files, both named Link. I went on the first one. I was adult Link in the Temple of Time. I had the Goron tunic and the long shot, ice arrows, and hover boots equipped. I went into the castle market and waited for the Red Deads. No Red Deads appeared, only hands. Long white bloody hands sprouted out everywhere in the ground. There must have been 50 of them, each waiting to grab me and pull me under. Everywhere was in ruin, not just Hyrule Castle Town. The Shadow Temple music played. I went off into the bottom of the well as instructed. Kaoriko Town was full of hands as well. I couldn't find any NPC. I looked all over the small village. I found one, the Kuko lady, a hand grasping her face, and when I talked to her, she replied with a chilling message. Why? Why did you leave us with him? How could you leave us like this for 30 long years? I felt guilty, leaving Hyrule citizens like this for 30 years. I had to stop this. I had to find Dead Hand. Wait, you couldn't go under the well as an adult. The single hand was waiting for me, sticking out of the well. Knowing the only way of getting to the battle room, it dragged me under. 20 hands all positioned and scattered the arena. I let one of them grab me. I've been waiting for you. There he was. Nothing had changed. Same empty face, same strange body. I had to beat him. I knew I did. With 20 hands, it was hard, but I was a hardcore Zelda player. I chopped each one down and struck. All of the hands disappeared. I did it. Dead Hand was defeated. Wait, no. He came back up. He was persistent, stubborn, willing to do whatever it took to kill me. He lifted his strange body off the ground, and I almost threw up seeing it. Thousands of hands rose up under the visible part of him, like a giant spider. I immediately began running, out the door, up the ladder, and out of the town. He followed me all the way. I ran for what felt like forever. It felt like another 30 years. Tyler was right. Why didn't I try this earlier? If only I could ask him about it. I knew it was pointless in running, so I only had one choice. I stopped running and let him catch up. He ripped me apart. I could see all of Link's organs being ripped up by the hands. Everything. It was over. All over. I couldn't take this anymore. 30 years. This monster has invaded my most precious memory. I shut off the game. It was just too much. I locked the game in the box and boarded up the attic. Every night, I see him out of the window. He presses his hands against the window. Sometimes I even see his face. Every night, I realize that he is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I dare not step outside of my house. I'll end up just like Link. I have one of my other friends get food for me. All I can do is cry at the foot of my attic. I don't have the energy, the compulsion to do anything else. The worst part is, my hands grow thinner, whiter, and hungrier with each tear. Anti-piracy screen. The anti-piracy screen, whether real or fan-made, is a screen bug which shows up on a person pirating video games, channels, or other media. The anti-piracy screens are just designed to protect digital content from people stealing or just not using them when they shouldn't be using them. Most of the time, these are creepypastas, but there are some instances where these actually exist in real life. Kill switch. Kill switch is similar to Polybius in that the urban legend is about whether or not this game exists at all, rather than anything specific about it. What makes this game special is that there was only 5,000 copies ever released, and that it could only be played once. When the player died, the game would erase itself from their system, making itself unplayable. The game has two different characters to play as, although only one scenario can be completed due to aforementioned single playthrough, and the characters were a girl named Porto and a visible demon named Gast. The Gray Man. This creepypasta follows the author and his best friend Mike, where they both experience a game called LSD Dream Emulator. So Mike would play games and upload them onto his YouTube channel, while the author would watch them. One day, Mike played a game called LSD Dream Emulator and uploaded some of the game onto his channel, and the author found it to be quite strange. The only objective was to walk around various Japanese environments and collide with things that would transport players to different environments. Animals and people would glide through the game and not notice the player whatsoever. But there was one NPC that did notice the player. This was the Gray Man. The Gray Man would appear with no warning and proceed to head towards the player, and if the player did get too close, the screen would flash white and the Gray Man would disappear. Every time this happened in Mike's videos, he'd gasp, then laugh it off and continue playing. The author then would talk about how the gameplay was divided up into days, and each day lasted only a couple of minutes. After a day had finished, the player would be taken back to the menu and asked to start a new dream. Mike had played up to day 12 in the course of a week, and in his videos, he was showing that he clearly enjoyed it. But one day, he posted this onto his community tab. You know it's time to stop when the Gray Man pops up in your real dream. So guys, what should I play next? The author says that he wasn't really bothered by this joke, and Mike had already told him that he had intended on playing something new anyway. The author then says that he was going to recommend something, but he wanted to focus on preparing for the upcoming exam at school, and just recommends that Mike takes a break from YouTube so he'd be able to do the same. Mike agrees that this is a good idea, and thus they decide to meet at his house that evening to study. The author then goes to Mike's house, and after knocking for a while, Mike opens up the door, an extremely messy and shaken appearance, without even greeting the author. He leads the author to his room, and the author asks Mike what's wrong, only to get an incomprehensible response. But after the author continues to ask for a bit more, Mike finally answers. He explains that 10 minutes before the author arrived, he fell asleep in the bath and had a dream. In that dream, he was drowning and couldn't move or do anything while the Gray Man loomed over the water, watching him. This dream had not lasted for the normal length of dreams, but in his mind, he had been choking for weeks, experiencing every second of it. The author then said that Mike began to grow distant after that. He began to look very unwell, describing Mike as his eyes becoming pink and sunken into his head. As time went on, his writing deteriorated as well, and he would spend his entire day at school with his head buried in his hands. Sometimes he even fall asleep like that too, and wake up just screaming and pounding his hands into the table. After this happened a couple more times, he was removed from the classes and educated in private, and when Mike returned, he sat through the normal lessons completely motionless, being described by the author as a shell of a human being. Eventually, the author finds Mike outside in the middle of the night, and Mike discloses to him that he can no longer rest, and when he sleeps, he wakes up in another version of where he was, except that he's there, endlessly torturing him, and the pain does not end when he's awake. After that, Mike did not speak, and the author persuaded him to go home. Later on, the author found Mike in his bedroom in the middle of the night, and Mike had begged him to delete his channel and all the videos on it, saying that he's unable to do it since he does not want to touch anything relating to that game. The author did just that, and then decided to try out the game himself, finding nothing. But while he drifted to sleep, in his dream, he was on a brown mountain that he saw in the game with the figure with the face of Mike, and it slowly guided itself towards him. Once it got to him, he woke up. Mike disappeared and was found passed away, with the author saying that he sometimes dreams about Mike, and the story ends. The Princess Society. This is a story that begins with the narrator coming across an all-powerful entity that's referred to as the Princess while playing The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Her presence within the game causes his game to glitch out, and he eventually gets frustrated and turns off the game, and then it is normal from there on out. However, that's only the beginning. The author goes to share his experience with the princess onto an online board, which is what prompts the Princess Society to reach out to him about joining their forum. The Princess Society itself has an invite-only message board where people have seen the princess will all gather together, not only to discuss their experiences with her, but also how to stop her. The Negative Zone. This isn't really a creepypasta, but more so of a theory revolving around Luigi's final smash from Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which is called the Negative Zone. The author begins explaining that he had examined Luigi's final smash trophy out of curiosity, due to being creeped out by Luigi's final smash in game. When reading the description, it mentions that this technique is a reflection of the dark side he embraced in his brother's shadow. That line sticks out to the author, and he begins to investigate the supposed dark side that Luigi has because he's never been aware of it. Upon further investigation, he discovers the Minus World glitch, or in other words, the Negative Zone. These worlds are only accessible by hacking the original Super Mario World games, since they are glitched and bugged out. Upon entering these worlds, you'd see things such as a headless Bowser, multiple princesses floating over pits, all things like that. And once completing these negative zones up to 8-9, Mario will enter a black room and immediately die due to time up. The author concludes with this being no more than garbage code, creating an entirely separate game, but he also believes that this is where Luigi is when he's not being played in game, which is how Luigi has come to quote-unquote embrace his dark side. He's been forced to run this endless gauntlet over and over, meanwhile Mario has the happier and easier levels. Using this information, the author theorizes that this is how Luigi has obtained the final smash of the Negative Zone, and now Luigi uses it to force other characters to endure the same hell that he always has. Who Are You Running From? Who Are You Running From is a creepypasta that revolves around the use of the Game Boy camera when it was first released in 1998. It first introduces us to the Game Boy camera, with it being known as the world's smallest digital camera of the time. And at that time, taking pictures with their Game Boy and printing them out was unthinkable. The game also came out with a good amount of mini games aside from the picture editing software as well. So when accessing the Game Boy camera, the main menu interface had options such as shoot, view, and play. If you chose to shoot, you'd be greeted with a screen that resembled a JRPG, and options would appear once more. Choosing run would make this face appear onto the screen, asking you, who are you running from? There were also two other faces that could appear onto the screen at any moment, asking this question. The theory is that the people in the pictures were victims of a kidnapping by a cult. However, nothing has ever supported this. Pac-Man Fever. There are some stories that need their text to be written out in order to be understood and read properly. This is one of them. The creator of the Iceberg just linked the subpar narration of the story, and it cannot be found anywhere else, so we're gonna have to skip it. Sally.exe. So guys, this is Sonic.exe with female characters instead of male characters, also known for just being a horrible story. Now we get back to the classics on Easter Egg, Snow on Mount Silver. Snow on Mount Silver is another classic Pokemon creepypasta that follows the author as he and his brother goes through older Pokemon games until they reach Gen 2, both Gold and Silver. The brother of the author uses the Game Shark to play through his file, whereas the author doesn't approve of this, saying that the Game Shark will ruin his game. After this one warning, they get into it a little bit, with the author resolving to himself to just never mention anything about abusing the pixels again, and a couple days later, the author had been out on the porch and about to battle the Elite Four, hoping that his brother would lend him a Pokemon or two for the run, as he felt that his team wasn't ready and his brother had hacked Pokemon that could just help him out. The author then mentions that he hadn't seen his brother in a while, as he stood the weekend at a friend's house, and when he came home, he just dumped his things into his own room and went to go play his Game Boy outside, so he had no idea what he'd been up to. This made him silently hope that his brother hadn't beaten the game or reset yet, as he'd basically be screwed if he couldn't borrow any of his brother's Pokemon. When he goes into the living room looking for his brother, he notices that all of his Pokemon games were just lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges were really damaged, as if they'd been hacked at with something sharp. Even his old blue version that he said himself was too sentimental and nostalgic to him to be thrown away was completely destroyed. And this is what scared the author. In putting together that this had to have happened in the morning since the mess was still on the floor and their mother hadn't seen it yet to clean it up, The author decides to check on his brother, only to see him sitting at the edge of the bed with his Game Boy in pieces at his feet, and next to him were a hammer and her mother's gardening scissors. The brother responds by saying, "Oh God," white everywhere, and then black. This creeps out the author, and he goes over to hug his brother. And when the author hugs his brother, his arm went limp and brushed the Game Boy in the author's pocket. This makes his brother scream and rip the handheld out of his pocket and throw it at the far wall. The author screamed and ran over to collect it. Seeing that the screen had went dark, and the author went to flick it back on in order to see if it still worked, and it did, but the volume had still been on, and the Pokemon theme started up. This made his brother scream again and pick up the hammer, making the author run out of his room in tears. We go a bit into the future and see that the brother had been at the psych ward for a couple days. The brother, after staring at the ceiling the entire time, just sits up and asks the author to get rid of all the games and the Game Shark in his room, and the author promises that he will. Curiosity takes over the author, as of course they don't get rid of the games in Game Shark and instead attempts to play it themselves, bent on uncovering what exactly happened to make their brother react in such a way. Going through their brother's notebook in order to find the codes that he placed into the game, they find a code titled Easter Egg, Snow on Mount Silver. This reminds the author of what his brother had said about black and white. Could he have been talking about snow? The author picks everything up and brings his brother's items into his room in order to organize his thoughts better. For a long time he stared at his brother's silver cartridge, noticing that the Lugia's face became more maniacal the more he looked, as if it were daring him to find out what had happened to his brother. The author accepts his challenge. It takes him 15 minutes to overcome the unease he had been feeling, but he does, and he turns on the game. Upon turning it on, he keeps the sound low due to fear of hearing something that may creep him out, yet he's still too curious to turn it all the way off, and as he lands onto the title screen after the intro, he sees the Lugia staring at him with that menacing glare from before. His common sense told him to stop here, but he couldn't listen. He loads into the game at the Elite Four and begins to check his brother's progress on the game. First thing he notices is his brother's file having maxed out time. The author says that stood out because his brother did not play the game as long as he has. It's only been a couple of days since they started their respective journeys. His team was the typical Game Shark team with modded moves. That was no problem, but the problem lied in the sprites of his team. They were all washed down and seemed more dull in both expression and color. The author believes that this is an effect of the Game Shark, and he backs out of the menu. Upon being in the overworld, he sees that snow was falling very heavily over his screen, so heavy that he could barely see his own character. This prompts him to check out his trainer's information, and he sees that his character was a victim of the same dullness that his own Pokemon had, almost as if they were all frostbitten. This makes his stomach churn, and he decides to turn around and go back down the mountain, but to no avail. A chat box then pops up, saying I can't turn back now. He tries to use fly with Pidgeot, I can't fly in this. He tries to use an escape rope, I can't go back anymore. The author fights to go back down the mountain with the sprite giving the author a different answer every attempt. I can't go back down, I can't run away, I can never go back. The last one shakes up the author, but he resolves to move forward. This is where there was no resistance whatsoever. There was nothing in his way either, except for the fact that his character walked pretty slow. Eventually, the character stopped moving and said, I'm cold. And this makes his character move even slower up the staircase they were currently on. And he stops again. Text on screen pops up and says, Meganium has died. He tries to push the character up the mountain more, but he stops again. Pidgeot has died. Upon inspecting their sprites, both Pidgeot and Meganium seem to have been in terrible conditions to say the least, described in horrifying detail. Despite seeing what he was doing to his own Pokemon, the author was pushed by morbid curiosity. One by one his Pokemon passed away, and all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase ahead, the author moves forward and braces himself for whatever horror awaits him, all to find nobody, not even Red. Here, the snow stops falling, and all that awaited him was a Pokeball. The author examines it, and a burst of static comes out the game, shaking him up. A battle begins with the author's character sprite tinged in blue against a mangled Celebi. It used Perish Song, and the Game Boy screeched once more. The screen goes white, and the player respawns in a cave, with their trainer being in just as sorry of a state as his Pokemon had been. As he focused on the overworld in order to move the character again, he begins to walk up the cave, saying, It's so cold. Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on. As the player walked, the walls became only more and more dark, until they became pitch black at the end. And there was the exit. The author exits the cave, only to find Red. Now the author walks up to him and begins their battle. His Pokemon were all level 0 with 6 HP, in terrible states such as the author's own Pokemon, and none Pokemon would make sounds in battle. As all Red's team used Struggle, they died one by one, and at the end, his Pikachu used Pain Split on the Typhlosion, ending the battle. And then, Red himself used Destiny Bond, ending everything. Super Mario 64, Damned. So this Mario story is pretty well known, as almost every Super Mario 64 creepypasta is, so I won't go over the entire thing. This creepypasta follows the author buying a Nintendo 64 and a copy of Super Mario 64 from his uncle's video game store. Upon getting home and deleting the first save file in order to start his own, the game froze and a deafening screech came from the TV speakers, and it sounded as if someone was screaming from the game itself. This continued until they turned it off and they started it back up to give the game another try. Once they got back to the load screen, the file they once deleted had came back with 66 stars, although it previously had 0. So they decided to delete the save file again. But they were met with the same frozen screen and screeching sound from earlier, but even louder this time. Upon turning off the system once more, the author takes the game out of the system and finds that it's super dusty, attributing this to the bugs he'd been dealing with up until now, despite still being weirded out. The author tries the game one last time to finally see that not only the first save file was gone, but all of them. Now the author finally got a chance to play the game, getting the normal opening scene followed up with the giant green pipe that Mario leaps out of. But when he goes into the castle, there was a prolonged pause, making him quite nervous, and that loud screeching shoots through his ears once more, feeling like glass was jabbed into his eardrums. He withstands it this time through closing his eyes and plugging his ears, this time letting it play because he turned off the lights after cleaning the game, and due to this, he could not find the button to turn off the game. Once the author opened his eyes, he saw that Mario had somehow found his way to Big Boo's haunt, with the mansion appearing much creepier than before, as it loomed over Mario's head ominously, all the while looking nothing like it was supposed to be. As the author looks closer, he sees that the castle is completely covered in blood and rust. Come Follow Me. Come Follow Me is a creepypasta with a different take on the infamous Pokemon stories of Lavender Town, or at least, that's how it seems at first. It follows the perspective of an investigator as he attempts to solve and break down the case of many children partaking in self-deletion, and at some point, he figures out the control variable that all the children had in common, and it was that they possessed copies of Pokemon Red and Blue. From there, the cause doesn't seem to be something as simple as the scary music from Lavender Town that he was initially looking into, but the work of something much more sinister. I highly recommend just checking this one out. It's a classic and one of the better creepypastas ever written. Hellbell. I never heard of this one ever, and I was reading creepypastas every day from ages 10 to 12, so I'll just completely go over this one. So this one's about Pokemon again, but for once, it's about Gen 4 rather than 1 or 2. The author gets a copy of Pokemon Pearl from his brother and boots it up. When he starts the save game file, he sees that his brother has a team of 6 shiny Rayquaza due to using the action replay in order to cheat through the entire game. The author messes around with the team and cheats for a bit, but he decides that he wants to restart the game. Before doing this though, he wanted to trade away the 6 Rayquaza to people who'd potentially want it, just for curiosity's sake. He puts up the Rayquaza on the global trade system for a level 100 Bronzong and leaves the GTS for 6 hours. Once he returns, the trade sequence begins, indicating that someone was actually able to provide him a level 100 Bronzong, and this excites the author. And once the trade sequence ends, it's said that he received a shiny Bronzong named Hellbell. The author was firstly shocked that someone would actually return a shiny to him, although they did not need to. But then, he was unsettled by the name, as he is slightly religious. So speaking about hell or anything of the sort tends to just make him feel uneasy. And if this wasn't enough, all of its stats were at 666, and its original trainer's name was Beelzy. Lastly, it had been caught at the Lost Tower in a Cherish Ball. Clearly it was hacked as well, a fair punishment for putting a hacked Pokemon on the GTS. Regardless, he no longer wanted it, but as these stories go, there was no way for him to trade it back or put it back on the GTS. The author, becoming desperate, tried to go for the traditional method of simply releasing it, but before that, he saw that Hellbell had been holding an item, this item being mail. Upon reading the mail, the message contained was, "Take me back." The author was confused, as obviously he was unable to trade Hellbell back, so he discarded the message and went to release it. However, this attempt was denied with a message that says Hellbell doesn't want to leave you. Again, this had happened to him before with the Shanks in his original playthrough since it liked him so much in game, but obviously the circumstances are different here, both frustrating and creeping him out even more. This makes him check the Hellbell once again, and he sees that it's holding another item, confusing him since he took away the original item that it held. The author checks the item that Hellbell was holding once more. It's another piece of mail. And this is how it basically communicates throughout the entire story. It says it's time that it can't go back on its own. Please take it back. The author tries to release it again. Another failure. At this point, the author is tired of this charade and tries to deposit and leave it for good. However, he couldn't since he had to remove the mail item before depositing the Pokemon. And he kept doing this, but Hellbell would have mail when trying to deposit it, basically annoying the author to a point where he had to read its messages. This time, the mail said Lost Tower. This actually brought the author relief because now he had an idea of what to do with this Pokemon. So he decides to head out of the GTS building and begin to head to Solaceon Town. When he tried to use a Rayquaza to fly there, he just couldn't, so he went to the neighboring town of Heartthorn and didn't waste time in leaving in order to travel through Route 209 to head to the Lost Tower and get rid of the Bronzong. While traveling through the route, he noticed that there was almost nobody there, just a white-haired old man walking back and forth that would repeat "ring the bell" in all caps whenever you attempted to speak to him. The author didn't think much of this and decided to continue to the tower. Once the author eventually reaches the tower and enters it, he couldn't move for a bit, and then the game goes silent, and the sound of a deep brazen bell begins to slowly toll. After about 4 rings, the tombstone in the center of the room cracked and shattered and a hole opened. The author put together that he was supposed to enter it, and so he did. Once landing, he fell onto a platform like the one you find Arceus on in the Hall of Origin, but it was a bit darker as the platform was a black and red instead of the translucent white you'd see when reaching Arceus, and coming from the platform was a set of stairs that looked as if they were made of black marble. The author goes down these stairs, and the bell that the author considered to be Hellbell continued to ring slowly. By now, the author had felt very uneasy, and the more he walked down these stairs, the darker and more foggy the area became. When the author reached the bottom, they were met with a narrow path with large pools of magma on both sides, and they went on the path for about 40 steps before the path hung right for another 40 and finally going back up, reaching the final path. This one was actually quite long, and with each step that the author took, the bell rung faster, and with each ring, the author began to silently repeat, "Ring the bell." Once the author reached the end, which was just a small 4x4 platform, the bell stopped ringing and a dialogue box suddenly popped up saying, "Oh, you returned Hellbell to me. I really appreciate it." The man speaking then faded into view on space in front of the author's character as just a gentleman sprite, and the sprite of Hellbell came out and stood next to him, insinuating that the author gave Hellbell to the gentleman. Next, a thing popped up on the touchscreen looking like part of the trainer card where you sign your name. And the voice once again said, "Would you mind telling me your name so that I may thank you properly?" The author began to write a false name by simply writing D, but the voice interrupted them, saying, No, your real name please. I can't thank you with a false name, you know." The author was shaken, trying to understand how the game knew they weren't signing their real name. The voice once again asked, "Your real name please." The author then wrote out their name with no idea why they were actually following the game's commands, when it's so easy to simply turn it off and smash it, but it's simple. They understood that they were not allowed to. After writing their name onto the game, they were commanded to blow into the game and the screen disappeared. The man spoke again, "Thank you. You'll be happy to know that you now belong to me." The bell tolled twice more, and then the character sprite in game changed into one that resembled the players in real life. And Hellbell moved to the character and used imprisonment on it. The DS instantly died once this happened. The story then closes with the author saying that they could no longer sleep, eat, drink, nothing. They are no longer their own, and they now belong to that man in Hellbell. Mega Man X, the Red Cartridge. The Red Cartridge is a pretty short story of the author managing to find a copy of Mega Man X for the SNES on Amazon for $1, and taking advantage of such a steal by picking it up and ordering an SNES for $30. After waiting a bit, both of them arrived on the same day, and the author wasted no time in setting the game up. But there was something off. There wasn't a copyright date when booting the game up, but instead, it just went straight to a blood red Capcom logo, and then the title screen with no music, intro, or main menu. Then, it just went into the opening stage as normal. When in the stage, the music slowed down just a bit, nothing intense, and X was in his full armor already. The author didn't care much, so he just kept playing the game. At some point, the screen turned black, and text saying, "I will rule the world," was shown. Then the stage select came up. The author chose Chill Penguin, but when selecting him, there wasn't a boss intro. Except for that, the game progressed and the author was able to play the stage normally. And toward the end, he saw Zero's helmet and the music for the stage slowed down once more. X was on his knees, and he closed his eyes. Then, the background and stage went black. Then the screen turned black, and back to the stage select screen. This time it showed all of the Mavericks looking at a black spot where Storm Eagle was supposed to be. And once selecting it, the author ended up in a place that looked like Sting Chameleon's stage. Before going into the ball store, Bile showed up and went right into the player, making the background now inverted. The ball store then opened and X entered. After this, the screen went black again and X could be heard doing his scream for when he dies in the game. And red text saying "You failed your mission" came up for a split second and we went to stage select for the third time. Once coming to the screen, all Mavericks were gone and only a full armored X with no face could be selected, so the author chooses him. Once in game, the X with no face begins to walk on his own, and the author figures out that he's in a cutscene. The faceless X walks up to the capsule where Dr. Light gives you armor parts, but X already had them, so the author questions the purpose of this cutscene. As it drags on, we find out that there was no Dr. Light but instead, another X without any armor. The X without any armor then says, "You are not welcome in this world," and this causes the screen to go static then black. And it comes back to a close-up of the faceless X with the text, "End of game and no more hope." Then the author sees that the cartridge in real life had gone red. Null. Null is a Minecraft creepypasta that's an all-black Herobrine that's so evil and scary that even our original Herobrine comes in and asks the player for help in defeating it and stopping it from taking over the player's game. It's kind of corny, so read that if you want. I'm not reading it. Luna Game. A short game and the first in the Luna Game series. This game features a custom Princess Luna sprite, which the player moves about a simple platform area with upbeat music playing in the background. It seems normal at the start, but after about 20 to 30 seconds, regardless of how far Luna has progressed, the game suddenly stops, cutting to one of two possible disturbing images, either a Zalgo image of Pinkie Pie or a menacing image of Apple Bloom, and four possible creepy songs from the show, varying from distorted versions of regular music that plays in said show. The player will also find that they cannot close the game with the ESC key or Alt F4, and the only two ways to close the game at this point are to either open Task Manager using Control Alt Delete, or to just keep it going cause it'll close by itself after about a minute and a few seconds. After the game is closed, the player would find a large quantity of pictures and text files, either on their desktop or in the file that the game was saved in. What the images are would depend on the images that the player ended up with in the game. The Webkinz Killer. It was rumored that the Webkinz Killer was added to the game by a developer at a competing website or a disgruntled ex-employee at Gans. There were a variety of methods of assassination that were spread, with some saying that the killer was a virus that appeared as a black penguin with red eyes, and this virus would wipe the player's hard drive and BIOS on Windows 9X systems, rendering the computer unusable. Another rumor was that a colored box, commonly black, would randomly appear in the player's room. Players would be instructed by others to leave as quickly as possible because if the box was clicked on, something would pop out and kill their pet. It was also stated that a Webkinz host could send players letters containing bombs or other explosive devices. If these letters were opened, the player's house would be destroyed and the Webkinz would be killed. The black letter was a primary source for said malware. Frequently, the Webkinz killer is identified as Dr. Quack or as other Webkinz pets. Yeah, I can't read this anymore. I'm sorry, guys. Let's just move on. A Figure in Gray. This is a creepypasta that comes from the arcade game Paperboy 2. With the game being well known for its cast of colorful neighborhood characters serving as obstacles or chasing you throughout the street as you deliver papers, this creepypasta takes the opportunity to point out one character who isn't as colorful as the rest, both literally and figuratively. This character is rendered entirely in monotone, and if left undisturbed, he just walks down his driveway and deposits a garbage can at the curb and walks back into his house. And if you hit him, he'll only freeze and just look at you, which stands out in this game. If you have some knowledge of 90s news curiosities, you might be able to excavate the unusual case of one Dennis R from your memory banks. Mr. R was a man who woke up one night and dismembered his infant twin sons and wife of 8 years and brought their remains to the curb in a metal garbage can alongside the other refuse of suburban life. It was entirely possible that nobody would have noticed the absence of Mrs. R and her children had the local library not begun to seek compensation for a long overdue book that Mrs. R never had the chance to return. Mr. R was never properly sentenced, as he was killed in prison by other inmates before his trial could be finished. Retelling this story, you might begin to see a resemblance between the late Mr. R and the Figure in Gray. You might even suspect that the satire of the Paperboy series is alive and well in the second installment. Here, the game designers have given you a world of crime and violence and fright, and yet the most horrible thing in it is something as innocuous as a man taking out his trash. Here, all the paranoid suburbanites target a kid on his bicycle as if he and she pose any true threat, while the real danger lurks next door. A Haunting Most Mario. A Haunting Most Mario is another Mario creepypasta surrounding the older era of the games, specifically the very first one. It's filled with the most cliche, hilarious story beats of any creepypasta ever, and it's certainly a troll pasta. An adventurer's dream. A small girl is sitting upright on her purple heart-shaped bed, clutching the Pokeball of her beloved Cubone. There she sobs, reminiscing about what she had experienced. Her room is dark. The only light slightly illuminating the room is the light blue moonlight making its way through the large open window to her right. She begins to squeeze the Pokeball tighter as her tears roll down her face. Her expression is that of a heartbroken child. She opens her mouth to speak, but sadly, no words will escape. With every word she tries to mutter, her eyes dramatically fill with tears. With every gasp, she profusely tries to hold them in. Burying her head in her knees in the thought of her dreams, she sits up and looks at the Pokeball, wiping what's left of her tears from her face and attempts to speak. "Why?" she says in a low, mournful tone. You can sense the pain in her voice. "Aurora, why did I dream of you this way tonight?" "Aurora." She rubs the Pokeball and holds it closer. "These stupid ghost Pokemon," she whispered. "I hate them." She wipes her face and falls flat on her bed, covering up her body. "Aurora, you were burning. I saw you burning. I wanted to help, but I was too scared." She cries. It was completely dark, and it didn't feel like any dream I've had before. She sits up and sets the Pokeball on her lap. "I ran away as fast as I could, Aurora. I heard a scream, and I couldn't help but go back to you." She begins to weep, and her sadness begins to take her over. When I went back for you, you weren't there, so I panicked." She continues sobbingly. "When I looked behind me, I saw... I can't continue, Aurora. It's too much." She holds the Pokeball over the bed and mutters the words, "Aurora, I choose you." The sound of an opening Pokeball fills the silent room, and out comes a Cubone. The Cubone is sleeping. She holds it against her arms like an infant. "I won't let anyone get you. Do you hear me?" She kisses the Cubone's forehead and lays it right next to her and covers it up with the soft purple blanket. "I love you," she whispers as she puts her arm around it and wanders back to sleep. "Good night, Aurora." Not really a creepypasta, but it was on the Iceberg, so I had to cover it. Welcome to the second tier of the creepypasta tier list. Most of you guys are probably going to want to start from here, as these are less known creepypasta, and it's not full of all the obvious stuff that everybody and their mother knows. This is new stuff. So I don't want to waste your time anymore. I'll get straight into it. Like and subscribe if you enjoy content such as this, as we both win. And now, let's knock out tier 2 of this massive project. Entity 303. Nicknamed 303, this is a creepypasta commonly said to be the new Herobrine. According to the pasta, a former Mojang employee was fired by Notch, and now he wants revenge on Mojang and Minecraft players. Entity 303 is not just a former employee, but a whole team of hackers going by usernames like 303mojang.com 303 and entity.303. If you have any files in your computer that are named anything with 303, then usually it's suggesting that it's the 303 hackers. 303 can also hack into players' worlds and corrupt them. 1 out of 40 players are affected by 303 in his team. And in the story, Herobrine himself comes to warn us about 303 by showing what he would do. And if he's not defeated, Minecraft will be in his control. Basically, he's null from the first tier if you watch that video, nothing special. Now, let's get into the real stories. Glitchy Red. About a month ago, I bought a second Pokemon Red cartridge off eBay so I could start a new game and screw around without messing up my save file. As soon as I compared it to my old one, I knew that it was either a bootleg or produced somewhere else. You can see in the picture how the sticker doesn't even fit the front of the cartridge, and the red plastic is cheap and almost see-through. If you look close, you can see the internal battery on the second, while the first can't be seen through at all. When I started it up, it only had one option, new game. And unlike the well-loved cartridge I've been using, it didn't have any wear marks from being inserted to the Game Boy Color or anything indicating that it had been used. Well, what the hell, I figured. I poured plenty of money into the franchise, and one bootleg game wasn't gonna kill me. I popped it into my Game Boy Color and started playing. A couple of weeks ago I lost my Game Boy Color for a while, so I had to play it on my SP. No huge deal, I thought. When I started the game up, oddly enough, the backlit screen of my SP went out. Like I was playing on an old Game Boy Advance or a Color. I I thought that was pretty weird, considering the lower settings of my SP screen was brighter than the high setting on all of my friends' SPs, as I took good care of it, and it was unlikely that the backlight would be going anytime soon. But as soon as I switched to playing Sapphire, the screen lit back up. I'd play my other red on this SP plenty, and it never dimmed for an old Game Boy game, so I just attributed it to the game itself being poorly made, which makes no sense, but we just gotta run with it. About now, you're probably wondering when I'm going to start telling you about how there were unknown in my party, and the Buried Alive guy in Lavender Town started eating my player character, because any pre-owned bootleg game is bound to have some creepy stuff like that. Well, it wasn't that simple. I played through Lavender Town, the Pokemon Tower, all of that, and nothing unusual happened. I didn't go mad from the music, my Pokemon never turned white and started crying tears of blood, nothing like that. But as I continued playing, it became apparent to me that this game had some glitches. Just like cheap plastic casing and sticker that barely stuck, the game itself was flaky. I've never played Pokemon on an emulator before, but if I had to guess, I would say that when it was copied, a lot of the data was corrupted, and I had to be careful when playing or it would freeze. For example, sometimes the graphic around the player, I'm gonna call him Red as that's what I named him, would turn into big colored bars and the game would stop, and the background music would stop on whatever note it had hit and play this high-pitched staticky whine until I restarted. This happened whenever I tried to get on my bike inside of a cave or building. I was almost sure that this was just a normal bootlegged game until I examined the SNES in a settled down department store. Don't judge me, but being a Red fanboy, I've always liked when the game said things from Red's point of view, like how he says Dad would like this. Things that get Red to actually speak. So when I examined the SNES, where Red would normally say Dad would like this, instead I saw the text, "Where's Dad?" I examined it again, and same thing. Kinda laughed it off thinking for some reason it was some poor translation. In the back of my mind, I was hoping for a hacked game, because hey, if I got some screen caps and posted them on the 4chan, I'd at least be able to kill an afternoon laughing about it. I went to the next floor, then went back down and checked the NES again. To my surprise, the message had changed. Now Red said, "Who created me?" At this point, I was pretty sure this had been added in by some hacker, and I thought this was kinda awesome. Hell, Red finding out he was just some video game character, that's pretty funny. After that, and failing to find my other added in dialogue, I continued on the game's story. At that point, I was about near the part where you surf the Cinnabar and the Seafoam Islands, but the glitching was getting worse. Sometimes the map would get distorted like Glitch City, and Red would be surfing on a tree or a house or something like that, and I just couldn't move. I had to fly out and try again usually. As a kid, I always liked doing the Missing No and Glitch City glitches, and I had a Game Shark back in the day, so these things were kinda cool. Eventually I made it to Cinnabar, and now being an avid glitcher from way back when, of course the first thing I did was fly back to Viridian and do the old man trick, but no matter how many times I tried, I could never get Missing No to appear. I thought maybe the ROM had been edited to prevent glitching, but that wasn't the case, as the thing had more bugs than the Viridian Forest. Instead, when I entered the Pokemon Mansion, I was greeted by the following text window. Red says, "Nice try, Red." It was obvious that where Red was would be the name of whatever you named your player. What freaked me out was Red in all caps, as the speaker. At this point, I knew I had an edited game. The player character was telling me nice try after I failed to do a Missing No. The game froze, then I restarted, and I hadn't saved since I tried the Missing No glitch, but when I turned on my game again, I was back in the mansion, exactly where the window had popped up. I could move again, so I went ahead and played through the mansion. Despite my excitement, I was scared, so I played slowly with all the lights on. I was still playing on my SP, and the internal light did not work, so I used that as justification for being scared. Things only got weirder after this. I left the mansion and got a message from Pa. "Ding dong, time's up, your Safari game is over." Having done Glitch City in the past, I knew this happened whenever you flew out of the Safari Zone. As expected, I was outside of the Safari Zone gate the next time I hit A, with the attendants asking me if I got a good haul. I had an immense feeling of foreboding when I went to leave the gate though. Scared that I'd be back in Glitch City, or even worse. I had a flyer, but you have to understand, this is all a little unnerving. Instead, I was in Pallet Town, but there was no music, nothing. Another text window appeared. Red saying, "This isn't where I'm from. I've been lied to." I couldn't move my player after that, so I went to reset, but something stopped me. Instead, I opened the start menu and went to fly out of there. But to my horror, the Pidgeot I used for fly wasn't there. Just my Blastoise, Executor, Kadabra, Mew, and Kangaskhan. In Pidgeot's place was a level 16 Raticate with 1 HP. It was poison. I checked its stats and had the OT, Blue, and new Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, Glare, and Skull Bash. I don't even know if Raticate can learn all of these moves. I've since heard that Gary's Raticate died in the game, but I had named Gary Douche in this game for a few laughs. I guess the OT name Blue came from the fact that blue is opposite to red, like maybe it was supposed to have come from a blue cartridge. I know Rattata doesn't evolve until level 20, so this was a pretty obvious hack. I had some antidotes and potions in my bag, so I figured what the hell, I'd heal it. But when I left the Pokemon menu, the entire start menu closed and I couldn't open it again. I tried walking and this time I was able to move. I took a few steps, forgetting about the poison until a box popped up again. We killed it. At this point, I was getting a little freaked out. I went to my party and Raticate wasn't there at all. Neither was my Pidgeot. The slot was empty. I closed the menu and tried to move again, but nothing. I didn't want to turn the game off in case I had somehow saved again, so I just kept trying to move before remembering that my Kadabra knew teleport. When I hit start, nothing happened. I kept trying to move, but I couldn't move. No, Red wasn't letting me move. This happened to me. Why? At that point, I just shut the game off. I took the hacked Red version out and put in Fire Red. Like with my old game, I named the player Red. And for some reason, it still scared me. I started it up into my horror, the screen was still dimmed. I hit continue on the main menu, but when I tried to open my game, I got the message saying that my save data had been corrupted or lost. And when I started, the game froze, with the music just being a staticky whine. At this point, I was really desperate to play some Pokemon where nothing weird was going on, and I was pissed that my Fire Red was broken. So I threw in Sapphire and started playing. The screen lit up normally. I thought for a moment that maybe something was wrong with my SP that broke my Fire Red. But I didn't want that happening to my Sapphire with the Jirachi from Colosseum and the Feebas had taken me an hour to find, so I just shut it off and pulled it out. I started playing what I call Glitchy Red again about a week ago. When I started it back up, I was still in Pallet Town, and there was music and things seemed normal, except for the empty slot in my party and my SP screen no longer lighting up. I biked to Viridian and found Pidgeot safely in my PC, so I figured, what the hell, and took it out and flew to Cinnabar to fight Blaine. When I went to unlock the gym, surprise, another text box. No. No matter how many times I tried, the game refused to believe that I had the secret key despite it being right there in my bag. Red wasn't letting me in. Then another text box came up. Everything that happened to me happened because the world let it happen to me. I didn't become a hero on my own. I was manipulated. I never unlocked that door. The door was unlocked because the game let me in. Everything you do because the game lets you. Because of how the text boxes were, it took a really long time to scroll through this, and the whole time I was writing down what he was saying so I had it on reference. Things were getting a little too Silent Hill for me, and once again, I tried to move but Red wouldn't let me. I'm going to show you how it feels to be unable to choose your own fate. I gave up and opened the start menu again, glad that I could, use Pidgeot to fly out of there. I knew now that this was only because Red was letting me fly out. He was toying with me. I flew to Lavender because, shockingly enough, nothing weird had happened there. From Lavender, I walked down to try to get to Fuchsia, but as soon as I left Lavender, Red was at it again. No. The author just said, well, there's nothing I can do. He flew to Fuchsia, and when he got there, he couldn't believe what he seen. It was the glitch city you get when you surf along Cinnabar's coast. Immediately, the menu popped up, the way it does when you do the Mew glitch. It was asking me to save the game, and there was no option for no. And pressing B did nothing. I shut my game off. When I started it back up, I was still in Glitch City, and I checked my party, the way Red wanted me to. Pidgey and Kadabra were there, but instead of Teleport and Fly appearing when I selected them, they were only cursed, and not cursed like in that Creepypasta, but cursed, and I was smart enough to not select it. I hit B until I was out of the menu, and Red was just talking smack again. You're staying here with me, Red. They replaced me because I was glitched. And not good enough. I thought this was my story, but I'm just a character in a video game. They took everything from me. My voice, freedom, legacy. They replaced me with that brown-eyed kid. I understood now that he meant the Fire Red version. In the gold, silver, and crystal versions was where he was demoted to the final boss. He let me move, and to my surprise, the game never froze, even as I was walking on water and stepping on the houses. Eventually, I suppose I went too far, because the screen turned black around my player. Red said, am I a joke to you? And a yes or no option popped up. I can't tell you how fast I hit no. Then Red asked, then why do you do these things to me? Why do you corrupt my world and show me glitches that are meant to be? Why do you want to hurt me with missing no? I never wanted to hurt Red. It was only for fun. The game had bugs and we just all exploited them for fun, right? Red asked again, why did I need to die? Because I'm a hero? The author then shut off the game that night. He had a dream where he was a Pokemon trainer, the trainer for Fire Red, who I will never think again of as Red. He was being chased by a white pale body. While I can't feel pain in my dreams, the pale figure eventually caught me and ripped at my chest and sides with his nails. The last thing I saw before I woke up was the face of my attacker. A little boy with bright red eyes, black hair, and a red and white hat. Deadplants.exe. Deadplants.exe is a Plants vs. Zombie troll pasta that was originally quite bad, but a YouTuber named Vibing Leaf made his own take on it and made it pretty good. So I'll summarize his version rather than the troll pasta. So this story begins with the author discovering a hacked version of Plants vs. Zombies that he found on a website. The only thing that seemed to be different about the game from the original was that zombies were overloaded in the stages and that levels lasted much longer. Nothing too bad, as that seems to be an anti-piracy kind of thing, but as the author gets to the night levels, the graves that you normally see had names on them this time around. Maybe to scare the player, but who knows. The author plays for a bit before saying that this game was obviously meant for someone else, and that he'd let the footage speak for itself. The video then displays a note that says that this is the end. Good luck. And we cut to a distorted version of the final boss of the original Plants vs. Zombies. The sky is red with a haunting music box playing in the background, and the author is playing the boss as normal. He eventually defeats the boss, and after it drops its boss item, we see that it's a skull. The player interacts with the skull, and the screen then goes black. We see this following text. Why did you do this to us, Mateo? Or am I talking to you, Diana? My darling, it's been years since I last saw you, my child. Oh, look at you. You've grown so much ever since I saw you 7 years ago. You freed your own mother, Diana. I can finally speak to you after all these years. Do you want a last level before I leave, darling? I'll explain everything in the process. From what we see, someone's mother, potentially the authors or whoever the game was originally made for, is haunting the game for the sake of having a final conversation with their child. As this finishes up, we enter the final stage. It looks the exact same as level 1, but the right half of the field is covered in a black shadow with a white pea shooter sitting within it. The zombies that come out of the shadow seem darker in shade, with one of their eyes being larger than usual. Not only this, but these zombies one-shot all of the plants. Whenever the plants are eaten instantly, they appear alongside the white pea shooter, in a graphic black and white reflection of themselves. As the first zombie reaches the lawnmower, the mother interrupts with a quick jump scare, saying, "Your father once told me sacrifices had to be made," and the final level continues. As the player gets further, he gets another message that pauses the game and covers the screen, explaining that all the names on the graves are people that their father left to pass away. He's then asked, "Haven't you recognized them or ever questioned why they had to pass away?" The mother answers this for him, saying he left her sister, her brother, and mother to succumb to their fates, all for a stupid war. After this, zombies with metal bucket hats and door shields appear for the first time and completely overwhelm the author, making him lose the battle, but the mother gives him another chance to win. The author does make a comeback, and upon beating the final level, we see the white pea shooter say, "I'm sorry for ever leaving you, and thank you for freeing us." We Delete You. We Delete You is a story about a me named Eteled that has haunted the author's Wii system. The story begins with the author speaking about how his father bought him a Wii for his 9th birthday, and as he boots it up, he enters the Me channel in order to create a Me, but to his surprise, there was already one waiting for him. The author wastes no time in taking this Me and just deleting him so he can create his own, and the author does make his own Me and comes back to the channel just to find that the original Me he deleted from before is still there. He just picks him up and chooses to delete him again, but that's when it happens. The screen goes to static and then freezes, with the only original Me in the room now. Its back is facing the author as the text on top says, "A Me would like to speak now." Tons of random text begins to fill the screen as the Me spazzes out in the room. Then we receive a message saying, "How would you like it if I did the same to you?" The screen begins to spaz out with static even more, and then it cuts to black. Another message pops up. "Access denied. Your Wii has been disabled for suspicious activities. Power will be turned off in a few seconds." Since the author is a child in this story, he complains about getting kicked out of the Wii, and he says that he asked his dad about this, but his dad had no idea. He says that he'll update us the next day and signs off. And when we come back to the author, He has his friend Nathan play the Wii with him this time. Since he told everybody at school and nobody but Nathan believed him, he wanted to help the author out with whatever was going on with his Wii. They both log on to the Wii and the main menu has nothing on it. They stare at it for a bit and it goes black with a strange green rectangle in the middle of it. Nathan gets up and leaves as he thinks the author is up to this himself. And the author, frustrated with the game, puts it in a closet and refuses to play with it any longer, believing that he lost a friend due to it at the time of writing this post. 3 years later, the author, while his family's moving out, finds the Wii in his closet and wants to boot up the system again just to give it another try. He turns on the console and checks the mail to see a message from an unknown sender that says 3 years. 3 years of me waiting for you to come back. I wanted to apologize and I still want to. I hope you know I don't know who I am. I have no idea how I came here and I was just upset because you attempted to erase me. The thing is, I don't know what would happen if you erased me anyway. He questions if he feels pain, go to heaven, feel nothing, be in a void. The original me is unsure. Despite the many questions it asks, it tells the author that it's sorry for what it did before, and then it shuts down the console for good. The author says that it ruined the entire console by shutting it down, and he wants to get it repaired so he can speak to the entity once more. Someday though, since he's busy moving out. The story does continue from here, however, it's too long for me to cover in this video. The perfect video game. I heard rumors about a video game console, released in the early 90s, that promised the most immersive games imaginable. It bore a strong resemblance to the Super Nintendo, except it had no cartridge slot, no reset button, and only one controller port. It was released in extremely low quantity. It's possible that less than 50 were ever available. People I talked to who remembered it from their childhood only mentioned the first game in the list. Other games were included on the console, but this one, they say, was the perfect game. Lifelike graphics and sound, even by today's standards, an endless supply of new fun content, solid gameplay, and a single controller port was all that was necessary. The NPCs in the game were smart enough to be as entertaining as real players. It was quite literally a game nobody wanted to stop playing. And the people I interviewed all remarked somewhat bitterly that their parents forcibly dragged them away from the television set after a few days of continuous playing and threw the console in the trash. I was intrigued by what I knew so far, so I went looking for more people who remember this relic of gaming history. I searched high and low for anybody besides the hand of people that I've already spoken to, and after a month of painstaking investigation, I found 2 independent accounts. They had a much harder time remembering the specifics of the console, but I was able to jog their memory by repeating what I had in my notes. I could see their eyes light up a little, remembering the perfect game, but both of them said that's not all it could do. Both of them said the interface was complete, and I inquired exactly what they meant. After a few days apparently, the game started having a positive physiological effect. It was as if the actions done in game were giving the player exercise, and the player was able to go without food and water, seemingly drawing sustenance through items collected in the levels. However, after a few days, they had played this game continuously for a week by this point. They started to feel the damage done to their in-game player character. The pain was small at first and only a reminder to be more attentive, but after a short while, the pain began to get more intense, and the weariness of the constant action was taking its toll on them. The game was still perfect. It was better than any high you could imagine, one of them said, but it was becoming physically exhausting to play, and they couldn't tear themselves away from it. I was almost done with one level, and I was fighting a boss that used a whip, the other interviewee said. I remember the whip was a one-hit kill, and I had to start the level over, but I remember the searing pain where it lashed me across my arm. He then unbuttoned the sleeve on his shirt, and I could see a scar twisting around his arm. Yeah, it was getting that bad. Both of them said their parents returned to the house 9 days into the marathon gaming session and dragged them away from the console and took them to the emergency room. The console was gone when they got back home, thrown away like all the others, I bet. I could not find any people who even knew what I was talking about. The rumors had stopped there, and I was left with incomplete knowledge about where I could even find one of these consoles. A sense of dread settled in the back of my mind though, and I felt that it was necessary to pour through the newspaper archives from that period. I was trying all sorts of variations on bootleg console in an online database search, and what I found was shocking. There were 15 separate incidents of people found dead in their homes, sitting in front of their TVs with a bootleg console hooked up to it. They had a butchered appearance, most commonly some found in pieces and autopsies revealing that the internal organs had dissolved. One article remarked that the TV was just displaying static, and they could not get the console to power on. Local officials tried to contact the manufacturer of the console, but The owner's manual and the information on the sticker at the back of the console both referenced an address that led to a warehouse demolished over 80 years ago. Rootpain.wad. So this is a Doom mod where you fight a fetus and all that. It's just like the previous Doom mod from the last tier. It's just a mod, nothing really behind it. Happiness for Sale. Happiness for Sale is a creepypasta that speaks about a salesman that's currently visiting the author's village. The man sticks out as he walks with a hunchback with loads of items on it, has thinning red hair and tannish skin and a skeleton-like frame. But most of all, the man bore a huge grin on his face, a smile so large that it was inhuman, seeming to stretch even beyond his cheekbones and into his eyes. When this salesman strolled into town, he spoke in almost whispers to children who were lined along the road, and the children would stare emotionless as he whispered to them. This made the author terrified as he was a child himself, but he still felt enough curiosity about the man to wait for him to come speak to him. When the man reached the author describes him as just standing in front of him, never opening his eyes and his monstrous smile never disappearing from his face. The man eventually turns his head to him and opens one eye, staring at the author, and this made him feel an incredible fear that he's never felt before, losing track of reality and his body freezing up. As the man turned his face and walked away from the author, he states that the immense feeling of dread loosened up and notices that there were masks on his back. Later on that night, the author has trouble going to bed due to his experience with the salesman and resolves to meet him once more at the plaza the next morning. So when he sees him once again, he sees the salesman speaking about how he's going to open up his Happy Mask shop in the square and encourages everybody to come shop at his store. And after, he goes inside to wait for customers. The author shudders and questions why he fears this man so much. This makes him head inside of the store only to see that there were people there already. Despite this, none of them were speaking, just staring at the salesman. Then he nodded his head as if they reached an agreement, and he handed 2 masks to a man and a child, and they just turned and walked out. And then a woman was right behind them, walking out with her own mask as well. With only 2 of them in the shop, the man just stared at the author until he decided to talk. The author asks about the shop and the masked man's origins, only to get no response. The author was frightened by this, so he asks one more time as he steps back toward the door. But then, a child walked in, not even over 5 years old. The boy walks up to the salesman, holding out his hands. But the salesman simply responded by opening both of his eyes and staring at the child with the most evil glare the author had ever seen. He then grabbed the child by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The child begins to scream in terror as he's held 8 feet off the ground, and the author then says the salesman's mouth opened to a point where it was a foot wide and his jaw snapped while doing so. Horrible and inhuman sounds came out of him as he raised the child higher and stuffed him halfway down his throat and eventually consumed him whole. The author was crying hysterically as he witnessed this, but he was frozen. The salesman then slowly peels his hands away from his face, and then he held a clump of flesh in his hands that was about 2 feet long. The flesh began to contort and mold into a mask, one made of the child's face that he just consumed. The salesman then laughed and asked the author if he wanted a mask for himself, and this causes the author to bolt out of the store. The story concludes with the author warning those of the Happy Mask Man and sharing pity for those who have come across his path. JVK1166Z.esp. This is one of those entries I'll only summarize as it is well known by most. I just think people often forget its name, and not only this, it's so good that it's a story I recommend checking out and reading for yourself at some point. This story follows the author's experience with a Skyrim mod that was popular in 2009, yet very hard to find. It was never posted in big Elder Scrolls communities and only smaller boards. There are some cases where it was sent by private message or email to a chosen few, but it was still difficult to find, and it was popular because nobody could understand the true purpose behind it. If you tried to load the mod, it crashed your game and corrupted all of your files, and eventually people were told not to use it and the hype died down. About a year later, the author found the mod again and actually got it to work through unconventional means. When accessing the game, it was quite laggy and you couldn't get into anything, such as load game or options. All you could do is enter the game, use quick save or quick load. The author notices that the prophecy has been severed box pops up because every single main quest NPC is already dead with the exception of Yagrum Bagarn. Basically, he began in a world that was doomed to begin with. Not only this, his health was draining a little bit at a time. The longer you stay still, the quicker it falls. The author then says that if you are to die by this health loss, you'll find the cause, a figure that's referred to as the assassin. He's an all-black humanoid that crawls on his hands and feet like a spider. You'd only see him after death, crawling around and over your body just before the reload box popped up. Other than this, there would be random intervals at night that every NPC would go outdoors for a bit and only say, "Watch the sky." They'll act normal after they're finished doing this though. The author then explains that after a bit of time, a player discovered a new NPC that would send you on a quest that had to do with a dungeon called the Citadel. This dungeon only went down, and it dwarfed all dungeons in terms of size and difficulty. The author started from a cave, to a tomb, to ruins, and then another set of ruins, and he had to quit because it was just too difficult. There were other players who got past this though, and reached an area referred to as the Portrait Room. In this room, there were picture frames that would always face you, and the images in the frames were randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder in your computer. At the end of this area, you'd have to admit defeat and return to the NPC that sent you on the quest. He would say, "Watch the sky," and after this, the rest of the NPCs in the game would no longer speak. Talking to all of them only presented you, the player, with blank text boxes. The only exception to this was at night. They would go out for a few minutes and repeat, "Watch the sky." The author then says from this point on, everything will be based on what this one player reported. Green Steve. I was playing Minecraft on the 1.8 update when I found the desert temple. Like most players, I broke the blue block and jumped down the hole. I accidentally hit the block that sets off the TNT, but surprisingly, it didn't go off. A Steve-like mob came down from the hole where the blue block was, and it looked just like Steve, only green. It hit me, and I appeared in a room made of bedrock filled with creepers, and I was really freaked out, so I exited out the game. I then went back on the next day, and to my surprise, I was not in the creeper cave but in a forest. It was like I had made a new world, though I obviously hadn't. Strangely enough, the chat box popped up with the words, "Green Steve," saying, "I am coming." This was very weird. I double checked to see if I was on multiplayer, but shockingly, I wasn't. I moved through the forest, still wondering about the chat. I'm sorry guys, I can't read this, let's just move on. Hypno's Lullaby. Hypno's Lullaby is a poem that was inspired from some of Hypno's early Pokédex entries that mentioned it hypnotizing children and kidnapping them, most likely to get rid of them as it saw fit. This is the poem. "Come little children, come with me. Safe and happy you will be. Away from your homes, now let us run. With Hypno, you'll have so much fun. Oh little children, please don't cry. Hypno wouldn't hurt a fly. Be free, be free, be free to play. Come down in my cave with me to stay. Oh little children, please don't squirm. Those ropes I know will hold you firm. Hypno tells you this is true, but sadly, Hypno lied to you. Oh little children, you mustn't leave. Your families for you will grieve. Their minds will unravel at the seams, allowing me to haunt their dreams. But surely, all of you must know that it is time for you to go. Oh little children, you weren't clever. Now, you shall stay with me forever. Talking Angela. Talking Angela is a story that revolves around the chatbot app, Talking Angela. In this story, the author discovers a Facebook post that warns people about playing Talking Angela and how it's truly not a bot that they're speaking to in the game, but a hacker that's sitting behind a webcam and asking you very personal and perverted questions. Not only that, but once the app is downloaded, they have already sent all of their personal information to the hacker. The author's already terrified due to having a lot of experience on the game and noticing that Angela had been asking more personal questions as of recent, so he decides to check reviews of the app to see if they will reinforce what he just read. He reads one review where it said they were prompted that something from the app would get their personal info if they played it, so they uninstalled. Another that says if you look in her eyes, you can see an old man, and when they try to cover their own camera, she asked if they could remove their thumb from the camera. And lastly, a review that actually said the opposite. This review had questioned how one person can watch everybody playing at the same time, and if this were true, the FBI would have taken it down a long time ago. This reassures the author as the review did make sense, but he still chooses to investigate a bit by playing himself. He checks the app permissions on his phone to find that the app does have access to recording audio and taking videos, just getting rid of all that reassurance he just got. The author had spent money on the game, and not only that, his little sister plays it too. So he goes into the game and decides to get to the bottom of it, engaging in a lot of conversation with Angela. As the story goes, the author is able to discover that it's a network of hackers getting into people's phones and watching them. and he proceeds to call the FBI. They confiscate his phone, and the author later receives a mail essentially telling him that all of his efforts were for nothing. Super Mario 64. I always liked Super Mario 64 when I was a kid. I remember playing it at my aunt's house all the time. Well, one day a pop-up appeared out of nowhere as I was watching gameplay footage on YouTube, and I was startled. I was about to close the window, but I realized it was a website showing a mint condition copy of Super Mario 64 for sale. There was a picture and everything. I usually don't trust these things, but the feeling of nostalgia overpowered me and I wanted to buy it. I went to the website and bought it for $10, and a few days after the $10 was mailed, I got a package containing the new copy of the game. The first thing I noticed when opening the small box was the official sticker with Mario flying in the air was apparently peeled off or something. In its place was a piece of duct tape with Mario crudely written on it in permanent marker. I felt a little ripped off, but as long as the game worked, I didn't care. I got out my Nintendo 64 and put the cartridge in. The screen turned on with the familiar Mario face that you could stretch and twist aimlessly. I remember laughing all the time at this as a kid and decided to mess around for old time's sake. I moved the cursor down to Mario's ear and pulled it to elven proportions. I was going to do the same for the other ear, but the TV suddenly produced loud static, and Mario's whole head started deforming and twisting in ways that I didn't even know were possible for the model. Random sound effects from the game played along with the static. As this was all occurring, I could hear a faint voice whispering in Japanese. The voice was stammering and whimpering. I immediately shut off the game and tried again. I didn't bother with the Mario head this time, just selected a new file and started playing. When I selected the file, the game skipped the opening monologue by Peach in the courtyard outside. Mario was just placed right inside of the castle. Creepier still, Bowser didn't say anything either. I tried to ignore it and played anyway. However, I also noticed that there was no music, just dead silence. There weren't even any Toads around to talk to. The only door I could enter was the Bomb Battlefield. The other doors wouldn't even respond to my button commands. The portrait to Bomb Battlefield wasn't the usual picture. It was just a stark white canvas. I was still trying to convince myself that these were just minor glitches, and that they wouldn't affect the gameplay at all. Once I entered the portrait, the image suddenly went from a blank canvas to Lito Lava land painting. You know that slightly unsettling image of the flame with the evil smile? Yeah, that's when I started getting really suspicious. The mission select menu came up, and yet another weird detail was present. Instead of Big Bomb on the summit, the mission was called Turn Back. I have no idea what drove me to press A, but I still did. The level seemed normal. Everything was how I remembered it. I thought I could finally enjoy my favorite childhood game, but then I saw him, Luigi. I was absolutely shocked. He was never in this game. His model wasn't even a Mario palette swap. He looked like a completely original model. Luigi just stood there until I tried to approach him. He started running at unexpected speeds. I followed suit and went through the level. Strange things happened as I pursued him. Each time I picked up a coin, the enemies and music would get slower, and the scenery would look darker and color more morbid. It just kept gradually getting worse until I collected a 5th coin. Then the music just stopped. The enemies laid down on the ground as if they were dead, and I seriously freaked out. But I had to keep chasing Luigi. I went up the hill, no cannonballs rolled down trying to knock me over, but I wasn't really surprised at this point. Luigi was just always out of my sight as I ran. Once I reached the summit, I saw yet another object out of place. A small cottage was all that was seen on the top of the hill. Luigi was nowhere to be found. The cottage was certainly odd looking for a Mario game. It was old, plain, and broken down. Regardless of my fears at the moment, I had Mario enter the cottage. As soon as the door closed, a disturbing picture of a dead Luigi popped up, along with a very frightening scare chord. It sounded like a violin screech accompanied by a loud piano banging. Mario fell to his knees and sobbed for roughly 5 minutes. Then, the screen irised out. I returned to the castle. Mario just slumped out of the painting. The image switched from the Lito Lava Land portrait to an image of a dead Luigi. The room was different this time. It was now a small hallway. Toads with blank expressions and white robes lined the sides of this hallway. And there was another painting at the opposite end that just completely and utterly scared me. It was a picture of my family. It wasn't even a photo from the time Super Mario 64 was released. It was a very recent photo. I remember posing for it last weekend. I reached for the on-off switch on the N64. There was no way I was going to play this anymore. However, when I flipped the switch, the game was still on. I flipped it back and forth, but to no avail. I tried unplugging the whole system, but it never left the screen. I was still even able to control Mario. I couldn't just leave it on forever, so I had to keep playing. I went to the photo of my family and jumped in. Only one mission was available, of course. This one was called Run don't walk. I selected the mission. The level started in a flooded hallway with platforms floating on the water. Mario landed on one of these, and the camera turned to show what was behind. A silent black void was slowly approaching Mario. It didn't look like anything. It didn't even look like finished graphics, just a giant, blocky black blob. I started jumping from platform to platform, with no goal in sight. I just kept running. The darkness slowly but surely gaining speed. This kept going on for what felt like hours. I was really doubting there would ever be an end. Mario was just going in circles. Finally, the black blob void thing caught up with Mario and enveloped him in darkness. He didn't even scream or resist, it simply consumed him. Mario fell out of the painting and back into the castle. I lost one of my 3 lives. The room was different now. Some of the toads were gone and the painting looked different. My family and I were in the same positions, but our bodies were partially decomposed. It looked too real to be photoshopped. It looked more like someone just took our dead bodies and posed them. Regardless, I jumped into the painting again. Mario was in a small room. There was still only one mission available. It was called I'm Right Here, spelled just like that. I selected the mission and prepared for the worst. Mario landed in a small dark room. There was no visible way out. The room was empty except for a piano in the corner. I knew what that meant. I was stuck in there with the mad piano. I approached it and it started chasing me as always. There was no way to damage it, so I had no choice but to let Mario take damage. When he lost all of his health, the usual death animation didn't happen. Mario just got mauled by the piano. He fell as his blood and guts spilled onto the floor, and the camera panned to a top-down view of his corpse. A distorted version of the merry-go-round music from Big Boo's Haunt played as the screen slowly transitioned from the in-game shot to a photorealistic sketch of Mario's dead body in the same view as the shot. It was very unsettling, and I was crying softly as I gazed upon the vision. I lost another life. The photo of my family was shown again, and we were even more rotten than before. The view zoomed into the painting like I was warping again. I was greeted with a shot of Peach's castle from the outside. The castle was crumbling in ruin. The fields were on fire, the sky was pitch black, and Bowser's laugh played on a loop in the background as children mockingly chanted, "You couldn't save her." This went on for a long time until a close-up of Peach's face, accompanied by an extremely loud screech, interrupted the loop without notice. Peach's mouth was wide open as if she were screaming, and her eyes were empty. Suddenly, I was back in the hallway as Mario was once again ejected out of the painting. Now all of the toads were gone, and me and my family looked positively repulsive. It was too much to bear, but something urged me to continue. I jumped into the painting with only one life remaining. This time there was no name for the mission, just a blank space where the title would be. I selected the mission and Mario landed on a very small island in the middle of the ocean. There was a solitary sign. It only read, "Dive." I did just as it said and entered the water. The ocean was dark and empty. There were no fish. I wasn't even able to see anything in the water besides Mario. I swam downward. I kept going for quite some time, yet Mario never ran out of breath. I counted roughly 10 minutes of swimming until I decided to go back up. Just as I turned Mario around, it came. A huge, and I mean huge, Unagi the eel came out of nowhere and swallowed Mario whole. I was dumbfounded. It went by so fast, I wasn't even sure what I saw. The game over screen didn't show up. All that happened was a fade out. The photo of my family and I were shown again. We were plain skeletons now. Once again, it looked very real. I couldn't move the camera at all. It just stayed focused on the picture. I shut off the game and turned it on again. I chose my file, but it just went to the skeleton photo of my family. I tried this about 3 more times before giving up. I desperately wanted to stop, but some force kept me from walking away. I decided to select the only other saved file. The camera once again focused on the skeleton picture, but this time they were in a different position, as if they were a different family. Digdug.exe. Digdug.exe is a hacked game where you play through the first level of the original Dig Dug with no issues, but once you beat the stage, the screen goes black and you're greeted with a message that states, "You're not him, but if you wish to continue, come find me, nerd." You are then greeted with a black and white Dig Dug stage that has paths carved out for you, and you cannot see anything but you and a circle of light that follows you. You'll walk around the stage for a bit before being interrupted by a close-up of the Dig Dug and being redirected to an article of an 8-year-old boy being found dead next to an abandoned car in the middle of the road. The article then closes itself and the game reopens. You're greeted with a message that says, "A man like him cannot get away with what he has done, and I want my revenge. My own father took my life. I've been stuck here and you're going to help me escape." There are 3 different endings to this story, and none are chosen as the true ending, so I'll go over the neutral one. The neutral one has the player engage in a battle with the child that's stuck within the game, and they'll use the player's desktop as the stage as the child summons multiple monsters all over the map. After you defeat all the monsters with Dig Dug, he allows you to leave the game and chooses to wait for someone else who cannot resist him. Pac-Man. One day, I was chatting with my friend on Skype who allegedly told me that he found a supposed version of Pac-Man, a ROM that was found and locked away in a safe in the back of an old arcade in some abandoned amusement park and extracted from a damaged PCB board. Honestly, I didn't believe him, but he gave me a link that I kept noted for a few days later since I was busy with school at the time. Eventually, when I got home one late Friday, I hopped on my computer as I was originally going to play some more Left 4 Dead 2 or Quake Live. However, I was reminded of the link that my friend gave me thanks to my trusty notepad file that I saved to my laptop. I opened the link up and was taken to a browser page. The page itself had the story and stated that the players who were able to finish this original arcade game suffered up to severe psychological and occasionally physiological trauma. I put my hand over my face and corpse, thinking that this was all going to be a whole nother Lavender Town Syndrome hoax, but I digressed and clicked the link, leading to where I could play the game on my browser so I didn't have to risk downloading it and getting any viruses. The game loaded with a corrupted ROM startup accompanied by a loud static before displaying the words "Insert coin." I noticed it briefly flashed from coin to soul for about a split second now and then. I hit enter and started the game. The familiar maze board that many gamers would probably remember displayed with Pac-Man in the middle where the fruit would usually appear. The little jingle that was stuck in my head as a child played, but it was really off. It started off normal, then slowed down, then sped up and grew loud toward the end, while also going at a lower key. Once the jingle finished, I could move Pac-Man, presented by his iconic pizza shape. One thing I noticed was that I couldn't see any pellets unless Pac-Man came into view in certain channels. I also occasionally saw a blue ghost roaming the maze. He had a sad face in the style of that of a jack-o'-lantern, almost reminding me of something out of Ghosts and Goblins, honestly. Munching Pac Dots played his usual Waka Waka sound effect, but it was much deeper than usual. The ghost siren in the background was also slowed down. There were a few power pellets as any Pac-Man game would have, of course. I ate one and was briefly able to see a full view of the Pac Dots and the location of the ghost. This did not allow me to eat them. However, when I touched the ghost, I simply died. Dying resulted in one of three things. The screen would zoom in on where Pac-Man had died and spin around while his death sound would play. The screen would freeze before restarting, or the sprite of the ghost would flash upon the screen along with a loud screech. Needless to say, all three of these pissed me off. I eventually cleared the first board and the next level started. This time, there was a red ghost who had a sinister smile. If he saw Pac-Man, he would charge down the channel you were on of the maze with an obnoxious buzzing sound. I should also add the fact that the level counter would occasionally flash the names, which I presume were the new ghosts that were added each time. The first level is named Blindy, which I can only assume because he moves around randomly like Clyde. This time it was Screamy. Judging from his AI's behavior, I think the name is well fitting. If you got out of his line of sight or while he was charging, he would just make things a bit easier. Only last thing to mention is occasionally his sprite flickered between his rather sinister bony grin to his original 8-bit sprite of blinking. The next level introduced a much more annoying ghost named Slendy, and as his name implies, he acts somewhat like Slenderman in a way. He would teleport around the maze at random, and even pop up in front of your face at times. All music and sound stopped if he was in your view. If you stayed in his line of sight, he would start getting an angry look on his face, and then eventually turn yellow. At this point, if he does turn yellow, he would more than likely teleport on top of you. The next level introduced Old One, who happened to be pink. This was probably the worst of all as he would follow Pac-Man and phase through the walls of the board. His appearance was probably the most interesting compared to the other ghosts. He had strange tentacles like an octopus or a squid, and he had some strange spot on top of his head, almost like some sort of gemstone. Also, unlike the other three, he was the only one lacking a mouth completely. The fifth level was when things started getting weirder though. The walls of the maze started disappearing, and no, I'm not kidding. They were vanishing and I could go through the board freely. It became more annoying this way considering I couldn't stay straight and the ghost got an advantage. After clearing the board, I noticed the next level was exactly the same. I can only presume the rest of the game was like this now, so I ended my game here. Dying results in a screen asking, "Play again," along with a countdown. Accepting just resets the game while letting the timer run out with "Game Over" printed in white text. If the latter of the three results I mentioned earlier regarding Pac-Man's death occurred, you'd get a jump scare of screaming with a screech when the timer reached a certain point. Afterward, there would be a red screen with "Insert coin" occasionally flickering to "Please help." Eventually I closed the game out and just went to bed. I never knew a classic could be given such a dark twist like this. I really hope this was not a real game, for if it was, I really feel guilty for those who had to play this. Midna's Sorrow. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess has to have been my most favorite game in the series. I loved how you can transform into a wolf and see things you couldn't see as a human, and I love how the mood of the game really makes it feel like a depressing storyline. The game reminded me of Soul Eater, and that's good enough for me. Now, I started playing the game in 2011. I was old enough to start using my sister's GameCube, and I played with it all the time. Of course, my top priority was to beat Twilight Princess and see Midna turn into a badass looking Twilight Princess thingy. But at some point, I was stuck on the Temple of Time for a while, and I had to rage quit, so I put the game down for a while. Shortly after, I started getting into other games such as Persona 4 and Tekken Tag Tournament, and it was about 2 years since I played Twilight Princess, which is as long as I've had my Nintendo Wii I got on Christmas. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't play Zelda games, but I was sort of avoiding Twilight Princess since I wasn't really into the game as much as I was back then, seeing as my social life had gotten bigger and I was doing more productive things aside from just playing video games. But I decided to start playing it again soon. I had got my Nintendo Wii booted up with the game, got my controller and my memory card from my room. There was a quick white flash on the title screen, but I figured that was just a small error since I hadn't started the game up in a while. I pressed the start button on my controller and was brought to the file select. Nothing out of the ordinary except what? That couldn't be right. My first file that I was working on that was supposed to have all the fused shadows and a few pieces of the Mirror of Twilight only had 2 pieces of the fused shadows, no Mirror of Twilight, and I only had 3 hearts. The only tunic I had was the hero's tunic, and I had the Ordon shield and sword as part of my equipment. What was going on? I had worked so hard to get where I was, and I was almost done with the Temple of Time. I had the Master Sword. I had all of the fused shadows. And I definitely wasn't stupid enough to not collect any pieces of hearts on the way. I was shocked to see all of this. This couldn't be right. Something must have happened. I selected this file and was brought to Hyrule Field in the nighttime. I was Wolf Link and Midna was on its back. I realized that this was the part of the game where you have to bring Midna to Zelda in Hyrule Castle after she gets blasted by so much light thanks to Zant. Midna's lament was playing in the background as usual, but something was off. There was nothing in the area. Hyrule Castle couldn't even be seen from above. No enemies, trees, anything of the matter. All that there was the grass of what seemed to be a never-ending plain. I pressed the Z button on my controller to speak to Midna. No text box appeared, but the camera did zoom to her face. She had a very depressed look on, and her fused shadow piece was a bit cracked. Her voice was heard, and her actual voice I mean, and she spoke in non-gibberish words. Link, where were you all this time? You were gone for so long. We've lost everything. I was so sad. And Zelda, Midna then closed her eyes but opened them and looked straight at me. She spoke again saying, "You're such a jerk. You let Ganon take control of both of our worlds, and me and Zelda were helpless. We were so close to saving everything. Are you happy with yourself?" Wolf Link didn't do anything. He just stood there with no expression at all. Soon, the camera zoomed out of range of Midna. She was breathing heavily like usual, and all that was on my mind was, what the hell? I wasn't sure how to feel about this. I wasn't sure what was going on at all, to be exact. Could she be referring to my absence for those 2 years? I started making Link run God knows where. I wasn't very sure why I was doing this, seeing as though there wasn't any place to go. But Wolf Link kept running and suddenly stopped after a few minutes. A blackish looking cloud was slowly engulfing everything. Link ran away without my control very quickly. A text box then appeared with green font color saying, "Don't worry, Midna, I'll protect you." Link was desperately trying to get away from this void, but to no avail and was soon sucked inside, and his howl could be heard from a distance. Wait, did Link just talk too? I was brought to the Twilight Realm after a very long black screen break had appeared. I was now human Link, with the hero's tunic and the Ordon sword in my hand. My shield was gone for some reason. I decided to check the items menu to see what I had, and all I really had was a slingshot, some mortar bombs, and a fishing rod. I also had half of a bottle of milk. I went into the equipment menu next. Link's figure was not present in the little box where it normally should be, and my equipment from the file select before I started playing was all there. The only thing missing was my shield. I went back to the actual game and noticed that the option to speak with Midna was missing. The Twilight Realm's theme was playing in reverse and it was a bit unnerving. The Twilight Realm itself looked fine to me though. Nothing was out of the ordinary and it still looked like the creepy, depressing mini temple that it always was. I moved Link around and decided to check out some of the citizens that were left. I had the option of speaking to them, so I decided to talk with them. a text box appeared saying, "They are inside." I ran toward one of the entrances of the palace and was immediately brought to Xant's boss chamber. Minda was on the ground in the middle of the area, still in her weak state, and Xant and Ganondorf were near the throne. They both had smirks on their faces, and Minda had a really panicked look as she was breathing heavily. A text box with blue font color appeared saying, "Help me, Link," and Minda reached out her hand. Link ran towards her without my control yet again, and the screen cut to black. A loud boom could be heard, and Minda and Link screamed. I was brought to the title screen again, and it looked the same as it was supposed to. I was shocked, too shocked at this point to even think clearly, but something told me to look just one last time. I clicked the start button and was brought to the file select. The file music wasn't playing anymore though. It was Minda's lament. I chose my file, and a text box appeared with blue font color saying, "You did this to us. We could have saved our worlds. But you couldn't just have some patience now, could you? You disgust me. Are you proud of what you've done?" Chronos Predictor. This story does not contain subliminal messages, nor does it involve demons, supernatural entities possessing a cartridge, nor does it make my life dangerous. Although this event, yes, would change my life and possibly yours too, if you got this room hack, perhaps it involves something that neither you or I should have at our fingertips. It all started back in 2016 when I was visiting a few extinct video game forums, those long abandoned blogs I visited as a kid, a nostalgic trip to remember the old days. And I even took the time to look at other older video game forums with the same destination. Among them, there was the Chrono Trigger forum, where people had survived too long until their inactivity 2 years after I entered it. I knew the game and I could define it as one of the best games ever. My first love with a Super NES in my hands when I was a child. The passing of time made me forget its name. Plus, the endearing characters, visual style, and above all, the music invaded my mind with good memories. I began to analyze the forum, looking at the messages, fan arts, and remixes that users made during their stay on the site. However, what interested me most was a space where alteration and room hacks of the game were placed. This opened my mind to a new extension of the game, going through small modifications such as altering the characters' clothes, adding new movements to them, new combat scenarios, until I got to the Flames of Eternity, a fan-made sequel that I enjoyed quite a lot. However, I would also find a room hack created by one of the users of the server. The room hack was called Chronos Predictor, and it consisted of a new accessory that, besides being a great help to predict the attacks of the enemies and to have a method of evasion, it also added secondary missions that extended the lore of the devastated world. Without much else to do and having a great deal of curiosity, I decided to play this room hack. The home screen welcomed me, with almost no noticeable changes. The modification wouldn't have much impact on the gameplay either. Clearly I was adding new objects that were broken, but were fun to watch. The real change came when I arrived on the first time trip in history, arriving on Earth after the apocalypse caused by Lavos. The landscape looked destroyed and there were more missions than usual, as well as an extension of it. I could assure you that it was twice as big as usual, being enlarged by some ships and cruises that could be boarded. This section of the story also became more darker and depressing, mentioning one of the secondary missions where, as it was impossible to get food for the inhabitants of one of the ships, they had to come out of hiding, being killed by some rampant robots from the Metal Desert. It was a desolate scene, but nothing explicit. There were only sprites on the ground with no vital signs, but no blood involved. Other missions were of the same caliber. Whoever had created this room hack wanted to give a more realistic setting to the one shown in the original story with that mildly cheerful ending. According to the little guide in a robot factory, I would find a tablet, which only Luca could handle. This tablet was needed to open certain cellars hidden by the map, which generated codes according to the rooms. It was a new mechanic that did not work well and did not usually give the codes until after several attempts. Then there was a door to the main communication room, the one where NPCs appeared talking about Lavos and the apocalypse. The door was closed and took about 4 codes to operate, and as you can guess, more than once, the codes generated did not correspond. I could assure you that my persistence was great, but the generator was so inefficient that it ended up tiring me out. I left that vault unopened and just continued with the original story. Leaving that part, there was really nothing else that could interest me. The room hack had only been dedicated to the future section, but the addition ended up being quite interesting and above all very helpful because of the quantity and the quality of the loot. I finished the game without any problem. I beat Lavos and the final credits appeared, although the final part left a message just as the credits were ending. The code that was provided seemed long enough for me to write it down on a piece of paper. Once I hit the next one, it disappeared, and again, the home screen made an appearance. Obviously, this was not a part of the original product, and only one of the modifications of the room hack belonged to Chrono's predictor, so I deduced where the shots were going. Luckily, I had saved the game after many attempts to code the doors of that vault. What I didn't know was if the key would work if the end was not unlocked. For my fortune, after putting the unnecessarily long code, the vault was open. The room was one where the destruction caused by lavos and the kinematics of the apocalypse is shown, and the guard was lying on the floor. Although only a skeleton and his clothes remained, there was a kinematics in which Luca went straight to the board, trying to make it work. Luca says that this machine seems to have a records of the event that precede our time. It still works, but it needs a password. Later, another text box appeared. Enter valid login date. The text box now threw up a modifiable text. It counted 2 digits, a slash, another 2 digits, slash, and 4 more. The problem was, it didn't have a code as such. Again, I began to try and test, first with approximate dates to the important events of Chrono Trigger that could enter, and then improvising others that were far from ridiculous numbers like the prehistoric times. Between attempts, I ended up looking at the time on my computer and put the date that it indicated. Code authorized. The screen showed a number of numbers, and later it allowed me to put in a date. The value had matched the number of the day I was playing, which I didn't find strange. There were certain games that had a real-time system that allowed you to access certain events, but I didn't know it was possible to enter this system into an SNES game. To try it out, I put in a random date, 17/12/1986. A senior editor of a publishing house has been murdered. It was obvious that the news was not from the world of Chrono Trigger. I immediately opened up a tab on the computer and looked up the date that I had randomly placed. The first result thrown up by the browser was the same news said in the game. I was surprised because it was actually correct. I disconnected the internet from my computer and ran the game board again. He asked me for a date, and I said this: 11/9/2001. Twin Towers bombing. America mourns. 23/06/2016. Are you sure of your search? That simple text made my blood run cold even more. It made me doubt what I was doing, but I couldn't help but wonder. I had to solve this. After I hit the accept button, this result came up. England will begin the referendum to leave the European Union. The news was simple, straightforward, without any hesitation. The predictor's assurance that in less than a week, this would happen. So I just sat down and tried to go on with my life as if that event had never happened. But reality hit me in the face when I woke up in the morning. The predictor had been right. I immediately went back to my computer and loaded the game where I had left it, right in front of the board, still in the shock of the moment. I sat down to reflect on my next step. It was impossible that a computer within a game could be so accurate, even without the internet. So I decided to put a date that I had thought about, but I didn't have the courage to put it. 23/08/1989. It's the date of your birth, Damien. I closed the computer immediately and uninstalled the game in every way I could. My paranoia got to the point where I decided to format the computer and never touch it again. Old root. This is an incomplete Minecraft creepypasta. I'm unsure as to why it was put on the list. Red World is Sad Satan but Roblox edition, almost the same exact story. So let's move on to Curse of the Unknown King. This is a Pokemon creepypasta that follows the author as he plays a copy of Pokemon Silver that was left on his doorstep on the night of Christmas Eve. The game was packaged in an envelope, and alongside it was a note that said, "Keep it. I don't want it anymore." There was another note that said, "Hello. If you are reading this, it's because you have my game, and since I have given it to you, I ask you to please continue it up to the point I tell you in this letter. Then you can play freely. First, I've done everything but caught Celebi, Lugia, and Ho-Oh. Please capture them and complete the Pokédex. Start with Celebi by talking to Caesar. The author feels like he's lucked out and looking forward to completing these tasks, but upon inspecting the trainer ID, he sees that the trainer's name was Susej. As for the team, it consisted of a Houndoom, Lapras, and Slowbro, levels 66, 32, and 63 respectively, and then a Sandshrew, Abra, and Pidgey at low levels, presumably for HMs. All badges, the money limit, and lastly, the Poke Gear, reading 11:50 p.m. on Saturday. The same exact day and time that the author was playing on, and after assessing his data, the author began. First, he went and caught Celebi, and upon catching it, he got a message that read that Celebi had been transferred to Bill's PC, Pandora's Box. After this, the author went to catch the other two and read the next instructions. Create the following team: Mew, Celebi, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Suicune, and Moltres. And wait until 3 AM to perform the next step. Third, when it's 3 a.m., go to the Alpha Ruins, enter the main chamber, and go to the last statue, following the corridor down. In front of it, put the unknown radio signal and talk to it. The author followed the instructions, and once he spoke to the statue, it emitted the cry of a Pokemon that sounded unfamiliar, and text boxes started popping up. Mew is gone, and Celebi is no more, and so on and so forth until all the Pokemon in the party were named. After, another message was shown. Your team's sacrifice has allowed the release of the Unknown King. The screen then went black and displayed the Pokédex entry of it. This ferocious beast can sleep for centuries, and when it wakes, it will kill anything for food. There was no number for it, and the cry was the same as the one from before. It had an unknown-like head with one eye and a crown, and then it also had a body, leg, and arms. When closing the Pokédex, a message said, "You have released the beast," came up, and the game automatically saved. As he checked his equipment, he had no Pokemon, and out of frustration he left the chamber and headed to Mile City to pick up some Pokemon from the PC. And as he went to the PC, he saw that there were no people in the Pokemon Center. And inside of the PC, there were only 2 Pokemon in the box. The author just didn't have any idea what was going on, so they decided to walk around Johto. No NPCs in any town, route, not even in houses. The author checks the next step, and it says, "Wait for the call." The author's mother from the game then called him, asking him to come home quickly, and this made him feel sick. As he went straight to the house, there was nobody inside of it, and nothing but the last letter telling him to go see Professor Oak. Before he left, he checked the houses in Springtown to see if anybody was there, but of course, nobody. And the author knew that he now had to go to Kanto to see Oak, which allows him to figure out why he had the last 2 Pokemon that he had, so he can surf over to Kanto. Before going to Oak, he checked around Kanto and only found Mr. Fuji in Lavender Town. Upon speaking to him, he said, "I've been very busy lately." This allows the author to connect exactly what's going on. As the Pokédex for the Unknown King had said, he had eradicated every living thing in the game. Upon getting to Oak's lab, he found the Unknown King and knew that he had to engage in battle with it. But with the team that he had no chance. He wanted to just turn the game off, but he stuck around after losing to see what happened. A message came up, saying that Susej is dead, and then the screen went black for a few seconds, and a screen akin to Professor Oak introducing you to the game comes up. But instead of Oak, it was a man dressed in all black. He thanks Susej for releasing the beast and dooming the human race, and the screen goes black again. We're playing the normal intro of the game with Lugia flying in the sky. The author could only start a new game from there, and the author puts together that Susej was Jesus in reverse, and everything in the game was akin to releasing the beast in the end times. Error 53. I used to love video games like The Legend of Zelda. You know, RPG games. The games that have you play as the hero who has to save the world from some evil villain. But now I don't, and it was all thanks to a PC game. I don't exactly remember when it was, but a new game was coming out on the internet, and it was downloadable, even free. It was made in Japan though, as my friend told me, so a team of American game developers were working to translate and hopefully dub the game into English and then release it on Steam or something. Unfortunately, the dub never finished, so things like the title screen would either be in Japanese or buggy. But for some strange reason, the game was released. Despite it being unfinished, its name on Steam was simply Adventure. But when I downloaded it, the file's name was spelled in Japanese katakana. I thought this was weird since I expected the name to be something like adventure.exe or anything like that. Regardless, and now that I think about it too careless, I started the game to see what it was like. I was greeted with a 3D rotating image of a castle, and below that, a yellow-orange button with play on it. What I didn't notice immediately was that there was no title at all. Instead, there was red text reading, Error 53, cannot load title image, as if nothing was wrong. I didn't think there was, so I clicked play. As soon as the game started, I thought of Minecraft. It had the same first-person view. I had a sword in my hand and I was in some kind of village. Not bad graphics, music was pretty good, reminded me of Zelda. The NPCs in this village were pretty funny looking. They only had a pair of red shorts on and they were completely bald. When I walked up to one of them, a text box popped up saying, "Greetings friend," so I walked up to another. This one instead said, Error 53, unknown. This was weird, but for a game that was unfinished in its Americanization process, that was normal. What wasn't normal was another guy. He was apparently running into a tree. Just running in place at the tree. Quietly chuckling to myself, I head for the big castle in the front. It was the same castle from the title screen, except there was a king in front of it and another bug guy. This one looked like he was sidestepping the castle. The king looked like everyone else, same overall body shape, eyes, no mouth, except he was dressed in yellow and had a gray-white beard and a gold crown. When I walked up to him, he said, "Greetings, adventurer. We are in need of your help." I clicked the screen to continue. That nasty old Jack and his henchmen keep sneaking in our castle at night to steal our gold. The view changed to that of a scarecrow with a jack-o'-lantern head, with two guards looking like samurai next to him. This was Jack, I suppose. "Please defeat Jack and get our gold back," the king said again. "Head east of town into the woods, and you're sure to find him there. Your reward will be great." Pretty simple. Find Jack, defeat him, get the gold. So I did just that. I headed east toward a trail in between two hills. A few samurai tried to stop me, and I was able to defeat them quite easy. A few more came, still easy. The music was different, fast-paced, but with the same tone. Then something weird happened. A picture popped up, and for a split second, all I could make out was that it was taken in night vision. Another popped up, and another, and another. Finally, I came to Jack. He laughed, saying, "This will be fun." I charged at him and attacked, and, well, stuff happened. The second I hit Jack, he turned into some kind of armless corpse. The sky went pitch black and the hills went gray, and I was now certain that this game was hacked. There was no more music either. I had no choice but to go back to the village. Everything was back to normal apparently except for those pictures. I kept walking and found, I don't even know. It was some kind of alien looking thing. Possibly some leftover model that got stuck in the game, because every time I tried to hit it, nothing happened. It never moved and I could walk right through it, so I did. I then nearly fell out of my seat when a picture of some Photoshop ghost picture was thrown at me. It was followed by a loud bang and all the textures just fell into chaos. The sky was black, trees were white, and the ground was a checkered pink and white. I could hear some sort of 911 phone call going on which had nothing to do with the game whatsoever. After that, I was back at the village. Now things were just getting weird. A knight from the top of the castle was now just giant and stood there. The screen blinked out at random times and everybody I talked to now just said, "Error 53 unknown." I was freaked out by all of this, and when I walked up to the king, who by the way was laying on his side in midair, he too said the same thing, "Error 53 unknown." And then his text box was filled with death. At this moment, some of the buildings lost their texture and were now pink. I kept on walking around, but when I passed the building, I got assaulted by another screamer. A terrified face stared right back at me. Now, all of the texture was gone, and my sword was upside down, and the music was something out of dead silence. It was madness. I saw a row of figures headed my way. They just kept moving, and when they touched me, the game crashed. I heard nothing but white noise, and then the title screen came up. But it wasn't moving or playing music, it just sat there. The same white noise with that same damned error message. Error 53, unknown. I exited the game. Simple game. It was a nice day outside, especially just after a week-long storm. I'd spent almost every Saturday in my local game shop, Slackers. The place was just local, I think, and I hadn't seen any other stores. The shelves always had new stock to check out. They even had music sections that I would occasionally browse. The owner of the store was pretty nice, at least 30 or so. Pretty laid back. I had just gotten a Game Boy Color, which was a bit after its release, so I went as usual to the Game Boy cartridge section. There was an interesting cartridge on the very top shelf. I was only 12, so I couldn't quite reach it. I found a stool that was kept around here somewhere and was finally able to get it. The cartridge was hard to take off the shelf, almost even stuck on there. After about 30 seconds of prying, it finally broke off. The cartridge was still intact. The cartridge had no label, just simply written in Sharpie, "free." I basically just shrugged and asked the owner about it. "Is the game free?" I said with a surprised look. The owner took it from me and just shrugged as he saw the label. "I guess it is." He then handed it back to me and then went back to reading his magazine. I put the cartridge in my pocket as I began my usual round of the new stock, all of the usual stuff, Pokemon, Kirby, things of that nature. After I realized I couldn't buy anything anyhow, I went home. All the way home I was strangely intrigued by the blank cartridge. I was ready for anything. When I got back to my room, it was just as I had left it. A typical 12-year-old's room. Spider-Man posters left and right, supplies ready for school on Monday, and my old clear Game Boy on the bed. I jumped into bed, popped the cartridge in, and while it was loading, I was expecting some crappy game that never took off. The menu was what looked like an 8-bit field of grass, a setting sun in the distance. There was also no title, just in big bold letters, "Start." I pressed start and was almost instantly placed on a flat plane. The sun in the menu was now at the very top of the screen. My character had a hat and t-shirt on, pretty pixelated. I began to walk forward with the arrow button and soon encountered a block. I touched the block and instantly died. I was taken back to the menu. During the next game I played, the sun seemed lower by about 1 pixel. I figured out that A was jump, so I jumped over the first block that killed me, and the same process happened for about a minute, finding a block then jumping over it. I encountered the pit after a while, just 1 block wide. Seeing no challenge, I jumped. I hit some sort of invisible wall and fell into the pit. I pressed the start button on the menu. The sun seemed about 3 or 4 pixels lower. Nothing too odd. It just unnerved me a bit. I arrived at a pit which seemed to be the one I came to earlier, and I got over the pit this time, feeling a bit accomplished. After a bit of walking, I came across a sign. The sign was very detailed for a Game Boy Color game. It told me to press B to read the sign. Do not let the sun set. The sun, by what I had noticed, had been setting more and more each game. I wonder what would happen if you did let it set without completing the game. I touched the block over and over again, and each time the sun was setting more, the screen getting darker. My heart was racing. I felt so rebellious, which was a mistake. The sun finally set. The screen almost pitch black. I touched the block and died again. The next time I played, it was broad daylight in the game. I just began to walk and walk and walk. I seemed so interested in almost nothing. I felt myself being absorbed into the game. I was just walking. So one day, the world blacked out. I was placed in a game store and waited to be picked up by a kid again. I was picked up and played. Interesting kid. So I was walking. Then I ran into a block and died. The next kid suffered the same fate, but I felt a decade-long spell being lifted as he did so. I was free. So that made me wonder, am I nothing but some sick and twisted game, doomed to walk a plane for the rest of my life? Doomed to pick up cartridges in a game shop? Maybe it's not so bad. Taking a walk sounds nice, doesn't it? Vindictus.pof. It all started a few weeks ago right after Christmas. New Year has come and now it was nearing its finish. Everywhere people are drinking and celebrating the new year. Not me. I sit at home playing Vindictus and enjoying my stay with the friends that I met online. During one of the dungeon runs with the group of random people I met, my computer gave me the blue screen of death, indicating that my computer has overheated. This was normal because my fan only works when it feels like it. Though it's uncommon that it does blue screen, at times it does prove to be a huge inconvenience to me, so I let it reboot itself. I bypassed the prompt screen, asking me if I wanted to start Windows in safe mode. Shortly after I entered my passwords and everything, I let it boot as normal. As the desktop began to populate, I double-clicked the icon of Vindictus to get it started, knowing that it would take some time for my computer to boot up along with the game, and I thought this would be the perfect time to go into the kitchen and get me a cup of coffee while I waited. I was greeted with the launcher asking me if I wanted to patch to a newer version of Vindictus. Though odd as it looked, most of Nexon's games patch automatically and normally after maintenance. However, I didn't really think on it, nor cared at the time being, so I reluctantly hit yes. Patching wasn't long, 5 minutes to be exact, but the name of the patch file for the patch was weird. POF build version. I've never seen a build version like that before, but I just thought it was a minor error. Most of the translations in most games overseas are a bit broken and jumbled. Upon entering my login information and entering the game world, I noticed something in the corner of the character select, but I clicked my character so fast I didn't see it. So I went back to the select screen and saw a robed man drinking next to my characters. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Is that Niall from the magic shop? He wears a robe similar to this. I don't know, I can't even see his face. All that's there is the model's back, and from time to time, we see his head tilting back, indicating that he's drinking something or eating. I clicked on him to see what he could do if he was even selectable. I saw his arm move up and watched one finger point upward. He then waved his hand around saying, no, with his hand movements. So what the hell? I got this odd and mysterious looking character I can't even select. With a sigh, I just grabbed my main character, proceed to head into the game world. I repeated the same dungeon my computer crashed on so I can get that quest done that I needed. Thanks to Nexon giving me something called redeployment package, I was overpowering all of the monsters my level, which made playing the game alone a breeze for me, opposed to having to find party after party to complete quests. One thing stood out of place though. Killing the monsters normally would make them ragdoll on the floor like all other Source games, but there was one pointing, asking me to follow. How I know this is that all the other monsters threw themselves at me. This one was just standing there, waiting for me to finish. Once I got close enough, it waved his hand pointing and ran off in that direction. However, I couldn't catch up to it. The model was moving 4 times faster than my character in game was. Even with all the speed boosts and abilities to move quick, I just could not keep up. It reached a dead end, then it turned to me. It cupped its ears. I didn't catch the gesture at first and quickly killed the monster. However, I did hear something. No, It was no music playing backwards or something eerie, but what I did hear mystified me. I had to turn up my speakers and volume way up to hear this. It was very faint and almost inaudible. However, it did say it burns and she burns. It burns, she burns. What do they mean? Is this what the monster was trying to tell me? To listen and help him? I don't know. It's just a game and I'm sure this was a pay to participate event. After the completion of the dungeon, I wanted to return to the town to sell the loot to the marketplace and turn in the quest. Instead of going back to town normally, I was entering a boat dock, preparing for the dungeon battle, Gray Snow. Very confused, I tried leaving the party, though the option to leave was absent from the selection. I wasn't scared, just concerned as to what was actually going on and why. I reluctantly hit the start button, or at least thought I did, and I soon realized that a player entered my party. It was what I think an unfinished grayscale model of Lon. It was as if you're in the game's model creator. Everything about him was gray, head to toe, but that's not the only thing that got me. His name is what stood out. All it was burning. Shortly after, he was ready to depart. After I hit start, the depart scene that always plays before the dungeon didn't start out normally. Instead, my character looked scared and unwilling to go, and the grayscale did nothing. It just stood there looking at me with those gray empty eyes. The loading page finished and I was sent to Colhead. Only difference being that my weapons were drawn and are able to attack in the town, but under normal circumstances this was impossible. I had a feeling that this wasn't a normal game anymore. I left the shore area to head into town. As normal, there were no NPCs, only farm cats, animals, and dogs, but no players. I checked the channel and there was only one, and it didn't even have a number. It just had one word: stay. Entering buildings proved to be useless. None of the NPCs inside were there. None of them were inside. Strangely enough, when you went to go talk to the marketplace, you saw the pig, but it just laid there on the fence post. It was alive, but just slumped over. Same thing with the cat, but unlike the piglet, the cat just had its back turned to you. And they, of course, would not interact with you. After checking every store and realizing that there was no one there, I tried to leave to head to the Royal Castle Rochest. But as soon as I got to the portal to head into that overworld, the grayscale model just said, "You can't leave, not yet." I then typed, "What's happening? Is this a joke?" Burning replied, "No, no joke. Help her, she's burning. Won't you save her?" I hit the enter key as fast as I could to say, "Who is she? What does she want with me? And if she's burning, why hasn't she just put herself out?" For a while, nothing, but then Burning said, "Because you were the one that set her on fire." Really confused and slightly creeped out, the battle finishes, but neither the music nor the sign comes up, just the results. Again, like before, I was taken back to the boat, about to do another dungeon. Ashes to ashes. This time I waited for no one and hit start, and just like last time, my character was afraid, as if she really didn't want to leave that boat. Back in Colhead, but at night. Everything is dark and very difficult to see. I tried going back into town only to find out that the gate to lead us into town was filled with garbage, allowing no passage through. I did find the grayscale model burning again, but only this time his name, title, and model read, "She's now burning to death." A message popped up as though the grayscale whispered to me saying, "Take this boat to Melina, she's waiting for you, hurry." I take the boat to Melina as I was told to. There was nothing else in Colhead for me, so why stay? Once I was there, I was automatically kicked into a conversation with Gwen, the royal soldier, but her picture went from this stoic lady to a broken down mess. Her picture was her with torn armor and her hair was now messed up and unkept. Tears in her eyes, with one hand wiping her eye. Biting her lower lip, she told me that she was too late. She couldn't stop the burns and that it was all my fault. All I had to do was save her. I ended the conversation and walked up the hill. Now I'm getting a bit creeped out. Who was she? That question pounded in my head. I got into another conversation with a small boy, Milo. He too was crying and looked like a mess. Only more emotion was shown on his face. His joyful eyes replaced with sadness and tears. His shirt ripped and torn slightly off. He kept asking me why. Why didn't I do anything? Okay, now I've got to know. Who is this person and why was she so loved by the game? The closer I got to the center of the town, the more depressing and terrible the townspeople looked. It almost made me want to cry to myself. However, my tears that I had turned to fear when Senate said, "You are a bad lady. You set her on fire and pulled out stuff from her." I thought monsters were in caves, Daddy. Confused by what she meant by stuff, I finished my walk to the center of the town. In the center was a coffin. No real detail about it, just a wooden coffin. Just the one seen in the Nile area when you killed the vampires, only it's bigger. However, when I got close to it, the E button appears. I hit it to see what would happen, and my character slowly opened the coffin. My computer crashed again. Well, damn it. I rebooted everything again and tried to get back to it, and hopefully nothing changed, but of course it did. The title screen changed, and Vindictus didn't start out in a pub greeted with a knife on a table, instead a boat traveling by sea. But this boat was burning, fire blazing from it all, smoke leaving a trail as black as night and thick as well. I watched this boat burn going down the riverbank. I noticed there was someone moving inside of the inferno. I hit play game and was only prompted with one character, Katarina, my character. She was burning inside that fire, burning. I watched her twist and turn into fire. I couldn't hear her screams, but the way they were animated looked painful. She was barely recognizable as her skin began to melt and her hair was singed off. Her armor and clothes burning to ash. Her innards looked like they'd been pulled out forcefully as a huge gaping hole in her stomach. She falls over the edge, splashing into the riverbank. Soon after, the boat crashes and slowly sinks. At this time, my game crashed again. That sight threw me completely off and frightened. I reopened the game to notice that my character wasn't there anymore, but now that rogue man can be selected. It entered my game, but the screen stayed black for several minutes. Then I heard something. It sounded like a creak, an old wooden box being opened for the first time in years. A ray of light bellows in from the top left corner. It grows bigger and brighter till the screen turns white. I see Katarina's face looking down at me. She then said, she burned. Max and Jimmy. My name is Max and I need to share this story with someone. It was a Friday night and my parents had finally decided that I was allowed to be at home without a babysitter. After all, I was 13. Mom kissed me on the forehead and handed me some money to order a pizza, while Dad lectured me for the 100th time on the speed dial saved in the phone for emergencies. They were headed out to their book club like every Friday, but I knew they were going out to actually drink. Nobody leaves a club about books in that good of a mood. My older brother Derek was at summer camp for the week, and I couldn't wait until I was old enough to go as well. He always told me great stories about hiking late at night, telling scary stories, and sneaking off with the girls to the lake. But that was still 2 years away. Anyways, after my parents left, I picked up the phone and ordered a pizza, a large deep dish with everything but mushrooms. Yuck. He told me it would be there in about half an hour, so I hung up and switched on the TV. Late night TV was always so boring. Long talk shows, fat cops making jokes, and confusing shows about doctors. After 5 minutes of surfing channels, I decided to switch on the NES. Double Dragon 2 was in the system, and it was one of mine and Derek's favorite games. I plugged in my NES Advantage controller and got ready for some arcade action. But after switching to channel 3 on the television, the video was all mixed up. Random squares and pixels popped all around the screen, and the title no longer said Double Dragon. It was more like Double Dagoo. I let out a sigh as I switched off the Nintendo Entertainment System and pulled out the cartridge. I gave it a good blow and then opened the door of the NES like I was peering into a mail slot. I inhaled, and just as I was about to blow into the system, a fat spider came crawling out of me. I smashed the spider to the top of the TV with my palm. There was yellow goo covering the TV in my hand. Mom's gonna love cleaning this up, I thought to myself, wiping my hand on my jeans. I double checked inside of the NES and it was creepy crawly free, so I blew inside the system and popped the game back in. I switched on the Nintendo but only got a black screen. I mashed the reset button a couple of times and finally got it to work. Double Dragon 2: The Revenge. The title screen came up. No funny picture or garbled sound. I pumped my fist and said aloud, yes. I pressed start, selected one player, and was ready to kick some ass. I've never been able to beat this game by myself. Derek was a lot better than me and knew all of the secrets, but I watched what he would do and I think I learned enough to do it on my own. And besides, I had a good feeling about tonight. No parents, pizza, and a fun game to play. I started playing and was off to a good start. I cleared the first 3 screens without taking one hit. Was even on my way to beating Derek's high score. Leaning in toward the TV, I was focused on the game until somebody knocked on the door, and the knocking was so loud that I jumped off the floor and dropped the joystick. As I remembered that it was the pizza that I ordered, I picked up the joystick and paused the game. I had taken 2 hits because of the pizza guy, so there was no way he was getting a tip now. I yelled hold on to the closed door as I went to the kitchen to get the money my mother had left for me. As I put my hand on the door handle, I hesitated. Dad always told me not to open the door for strangers. I had ordered the pizza, but what if this wasn't the delivery man? I couldn't remember how long it'd been since I ordered, and I wasn't tall enough to look through the glass at the top of the door. Instead of opening the door, I asked, "Who is it?" No answer. I asked, "Who is it?" again in a louder voice this time. No answer, but he must have heard me. As I was about to repeat myself for a 3rd time, the stranger knocked again. I was startled by this and almost leaped back from the door. The only thing keeping me in place was my firm grip on the handle, which was beginning to feel slippery as my hand was sweating. Whoever this was, pizza man, stranger, or something else, they couldn't hear me, or they could but weren't answering. Against my dad's lecturing, I began to turn the door handle, and as the door opened, a spear of soft yellow light widened across the floor from the outdoor porch light. I opened the door a few inches, then slowly peered around it to the figure on my porch. Backlit in yellow light, his face covered in shadow. He loomed over me and slowly turned his head to bring his gaze to mine. My eyes adjusted to the darkness and I saw that the shadowy person before me was in fact the pizza man. He wore headphones that were so loud I could almost make out the song from where I was standing. He said, "Hey little dude, where's your mommy at?" He asked me, pushing his long hair from in front of his face. "Gone," I said, and handed him the money for the pizza. He pulled the box from the bag he was carrying and handed it to me. Before giving him time to count the money and notice there was no tip, I said thanks and turned away from him and closed the door with my foot. I brought the pizza box to the kitchen and opened it up. Immediately, I could tell something was wrong with it but couldn't figure it out. I grabbed a plate from the sink and turned back to the pizza, and that's when I noticed it. I slowly approached the box and looked at the pizza. My stomach began to turn as I looked at it because I noticed it had mushrooms. Great. Oh well, it still looked delicious. I piled 3 slices onto my plate and carried it to the living room, where my game was still paused. I began eating the first slice and looked up at the screen. I can't believe that stupid pizza man made me take 2 hits. I've been doing so good, but I still might be able to beat my brother's score. After finishing the slice, I grabbed my joystick and unpaused the game. There was 1 enemy on screen, so I went to give him the old flying knee and finish off the level. When I noticed it wasn't an enemy, it was Jimmy. He's the character you play with as the second controller. I figured the game had glitched, but I wasn't about to reset it now. It took so long to get it to work, and I was doing better than I ever have. I tried moving to the right and left, but Jimmy wouldn't move. The character just sat there. I tried punching and kicking him, but nothing happened. I was determined to not reset the NES, and instead, I plugged in a second controller. I pressed buttons on the Player 2 gamepad, but Jimmy still wouldn't do anything. I grabbed my controller and moved on to the right of the stage. "Come on," I yelled, completely frustrated with the game bugging out when I was doing so well, and the Jimmy character began walking to the right of the screen. I stared at the screen baffled. Did Jimmy just listen to me? As Jimmy reached the edge of the screen I was on, the game continued. We were at the next area and enemies began closing in on us. I jumped into action, fighting off enemies on the right side of the screen. When I finished the last one, I looked over and was astonished to see that Jimmy was fighting off enemies to the left. He was doing much better than me as he jumped over their heads, landed flying knees, and threw like it was nothing. I cheered him on, and when the last enemy of the screen was cleared, we both moved on to the right. I wasn't sure if the game had glitched and taken over the second player or what, but I wasn't going to argue. We were doing great. The character of Jimmy was so good, I was able to set my controller down to eat, and he would still fight off everybody that came after me. We fought off countless waves, and eventually came to the helicopter level. I hated this level because if you weren't careful, the door would open and you'd fly right out and lose a life. But I had the secret. Derek would always use this secret on this level and never told me how, but if you paused the game for exactly 10 seconds, then unpaused it, the door would close and you didn't have to worry about being sucked out. It was time to show this character who the master is. The helicopter door opened and characters began sliding towards it, ready to be sucked out into the clouds. As I was about to press start to perform the glitch, the game paused, even though I hadn't paused it myself. I tried pressing the pause button, the game remained paused. As I was about to press the start button on the other controller, the game unpaused. The helicopter door closed and we were no longer in danger of flying out. Maybe the controller controlling Jimmy knew about this trick as well? Derek had always told me that he and his friends were the ones that figured it out, and he couldn't tell me because nobody knew about it yet. I was staring at the screen confused while Jimmy fought off the enemies still aboard the helicopter with us. I shook off my confusion and jumped back into the fight. Me and my mystery partner were kicking ass and taking names, clearing level after level, and before long, we were at the final stage. This was it. My brother and I were never able to finish the final boss, and he used to swear at the TV and state that the game cheated. We always got so close but could never do it. I was feeling confident this time and rushed right in. And we were doing it. Me and Jimmy weren't even getting touched and dealing loads of damage to the final boss. With one final kick, I beat the boss. I leapt to my feet and shouted, "F yeah." Good thing my parents were home. The credits began to roll and I stuffed my mouth with pizza, so excited to tell everyone that I had beaten the game, especially Derek. Man, he was gonna be mad that I was able to beat it without him. I probably won't even tell him about the Jimmy glitch because then he'll say it didn't count. He's going to be so jealous. The credits ended and I was brought back to the title screen of the game. I switched off the Nintendo and flipped the TV back over to the cable box. It was the same dumb doctor show and the lady was crying on screen. I brought my plate back into the kitchen and set it back into the sink. Just then, the front door opened. It was only 9 o'clock. Way too early to be my parents. I walked back to the living room and looked towards the door. It was my parents. I assumed they were home early, and they didn't seem to be in as good of a mood as they usually are after quote-unquote book club. I ran to my mother smiling and hugged her. "You'll never believe what happened, Mom." And then, that's when I noticed she wasn't in a good mood. She was even crying. I looked to my dad and he was just staring straight ahead with a somber look on his face. My mother knelt down beside me and placed a hand on each shoulder. "I love you, son," she said through her tears. I stared back at her with a puzzled look. Then she stood up and walked to the kitchen. I mean, yeah, I beat Double Dragon, but there was no reason to cry. I turned my head to watch her walk past me and into the kitchen, while my father knelt by my side like my mother had just done. I turned to look at him, and this time he was looking at me in the eye. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, then closed his mouth. He opened his mouth again and spoke in a very low voice, barely over a whisper. "Max, there's been an accident. The camp Derek is at called and..." He stopped like he didn't know the rest of the story. He closed his mouth, pulling his lips tight over his teeth. I felt another hand on my back. It was Mom, who was back at my side. "Derek passed away today," Dad said, this time looking at my mother. Mom began to cry again, shaking, and I felt her grip tighten on the back of my shirt. How could Derek die? He was just a kid like me. Kids can't die. My father looked back at me and asked very simply, "Do you understand, son?" I stared at the NES. Xbox Live. I'm writing this in front of my TV. My Xbox is on and resting on the main dashboard. I can see my avatar and I think he can see me. He occasionally waves. I prefer to keep my eyes on the screen as much as possible because better the devil you know, right? This all started a week ago. I was playing, mixing it up between Trials HD and Battlefield 1943. I'm an arcade nut and love some of the games that you can download. I was owning a level on Trials when I received a party invite. The thing is, it had no name attached. It was just an empty field followed by "has invited you to an Xbox Live party." Flummoxed, I accepted and joined the party. When I checked on the menus, I was the only one in there. Somewhat strange, but not impossible. The person could have just left before I entered. Just as I was getting ready to leave, someone else joined the party. Namely, it was me. Silicon Lemming has joined the party. This made me smile, as you do sometimes see these rather weird glitches online. I checked the menu and saw my name twice in the party. One was playing Trials and other was editing the avatar. "Hello," I said, not really expecting an answer. "Hello" echoed back to me in a matter of seconds, in my own voice. I relaxed. Sound delay and party glitches were rare, but they did happen. Getting freaked out over a glitch, I said, half annoyed that I allowed it to unsettle me. My words returned to me, but this time, the tone of the words had become a little mocking. This made me stop short a bit, and I shook my head and reasoned I must have misheard. "Why don't you come say that to my face?" A current private joke me and my friends were sharing at the time. I might just do that. My blood turned to ice. That was my voice, but I hadn't said those words. The other me left the party immediately after that. I sat for a moment, confused and shaky as the adrenaline pumped. I checked the list of interactive profiles, but that revealed nothing. I eventually decided that was enough Xbox for the night, and turned it off. The incident played on my mind for the entire next day, and that evening, I was back on the Xbox again. I spent a couple of minutes looking around the menus for anything else scary, but everything was quite normal. I was playing the game again and received a voice message. I was getting bored of the game, so I decided to drop out to the dashboard and open the message. It was heavy breathing for a few seconds, followed by my voice saying, "Can you say distraction?" Once again, confused, I stared at the screen, and in the background, I could see my avatar dancing away, but there was nothing to attribute the message to. A momentary illogical fear made me spin around and inspect the room, making sure nothing was there. It was when I turned back that I nearly screamed. My avatar had forced his way towards over the menus, and his head now filled the entire screen. He stared at me silently, his hands planted against the screen from the opposite side. He pointed at me, then drew a finger across his throat. I started to smell burnt plastic. A trickle of smoke escaped the console, then it crashed. The last thing I saw were the colors invert on the Xbox, and the face of the threatening avatar turned electric pink and green. The image disappeared, followed by the standard "no signal" message. My Xbox was wrecked. When I tried to turn it back on, I got the red ring of death. The ominous name of the dialect wasn't lost on me though. I waited a month before I sent off my Xbox for repairs. I had brought it brand new and it was well within warranty, so I got it replaced for free. It sat in my hallway for a fortnight before I got the guts to switch it back on. I finally rigged it up and now I'm staring at the dashboard. Everything was fairly normal until I logged in my profile and saw literally dozens of voice messages. All of them in my voice screaming, "Where are you? We're not done yet." The final message was dated about 20 minutes ago. All it said was, "I'm done waiting. I'm coming to get you." The avatar on the screen has stepped forward and started to rub his hands together. Then he started to wave. It took me a couple of seconds to realize that he was waving at somebody behind me. The stone pentagram. First of all, I would give you my name, but names are not important now, are they? Anyway, about a month ago, I was browsing some Minecraft vids on YouTube when I saw a video called "This is Terraria." I decided to take a look at it, and what I saw was simply amazing. Since I liked what I saw, I searched up Terraria using Google. I found out that you could buy it from Steam for $9.99. I was too lazy to buy it at the time, so I just downloaded a pirated version from a random torrent site. One thing that seemed a little odd while I was downloading the torrent was that my PC kept freezing up on me. I checked my hard drive and it was 92.8 gigabytes free, so I assumed my computer was just acting a little buggy that evening. Once the torrent was finished downloading, my computer went berserk. The screen was literally melting and then flashing random colors. After about 15 seconds or so, it completely shut down. I was both worried and pissed off, so I waited about half an hour and then went to turn it back on. Although I may have expected my entire hard drive to be corrupted, it wasn't. One thing that did happen though, on my desktop was an application called Terraria.exe. The file size for it was unbelievable, 24 gigs. I expected it to be a good game. I was damn wrong. I started up the game, created my character, made a world, you know what happens. After doing all of that, I opened up my world and I was unlucky. I spawned in a corrupted biome and I had a tiny copper short sword, a broken pickaxe, and a lazy copper axe. I was going to rage quit, but I decided it would be more of a fun challenge. I got my wood, made a house, got stone, got killed a few times by those soul eaters, and even found a floating island close to one of those mountaintops. By the time I did all of that, it was getting dark, so I headed back to my house. When I got back, I noticed that there was a huge hole in the bottom of my house. I assumed it was one of those worm things, and I also noticed that the guy died, and his tombstone read, "Matt got decapitated, but by what?" Probably the worm again at its work. What also creeped me out is that the guy's name was Andrew, but my actual name was Matt. I covered the hole and stayed in my house for the night. My computer kept freezing up on me as I tried to do certain things, such as destroy a shadow orb, open chests, craft iron, greater gear, etc. I thought that this version I downloaded was hacked, but I just brushed it off. It was morning again, so I decided to go kill some slime so I can make torches. I tried to find one of those oceans that have gold chests with nice items inside of them, so I did that just the next day. After about 10 minutes of traveling to the left, there was nothing. Nothing but a big gaping hole where the ocean would be. Just for shits and giggles, I jumped down to the hole. For about 30 seconds I kept falling, and then I reached the underworld, or so I thought. My character fell beyond that, and there was nothing but black. My game crashed after another 30 seconds of falling into complete nothingness, and I booted up the game again. Then I went back to my world, and what I found this time almost made me shut my game off, and not by using the power button, but with a hammer instead. I was back at my house, but my character had bruises, chunks of flesh missing, and even one of his legs were gone, but he could still walk okay. He could even jump. But anyway, enough of that. As for my house, it was destroyed. The only thing left was that hole that I patched up earlier. I decided to check the tombstone again, but this time it said something different, and it truly shocked me. It said with an extremely glitched font, "We need you, Matt Tabit." That made me shit a brick right there because that was my actual name. I had a feeling that this wasn't just some sort of hack, but rather a possessed game. Since I couldn't do a lot of the stuff in the game without the game crashing either my PC or it freezing up, I decided to jump down into the hole. My character fell into the pitch black again, but this time I heard a splash after about 30 seconds. I also saw a faint light coming from the side of the ocean, so I went towards it. It was a black chest. I don't remember seeing that in this game before, but yet again, I just downloaded this, so I didn't really know anything about the game yet. I figured my PC would freeze for me when I tried opening it, but it didn't. Inside were souls of plight, sight, might, and fright. From a few videos I saw on YouTube, I figured out that those were the souls you got from the hard mode bosses of the game. In the lower right corner of the chest was a stone pentagram. Again, I don't know if this was an actual object in the game, but I really didn't care. I took a look at it. The item's description read as, "Carries the power of Satan." It looked like it would be used for something like summoning a boss, probably summoning Satan since it says it carries his power. Before I did, I noticed that there was one more item in the chest. It was a broken Terrorblade sword. I really didn't give a damn if it was broken, I was taking it anyway. At this point, I was ready for a fight. I summoned Satan, or rather, Satan Spawn. Yeah, that was the name of the monster I summoned. The Wall of the Flesh music started playing, so I believed this was going to be a tough battle. The monster literally leaped at me from the right side of the ocean. The monster looked too advanced, even for a game such as Terraria. The monster's eyes were big black holes. Its eyes were very tiny and glowing a slightly golden color. It was completely stripped of clothing. But the most terrifying thing about this beast was its mouth. The mouth was massive and its teeth was a green yellow like color, and it didn't even have a tongue. I equipped my sword and reuniting the little courage I had left, I darted straight at it. I swung my sword once, but it only dealt 1 to 2 damage, and its health was 9999. So I imagine that this was one tough beast since I was using the most powerful sword on it. After hitting it a few times, it ate me. Gore and blood, very realistic, was gushing everywhere. My character was taking 90,000 damage every second, and it also gave me the horrified debuff. After it was finished eating me, the usual message didn't appear on the screen saying you were slain, but instead it said I got my throat ripped out by it. A few seconds later, the monster wiped its lips off and leaped at the camera. After that, my computer shut down. I was both scared and confused as to what had just happened, but before I could think about it, my computer's tower was on fire. I threw it out the window and I knew that I had enough for the night, so I just went to bed. After about a few minutes later, I heard a very loud roar, almost making me fall out of the bed. It was the same exact roar from Terraria when you summon a boss, and at the end of the bed was that monster staring right at me. I wanted to whisper something to myself, but before I could, it jumped onto my chest, cut open my throat, and ripped my Adam's apple out, then my spinal cord. The last thing I saw before my vision went out was an old man holding some weird staff. He also had a stone pentagram necklace. So now here I am, living my life as a once was living, now undead demon. All I can do is finish this. Also, the monster said he was going to another mortal to slay next, but didn't give me the name. I just want to say that you might have to lock your doors and maybe run before it gets to you, or you're going to end up like me. Also, didn't I tell you that the person I'm standing next to looks rather tasty? It's also reading something, so I might be able to. You know what? I should stop here. Blue Tears. This story is another Pokemon creepypasta that has the author experience a hacked ROM after obtaining it from a clerk who no longer wanted it. When the author found the cartridge, he saw that it was a Pokemon Blue game with tears written across the cover. After getting the game for free, they took it home and inserted the game to finally play it. When getting to the start screen, the sound was greatly distorted, sounding several tones lower than normal. The previous owner had left their save file in the cartridge, but there was no information on the save file when hovering over it. Despite this, the author was curious enough to check it out. Upon starting the game, the author was met with a black screen and silence, and upon feeling disappointed, they're about to shut the game off, only to be met with this message. I've been robbed of everything. My title as champion. My grandfather's respect. Even my Pokemon are dead because of you. I won't stand for this. I will come to find you. The author seeing this was shaken, as they had no idea what was going on, but this certainly wasn't normal. As the black screen faded away, the music of the Pokemon Tower began playing perfectly. We could see a not so familiar sprite of Blue who was standing in front of the graves in the tower. He stood there for several minutes as the music played. He eventually says this ends today for the both of us. With that, Blue left the tower and stood outside of it for a bit with the music continuing to play. Then eventually said, fly. The player then checked Blue's party and all it had was a Pidgeot with no level. All of its stats except for HP were at 0, and its only possible action was the activation of fly. When the map opened up for the author to select where they'd be flying to, it was completely black, save for the one small square that was marked Mount Silver. This was strange since there was no Johto in Pokemon Blue, however, it was the only choice available. Once selecting this, the author flew to Mount Silver. Upon landing there, Blue sprite moved to the left of Pidgeot sprite, and they faced one another for a bit. The sound of something breaking could be heard, and then Blue tells the Pidgeot, fly away, you're free. The Pidgeot cried once more before doing as it was commanded, and flew away for good. Blue then faces the entrance and says, I'm coming for you. The author decides to check the items that he could be holding, and sees that the only thing that Blue had was a knife. After the author chooses to use it to see what would happen, Blue would respond with, not yet. The author could no longer control the character at this point, and they even suspected that Blue had him fly there just to see the knife and have an idea of what was going to happen, since he lost control of the game right after this. The author would simply watch Blue trek through the cave, and hear Pokemon cry as he did, responding to the negative emotions coming off of him. Once Blue reached the end, Red was atop his usual chamber as in all of the games, and Blue's pace slowed as he approached him with the game's tone lowering considerably. Red greeted Blue with the silence we all know him for, and Blue shouts, do not ignore me like you have with everything and everyone else. A battle began, with Pokemon Tower music continuing in the background. Blue and Red did not call any Pokemon out, it was only their sprites. The author had one option available, item. Upon choosing item, there was knife. This was selected on its own. After this, the battle option fight became available. and within fight was murder. The author had no control at this point, and once Blue selected the attack, he shouted, "This is for everything," and an animation like tackle played out, but it happened multiple times in a row. As this happened, the tone of the music picked up its pace. Meanwhile, a gurgling screeching sound played in the back. Blue would then say, "See you in hell," as he would follow Red's fate. The Haunted Game Boy Camera. This story follows a child as he's given a Game Boy camera instead of a Game Boy Color by his parents, and he's frustrated about this. It's then given to his older brother Ryan since he didn't want it. Ryan would often tease him about this for a couple of days, but at some point he didn't. One day, Ryan went to his and the author's mother about how the printer was being weird, and he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he just left it at home and went to kill time at a friend's house. The author, being nosy, wanted to find out what was going on with it, so he snuck into his room and found the papers lying on Ryan's bed. He saw that the Game Boy camera was off, so he decided to inspect the papers first. He'd taken photos of himself at first, but as the author went through the photos, he notices that they began to change into those strange faces everybody knew about, and the way the paper was stained made them look even more weird. As he began to inspect the pictures further, he noticed that they were making scary expressions. Some were of worry, some were of shock, some of him running from the camera, and last, Ryan's face half missing with dark pixels spilling out from the side of his head. This frightened him, and he went to tell his mother about this, but she didn't believe him, and even scolded him for saying something like that. Eventually, Ryan came home from his friend's house, relieving the author. Later on that week, Ryan tried to use the Game Boy camera again just for it not to work. He got sick of it, threw it in a drawer, and put all the pictures into a trash can. The author didn't think much of this until a week after, when he heard someone scream from outside, and the brakes squealing to a stop. Everyone in the neighborhood came to see what happened outside, and what they found was Ryan, in the aftermath of him getting hit by the car, as described in the final picture that the author had previously found. The author tried to warn his family about what the Game Boy camera did to Ryan, but they wouldn't listen. Wild Isle. Wild Isle is a creepypasta about a made-up Wii game that's said to be a blatant knockoff of Animal Crossing. The author, being stuck in a situation where he's forced to stay in the house for a while, decided to boot up his Wii and tried this game out since he didn't have much better to do with his days. When he booted up the game, he chose the avatar of a rabbit with big eyes and went to the island in order to start. Once reaching the island, there were 6 other animals there: a cow, dog, cat, lizard, bird, and skunk. They all had cartoonishly huge heads and cheery expressions. Their heads would also appear on the side in order to show the player how many there were. The author started by building a house and talking to the other animals, and that's about it. There wasn't much for him to do on the game on his first day, so he decided to call it a day and went to bed. The author would then wake up around 3 with a strange feeling, checking around the house to see if everything was fine, but then he noticed something outside. A car pulled up at the intersection by his neighbor's house, and it was just sitting there. This made the author feel weird, but since it wasn't in front of his house, he brushed it off and went back to sleep. After waking up in the morning, he decided to play the game again. Upon turning on the console and starting the game, the island was no longer sunny, but cloudy and dark. The author figured the game was the kind of game that would always be sunny, and it was nice outside in real life, so he found the weather in game to be kind of off-putting. As he walked around and did stuff, he was hoping the clouds would clear up, but they never did. Not only this, but the animals seemed paranoid. They wouldn't talk too much, and when they did, they'd say strange things like, "You should be careful." The author would play for an hour again and just log off, carrying this strange feeling with him for the rest of the day. The game weirded the author out. Why have such a game be depressing at any moment? What's the appeal? This confused him, but he didn't care after a bit. He just felt strange for the entire day. Similar to how one feels when they're in the woods alone and haven't seen anybody for a while. Once the author woke up at 3 AM again, the feeling had only gotten worse. He checks all around the house the same as before and sees the car again, this time only parked further out. He watches it for about 20 minutes and just goes back to bed since nothing happened. The next day, he was just thinking about why that car sat outside the house for 2 nights in a row. Then put his attention back toward the game. He didn't really want to play, but he gave it one more try. Getting back on the game, it was still cloudy, with the animals acting even more strange than before. Not only that, but there was a new character, a goat. This goat had reddish eyes and an uncomfortable smile, making the author feel even more creeped out. He knew there was something wrong with the goat and wanted to see if it looked as creepy as the head on the side of his screen was. So he looked around for it, speaking to the animals, but none would answer him except for the cat, who said, "Run." The cat was then taken away from him by the cow, who seemed to have been scolding him. This just made the author turn the game off. The author felt weirded out and wanted to go to his friend's house to take his mind off the game, despite his circumstances, but a snowstorm ensued, making him reconsider. He laid in bed and fell asleep, only to wake up at 3 a.m. per usual. Skipping his typical house search, he went straight to his window to check if the car was there. And through the snowstorm, he found the car again. He looked at the car for real this time, and saw a man with horns in the front seat, then quickly shut the blinds and sat down. He checks again and sees that it's staring directly at him. It's the goat from the game. As much as he tries to deny this, he comes to the conclusion that it is. It's ridiculous to him, but what else could he be looking at? The author spends the rest of the night awake, but refuses to look out of the window until it was night out, and when he did check, it was gone. Once it was late enough for his brother to be up, the author gave him a call to see if he shared any of these experiences when he played the game, but he said nope. The author hung up and felt crazy. He had an urge to check the game out again. He had to find out what was going on. Getting back onto the game, he's greeted with the goat appearing in the game and standing in the middle of the map, just staring at the screen. All of the other characters were hiding. The author notices that lying on the ground in front of the goat was the cat with his head removed, and in red, which appeared to be the cat's blood, the word "run" was spelt out at an angle that could be easily read. The goat seemed to have been staring at the author's eyes as he witnessed this, and the other characters were also looking at him terrified, hiding and peeking out from behind trees and houses. Even the author's avatar was doing this despite him having no control over the game. He then turned off the game as this was petrifying him. He grabbed the game and threw it out, and decided to get ready to leave his house. He wanted to be smart about it though, as the snow was deep outside and it was getting dark. So he made the tough choice to leave first thing in the morning. The author then falls asleep and wakes up at 3:13, doing his normal routine of checking around and looking outside. This time though, the car wasn't there for once, or at least in front of his neighbors, because this time, it was next to his car, and it was empty. The author then hears his unplugged TV turn on once he notices that, and sees the goat on screen with the bodies of the other animals torn to pieces. The sole survivor was the author's character. The character had no limbs left, and he was just crying. Then the goat pointed at the author through the screen, then at the avatar on the ground. The goat would then reach toward the screen, and the goat's arm came through the screen with a human-like hand at the end instead of a hoof. It grabs the author's leg, but he kicked it with his other leg until the goat let go. He then packed his bag and got the hell out of there, getting in his car and beginning to drive south. As of now, the author has gotten from Maine to Virginia, and he currently writes this, having no idea what he's going to do if a red car pulls up to him in the parking lot he's sleeping in at 3:13. Zelda 3 Prototype. Zelda 3 Prototype is a story where the author gets handed a random cartridge by a store owner that he knows pretty well. The cartridge stuck out as a Famicom cartridge that was modded to work on NES systems, as it was a prototype after all. The author picks it up from the owner for about 10 to 15 bucks and goes about his day. After a week of owning it and not even taking it out of the bag he bought it in, he was bored and decided to try the game out. It took him a bit to get the game to boot, and after watching the on-screen text roll over for a bit and just staring, trying to figure out exactly what he was playing, he saw the text, Zelda 3. Fans had theorized for a long time that there was a third Zelda game in development for the Famicom. While Zelda 2 was released in Japan 11 months after the first game, the third game did not come until 5 years later on Nintendo's next console. The author became excited as he really couldn't believe that he got his hands on the lost Zelda 3 prototype. The author wasn't able to read any of the options on the screen, so he just chose the first. And he loaded in the Link standing in what seemed to be a house with an empty fireplace on the north wall and a chest to the right. Link's sprite also seemed to be a bit larger than the one used in Zelda 2. But the game was viewed with a top-down perspective. Everything was also drawn with a black outline around it. The author took control of Link and opened the chest, and he then got a shield out of it, but there was no sound. This was a prototype, so the author didn't think much of this. He walked through a door in the south wall and found himself in a field or town. A path led from the house he had come out of, heading left before branching off in different directions. The layout was plain with paths made up of entirely straight lines and right angles. The author followed the path downward and found an old man standing next to a fountain. He spoke to him and was greeted with Japanese text. He made a note to return with translation tools. The author went to explore more and found himself following the path that led out of town. He was led to a dead tree with a doorway at his base. He went through the door and heard the game make a noise finally, a descending the stairs type of sound. The screen went black and Japanese text scrolled across it. More than a simple name, so it was implied that it was some kind of dialogue or narration. As the message rolled on, a digital wailing sound began to play and was joined by music. It had a sad tune, combined with the ghostly wailing sounds. To the author, it related some kind of tragedy going on. As Link appeared on screen, the stair sound played again. The text and music both faded out. The wailing sound played once and then a second time, then after several seconds a third. The screen remained black, the only things visible being Link at the bottom and his heart meter in the upper left, as the occasional wall punctuated the blackness. The first two games also feature dark rooms, requiring you to use a candle or to press a switch or defeat enemies to light it up. If there was anything else in the room, it was hidden in the dark. The author then began to walk around. Link would stop if he apparently walked into a wall or other solid object, and then, sometimes, the wailing sound would play if this happened. After a few minutes of finding nothing, the author just decided they were making no progress and turned around to go back toward the entrance. He had only taken a couple of steps before a white-clawed hand shot out of the darkness and grabbed Link, wailing loudly. This made the author jump and almost drop the controller. The Wall Master, which is what these things are called, then began to slowly drag Link into the wall, and the author couldn't help but grin after the initial shot. As Wall Masters in the first Zelda game usually carried you to the beginning of the dungeon, this made the author believe that he was getting help in leaving the dungeon. However, they carried Link into the darkness and there was no more sound. The sanctuary music then began to play as a black screen with nothing but end on it appeared. The author just stared at it and put together that this was instant death. The author started the game again and went back to the chest from before. Now he got a sword instead of a shield. This made the author feel more confident as he actually had a weapon now. He went straight back to the dungeon, only to find the south path blocked. A river stretched across the ocean, and the single bridge crossing was blocked by an NPC. The NPC wouldn't let the author pass through, so he attacked the NPC, actually making it crumple into a heap on the ground. The author didn't expect anything to actually happen here. After this, Link closed his eyes and text appeared on the screen. After a moment, the music changed and Link opened his eyes and crossed the bridge. The author stared blankly and registered that Link was now in the Dark Forest area. He questions Link's role in the game as he actually eliminated a character in the game and gave him a moment of silence. The author couldn't get an answer to these questions. As the author moved forward and entered the Dark Forest, they defeated enemies and the trees within the forest became larger, darker, and closer together. Enemies such as the Wall Masters were coming out of these trees and they were getting closer and closer, testing the author's reaction speed. Eventually the author made it out and they walked up to a tree stump with a beam of light shining on it. It was a candle, and upon picking it up, the screen went black and the author reappeared at the edge of the forest just below the bridge. The NPC's body wasn't there anymore either. The author then revisits the first dungeon using the candle he just obtained and sees that the walls were made up of ghastly white bodies, clawing at the air as they wailed. A Wall Master shot out of the wall Link was standing against and dragged Link into the bodies as those surrounding the area he got dragged into simply stared at him struggling. The author then pulls out the game and sees something in the corner of his eye moving towards him. Fallout 2 Secret Ending. In Fallout 2, after you beat the game, you can continue playing. Remember that defunct vault near the beginning, the one with the toxic sludge on the ground, and the elevator where you kill golden geckos? It's called Toxic Caves on the world map, but it is very clearly a small vault with 3 levels. Well, if you have one of the original pressings of the game and you have not patched it, you can return to the Toxic Caves after the game is over. And if you have the item Heart Pills from the Weston Murder Quest, you can take them and eliminate yourself in the elevator. After the usual death scene plays, your screen will stay black without the menu screen opening up. After several minutes, you'll begin to hear a hollow, echoey brownie and noise cave sort of sound, and then the screen will slowly fade back in to find your character in a pile of that nasty biomass goo that was all over the master from the first game. Your character will then stand up, and the usual ambient soundtrack will begin playing, but the brown noise will still be there. Explore this new level, but do not pick any locks. Those areas are off limits, and the developers put some very nasty programming tricks into the code in order to protect their secrets. As you continue farther into the level, you will hear the brownie and noise continue to increase in volume, and the ambient soundtrack that you are so used to will exhibit strange artifacts. This may be because of the difficulty of playing 2 music tracks simultaneously in the Fallout engine, which wasn't designed to be able to do this. Passing locked door after locked door, you will come upon many characters you met earlier in the game. Oddly, you'll find characters that died, or would reasonably be expected to die after you last saw them. Like the official endings, the characters found vary depending on how you played the game. If you were the good guy and tried to solve problems without violence, you'll only find a few bad guys and unfortunate victims here and there. But if you slaughtered every town, you will see several hundred characters. Regardless of what you did earlier, none of the characters will speak to you or react to any action in any way. They can't be pickpocketed, eliminated, pushed aside, or healed. If you try to use first aid, doctor, or any healing items on them, the game will tell you in the next text box, it's much too late for that, chosen. It would appear that this area is purgatory, or possibly even hell. based on being populated entirely by dead characters. The final character, standing just before the door, is always a player character model from the first Fallout. This is the only character you can interact with, and as you approach, the Brownian noise reaches a crescendo, and the ambient music abruptly cuts out. If you simply bypass him and open the door, the game will play the end credits once again, only with pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki victims in the background. This is an extremely poor taste, and many have wondered why the creators would be so insensitive. When asked, they denied the sequence exists and calls it a hack that was never in the game at all. After it ends, you are greeted with a typical game over screen and booted to the desktop. If you talk to the final character, he will explain that he is in fact the vault dweller from the original game, your ancestor. He will tell you that he's disappointed in the way you turned out. And then he will turn his back on you and your character will collapse into a pile of bones in a death animation that I've never seen in the game itself. After that, the game will fade to white and lock up the computer, forcing a hard reset. Now, there is a third option, those locked doors that I mentioned earlier. This is one door, and it's always random as to which door, but if you get lucky in picking, you can always use any heavy explosive to blow it open. And inside, you'll find a single footlocker hold a 10mm pistol with no clip in the picture and no ammo in it. None of your normal 10mm ammo can be used here, so you can load the gun with the Easter egg found in the basement of the new Renault Arms. Fire this into the head of the final character, and the game will cut to an over-the-shoulder video showing a young man playing an unidentified Fallout-like game. Some people claim that this is an early version of either Fallout Tactics or Van Buren, but nothing on the screen seems to fit either of those games. Also, neither of those games have started development at the time of the original pressing of Fallout 2. The video itself is poorly lit, but nothing actually spooky happens in the video. The man simply plays an unknown game and the video slowly fades into your desktop. It's a cool trick, and I'm not sure how they managed to do this back then. Another strange trick is that according to many players, the final character always matches the character they most recently played in Fallout 1. Both gender and their apparel at the end of the game are represented. At first, this would appear to be a save game hack, much like Psycho Mantis in Metal Gear Solid, but the trick even works if the original player was played on a different computer without transferring any data to the new PC. It's recommended that you do not turn on any televisions in your house for several hours after experiencing this extra ending. You will quickly realize that the Brownian noise in the game is identical to the noise now coming from your television, cable, satellite, and even antenna. They're all somehow incapable of picking up a signal for some time after the secret ending. All internet connections, however, still seem to work. That's how I'm writing to you now. The funny thing is, I turned my television back off nearly an hour ago, as well as all my computer speakers, but I can still hear the static getting louder. Lost Sonic. Lost Sonic is basically Sonic.exe if Sonic himself were being chased, rather than the one doing the chasing. Ruin of Alph is a story that involves the protagonist's friend combining the music from Ruin of Alph and Pokemon with the audio you'd receive from the radio if you were to open it while you were in the Ruins of Alph. It's a pretty good story, but there isn't much to it except for that, and what happens to those who listen to it too. I'll admit though, it does hurt my head when I actually listen to the audio that was made in the story, so they might have a point here. Little Lamplight. I should've just killed that damn Mungo. They've never been anything but trouble. Everything was fine until he showed up. He came walking in, a sword strapped across his back, 2 different pistols and holsters on each side of his waist, and a dog following him. He was dressed up in his long trench coat, a cowboy hat, and sunglasses on his head. I stopped him near the gate like all the others. He says he just wants to get to the vault, nothing else. Yeah, right. I tell him what I tell the others, no Mungos allowed inside. He kept arguing, saying he needed to get to what was inside, saying he could pay, before storming off. A few days later, Sammy and Squirrel, who had been taken by slavers, show up. They were in bad shape, but they were alive, and that was enough reason for celebration. They tell us the story of how this other kid called Brian got put in there with them one day. He said he's somewhere from a place called Grey Ditch, which was being attacked by freaky ant things that spat fire. He was running from them trying to find help when one of the slavers must have caught him. The thing is, Brian's collar was damaged. Squirrel was able to mess around with it, eventually finding out how to deactivate them. Then, under the cover of the night, the 3 of them made their escape. They got out of Paradise Falls through a sewer pipe, but they popped out near some slaver on patrol. Brian throws himself at the guy and tells them to run, and they ran. There was talk about going back for Brian, but I told him he was probably dead by now. Sammy and Squirrel insisted on going anyway, but they were in no shape for a rescue operation. I had to beat that point into them, but a leader's gotta look out for those under his care. 3 days ago, who should show up but Brian? Sammy and Squirrel were ecstatic. The kid was even in worse condition than they were when they showed up. I thought he'd bleed to death, but Lucy managed to patch him up. He didn't talk much, just said that he managed to knock the slaver out cold. That night was when it happened. I'd woken up to let Dale get some sleep, but he was already dead. Brian was there with a knife. He looked at me, frowned, and opened the gates before slitting his own throat. Before I could do anything, a bunch of slavers were everywhere. Zip tried to jump one of them, but he got whacked on the head and carried off. Pry Angela kept yelling at them until she was hit with the butt of a rifle. Buey managed to take one of the slavers' lives, but his head got blown off. I can still see that brief look of terror in his eyes before they shot out his sockets. Me, Lucy, and Claire tried to keep them from the great chamber where most of the others were hiding, but we were overwhelmed. I struggled with one of them, but there was this flash of light and it was over. I woke up the next day with a collar around my neck. All the other kids and I were crowded into this cage. One of the slavers, Eulogy Jones, was talking about how we were a great catch, and he and his men would be swimming in gold. That's when I saw him. The same Mungo that showed up at the entrance over a week ago was with him. I blew a fuse at the sight of him and started thrashing at the gates, trying to get close enough to beat him to a pulp. The Mungo just walked over, looked me in the eyes, smiled, and punched me in the groin. The next 2 days were a nightmare. Anyone who spoke up was beaten. Joseph got locked in the box. Lucy, Angela, Knock Knock, and Bumble, poor Bumble, were taken one at a time to the slaver's bunker. None of them would talk about what happened. They just sat in a corner together, recoiling at the sight of a slaver. Knick-Knack was the first one sold, but the others would follow. I can't stand it anymore. I am Mayor Robert Joseph McCready. The children of Little Lamplight are under my protection. Tonight, I'm breaking into their armory, and I will murder every last one of those slavers and lead my people back home. And if I ever see that Mungo again, there will be hell to pay. The children lay on the ground before him. Even in death, there was nothing but pure hatred on his face. Perhaps this was for the better. McCready was a leader, a paragon for the other kids. With him dead, the rest would learn their place. They would cause no trouble. Once his body was put on display, securing the knowledge that no one would ever find out about his part in things, the lone wanderer left once more to Little Lamplight. Amy, what you read here is for you to make your own assumptions about. You can choose to believe what I am about to tell you. I never really liked Nintendo or console games like that. I mostly played online games, and so I was pleasantly surprised the first time I picked up a copy of The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. I liked it a lot, and it was the reason I first met the love of my life. She was the one that came over to my house one day with her Nintendo 64 and a gold cartridge of Majora's Mask. I'd always thought Andrew the innkeeper was the prettiest character in the game, so I told her that she would always be Andrew to me. She giggled and smiled at this, and somehow over the next couple of months, me and her got together. We were so happy together, and she continued to show me the other Legend of Zelda games, and many other classics. Then, one day it happened. We were having a mixture of trying to fight over the controller for Majora's Mask and having a snuggle fest. We were both laughing, and I rolled off the couch onto the floor, and she helped to get me up. Then she had forgotten to check the mail today and said that she would go and get it. She walked outside. Some drunk homeless man decided to shoot up the neighborhood that day before shoving the gun in his own mouth and pulling the trigger. 7 p.m. She was declared dead by a medical assistant on the scene. I tried to deny her ever existing, but I just couldn't. I fell into a deep depression, and eventually, through lots of therapy and medication, I became stable and healthy again. I stopped doing damage to myself and figured that I was going to be okay. Everything was alright now. I couldn't bring myself to get rid of the games and try to forget about them, but I couldn't play most of them either. I only played the ones we really never got into. One she's had with her but had never bothered to show me. It was a pain every day though, a struggle to hit that little switch on my N64. Then, I started becoming selfish. I started trying to play the games we had played together a lot. I couldn't stay away from them. I started losing contact with all my friends and family, and I stopped going out at all. I was so entwined with these games. I felt like I was making connections, was reliving memories we had shared in the past. I felt like if I played them enough, I'll be able to just swim forever in the pool of memories, never having to come out. I got so wrapped up with this insane belief it was my drive. It was what kept me alive, because God knows what else would have kept me alive that past week, since I wasn't even eating or sleeping at all. This motivation to finally be able to talk to her again was strong enough to actually motivate my body to keep functioning, to stay alive. It was 4 days into my binge that I decided to pick up Majora's Mask again. It was very hard to make a decision about it, and didn't help when I started it up and saw that her profile was still there. I couldn't take that. I ran into my room and curled in a ball, cuddling pictures of her. It was too unbearable to see that after all these months, she was still there, a small storage of her memory locked inside of this game. I wasn't too selfish anymore. I preserved her sweet memories forever, vowing to never touch them. I swore that I would never touch her profile, not for any reason. I booted up my profile and it was the same as it always was. The only change was that it ran like a gray cartridge, yet it was a gold version. Basically means that few more bugs and crappier quality. I was really concerned for this and tried to look it up online. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I moved past it, figuring if the internet doesn't have the answer, nobody does. Everything else was fine. Nothing changed, like anyone should suspect. That is, until I visited Snowhead. I remember Snowhead so vividly being the very death place of my love. I can remember every exact detail, every spot on the map. I was actually hoping something would happen by warping here, and sure enough it did. The small white particles that fell from the sky were turned gray, like ash. All characters were gone, except for a few Tektites here and there. The road back to Termina Field was blocked off with snowballs, and bombs and a blast mask had disappeared from my inventory. I was all alone. It even said it when I warped there. A speech bubble actually popped up and said, "All alone. So quiet. You feel a small chill, but not from the cold." The timer at the bottom is stuck on the 7th hour. Right as it hit night, the time, the place, and my heart are all frozen in place. I wondered if Darmani's grave would explain anything. I climbed up the ladders and walked into the cave. The grave had not been pulled out so that the water could flow, which was strange because it's impossible to beat the game without doing so, and I had beaten the game. I walked up to the grave and examined it. Here lies the great Princess Ami. May she forever rest in peace. The camera looks as if it's a cutscene, focusing on Link. Link looks like he's doing his death animation, but he just stops after he has fallen to his knees. I see little streaks of blue under his eyes as if he's crying. I can hear small crying noises from Link, which actually do not sound out of place. They weren't hyper-realistic, just sounded like his normal voice acting. He covers his eyes in his hands and sobs quietly. Then he gets to his feet and a speech bubble pops up, seemingly from Link himself. "May you forever rest in peace, my love." He takes out the ocarina and holds it up to his mouth. The normal ping it makes when you are supposed to play a certain song in a certain area comes, and I know what song I am supposed to play. I played a song of healing, but nothing happens. I'm surprised that this is not the song I was supposed to play. I think for a few minutes and slowly play another song with some strange idea in my head. I played a Sonata of Awakening. This time, Link looks at the top of the grave. Anju's model is there floating but is more transparent. Like the Darmani model, her eyes are a deep green, almost the exact color of Amy's. She looks quite angry. "Why did you come here?" I speak out loud since there are no options to pick. "My love, I have come to speak to you." "Why should I bother myself with you?" She puts emphasis on the word, you. "I love you, come back, please. You know that's not an option. I wouldn't come back for you anyway." "Why are you upset with me?" "Where were you?" "Where? I was murdered and you didn't even know it until after it was done." "How could I have? You should have cared more. Goodbye." "No, wait, please. Let's play." The game crashes and I am booted back to the menu. Every time I try to choose my profile, a familiar text appears. That won't do any good. Hehe. I decide I have no other option. I click on Amy's profile. I am booted to Sakron's hideout, the one where you have to work with Cafe to get his mask back. Only this time, Anju's laying, sleeping on the conveyor belt. A giant knife is at the end of it. I say out loud, "I won't fail you this time." I work as quickly as I can with Cafe to get through the puzzles. The conveyor belt is running a lot faster than usual, but we finish in time, and the switch we press makes the knife disappear. Anju wakes up and sits up on the belt. But I realized the last puzzle I went through and stepped the switch on was with Cafe. I walk up to Anju and engage talking to her. "My sweet Cafe, I love you. I'm sorry I broke your heart. I love you always." Cafe has tears running down his cheeks. I do too. Anju wipes them off his face and says, There now, it's alright. I'm here for you, love. I'll never leave you again." She lifts his face up to hers with his chin and gives him a kiss. I feel a strange feeling around my lips. Something is there. My heartbeat fastens and I reach up with my hand. I find what feels like her cheek and rub it. I close my eyes and picture her, right where she is in front of me, or whatever this is, and meet my lips with that I can assume is hers. We break off and I open my eyes. She's standing in front of me, slightly transparent. "Hello again, love." I gasp from excitement. She's finally here. I've finally found her. She presses her finger to my lips and says it's okay. She walks up and strokes the back of my hair. I reach out and hug her. She embraces it and whispers, "I have one last song to play for you." She pulls out her ocarina, one that I bought for her on her 17th birthday, and plays a song of healing. I suddenly feel a burden lifting, all the guilt and depression washing away. She's here again and we are together, and that is all I need for this world. We sit down and play her profile. After the whole thing with Cafe, the N64 crashed down and booted to the main menu. Her profile was the same as it always was. It's the same as the night it happened, We are just laying on the couch, talking, laughing, playing, and cuddling. After a while, she says goodbye, and to stay in touch with her by turning it on. I promise her that I will every day. I still see her every day. I turn on my N64 and there she is, ready to play with me. We are happy again and we will be forever. There is no need for anything else in this world, just to spend an eternity with her, playing games. I love you, Amy. The Virtual Reality Experiment. The Virtual Reality Experiment is a creepypasta that revolves around a similar concept to SAO. The story introduces you to the console that was supposed to be created, referred to as the Immersion, and it would have made every other console obsolete the instant it was accessible. It wasn't a system where you'd wear a visor and still hold a controller like the Oculus, but instead, it would literally put the player into the virtual world somehow. There were only 3 games made for the console, and the games took as much time to create as the console itself. Many tests were conducted by researchers to make sure that these consoles really worked, and these researchers found 3 people to play and complete the 3 games developed for the system. They were named Mark, Luke, and Wayne. These 3 were able to pick one of the 3 games they played after an explanation about each game. The first game was War World, a shooting game. The player would be started in a helicopter in the middle of a battleground. They did not have much time to look around, being told to grab a parachute and jump out of the helicopter, and the player would smell the air at high altitudes, feel the overpowering strength of the helicopter blades as they stood in the doorway and stared down at the earth where a layer of dust concealed the ground. They'd feel the pain and heat of missiles, war, etc. Every soldier encountered was different in story, looks, and techniques. This is what Mark would play. Second was Diesel Drag. The player would begin by walking through a tunnel onto a racetrack and choosing the car that he wanted to drive. Upon entering, the keys to the car would be in the ignition and the other cars would be filled up and ready to race. The Immersion had plenty of tracks designed for the game, but not only that, a world off of the racetrack in case the player went off-road. You could get out of the car and go into a forest, city, really do anything outside of the racing. Luke wanted to play this game. And the last game was a horror game called The Aberrant. The player would begin strapped to a table and find their arms tied down. If the player struggled, they find their right arm to be loosened a bit and they can eventually escape. After about 20 seconds, an old man would enter the room with a long butcher knife. If the player was free or nearly free, he'd attack. If the player was stuck, he'd mock them and start speaking about what he's going to do to them. The player could easily overpower him and knock him to the ground to escape. They just had to leave right after. If they escaped, the old man would call after them before the iron door slammed shut. You can't escape. Come back or he's going to find you. He was the monster. The player had to basically navigate themselves through a maze-like cave system while avoiding it. There were ways to slow down the monster or hide from it too. This is what Wayne wanted to play. The 3 players were strapped down to 3 tables before the emergent helmets were placed over their heads and the game started. As the researchers and developers were going to celebrate their success in the console, the gamers began to thrash around. Mark was screaming due to whatever was happening in War World to him, and blood began to spurt from his body. Luke was jerking side to side due to his car being pushed off a cliff, and his body erupted into flames. Lastly, Wayne. The developers wanted to take the helmet off, but there was a chance that it could cause permanent brain damage to him, so they couldn't turn off the game and only watch him play. His arm had been cut during the beginning and a huge gash appeared in reality. Now, he was running down the caves with the monster's roar echoing behind them in the darkness at the end of the tunnel. Wayne found himself in a large open area and decided to hide behind a rock to the side and froze, not even breathing. There was the sound of the monster sniffing and silence. The claws of the beast shot down over the rock and Wayne screamed with all of his power while being pulled from his hiding spot. It opened its mouth and pulled Wayne into it, chomping him as if he were a piece of bread, and his body in real life represented that. After this, almost everybody witnessing the experiment left the room, and those who remained watched the monster slowly turn its head to the side before the TV cut off. All records of the immersion were destroyed soon after, and those 5 who stood with Wayne until the end were also found gone soon after. The Wicked House. This story begins with the author speaking about how his parents had always moved from house to house as a toddler, and that there's not much he can do to change it. He never understood why, and when asking his parents, he'd always get the answer, "We feel we must." They didn't have a job outside of the city or one that required moving, so the author just didn't get it. Recently, his family has moved into their 4th house, and the author has a strange feeling about the one that they're currently in, although they couldn't put their finger on it. Nobody in the family was too bothered about this, so they didn't mind. As the author goes inside of the house, they say that they like the interior more than the exterior, since the exterior looked quite old whereas the interior seemed as if you're in a completely different world. Thanks to this, the author actually saw a future in this house. As the family looked around the house, they all expressed their satisfaction with the home, and everybody quickly changed into their swimwear and jumped into the pool all at once. The author says that they're glad they didn't stand close to them or they would have looked like a wet dog. The author, watching everybody, heard a click coming from behind them, and his brothers asked if he were hearing ghosts. He yelled at them saying, "I don't," but he heard it again with the sound being louder. This time, he decided to go to wherever the noise was coming from due to curiosity, and as he stood in the exact spot, he heard the click noise again, but further away. He then would go to the spot and he saw his father in his room through his window. He got refilled and saw that he was just at the computer, attributing the click noise to that. Despite this, he still felt some kind of strange feeling, one compelling him to go down to the basement that he didn't even know he had. As he went down into this basement, he flicked on the lamp and saw tombstones, tons of them representing families. In fear, he runs back up to his parents and tells them what he saw, but they just laughed and said he was tired and he should go to sleep. Since it was late, he agreed. As he laid in bed, he couldn't sleep. He thought about what he saw, but eventually he did fall asleep. As life went on, he one day woke up to his mother crying and his father trying to comfort her. He asked what was wrong. It said that his brothers drowned in the pool, and when the parents came back, they were gone. This is when all of a sudden, the author got this feeling that someone was watching him, and he got the feeling that he had to go somewhere. He went back into the basement and saw the tombstones, but this time, they were for his brothers. After this, the family began to pack, and they felt like they were going insane, as if things weren't bad enough. A sudden heat struck the author, and he ran downstairs to see what exactly was going on, only to see his parents in the fire. Both went to ashes, and 2 tombstones were made. The author tried to get out of the house, but the door was gone, and there was nothing else he could do. He succumbed to the same fate as his family, and then a blue box popped up in front of him. "You have no Sims left in this household. Quit this household and make a new family." My perfect world shattered. This creepypasta follows the journal of a scientist who's recently embarked to explore new territory after having enough of his corrupt and unjust government, one that's betrayed his family and done so much more. In an attempt to pioneer a new nation free of corruption and sadness, he states that he'll be arriving at the new land by morning. His first day on the island, he could not find any people there, and the animals seem to be dwarf variations of those found on his homeland. All of them are quite kind and sociable, even ones that'll be ferocious at home. So, he decides to take care of them and do what he can to protect them. As he surveys the island, he comes across the ruins of an old extinct creature that has inhabited the island before, although he cannot find any traces of them now. At the core of the structure, he found old relics that emit tons of energy, in hopes that he'll be able to use them. He takes them from the ruins not only for this reason, but in the event that the government has followed him to this island. Taking these relics reactivated tons of traps that he was able to navigate. And then he decides to disable them after he gets things in order here. First comes the animals and the relics. It's troublesome, but he'll be able to handle everything. The second day, he begins construction and develops in a way that keeps the animals out of harm's way. He creates numerous suspended animation systems designed to house multiple animals at once. And after filling up the few models he had, the scientist designs portable suspended animation capsules that can be added to the internal workings of his worker bots, allowing him to put the extra animals inside of his robots. As for the relics, they're placed in hidden and secure virtual reality simulation stations across the island. This will protect them from people with the wrong intentions. They'll be safe as he moves forward with his nation. We jump to day 17, where the scientist states that he's established his base of operations despite it being bare bones at the moment. He redirects his priorities towards setting up the rest of the island. He's made a ton of progress, has discovered ruins and an underground lake, building over it while making sure to not harm the structures, even sending worker bots to head down there and retrieve data about the island's original people. He points out that he's made the decision to preserve the island's coast as is, and sent robots to keep watch of the visitors. The next day, he receives an alert from the robots. The images sent back to him seem to be a beast unlike any he's ever seen, declaring it a new species. And the reports indicate that it relentlessly attacked his worker bots, and when this would happen, the animals inside of the capsules would die instantly due to shock. This makes him set out from his base in his craft arm, not looking for a fight or anything like that, but just searching the island. He spots the creature from afar in the air and attempts to reason or calm it, only to be instantly attacked. It was too quick for him to do anything but dodge. Eventually, it tore his machine apart and he had no choice but to retreat. He feared the chaos this monster would bring to his home, and as he departed, he saw the beast destroying the huge capsules that he placed the animals in at first. Seeing them convulge out the wreckage and flopping about the ground below, his heart sank at the sight as he resolved to stop this monster. Day 19, he tries to fight the beast once more, only to find that it has found and disabled the virtual reality security device at the coast and retrieved one of the relics. The creature was not only powerful but intelligent as well. He went to go retrieve a capsule on the outskirts of the island to prevent the beast from getting to it, but it was there already. It was too fast for the scientists to land a hit, so he had to retreat once more. Day 21. The beast has infiltrated the scientist's lab and destroyed everything, forcing him to retreat. It was then in that moment, for the first time of his life, he felt contempt for another living thing. This beast for no reason destroyed all of his hard work and risked the lives of those innocent creatures. It had earned more than his hatred. He says one final thing before writing his final entry. My name is Dr. Ivo Robotnik, and I hate that hedgehog. Blood and Gore 84. I remember it like it was yesterday. The Wrath of the Lich King expansion for the World of Warcraft online game had just come out. Nobody thought of it more than myself, and my younger brother Derek. I was 18 in my last year of high school and ready to take on the challenges that life brought afterward. And although my younger brother was only a year younger than me, he was my complete opposite. I was quiet, didn't have a lot of friends, rarely left the house on weekends, even during school breaks. Derek, however, was very outgoing, was out every Friday partying with his friends, and during the weekdays would often go have coffee with them. I think that he went through 3 girlfriends before I even had one. But there was one thing that we most certainly agreed on: video games. So after we each got a copy of the expansion, we installed it and started playing like there was no tomorrow. After 3 months, I had already earned about 80% of the game's achievements, and due to my brother's constant nights out and occasional hangouts, I was way ahead of him in the game. At one point, after defeating the game's final boss, the Lich King, I started feeling that the game had little left to offer, and with time, stopped playing altogether. Derek didn't follow in my footsteps, as he still had a lot of work to do in the game. I even gave him my account so he could play through the rest of the game easily. Weeks passed, and I noticed that my brother wasn't going out as often as usual. When I asked him about it, he answered that it's simply because he enjoyed playing the game, and that he started playing with someone off of my in-game friend list, Blood and Gore 84. I looked at him with confusion. Come again? He again said the name, Blood and Gore 84. I found this weird, as I didn't have anyone on the friend list, except for Derek and a couple of my real-life friends who also played the game, but none of them went by that name. I said this to him, but he just shrugged his shoulders and brought me to his computer to see it for myself. Indeed, there it was, on my friend list, Blood and Gore 84. My brother continued on, saying that while talking to Blood and Gore 84, they stated that they were a girl from a town near ours, and she was playing as a female Blood Elf Paladin. I asked what the 84 stood for. My brother said that it's probably her birth year. She didn't give him her full name, she just introduced herself as Lucy. She confirmed that she didn't know me in real life, just through the game. So I deduced that I added her to my friend list after we raided together or something. The girl eventually gave Derek her full name, Lucille Ferdinand, and even her phone number so they could stay in touch via text when they weren't playing the game. During the next couple of weeks, Derek turned into a complete couch potato. His skin turned paler than a moldy cheese block. He never went out, started neglecting his schoolwork, things like that. All he did was talk to her either in-game or over the phone, stating that she really is an influential speaker and knows a bunch of things about weird subjects like life after death, things of that nature, just scary, paranoid things. It annoyed me as well as our parents. They then asked me to talk to him. I went up to his room and his face was glued to the computer screen. After calling for him about 3 times, he finally acknowledged me and responded. After telling him that mom and dad were worried about him, he brushed it off as a minor inconvenience and went on with his gameplay. I then flipped and yelled at him, asking him if he's really ready to let his life fall to ruin because of some stupid game and a girl he's never seen. He then admitted that he has no care for the game whatsoever. He just enjoys conversations with Lucy, saying that she's very deep-minded and smart. He continued, saying that she knows a lot about religion, death, and what happens after it, and she completely changed his views on life and our religion, pointing to the crucifix which once hung from his wall, now in the trash can. It was then that I asked myself, who the hell is this girl? After seeing the crucifix, my face became pale and expressionless, and I walked out of the room staring at the floor. Countless other questions played my mind before I went to sleep that night. What happened to him? Did he lose his mind? If this girl is really this advanced, why does she go by the name of Blood and Gore 84? Why does he crumble under her claims? The next day, after I came home from school and ate my dinner, I noticed that my parents were gone. My brother came downstairs and said that they went over to our uncle's for a poker night. He followed by saying that he needed to ask me for a favor. When I asked what the favor was, he said that he needed me out of the house for the evening, as Lucy was coming over for a wild play session, and this could be his chance to ask her out and start dating her. I reluctantly agreed because it really seemed like my brother was into the girl. I then noticed that since she was born in '84, wouldn't that scare him a little since she's older? He stopped to think for a few seconds and answered, nah, I'm 17. I know how to take care of myself. I gave him the seal of approval and went to have a drink with my little group of friends at the local 24/7 pub. Bye bro, take care, I smiled as I left the house. It was about 4 a.m. when we all called it a night and went home. Driving toward my house, I saw what looked like police lights flashing in front of it. It really was the police. I exited the car and saw my aunt holding my sobbing mother. When I asked what had happened, my aunt said that when my mom and dad returned, Derek was nowhere to be found and the house was ransacked top to bottom, and that my dad and uncle went into my uncle's car to look for him. My eyes tearing up, I burst into the house. There were policemen everywhere, taking notes and photographs. There were black stains across the walls, chairs thrown all around, some even broken. The plasma TV was lying face down on the floor. I then heard policemen said, "You've got to see this, chief." In the trash can in the kitchen was a heap of crucifixes from around the house. I started yelling. It was her, Blood and Gore 84, that B. The policeman looked at me as if I was some crazed drug addict. I ran frantically into my brother's room, turned the TV on, and logged into my World of Warcraft account. What I saw made all the blood in my entire being go from warm to cold, and turned my face into a shade of white, paler than snow. One user from my friend list was online. The user wrote, "Blood and Gore 85. I sent a threatening message and a dozen more after that one. I never received a response. I always blame myself for what happened, because she appeared in my friend list, and the question still haunts me. Was I the original target? And if I was, why? To this day, the number of the username continues to rise. Infinity. Has anyone ever played the Infinity game, the one with mirrors? Most people don't know it's a game, they just think it's a cool visual effect. Maybe it's different for me, being raised by witches and all. Not Halloween witches, but the ones who actually practice Wicca. You can Google it if you really want to learn about them, but I'm here to talk about the game. Most people don't understand what it's capable of. They have no idea they're standing at a locked door or what's on the other side. It's almost like the Wizard of Oz. If you can find your way to the Mirror Master, you'll be rewarded with a wish. But getting there is not an easy journey, and you'll want to choose your words wisely. To play, you need at least one other person. 2 standing mirrors, 5 black candles, a stick of chalk, warm clothing, and a red armband. The red armband is the most important thing to remember. It's not required to get in, but you should not leave without it. While in the mirror world, you must be wary of your reflection. Its only goal is to take your place in the real world, meaning you'll be trapped forever. It cannot kill you, instead, it will attempt to trick you. Never, ever speak to it. It will be dressed like you, except its armband will be on the left. Whoever you have waiting in the real world will be responsible for ensuring that it doesn't get out, so choose someone you trust. Only your reflection can take your place, but everything else you meet will try to kill you from sheer spite. If you die in there, your soul will be trapped, and the mirror through which you entered will shatter. Make sure your friend is aware that a shattered mirror indicates they should immediately destroy the other one as well. Though unlikely, there are a few entities powerful enough to use the situation to their advantage. To be safe, make sure the friend isn't easily manipulated. Now that you have all the supplies, draw a pentagram on the floor with space for the mirrors in the center. Then, put the lit candles on each point of the star. When everything's in place, the reflection will appear as a never-ending hallway. Stand between the mirrors and focus only on the infinite corridor. Soon, you will notice a shadow far behind your reflection. Focus on that, letting the world around you fade. Do not look away or blink. Slowly begin to inch forward, but do not be afraid of bumping into the glass. Think of it as platform 9 3/4. You must know it's going to work. When you feel a drastic temperature drop, you can look at your surroundings. You are officially inside the mirror world's lobby, though I suppose it's more like a bridge. It's what connects the two places, but my family calls it the lobby. This is where you must proceed with extreme caution. The mirror world is a backwards replica of ours. Not only does that mean left is right, it also means beautiful, thriving cities are dead and crumbling. If you are unable to enter, do not leave the game unattended. Remove the mirrors immediately. The things that live there cannot be described as alive, but they are desperate. My mother was supposedly the only person to successfully return after seeing the Mirror Master. Growing up, I was told no one has ever met him, but when Mom died 2 months ago, I found her diary. My amazement grew with each passage as she described her own experience with the Infinity game. Her first entry is from 6 months after having her firstborn John. He was sickly, doctors say he wouldn't live to see his first birthday. She was aware of the game's dangers, but she didn't care, not if it could save her son. I will copy the relevant entry here. Let it serve as a warning to any who wish to play. Even the winners lose. Simulated children. This creepypasta begins with the author speaking about how they're one of those people that plays The Sims for the sake of just messing around and torturing their Sims. Sometimes they build a wall around an individual Sim and watch them starve until they're gone, or they get an entire family a tiny cell of their own. There were times he'd pick one person from the family and put them in the cell as the rest of the family goes crazy trying to get them out until they collapse into a heap of bone. Basically, the author takes tons of joy in being an evil god, justifying his actions as some part of a greater plan to teach them, to force them to earn their free will or continue perishing until he was tired of them as a whole and moved on. He was going through his 10th family and he lived a great, predictable, boring life, and the author was ready to wreak havoc on this family. The author was in control of the dad, John, at a work party, and this character John had to use the bathroom, but the author did not want to babysit a grown man, so he made him wet himself in front of everybody. Due to John's incompetence, he created a wall and began to get rid of him. Everybody was mortified, beating at the wall like beasts, and characters screaming pictures up at the author to do something. Eventually, time passed and everybody forgot about John except his wife, and she was still begging for him to be released. However, there was something that stood out: the children. The children never played along. They went on with their own routines and handled whatever they had to handle. They simply did not care. John eventually became a heap of bone, and a funeral commenced that day. At the funeral, all the children were quiet, from toddlers to teens, all of them. They stood silent, exchanged nods amongst them, and did not say a single word. When the adults asked for the command to go home, the children just did so on their own with no command whatsoever. This made the author feel unnerved, and he took a month break from the game. The mother, Linda, was about to suffer the same fate as John when the author did decide to come back, but he put it off. In the middle of the night in the game, Linda had been wandering around the house and ended up walking in circles in the living room. The children rose from their beds and went downstairs to see where their mother was at. After finding her, they moved their arms in a cyclical fashion and built a wall around Linda, and then they returned to their beds. This causes the author to ask himself how the game could do exactly what he's been doing, and out of curiosity, he sped it up and watched the children go on with their lives. 2 weeks of the game time sped up, and he now checked what was going on. The children stood around their mother's prison looking up at the author, simply staring at him and nothing more. The next day, another child joined them, then 2, then 4, and time went on. Linda perished and there were more children in the house, all of them staring at the author. Then they suddenly dispersed and resumed their ordinary lives. The author hasn't played the game since, nor has he dared to uninstall it. Never changing. It's all the game's fault. Blaming a game, something a child would do. I know, I can't change anything about it. It all started when I was playing Gears of War 3. Just an average day as always after school. I was a little bored and decided to check my friends list to see what they were doing. And to my surprise, one of my friends was still playing the demo for Dead Space 3. I quickly went to the dashboard and went to the game marketplace, but I couldn't find it. I didn't bother asking my friend. I used my laptop and found out that the demo was available early to people if they liked the Facebook page and followed the developers on Twitter. I didn't have a Twitter or a Facebook, and I didn't want to make one just for a single game either. The demo would come out to the public in just a week. I had to be patient. I wasn't. My first mistake was getting overly excited and buying the first Dead Space. I used my mom's credit card without asking her. I knew she wouldn't let me buy the game under normal circumstances. I also had to play it at midnight when everyone was sleeping. My brother would snitch on me if he saw me playing this. As he knows, we don't have Dead Space. I had played the second Dead Space and was addicted to it for months. I had to play the first. Because what if they gave an in-game prize to players in Dead Space 3? I didn't take the chance. The game was bought and all I had to do was wait for it to finish installing. It was 11 p.m. so my brother and mom were getting ready to sleep. I set an alarm on my phone to wake me up at 3 a.m. to play. I woke up earlier than I had expected and it was 2 a.m. I turned off my phone so the alarm would cancel and checked my downloads on my 360 and Dead Space wasn't there. I checked my game section and found it and was ready to play it when I noticed something different about my room. My brother and I share this room and he sleeps on the top bunk, but he wasn't there. I also noticed my room looked like it was tilting to the right. I told myself that my mind is just playing tricks on me and my brother is probably sleeping in my mom's room. I pressed the A button on my controller and at first I thought my 360 locked up, but after a minute I was greeted with the EA logo and given 4 new options. New game, load game, options, and an option that had weird writing that the Unitologists use in the game. I pressed the 4th option and the game loaded up showing a diagram of the USG Ishimura. I was controlling Isaac, but I only had one gun, the plasma cutter. I was in the beginning of a hallway with no lights, but the wall behind me had dried blood all over it. I slowly walked Isaac forward and some lights on the ceiling flickered, revealing more dried blood around the walls. I checked my mission objective. It said, die. I didn't understand what it meant, so I decided to read a personal journal that Isaac updates on every objective. I was even more surprised as it didn't make sense to me either. I can't believe I just did that. Nicole, why did you have to eliminate your own life? The pain is just unbearable. I'm probably the only one alive on this ship with no way out either. What do I do? Something must have happened to my game, or I got some special DLC with Dead Space, because I know for a fact that Isaac does get off the ship. But what can he mean by, I can't believe I did that? I started running trying to get out of this hallway and I saw a door. I opened it and saw a disgusting, decaying body. The lights on the ceiling flickered, revealing that it was the body of Nicole. Maggots were exiting her empty eye sockets and open mouth. In front of her was a text log. I took it and Isaac had made this log. Nicole, I did it. We can finally be whole now, right? We can be together forever. The Unitologists can't get us, and neither the people who keep getting me killed in every horrible way possible. Necromorphs are also dead. They just stopped. I don't know why, but none of that matters now. Nicole will be together forever. I was starting to think that maybe this would have happened if Isaac never escaped Ishimura and went completely insane. All of a sudden, Isaac went to Nicole's dead body and his helmet lowered. He knelt down and started eating Nicole. I could hear him making sobs mixed with pleasure as he ate Nicole and his teeth biting into rotten meat. The screen darkened and big white letters popped up. His sanity is all gone. Only a husk of his former self left. What about you? My heartbeat quickened and I started sweating. The game was actually talking to me. I didn't know what to do. I was frozen in fear. Staying in place felt like the safest thing, but at the same time, if I stayed, what if I go insane like Isaac? Before I could decide what to do, the game said, please stop. What? What does this mean? It wants to make me go insane and now it wants me to stop? The game returned to Isaac kneeling down and he removed his helmet. Isaac's face was bony and pale. His eyes looked empty and shriveled. He pointed his plasma cutter to his temple and it gave me the option to press LT to live on or RT to end it. Isaac had enough torture, so I thought the reasonable choice would be to end it. Isaac's head exploded everywhere, and there was blood. The screen darkened and the final words showed up. You gave him peace. Will there be peace for you? Will you suffer greatly or die easy? After those words, my 360 turned off and I just sat there for a whole 5 minutes just thinking if something was going to happen to me. I didn't want to think about it, so I went to bed and fell asleep instantly, forgetting what I had just seen. I woke up in my kitchen, wondering how I had gotten here. I looked around and saw a trail of blood leading to my room. I walked slowly to my room and grabbed a sharp kitchen knife I found next to me. If there was a killer in my house, then I have to defend my family any way I can. I opened the door to my room slowly, but I was too late. My brother, my mom, even my babysitter. Tears were running down my cheeks. Their heads had been cut off, but why not me? When I looked at my arms, I saw that my sleeves were covered in dried blood, and the heads of my family were tilted to the right. I had just noticed, but the knife I was holding was stained with blood. When I put all the clues together, it made sense. I took the lives of my own family. I had somehow hypnotized myself with the excitement of Dead Space, and ended up decapitating my own family. Now all those words made sense. The admission objective, the personal journal, Nicole's body representing my dead family, the text log, sanity being gone, and the empty husk. And those words, please stop. It was my family talking to me. It's all the game's fault. Blaming a game, something a child does. I know I can't change anything about it, but I didn't do one thing yet, ending it all. I can't live with this pain like Isaac did. I'm not strong enough. I pointed the knife to my heart and with all my force, I pushed it into my heart. What did I do to deserve this? Why? And with that, guys, we finally finished tier 2. Starting tier 3 with .exe. So I'll just be pronouncing this as .exe from here on out. And this story begins with the author receiving mail, this mail containing a CD that had .exe written on it. The author had figured that it was some kind of program, so he put it in his laptop in order to find out what it was. Upon booting the game up, he was greeted with a photosensitive epilepsy warning, and after that, Japanese characters appeared on the screen. It begins to explain how to play the game, and then the title screen, and the author clicks on new game just for it to be a black screen with a white dot on it. The author begins to move around the white dot and eventually comes to notice that an extremely small red dot was following him. Once clicking on it, it said something along the lines of, "I'm following you." He tried clicking around other things, but nothing else would happen. He eventually got a message saying, "Would you follow me?" And the author clicked yes since he trusted the red dot, and the red dot would ask him if he wanted safety. This is when the author would click no because in his mind, he already had it. And after doing this, the game would pause for a second and the author felt as if he made the wrong decision. And he did. Grotesque and strange images flashed across the screen very quickly as an eerie song played in the background. This made the author immediately click out of the game. The author would try the game again right after and hit continue on the main menu, but he was greeted by the same imagery again. He just ignored it this time around and went to speak to the red dot again and it said, "You loser, you suck." The author just clicks out of the game again and tries to start a new game entirely, doing everything he did before but just hitting yes to the safety option. He was then taken to a new level with flashing colors everywhere, and due to this, the author passed out because of his epilepsy. He woke up in the hospital confused, and once he got back home he threw out the disc and deleted the game. He's had nightmares every night about the photos he's seen in the game since playing it. The Terrible Secret of Animal Crossing. The Terrible Secret of Animal Crossing is a very long story about a character named Billy who gets sent away to a very niche summer camp due to it being cheap and his family being broke. When the first day begins, he's sent a personal cab by the camp and it picks him up, taking off before he can even wave goodbye to his mother. As Billy's in the cab, he notes that the cab's speech is garbled and he hates how he says camp, as if he's being sarcastic. Despite being in the cab for a while, he never gets more of his face than a passing glance, and it's as if the drive will never end. Billy dozes off and is woken up by the driver trying to small talk. Billy's asked how he's going to pay off the fare as though he hadn't already paid the camp admissions, but then they come to a rolling stop and Billy stumbles out the door as the driver shouts at him with a sarcastic voice again, before driving off with his suitcase still in the trunk, so he's left with nothing. He goes to check in at the camp he's been left at and sees that the lady behind the counter is a pelican. He questions if he's at some kind of theme park where adults dress up like animals. This lady tells Billy that the director, Tom Nook, has taken a special interest in setting up his cabin for him, and speaking as if she's made this speech many times before. And although Billy didn't know it at the time, that name would be burned into his memory forever due to what's to come in this story. Upon getting to his place, Billy sees that there's almost nothing in there, not even a chair, and once he steps back out, Tom Nook greets him. He's told that he bought this shed and due to this, he owes Tom Nook a ton of cash and needs to pay him back. Tom Nook offers to let the author work in his sweatshop so he can make the money back, expecting him to stop by right after this talk, and then he's gone. From here, Billy begins to investigate this theme park he's been left at, discovering the truth of his never-ending debt and those who have come before him. Escape from Marywood. Escape from Marywood is an experimental game created by Konami in 2011. It had only been released in a few GameStops throughout the states of Massachusetts and Maine, included with a special code to be entered into their website, which would allow direct feedback to the marketing department. The experiment was a failure, and 98% of people who gave feedback were extremely angry with the game. The game was essentially wiped from history at that moment, and asking anybody about it would get you denials and confusion. The author goes on to say that this is why they kept their copy of the game, so they can speak of it. The cover of the game looked like a chalkboard with a scribble of a weird human-like creature on it. A jointed stick figure, though one arm was bloated and claw-like. The creature was the only thing in the art as well, nothing across the top or spine, and there wasn't even a price tag on it. Ironically, this is what made the author curious enough to buy it. When starting up the game, you only had 3 options: New Game, Load Game, and Options. When selecting New Game, you'd be thrown into the game after a short and haunting jingle. The first thing you'd see is the beautiful yet terrifying style of the game's graphics. As if everything were drawn with crayons, the player would be lost in a forest of black and green as the night sky was depicted in red. The second thing you notice is that the creature from the box would be right in front of them, charging with a horrific scream. This abrupt beginning would cause players to die immediately, as being touched by that creature results in a brutal mauling that's made scary due to the first person perspective in the game. Usually, the player is supposed to turn around and flee instantly. The player will be fast enough to run away and eventually come across a village of huts and stick figures. Once here, the creature stops chasing the player and can be heard walking back into the darkness as its heavy thumping footsteps slowly recede. Then, your player will collapse from exhaustion and the screen fades to black, auto-saving at this moment. When regaining control, it's morning and the sky is blue instead of red. The character is in the village and the people of the village inform the player that the creature is known as Mary, a guardian of sorts who enforces a curfew on the villages of the forest, one that attacks people who aren't inside their homes at night. You're also given a bit of freedom, being able to buy a sword and even a handgun from the village and go off into the woods. The author says that as soon as he left the village during the day, he had a heart attack because he encountered Mary almost instantly, but to his surprise, Mary does not harm the player during the day and will even speak to them about the weather or how cute the animals are. He's pleasant here, but is still advised by the author to not attack Mary as he'll just turn hostile again and he's invincible to damage. When hit by him, you'll hear a piercing scream from the player as the screen rips as if it were paper being clawed until it's being diced to ribbons, and replaced with "you are dead," a sad face and an option to continue or quit. The author says that as long as you avoid Mary, don't attempt to go past the red line on the map, or leave the village at night, you can pretty much ignore him, though you can speak to him for new dialogue. When reaching the second village, the player will come to find out that Mary is canonically invincible, and the only one who can hurt him is himself. The player will be laughed at if they ask the likelihood of him dealing damage to himself because he's said to be the happiest thing alive. This is when you're supposed to figure out the objective of the game, which is to essentially make the happiest thing alive eliminate itself. Mary has happiness shrines around the forest that keep him happy, but the player has to find these altars and destroy them with complete and utter malice, having regular enemy encounters as they attempt to find these altars and things of that nature. You also observe Mary and eliminate the things that he likes to make him even more miserable. Eventually, the player will be able to push him to the point of making him defeat himself if you're picking up what I'm putting down, and the game will cut to black straight after. Metroid Mother. This Metroid story follows the author playing her old NES and Metroid game after getting home from the clinic. As she starts a new game, she sees the typical graphical glitches that comes with the game and shakes it off, although it was more often than usual. She was bored and half sedated as she was playing as well, so she decided to have a notebook next to her in order to take notes as she played, hence the story being written in the first place. As she would play through the normal beginning stages, she went into the first mini-boss hideout, where Kraid lives. What she found creepy was that the gargoyle that's typically in the room before Kraid had its lower jaw reversed, facing the wrong way, and its eyes were completely black. It was unnerving for her to stare at, as the tune that plays in the rooms containing Samus's upgrades was playing in the background at this moment. She wanders through the hideout and runs into enemies that seemed stretched out to a point where they looked as if they were melting, and at this point, she was worrying about the game crashing on her rather than anything really creepy. So she decides to rush through it a bit. She finds an area to replenish her energy and missiles and then battle Kraid. As she would fight Kraid, his sprite began to pixel and fuzz out, and eventually his face started to look like it was really messed up from the attacks. After taking even more damage, he turned red and the sprite changed with a jingle playing. Kraid would then stop moving and hold his own head, seeming to give up. It was at this point the author started to wonder if she was just hallucinating or seeing things due to the anesthetics. This story is like a Metroid version of Godzilla NES, so naturally it's quite long with a massive twist at the end. I recommend checking it out if you are interested in it. Mr. Bones Wild Ride. So anyone who's been on the V board at 4chan probably knows about Mr. Bones Wild Ride. For those who don't, it was a ride someone made for Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was one of those really slow motor car rides, but with a twist. It had 30,696 feet of track and a ride time of 70 real-time minutes, around 4 years in game time. In addition, there were those props of the skeleton holding out his top hat scattered around here and there, as if to mock the customers. Needless to say, there were a lot of passengers screaming, "I want to get off Mr. Bones Wild Ride." Now, here's where things got really good. Once the ride came to a stop, the passengers found themselves on a long path that took about 2 hours to traverse. Once they reached the end, they found themselves facing a sign that read, "Mr. Bones says the ride never ends." The path led straight back to the entrance of Mr. Bones Wild Ride. There was nowhere else to go. In other words, they were dead. Needless to say, this gained a lot of popularity on V, and people started making their own Mr. Bones Wild Ride. I was one of them, and made a version of the Ghost Train ride. You know, the one that's usually a huge death trap. It didn't last as long as the original, but it did have a twist. Near the end, it would launch the cars into a small shed with a sign on the side that said, "Enjoy your stay." I would always kill about 20 people with that ride and laugh as they each went one by one into their graves. Fast forward a few weeks and I was in Busch Gardens on vacation. I was wandering around trying to decide what to ride. That's when I noticed a ride that hadn't been there the last time I visited. It was strange because it had never been advertised and there was nothing on the map about it. I figured, why not, and got in line. Surprisingly, the line wasn't very long. I only waited about 10 minutes to get on. It was one of those motor car rides, which is kind of weird because they already had one elsewhere in the park. So why would they open up a second one? After buckling in, I looked up ahead and froze. There was a giant skeleton up ahead tipping a hat to me with a sign over his head. "No," I whispered. The sign read, "Mr. Bones Wild Ride." I struggled with my restraints, but they wouldn't come off. I begged the employee controlling the ride to help, and that I had changed my mind, but he ignored me. My car started moving and I screamed in terror. Up ahead, the track stretched on for what seemed like forever. I want to get off Mr. Bones Wild Ride. A link to your past. This story begins with a 14-year-old Alexander expressing guilt and regret. He says, "I can't take it anymore." He then introduces himself to the reader while saying that he now lives with his grandparents due to losing his entire family 4 years ago, wishing that they were still around. The author says that he needed a distraction from these thoughts and turned on his computer. He began to look for some ROM hacks to play on his SNES emulator, and after searching for a bit, he eventually comes across one named A Link to Your Past, and he notices that this one was created by one of his favorite ROM hack developers. He reads the description and notices that it included "dedicated to Alexander." It shocked Alex at first, but he says that he probably knew his name because he played all of the creator's hacks and always left positive reviews after, where he could have just been talking about someone close to him that's another Alex. Whatever it was, it made sense. Alex goes to download the ROM and boots it up. He sees that the title screen is the same as usual, so he just goes through with it. He then begins the normal game, noticing that everything up until the third boss was the same except for the fact that Link was referred to as Alexander. Once defeating Moldorm, the third boss, Alex would then notice that there was writing on the back wall of the stage. Ignoring the pendants that he's supposed to collect, he goes up to the wall and uses the Book of Moldora on it. And Link translated it as, "A seemingly indestructible obstruction along the way can be easily removed by making a good use of the combination of speed and power." Alex ignores this, but keeps it in the back of his head. Continuing on his quest quicker than expected because it's the same game to him rather than the new experience he expected from a fan-made mod, Alex wonders about how he's going to review this, as it's quite disappointing. Alex then runs into a rock on a random side path while headed to the Palace of Darkness, and he couldn't really get past it using any of the items that he had, but then remembers that text that he ignored earlier. He puts it all together, using the power of the Titan's mitt and the speed of the Pegasus boots. He uses them together, getting rid of the boulder, and then proceeded along the path. He ended up in an open field surrounded by trees, and in the middle, he saw a young girl with long blonde hair just standing there. As soon as she came into sight, Link ran toward her to attack on his own, and right as he was going to strike her, the screen faded to black and the scream of a girl could be heard. Link was then lying in bed again, like the beginning of the game, and when he stood up, there was a red stain on his sword. Alex then checks the inventory to see 2 new items, a note in a bottle filled with brown liquid. The note was a letter to the girl's father about the chocolate milk she made for his birthday. Alex laughs because it's ridiculous and continues to play the game, forgetting what happened here. He eventually runs into a character who started scolding him for disturbing his sleep, and he then pulls a dagger and threatens to attack, saying, "You took her life." Alex was then given a choice to play dumb or confirm this. Alex would play dumb, but the character wouldn't believe him and gave him the choice to answer again, this time confirming what he did to the girl. The man then mumbled something and backed off, starting to run away. Alex picked up what was going on and tried to use the chocolate milk in his inventory, with Link responding that he can't because he doesn't need it anymore. He would then move on from the room he was in and venture down a cavern to find a boy. The boy ran away, but Link started chasing him on his own, eventually doing the same that he once did to the girl. Link would then be in the same spot he once found a man in, and the same man would be on the floor with the bottle laying next to him, empty. It was stated that the man was poisoned because of drinking the chocolate milk, losing his life like the boy and the girl. Alex couldn't explore the cavern anymore because Link simply wouldn't let him, and so he chose to go to the final dungeon and eventually reached Ganon. He entered the room expecting to face Ganon, but he didn't. There was a woman with long black hair and modern clothing compared to the other characters in the game. This made the author pause the emulator, as he was able to finally put everything together. That woman was his mother. He unpaused the game expecting Link to do her in like he did the rest, but Link wouldn't move. This time, the author was in control. He felt relieved for a second, but dread filled him once he knew that he had to be the one to do her in. Each step the character took towards his mother, she'd say things such as "How are you doing? You're scaring me," things of that nature. In the moment that Alex got to his mother, he pressed a button to eliminate her, but it triggered a cutscene instead. His mom was crying, begging him to stop, but Link kept slashing his sword. Once done, the screen turned to black and there was nothing but eternal darkness. The author contacts the creator of the ROM, asking why this game existed, only to get a response saying, "A link to your past," followed by his real-life name, Matthias Smith. This was the name of Alex's dead brother. Dying happy. This is a story where the author's friend Owen picks up a game called Tomodachi Life. He tells the author that it's an interesting game because you can do all sorts of stuff within making your Tomodachi characters sing songs, run around the island, stuff like that. The friends end the phone call with Owen saying that he's got to get back to work, but he'll tell the author how the game is, and to watch videos on Tomodachi Life. The author then does just that, watching the ridiculousness that happens in the game and eventually wants the game for himself. Later on that evening, Owen will call the author to talk about it. He would say that he made the most ugly characters, and then he expresses curiosity in how their babies will come out if they're already so ugly in the game. Owen then points out that there was one thing strange about this game though. It's that he never got the chance to start off with his own character because there was already one there, and he couldn't edit it or change anything about it. The author asks if he's forced to be someone that's not him then, but Owen just said I made another character that looks like me instead, so I'm pretending that he's the main guy. The author asks if he's playing a used copy, and Owen says that must be the case. The guys at GameStop must have forgot to reset it or something. Owen then tells the author that it's fine anyway because the character is awesome. His name is Mr. Happy Death Death, and he's even got a song called Dying Happy. Owen speaks about the song, and it makes the author laugh because it's so ridiculous. He also mentions that you should see the dance as well. They soon end the call after this, and the next day, the author tries to call Owen again, only to get the news that he passed away. The author asks how it happened, and Owen's wife said he jumped off an overpass. The author refused to believe this, but the wife confirms it, saying that he smiled at her before he did it. The author was speechless and took a lot of time to mourn. After mourning, he decided to buy the game himself and try it out to feel closer to his friend Owen. He would even create Miis for himself and Owen and take great special care of them. But a couple of days after this, he got an email from Owen's address, assuming that it was from his wife. A video. What the video contained was a crappy recording of a video game, and the words on the screen came up. Everybody dying happy. The author's blood went cold upon the sight of this. His curiosity does take over his fear at some point, and he chooses to play the video. In this video, he witnesses 6 Miis on stage, and then Mr. Happy descended, revealing his face. No hair, his eyes were just 2 black holes, and his mouth was an oval. He resembled the famous painting, The Scream. It was innocent until he began to sing a song about dying happy. It was funny when the author first heard it from Owen, but now, after Owen's passing, he's starting to understand. He tried to forget the video, but he couldn't help but watch it over and over. Believing that Mr. Happy had a point, everybody dies, so why die sad when you can die happy? As the author continues to play the game, his own Miis within the game began to self-eliminate themselves, and when he was the last one on the island, he decided to follow suit. Green Mountain. This is a Sonic mod that begins with Sonic in Green Hill Zone. The title card will not play. Sonic's eyes remain closed the entire game as well. The sky will be black with the background being oversaturated, and the classic Green Hill song is replaced with a weird, distorted version of it. There are also no enemies or obstacles, with the objective being to climb the so-called Green Mountain Trail. The player needs to be careful when climbing this trail, as if he falls off at any point, Sonic will die. Eventually, the player will reach the top and come across a doppelganger of Sonic with no face and his body being blacked out. He will stand still for a bit, then randomly attack. Despite this, your Sonic cannot die no matter how many times you get hit. Once you hit this doppelganger 4 times, he will run to the left to escape, but the game window will not let him leave. You will hit him 2 more times and then he will melt. Once defeating this doppelganger, the game begins to deteriorate, with Sonic who then begins to melt. While the game is disappearing in the darkness, Sonic can only at this point jump, and after even more time, Sonic will begin to melt himself, leaving a hole in his face just like his doppelganger. Sonic then stands still until the game ends, and the game over text appears with eerie sounds playing in the back. Those who have played this game went through his files to find disturbing files named We Left It in the Car and Did You Get the Shovel. The one that stands out the most is titled Returnal, and upon opening it, you can see a corpse of a Sonic-like figure. However, those who have seen it still debate what they have seen to this day. Pokemon Dark Green. This story follows the author recounting their experiences with a version of Pokemon Green that had Scyther on the cover rather than Venusaur. After his dad brings him to Walmart to get a copy of his first Pokemon game for an early birthday present, he gets back home and rushes up the stairs to get straight into it. Upon tearing open the case and examining the cartridge, he found it odd. There was a Scyther offset to the right, as if it were battling something that wasn't there in the first place, and the background was completely black. Not to mention, underneath the Pokemon logo, it did not say green version as expected. This made the author feel unsettled, but they wanted to play their game, so he inserted it into the Game Boy. Once turning it on, there was no intro or anything like that, but instead, just a screen with one option: continue. He did not care though due to curiosity, and just continued to play. After a few moments, the author found a character in their home, but he couldn't leave or interact with anything in the room either. He was scared that he might have gotten a defective cartridge, so he turns off his Game Boy, blows on the cartridge, and puts it back in, being brought to the same screen with the same option, continue. And upon clicking continue, he was put back in the same room as before. The author gets frustrated after going through this loop a couple of times and talks to his dad about it. His dad says that they can't return it now despite what's going on, so I'll have to just get a new one tomorrow. This made the author feel relieved. After going back to Walmart, all of the green had been sold, so he had to settle for red, and he played that instead, putting away the defective green in his drawer and forgetting it for many years. We move forward to the release of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. The author gets his own copy of Pearl with his best friend getting Diamond. He then goes over his friend's house and they play the games with each other all day, but they eventually get into a conversation where Pokemon Green is brought up. To the author's surprise, Billy believes that this game never existed in the first place, and after a little bit of convincing, Billy knows that the author is completely serious about playing this supposed Pokemon Green. The author convinces Billy to come over to his house to see this game that he was talking about, but they couldn't find it. Billy just stops believing the author about this copy of Pokemon Green, and then he goes home as the author continues to search, finding nothing. The following day, the author asks his dad about the game and finds out that his dad actually had the game the entire time, so he gives it to the author and decides to play it again, wishing he could show Billy. But he couldn't since Billy was at church currently. He boots it up again to be greeted with the usual loop of being stuck in the room, but this time he was older, so he can actually investigate the room and pay more attention to detail within it. He hits start and sees if there was any Pokemon in his party, and there was. There was a level 25 Scyther who knew Strength, Cut, and Flash. Checking his trainer stats, there was nothing, even 0 hours clocked in. The author then examines the room to find a boulder in there, and has Scyther use Strength on it. He's able to walk up to the spot on the wall that the boulder covered and hit the A button. A text box then came up and said, "Dark," and it kept saying that every time the author would press A, so they put together that they had to use Flash at that moment. A path would then light up, and the author could finally exit the room. He walked down an almost endless hallway and came out at the side of his house in Pallet Town. He couldn't go back inside either, but he didn't care because he wanted to just get to playing the game. As the author explored the town, it was completely empty, except for one place, Oak's lab. Oak had stood in front of his lab and wouldn't respond to the author, so he decided to leave. Once the author got right before the grass, Oak would finally act and then come up behind him saying, "What do you think you're doing? It's too dangerous for you and your Pokemon." A battle would then begin, and Oak's sprite was looking down at the ground with a troubled expression, and so was his 3 level 5 Pokemon, the starter trio. The author with his level 25 Scyther swept the team, but strangely, each time a Pokemon was defeated, Oak would say "don't go," and when the battle was over, Oak said, "I beg of you, do not leave, you will not be able to return." The author was unmoved yet unnerved by the creepiness of Oak's actions in this hacked game. He moves towards Viridian City. The light illuminating his way disappeared, becoming darker and darker until it was pitch black, and once it was pitch black, a wild Pokemon would appear. The author would refer to this as the Invisible, as it was level 100 with no sprite or name, and whenever he tried to fight it, it was said that Scyther was too scared to move. When running, the author would move forward with one step, and then the battle would just begin again. This kept happening until the author got the idea to use Flash, illuminating the entire screen. The Invisible would then also vanish. Once arriving to Viridian, the town was in dark green, a dimly lit version of itself, and a text box said, "Stay forever and enjoy the gym" came up. This made the author decide to turn around and leave, but he couldn't, which confirmed Oak's claim. He went to explore the town, only seeing the man that teaches you how to catch Pokemon. He went to talk to him and he's questioned if he wants to catch Pokemon, become a master, defeat the league, and then enjoy an endless life of solitude. Then he was given a choice of yes or no. The author here would choose no, and the old man said, "Then stay forever and enjoy the gym." Having an idea of what's going on, he spoke to the old man again and pressed yes. This time, the old man would say, "Well, you're on your way to becoming what you want, but you need to come with me first so I can introduce you to a true master." They then walked to the gym, and the old man just stood at the entrance, and the author walked in. When he entered, the gym was pitch black, so the author used Flash and saw Giovanni in the middle of the room. The author spoke to him and he said, "This is where your journey ends. There is nothing beyond this point and you'll remain in this room forever. I'm sorry." The author walked around and spoke to Giovanni multiple times, with Giovanni only responding in apologies. But one last time, Giovanni actually battled him. The text box said, "Giovanni has no choice," and the Pokemon he threw out was the Invisible. This time the author could actually fight it, but nothing would happen and the Invisible wouldn't attack either. The The author would eventually use Flash and see that the Invisible became a dark green, sinister looking Scyther. This Scyther would then one-shot the author Scyther. The battle would end and the author was then in the gym despite having his only Pokemon fainted. He walked to Giovanni again, and Giovanni would say, "You have to find a way out. He has control over us all, and you'll only be another victim. There is a door." But his sentence was cut off with an animation of Scyther grabbing Giovanni from behind. The still image sits on the player's screen for about 3 minutes before fading out. The author came back to the gym and tried to leave, but as soon as they reached the door, another animation played. Instead of Giovanni this time, it was the player's own Scyther, and furthermore, another animation would play of it getting cut into pieces. After, it would display an image of the player's Scyther's head looking frightened as it laid in the darkness, and the text box says, "You failed." Super Mario 128. This is a creepypasta about someone who got their hands on a beta of the cancelled sequel of Super Mario 64. This is a recollection of the game they played. When the author opened the game, there was nothing but a title screen before starting. Once entering the game, Bowser's iconic laugh from Super Mario 64 would loop in the background, and a text box would pop up soon after, saying, "Mario, I have taken Princess Peach. She will not live to see sunrise tomorrow unless you take her place. You know what to do and where to go. Do not try to stop me unless you want to hasten her death." The author instantly picks up that this game was going for a darker tone, and after the text went away, they were thrust into the gameplay. The first thing that stood out of Mario's model was that he had the model of two separate Marios, the body being a realistically proportioned one from Galaxy and the head from Super Mario 64. The design hadn't been completed. The setting was a typical sky level, with platforms in the air and clouds in the background, but graphically, it was impressive, more so than usual. The gameplay was a little different as well. Mario wouldn't jump as high as usual, and there was little control of his mid-air movement. The author would play through the level unimpressed, as there was no enemies and all he did was jump from platform to platform easily. As he continued, the sky became more and more obscure and the background turned to a dark gray. Then it began to rain. The author reached a small platform with Toad on it, and upon speaking to him, he said, "We don't want you here anymore, Mario. You don't belong here. Just give Bowser what he wants. Die." After this, the author lost control of Mario, and he turned around and walked off the platform, his body going limp as he fell. It was then revealed that there was a realistic city under the sky. The buildings didn't look good, but there were people present. Mario would then hit the ground with a thud and just lay there, and all the people in the city ignored him, sometimes staring at him with cold expressions. This went on for a few. People stopped appearing and then Mario got up. However, he would walk very slowly. The author would walk down the street for a bit and come across a small house that seemed out of place and approach it. The screen would then go white with black text appearing. It read as, "House of Torn Memories." Mario inside of this house would be scaled as if he were a small child, which made everything around him seem gigantic. The house itself was filled with normal objects covered in dust and signs of neglect. There was nobody in the ground floor either, just things like broken lamps and rotting food. The author would then find themselves going into the basement and finding a broken TV and couch in poor condition. But what was on the couch disturbed the author. It was two skeletons that appeared to be children, still larger than Mario himself though. The author would then go to interact with these skeletons, but then Bowser came crashing through the floor below and landed in front of Mario. Bowser here did not look the same as he usually did. He was more threatening than usual. Longer limbs ending in razor-sharp claws, and his shell looked more jagged and organic. The face, small but intense pure black eyes, coupled with a mouth with jagged teeth that took up far more space than they should. Mario cowered in fear at the sight of Bowser, and Bowser would then say, "You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario. I will taste flesh soon. Will you surrender, or does Peach have to die?" Mario just stood there and he was impaled by Bowser and eaten by him. As the screen went to black and white text, another level name appeared. Mario's Eternal Home. Mario was whole again, and he was floating as if he were in space in a completely black level. He could be controlled, but it was more so directing which place Mario would tumble toward, rather than deciding his true movement. As Mario fell, voices faded in, telling him that he was worthless and that everybody would be better if he were gone. High-pitched crying was layered on top of these voices after a while, sounding like Mario's cries, and this would disturb the author, and almost make him even cry. This went on for a while until the author would notice a light gray speck in the distance. It took the author a long time to reach it, but eventually he did. When the author was close enough to make it out, he saw that it was a tombstone with cracks in it. And when he got to see it up close, he was able to see writing on it, and all that was said was, "Innocence." Jack the Ripper game. Jack the Ripper game is an original game creepypasta where the author gets his hands on a hidden object game called The Murders of Jack Ripper. This was many years after he first played it, and he had fond memories of the game as a child. The purpose of the game was to find different clues all throughout the game that would lead you to Jack's lair, where he was being tortured by a 6-foot winged creature in a blue robe with white blonde hair. The things she would do to Jack the Ripper at the end of the game would depend on how many secret items you found. These being artifacts that showed up briefly during the hidden object scenes and were completely separate from the 10 objects required to finish a murder scene. Once finding the 10 objects to move on from the scene, your chances of obtaining the secret item from that stage was gone for the rest of the playthrough. The author, no matter how many times he played this game, could never find all of them, only being able to find up to 20 per playthrough. As the author plays through the stages attempting to find the secret item that he's been missing all along, Jack's heart is eventually awarded to him, being disturbingly well rendered. He's able to beat the game with all the secret items, and the final scene that's awarded to him is the Blue Angel lowering the knife into Jack slowly as he looked at the player with a look of terror on his face, pleading for help, and then the screen would cut to black. The player decides to go through the game one last time, as even then, he still feels as if there's more to the game. And as he boots up the game one last time, he sees that the game's title is now The Murder of Jack the Ripper, rather than Murders of Jack the Ripper. Helios. In the early 1990s, a game called Helios emerged for the DOS systems. This was created by Sean Puckett under his company, Albino Frog Software. The game's backstory was narrated within the game itself, and is supposed to recount a bizarre encounter that Puckett claims to have experienced in 1993. He describes a stormy night disrupted by a green light and a strange alien-like duplicate of himself. So after this, Puckett discovers green fluid on his computer in a new directory containing unusual files. Among them is a game called Helios, which he shares with friends and eventually uploads to online bulletin boards, attracting interest despite people having some weird skepticisms about his origins. Puckett divides this game into 2 parts, as he offers the first half as shareware and then he sells the second half directly. Helios presents players with surreal gameplay featuring a tentacle-like entity navigating through environments and collecting blue gems, and each level will pose unique challenges that have mazes or encounters with hostile enemies. And then the game's design will showcase repetitive tiling and otherworldly aesthetics, which just adds to its, otherworldly mystique that it's kind of going for. The objective of the game does remain ambiguous, with players left to decipher its symbolism and explore its strange mechanics. Thank you for playing Rayman. So this is just like the Metroid creepypasta from earlier. It's supposed to serve as a Godzilla NES type of creepypasta but for Rayman. I'm not saying this is a knockoff though, as it's quite good on its own, but it's a massive story, so I recommend just checking it out. It has the same beginning as Metroid Mother, but in a Rayman sense. Zorax. This story begins with the author recounting how his parents were the first to fall ill due to a virus known as Zorax. The symptoms would have victims vomit profusely, while all their muscles would spasm and their eyes would slowly turn into an inky blackness. The author's entire family would pass due to this virus, with him being the only survivor. Eventually, people would bang on his door looking for survivors, and upon answering, he'd see that their faces were obscured by large gas masks fitted with some sort of caps on the side of their cheeks. Their breathing was slow and monitored, and they were covered from head to toe in hazmat suits, reading day crew on their backs. From there on in the story, they're referred to as such. The day crew would order the author out into the main hall, where he saw 14 other children his age being told directions and filed into a lineup. And once the entire group was examined, they began to trek out onto the streets, where there was a vision of chaos and destruction. They had all heard the noises of the carnage outdoors, but stood inside due to fear of the virus. There were even more day crew just cleaning the bodies that flooded the streets. Eventually, the author and 14 other children were put into the back of a van and brought to a forest clearing where they'd be interrogated about their exposure to Zorax. The day crew would express their wonder about the immunity of the author and the other children, as everybody else who came into contact with this illness would fall ill hours after developing it. They would administer more tests and ask more questions, but the author was eventually told that their immunity was tied with a hormone cell that the disease was using to compromise the entire immune system of the children and everybody around it. But the children had survived the Zorax due to being too young to have properly developed this hormone cell, making them immune to the disease. The day crew would tell the author and the other children that they wanted to study them, although the author could sense that they were doubtful of their efforts. Despite this, they proceeded with tests and experiments. All the children were woken up the next day and filed into a single lineup to have their blood drawn. While the needles were prepared for them, they were told that they would need to have a vaccination that would prevent them from going through puberty to preserve the hormone that would lead to a cure for the world. The author then says that they were never told that this vaccine would lead them to being unable to grow up as adults or have children, but since the situation was so dire, their adulthood was seen as necessary sacrifice. Their vaccinations would continue for weeks, and this amount of time was too long, as people were becoming desperate as more time passed. The author would hear the night crews speak of horrors currently going on in the world. There are people living by the shore going completely pale and sprouting growths to their elbows, hips, and toes, needing constant hydration or their skin would flake and peel. The night crew was also speaking about food in the mountains. They were gathering it in droves, but they also revealed that they found women up there who weren't exposed to Zorax. This being due to keeping them and the children they were birthing away from the sickness. This topic will come back to their present situation as they discuss the encampment of the children, and that their results, while promising, weren't being worked on fast enough. There was infighting within the scientists about all of this, but they eventually settled on focusing on keeping the mood positive and that something would eventually come along the more they worked. They shifted the discussion back to the stories of those at the coast. The author felt horrible about this as he thought of his own family as these stories were told. One more month into testing, a few short hours after their most recent vaccination, several kids began to complain about their distorting vision. They were told that they were just visual hallucinations. The author himself began to experience these effects the next day, seeing trailing lights drifting through the air. They were forbidden to speak of these lights, as it was obvious that all could see them. The hallucinations began to worsen despite the children not using the vaccinations anymore. They would begin to befriend imaginary creatures in the air, with the author fearing that he may lose his sanity as well. As the author eavesdrops on the night crew's discussion one last time, they begin to speak about how all of the food had been contaminated and all of the births resulted in defects, each child being a healthy birth weight and their eyes far apart. The cure that they discovered had not shown signs of preventing the sickness, but slowed it, so it would claim lives in days rather than hours. This was good news, but they accomplished very little over such a large span of time, so they began to speak about destroying those who are sick. The author, hearing this, rolled over in his bed and watched the lights play across his vision until he fell asleep. The scrubs were gone the next day, as the children were left behind as a failed experiment. In a depression, the author went back to bed and began to suffer a violent burst of spasms and shivering in the process. He had endless nightmares throughout the night, and when he woke, he heard something pass through his doorway, opening his eyes to see a light over his head. Hello, Link. Wake up. The great Deku Tree has summoned you. Bead Dice Sky. Bead Dice Sky is a story about an IT college professor assigning his students a project where he gives the students ROM documents, the classic 2D games that can be found anywhere on the internet. Upon receiving the documents, they would have until the beginning of next year to edit the documents in such a way that they would create an entirely new game. He speaks about all kinds of results he's gotten from doing this over the years, but one that stuck with him and truly managed to scare him. A student named Tom was the problem child in one of his classes, but he was very intelligent and good at coding before even starting the class. He would always keep to himself. And over the first month of summer break after assigning this project, the professor would receive a message from Tom. It was an email that told the professor that Tom would not be returning to class at the beginning of the year due to having private issues at home. And secondly, he has completed the project. He says that it will not count toward the final grade, but despite that, he wants him to play it. It's very original and based on his own life story. He asked for the professor to not show it to anybody else, and he will know why once he plays it. Thank you. Attached to the email was a file called Be Thy Sky. This confused the author greatly. He wonders why Tom has decided to leave his class, but he just brushes that aside and begins to play the game. As he plays, he recognizes that the engine used for the beginning of the game was the one used for Pokemon Gold and Silver. However, the sprites were a bit different as they were more detailed than anything in the Pokemon games. Nothing was even reused and the sprite looked like Tom himself. The author would move Tom's character around the house, realizing that the game was actually based on him. The author using Tom's character would then have a conversation about going to university with his dad, and then Tom would go outside to the bus and catch it to the university. Upon getting there, an objective came up saying, "Find Becky." The author would recognize this name as it's another one of his students. He'd follow through the game and eventually find Becky, and once doing this, another objective came up: follow Becky without being seen. When your sprite would get near her, you'd see her speaking about having the house to herself, and as she kept on thinking, she heard rustling in the bushes outside of her window. And if you were noticed by her, the screen would reset to the beginning. Once the professor completed this part, he lost control of Tom. Tom would be in the classroom around this point in a recreation of the moment that the author had assigned a project of creating the game. And once this scene ended, the objective was the same as before: follow Becky without being seen. Only this time, it was way longer as he followed her to her house. After this, Tom was in bed. He'd enter a dream and speak to another sprite of himself, except this one was much darker. He chastised Tom for flaking with his mission and not going through with it. Tristan, The name of this evil Tom would tell him that nobody would misstep, and you should do it before I take matters into my own hands. After, the screen cut to black. We'd see Tom in bed again, and the screen would cut to black again, with him reappearing at Becky's house. The game would give the professor control over Tom again as it went back to the stealth gameplay. As he went to a window, he entered Becky's house. Becky would then find Tom in her house. She says that she's warned him to stop following her, and that she saw Tom following her and her friends, and now he's broken into her house. She's calling the police. Becky would walk toward the phone, and then Tom would say no. A battle scene appeared, looking just like Pokemon, but with only the names and health bars. Tom would then eliminate Becky in the battle, with her character sprite being left in horrifying condition. The screen would go black and reappear with Tom in a forest at night over a patch of dug up earth, saying, "I'm sorry, this wasn't meant to happen," and he'd run away. The game would end with the title screen of Beat Dice Sky reappearing, and the letters on the screen began to rotate and shift, stopping in an order that spelled out, "Becky is dead." The Curse of the Hero. This begins with the author speaking of his world's history. He's now a traveler who was once a servant. He says that his king did not treat him badly, and that people like him actually chose to work for him. Although things got confusing once he came about. He talks about how people in this world he lives in are kind. And there are even those who pick fights for fun, even picking on those who can't fight back. Many like him have been eliminated without a hint of remorse. It wasn't nearly this bad before, of course. It all started with a child who had power, power he hadn't yet discovered, power he soon learned made him far above anyone else in the land. He wasn't mean either, as he had an untainted innocence, a happy demeanor that none could destroy. He was also quite durable and could take more abuse than normal. He recovered easily too. But a good defense isn't impenetrable. The child would eventually be in tight spots that would force him to his limit, replacing his happy demeanor with anger. And despite being peaceful enough to fit in with the common folk easily, he had a real knack for battle. And once defeating an attacker for the first time, something changed in him. He was still happy and friendly, but now he knew he was extremely powerful. He was strong. He was practically untouchable. At first he used his power to protect the author and his people from being bullied. But as time went on, he became more impulsive and less caring about the consequences of his actions, and eventually a force of pure destruction. It started with him seeking and attacking the worst people around, but even after them, it wouldn't stop. He turned his attention to smaller threats and picked off those who only knew one move with a single weapon. And then finally, the most harmless. He never felt evil in these attacks. The child kept his friendly, cheerful attitude even when he wasn't fighting. He became oblivious to the problem that he was, and none could say a word for fear of his wrath. The author then comes back to his past, explaining that his king was a gentle king, who hosted a massive banquet open to all who wanted to attend. And due to this, the king had to send all of his servants far and wide to gather food for the feast. It was going to be wonderful, as the servants traveling to gather food was a perfect way to spread word of the feast as well. However, some made it to the home of the young champion, and the child became angry and stormed his way straight to the castle, taking out everybody in his way as he went. He would reach the castle and battle the king. A rivalry would spawn between the two, but the child was able to ensure a victory every time they battled. Tales of the champion would spread like wildfire across the lands, and the world divided in opinion about this new protector. Was he a hero or a villain? Should he be stopped? Was it even possible? Many felt as if he were going too far. Thus, they tried to stop him even if it cost their lives, and for many it did. All this time the child was happy, still innocent. He was a monster with no self-awareness. It's true that he was a hero of the land, slaying many horrors who invaded, but his protection still came at a heavy price, as he would eliminate the countless innocents on his quest to stop whatever bothered him in the event that he was angry. It was terrifying, but the worst was yet to come. The king would begin to study the child, and they would battle countless times as the young champion was very prone to misinterpreting the king's actions and intentions. This happened many times, before this king had even started acting beyond his usual self. He grew malevolent before their battles. The normally gentle soul would pick up his weapon of choice and start waving it around, prompting some to leave and the others to try and calm him down. His fits were always stopped after the champion came and defeated him once more. The hero's name, you ask? Well, he's never really said, but we just call him Kirby. Renderman. The Renderman legend is an urban legend revolving around the 2007 sandbox building land, Blockland. Since its release, rumors have flourished about an elusive entity called the Renderman. This is a clear reference to the creepypasta creature Slenderman, and this would inhabit the world of Blockland. Supposedly, the Renderman would appear whenever the player took a screenshot of their game, either while shaking the camera violently or in a dark location. When the Halloween update was released, claims about Preppers, a new form of Renderman, circulated on the internet, claiming that these flashing red faces would appear on dark maps and kill the player. Needless to say, these rumors have yet to be substantiated, although numerous mods have been made to put Renderman in its various forms in the game. Terror Lane released. Terror Lane release opens up with this quote. They say the power of the mind is a scary thing, but what others don't know is the actions you do to correspond with your mind can be much worse. This is what 15-year-old Ben discovered in the worst way imaginable. Ben, the person we follow throughout the story, is said to be a very sadistic and lonely person with an extensive imagination. None of his family were ever around. This story begins with Ben being given a copy of Pokemon Red from his brother as his family was moving, and he was a bit shaken up by this game, as he would remember all the creepypasta around it. He snapped out of that thought and went to click the game into his Game Boy. He started it up and everything was normal. He named himself Red and his rival Blue, and he would play through the game normally despite the sound being more quiet than normal. He would then decide to go through the grass and get Professor Oak's attention, and this is when things became questionable. He would walk up to the border of the town only for the screen to flash for a split second. Usually Oak is supposed to stop you from leaving, but he didn't. Ben would walk one step back and then forward again. It was basically able to skip the intro. However, he couldn't save due to this glitch, so he just decided to reset and create a new save profile. This time, he would get stopped by Oak and brought to the Pokemon lab. He'd choose Charmander and go through the usual up until Lavender Town with no problems whatsoever, letting out a sigh of relief. An hour later, Ben would still be in his bed playing Pokemon Red when the game would flash again, and he thought he was going to get into a battle from the amount of times the screen flashed, and after the frequent amount of flashes, the screen stayed white. This frustrated Ben, and he turned off the game as he had to go eat anyway. Little did he know he forgot to save the game before doing so. A small rumble would come from his Game Boy, and he'd look back in his room, scratch his head, and go back out to the kitchen. As he, Levi, and their parents were eating, Ben was tired and delirious, or so he thought when he kept hearing Pokemon battle music in his head. He'd shake his head to get rid of the thought, thinking to himself that he's read way too many creepypasta, and his mother would ask if he was okay. But Ben just shook it off and said nothing. Both of their parents would leave after dinner to engage in their own activities, and Levi would go partying right after. Now, Ben was home alone once again. Didn't help that their phone service was out either. Ben was hesitant to go to bed early just so he could wake up to everyone being home again. He hated being alone. He would try to sleep but he couldn't. He then remembered that he forgot to save his game, so of course he'd have to restart again. This time, the game did not go through the Professor Oak tutorial at all, and the rival and the character naming was completely skipped. Ben would go to the Pokemon lab and see that his rival was already named. It was Blue from the previous file. He found it strange but continued to play anyway. He went up north to see if Oak would appear, and he did, but he said something different this time. "You shouldn't be here," Oak said. This made Ben paranoid as he believed that things were only going to get worse from here. Oak didn't walk away from Red this time, but he ran like he had running shoes. Ben was nervous as he questioned Oak's fear. He questioned the condition of the game he once played. Is this tampered? Broken? What's wrong with this thing? He rationalized that it was a coincidence and continued. He went into the grass again, but he never went to Oak to get a Pokemon. A text box would then appear. You should have listened. The power flashed at the same time the game did and turned off, but the game was still active and sounded like it was breathing, as if it were alive. It sounded like someone was running from something in tall grass. Ben couldn't tell though, as the screen was still black and these sounds were playing on their own. The game would then enter a battle with what appeared to be the rival Blue. Ben would then send out a Charmander named Maria, this Charmander being named after his mother. It only knew one move, struggle, and Ben could not escape from the battle. Blue would say, "You shouldn't have walked in the grass, now nobody will save you. Your parents were never there for you, and this is why they will pay." The Charmander was then eliminated in one strike and removed from the party. A text box would come out saying, "Next victim?" It was supposed to say next Pokemon, but Ben in his confusion selected yes. He didn't have enough time to see what Pokemon was even coming out next, as it was just automatically selected. It was then a Squirtle named Seth. This was the name of his father. This couldn't be right, surely. Blue would speak again. "You wanted to be alone, didn't you? Your wishes will now come true." Seth would then become confused and hit himself into confusion, causing an instant KO. At this point, Ben was just scared for his life. He don't know why he kept playing, but he did. It was as if another side of him were coming alive, this side feeling good when these Pokemon would faint. The game would then again choose another Pokemon, this one named Levi. It was his brother. Ben would then hear a loud screech of what sounded like Ghastly's cry echoing from all around his room, this causing him to flip the handheld onto the floor. Another loud Ghastly screech would echo around his room. Ben would check his game again to see that the battle disappeared altogether, with a text box reading what? Done already? Red would then send himself into battle despite the players seeming to run out of Pokemon. However, Red would turn around to Ben saying, "You killed them. You killed them all. You should have never abandoned me." The next text box from Blue read, "Does it feel good?" Blue would then jump at Red and the handheld screen went black. He He was then teleported to a dark room, and Red was controlling himself. Ben could only watch as he headed into a long walkway. Red reached the end of the corridor and turned around to walk back. Red's appearance looked horrifying as well, as if he were a brutalized zombie. Ben was shaking with intensity. This was just too much for him to bear. The game would then shout at Ben to bury them, and Blue would run up from the same corridor that Red came from, and then the screen would go black again. 3 screams would then be heard. Ben would wake up the next day after passing out, hoping that everything he saw wasn't real. He went to check his family's rooms. Nobody was there and nothing was in their rooms. He'd go outside to see 3 tombstones in his yard. His family was now with him forever. No Mercy. No Mercy is an Undertale creepypasta that follows the author after him and his friend decides to do some data mining in the game, as it was said to have a treasure trove of secrets. The author's friend, Mike, would come to find a new version of the game that he would then send to the author as he wasn't able to play it at the moment. The author would then start up the game with nothing really being different except for UT Route 3 B73 being written on the top left of the screen. The author would then play through both the neutral and the pacifist run. Nothing. However, after a bit of thinking, they remembered the game being called UT Route 3 in the text on the top left. They believed that this was referring to the evil route of the game, where you destroy everything in your path, as neutral and pacifist had nothing new to offer, so they went for it. Encountering the first Whimsun, the author would go to eliminate as many of them as they possibly can, and then they would enter a battle with another Whimsun. This time though, the name that they put into the game disappeared from the bottom area of the screen. It was strange to the author, but they were happy about it as it confirmed their theory. They would go to continue the evil run, clearing out as many enemies as possible and eventually end up at Toriel's house. This is when things began to change. Everything seemed darker in color within the house, coupled with the lights just being off. Toriel was not where she would usually be. She would be in the final room just standing, staring at the author with a 1,000-yard stare. The author would then begin combat with Toriel. As they would battle, Toriel would speak about how the player's character was no longer her child anymore, and that she feared her arrival. Toriel would then go to warn the others in Snowden to flee, while sending Dr. Alphys a message to evacuate as many monsters as possible. Before saying anything else, Toriel would fade into dust with a broken smile as the author won the battle. Things were darker in this route. The author would go on to look around the exit rooms for a bit just to see if anything was hidden, but nothing was there, so they went to the Snowden forest. There was no sound except footsteps. The author would go on to clear Papyrus's puzzles easily and enter Snowden Town. As the author would walk through this town, they began to feel sorry for the monsters. It was empty and devoid of life, besides a singular soul, Papyrus. He stood where the player would normally find him, and before he had a chance to finish his sentence, the player would enter combat and eradicate him with a single attack. All that remained here was his cape, and Frisk would go to walk over it without the player's input as they just sat there watching. They would continue on the waterfall to see Undyne, but the waterfall was completely empty up until the mountain where you would normally find Undyne, and she was still there. She would challenge the author as they were a threat to all life within the world. Entering this battle, the author's LV and XP were far higher than usual, despite not having done anything. As this battle would go on, the author's LV was increasing at an alarming rate, and the music was going more quiet. At some point, the LV halted at 1173 and the music was gone, and Undyne and her attacks just disappeared. Even the bullet board was erased. Here, the author was able to move around the area, and they would move right as the battle interface slid to the left of the screen. Eventually, there was nothing left but the character's soul, and they couldn't move anywhere but right, so they kept going until a message appeared, saying, HP fully restored. The author here was confused and wanted an explanation, so they pressed Z in the hopes that something would happen, only to be teleported to the entrance of the Hotlands next to the water cooler. This area was as lonely and quiet as those before it, and eventually, the author would find a crowd of monsters in a room with Alphys among them. The player would immediately enter battle, with the number of their LV not being displayed anymore. Active Mercy wouldn't work. Only options available were fight and item, and within item were duplicates of the same item, dust. The author just went back to fight and landed 3 hits on the crowd. The damage was so ridiculous that the number went out of the screen's boundaries, and before Alphys can say anything, she was eliminated like the others. The author wasn't in control here. The battle screen would close, and in place of the monsters was a large crowd of dust. Robotic beeps were then heard, and suddenly the author entered a fight with the Mettaton Neo. This battle was hours long for the author, but eventually they triumphed. But their character would crush Mettaton and slice him into ribbons due to apparent frustration with the battle's length. The character would then turn on the giant fans in the background as the dust blew away. They would then find the keys needed to power the elevator and be sent to New Home. The author would find Sans there, and he instantly entered battle. Sans would slam the altar repeatedly until he had 2 HP left, and then he'd select fight, but Sans here would simply grab the slash animation and throw it right back at the player, causing their soul to shatter. There was then a game over screen, and Sans would begin to speak to the altar, saying that you should not be here. Everybody was happy until their laughter turned into screaming. Sans would here repeatedly destroy the player, battle after battle. Game over screens would appear, and Sans would drag the player back in. He would ask, "Why bother trying? You can't win." The author would get sick of this and just reboot the game, only to be thrown back into the battle with Sans. And after trying even more, at some point, the soul of the player took over. The character got sick of this and started playing on its own. It played on an entirely different level from the player himself, defeating Sans. Sans would then say, "You can't go back even if you wanted to. After hundreds slain, this is the decision you've made." Sans would leave and die off screen, and the player character would go on to one-shot Asgore as he turned into dust right after his defeat. The character proceeded onward to a barrier, and the game would close itself and delete all traces of its existence. Earthbound Crypt of Ancients. Back in the 80s and 90s, I wasn't really a fan of video games. In fact, I would often say no to my friends when they asked me to come over and play Contra or Super Mario Bros. Or what have you. This often made them think that I was rather strange. I didn't care much though. All the games I had played up to that point were all the same. You play as some overpowered guy who goes around killing strange enemies. Big whoop. However, on June 5th, 1995, my friend Victor told me about a game he thought even I would enjoy, as it was different from everything else ever released. It was summer. I was out of school and didn't really have much going on other than work, which I only did part-time because I was only 15, so I said what the heck, and agreed to go over and play it at Victor's house. This game was Earthbound, of course, and I started playing by making a new file as you would with any other game. Immediately, I got a kick out of it just by the character creation menu. For those who have not played it, if you don't care about what you want to name your characters or abilities, you can actually pick an option called Don't Care. I thought this was funny, but I decided to name the main character Kirk, as that was my favorite character from the TV show Star Trek. After I started the game, I played for about an hour because I really got into it. After that though, I decided to go home and eat dinner. Before I left though, Victor told me that I can borrow his SNES and play Earthbound since he was going away on vacation for a month in Florida. I was pretty happy because, as previously stated, I didn't care much for other video games, so I didn't have any other consoles except for Atari 2600. My dad wouldn't let me play it though, as it was just for him. After hooking up the SNES to the TV in my room, I would play the game for hours on end. It took me about 3 weeks, but I finally beat the game. I was happy but also a bit sad as I realized that Earthbound was really the only game that I enjoyed. I decided to play it through one last time though before I took it and the SNES back to Victor's house. I got home from work the day after to learn that my dad accidentally stepped on the game and broke it while I was working because he was up in my room putting clean laundry on the bed for me to put away. He was very sorry and upset, but I told him that it was okay since it was just an accident. And I cheered him up, but inside, I was afraid that Victor would find out and kill me. As luck would have it though, a commercial came on TV that night that advertised a video game store that would fix broken game cartridges for only $10. I nearly jumped through the ceiling with joy when I saw it and immediately wrote down the address of the store. The name of the store was Robot City Games. I went there the next day after work. The place was like every gamer's dreams. It had an arcade, board games, video games, card games, and as stated in the commercial, they fixed broken games. I went to the man behind the counter named Bill, who told me that if I left the game there overnight, I could pick it up tomorrow. I paid him the $10 and bought a pack of Magic the Gathering cards. I was just happy that they were going to fix Victor's game. I went the next morning, but instead of Bill being behind the counter, it was a man named Josh. I asked Josh about the game and he told me that he'd never received a copy of Earthbound or the name Nick Johnson, my name in their customers list. I was a little upset about this and asked if he could check with Bill about that, as that was the man I spoke with. He gave me a puzzled look and told me that there was no such man that worked at Robot City Games. He said he would look into it though, and asked me for my number so he can call me about anything that would come up. 3 days later, when I got home from work, my dad told me that he got a call from the store about my game being there. I immediately jumped onto my bike and got over there as fast as it would take me. When I finally got to the store, a man named Ted was behind the counter. He said, "You Nick Jackson?" I told him yes, and he said, "Hey pal, this came in for you this morning." He would reach under the counter and pull out a copy of Earthbound. I thanked him and immediately went home to go play it before returning it to Victor. I wish I could say that I should have returned it to Victor at that point, but I can say now that I'm glad I didn't. I went home and put Earthbound into the SNES and loaded up a new save file. The game played absolutely normal until I got to the town of Threed. I got to the point where you have to follow the lady into the hotel to get captured by the zombies. That's when things got different. First, you didn't hear the normal sounding goofy 8-bit noises you hear during that scene, but rather a series of what sounded like punches, groans of pain, and ropes tying as the screen went black. That was a little strange to me and caught me off guard. After the screen faded back in, Ness and Paula weren't seen standing around in the hole like normal, but rather they were bound up in ropes sitting back to back on the ground. There was silence for a moment, and then the background faded to black as the camera zoomed in on Paula. She used her telekinesis powers to talk to Jeff, but this time she had a slightly different dialogue. Instead of her normal help us speech, she said, "Jeff, I know you can hear me. Please hurry to us or they will kill us. Jeff, go south of the town 3. Jeff, please, I don't want to be eliminated." I knew that something was messed up here. This was definitely not part of the game, nor do I think it was ever supposed to be a part of the game. However, I was curious to see what would happen next, so I continued. The game played as normal with Jeff in the school until you get to the lockers where you had to use the bad key machine. I opened up the locker where you normally get your first gun, but instead of obtaining the pop gun, I obtained the Desert Eagle. I thought that was pretty cool, so I didn't pay much attention to that. What happened next was kinda messed up. Tony got in front of the gate, and instead of his normal goodbye speech, he said, "If they're suffering as bad as you think they are, off them. But in any case, get back to me ASAP so that we can get back to our usual brand of fun." Strokes Jeff's arm. This actually made me question if I should immediately go back to the store and inquire about these occurrences. I decided to finish the game though, to see if I was missing out on anything. I went to the store and picked up Bubble Monkey, and got to where you find your first enemy, the Gruff Goat, and engaged it. I used the attack option, and the game said Jeff fired the Desert Eagle. Gruff Goat has been killed. The battle was over, and when the battle screen exited, all of the music stopped and it showed Bubble Monkey looking at Jeff for a couple of seconds. Then a screen came up that said, "Bubble Monkey gave you a sad look." The music then came back and I was allowed to play again. I stared at the screen for a second, but then decided that I had to finish the game. This was just too weird for me to forget about. I got to the part where you find Tessie in the water to take you to the other island. Surprisingly, that happened like normal. Nothing offbeat about it. Everything was fine until I ran into a rowdy mouse at the back end of the Brick Road dungeon. I selected attack, but a text box came up that said, "Bubble Monkey asked you nicely to not kill the rowdy mouse. Will you agree and flee?" I was in shock, but I picked yes, because I wanted to see what would happen. Another text box came up that said, "Bubble Monkey thanks you and you get away successfully." I got to the end of the cave at the end when I walked outside. Normally, this is where the Bubble Monkey leaves you, but instead, I was immediately attacked by a cave boy. I entered the battle and selected attack. The same text box asking me to not kill the enemy came up again though. This time I said no. The game said that Jeff fired a gun, but Bubble Monkey jumped in the way. Bubble Monkey was killed and Cave Boy was gravely injured and fled. The overworld came back and the music changed, not to the Winter's theme though, but to the Threed Evil theme. The sprite for the Cave Boy disappeared, but the Bubble Monkey sprite laid face down on the ground. A text box came up after that which read, "You killed the monkey, but don't feel bad. He was useless anyway." The whole thing with Dr. Andonuts played out like normal. I got into the Skyrunner and went to Threed. It's funny though because the music never stopped playing the Threed theme. Even while I was in the lab in Skyrunner, that theme played. I got to Threed and found Ness and Paula bound up. Paula begged Jeff to release them, and it gave me two options: release or kill. I figured that if I really did kill them, then it would be a game over. And since that option seemed really stupid anyway, I released them. They got up and Paula went to Jeff, and a text box said Paula hugged Jeff. However, Ness just walked into a corner and stood there as the music slowly changed to what sounded like very deep toned whispers. After that, something happened that I really did not expect. A long pair of 16-bit clawed hands popped out of the wall behind Ness and slowly grabbed him as the whispers grew louder and louder. Jeff just stood still, and Paula said, "Stop, why are you taking him?" The game was still for about a minute until the whispers started becoming understandable. They just kept repeating, "The crypt, the crypt, the crypt." After that, Ness just faded through the wall and the game went silent yet again. Jeff said to Paula, "We can get through this and save Ness, but we have to stop Gygas. He's behind this. It's the only way." After that, I finally regained control of the game and left the graveyard. The game played as normal with the exception of much higher difficulty due to Ness's absence. Some dialogue changing with the NPCs that questioned or noted the absence of Ness until I got to where you get to Pooh's Mood Training. This is where you normally pass and go to Eagle Land after. But the weird ghost thing said to Pooh, "You have proved that you are selfish. Too afraid to lose which is precious to you. Too afraid to die. One such as you truly belongs in the crypt." This was the second mention of that crypt. I was hoping that I would eventually get to find out what this was. Anyway, the alarm faded back into view as the music changed back to the whispers of the graveyard when Ness got pulled away and a giant clawed hand slowly came out of the ground as Pooh was pulled under. The game faded back to Paula and Jeff and let me play again. I said to myself, no, this game is going to be way too hard without Ness or Pooh. I pulled myself together though and kept playing until I got to where you get to the last sanctuary mission. Then I realized, wait, if there's no Ness, what is going to happen with Magic Camp? Well, nothing happened. I got to the 8th sanctuary location and the game played like normal until I got to Gygas. Let me tell you that without Ness, it was not easy to do, but I finally beat him. When I did beat him though, I was upset at first because I thought the game was just going to end like that, and I was certainly wrong. Paula and Jeff woke up in their robot forms outside of Gygas' lair. A text box came up that said, escape. Giant clawed hands started coming out of the chasm in the cave of time and started swiping toward Jeff and Paula. I tried to see if maybe the game altered so that I could use Phase Distorter to get out, but I never got that chance. One of the hands touched me and the game froze for about 30 seconds with no music or sound or anything. A short cut scene would then ensue that depicted Jeff and Paula being dragged down into a hole. A deep voice echoed that said, you may have defeated Gygas, but now you have fulfilled your only purposes. You played a dangerous game. Now join your friends in the Crypt of the Ancients. The Crypt of the Ancients, what is that? Well, I soon found out. The screen cut into a narrow hallway which consisted of light green stone flooring, light green stone walls, and cages lining the walls. Some of the cages had skeletal or rotting appendages sticking out of them. There was music playing that I can't even describe. It was very creepy though. This was probably the most far out incredible thing I had ever heard of or seen in any game that I had ever known about. Anyway, I walked down the hallway for what seemed to be like 2 minutes, but was probably shorter, and then finally found something. It was a room containing 4 doors. There were signs above each of the doors. The signs read as follows: Cage of Fear, Cage of Helplessness, Cage of Silence, and Cage of Evil. I decided to just pick a random one, so I went into the one that said Cage of Silence. When I walked in, I saw a skeleton with Ness's hat chained into the stone wall. The same deep voice from earlier started speaking not through text, but through actual talking. It said, this one was deemed untrustworthy and too quiet. We, the ancients, have condemned him to live on in his skeletal form in the Cage of Silence, never to speak, hear, or see anything again. He lives on, but in pure nothingness. I was then teleported to the back of the room with the doors. The room labeled Cage of Silence disappeared, and I was left to pick another one. I chose the Cage of Fear. Inside was the same as the Cage of Silence, but with Pooh chained to the wall instead of Ness. He looked normal, but with his eyes wide open and an expression of pure terror. Again, we the ancients have deemed this one weak, pathetic, and cowardly. He is doomed to an eternity of endless fear within his own mind. Again, I was teleported back into the room, with the Cage of Fear disappearing, down to 2. I went into the door labeled Cage of Evil next. As I walked in, the music stopped. The screen cut to black, and when it faded back in, Jeff was chained to a wall with vultures picking away at him. The voice came back and said, we the ancients deem this one evil in nature, using his weapons to kill those who he no longer has need of. He will live in eternal pain, suffering, and torture in the Cage of Evil. Back to the outside room. The last door, Cage of Helplessness. The music stopped and the voice cut back in. It said, we the ancients deem you innocent of all you have endured on your long journey. We shall lull you, Paula, to return back to your family, knowing you failed your friends and could not save them. Be gone. I was instantly teleported back to Polestar Preschool. I went outside and saw Paula's parents. They saw her and told her how much they missed her. After that, the screen cut to black. After about 30 seconds, the voice from the crypt said, lead a life of purity, bravery, helpfulness, and trust, lest you suffer an eternity in the Crypt of Ancients. The game then shut itself off and left me staring at the screen in utter disbelief. 3 weeks later, Victor would return and I returned his game and all of his stuff, telling him what happened. He told me I was crazy and asked me for proof. I'd put the game in the SNES and booted it up. My save file was gone. I was shocked. I told him to make a new file and play the game all the way through. 4 days later, he called me and told me he beat the game. I asked what he thought, and I'm sure all of you reading this expected this, but he said nothing out of the ordinary happened. I didn't try to press the matter any further and didn't feel like arguing my case, so I simply told him it was a joke and left it at that. This was an insane experience, one that only I know of, and one that I will likely never forget. And with that, guys, this is part 3 of the Creepypasta Gaming tier list. Welcome to part 4 of this huge, massive creepypasta iceberg list. If you're new here, I've been covering this iceberg for a little bit now. We're just going through every single creepypasta on this list until we reach the end, which is tier 8. However, this is part 2 of tier 3, as tier 3 is quite large, it's huge, it's got like 50 entries, so I split that in half, as these stories can be long and I don't want to be here for 6 hours per video, right? With that said, since this is part 2 of tier 3, I'm not really going to go into a long intro. I'll just get straight into the video, but I do want to say I appreciate all who watch. And with that being said, let's get into it. Cyber City. I'm saying Cyber City because this is the other name of the city. However, on the screen you can get an idea of what it truly is. This story begins with the author expressing his interest in the deleted levels of video games, and how all can access every deleted stage in the Sonic 2 beta except for one. This one being named Cyber City. This stage was a complete mystery, as selecting it would load a blank screen where Sonic just falls until he loses a life. The author then says that the lack of information coupled with the name made it one of gaming's biggest mysteries. However, he came across a more complete beta of Sonic 2, with all missing zones intact and playable. He began to play the beta. It was nearly identical to the final version, except that Tails was missing. After completing Emerald Hill and Chemical Plant Zone, the author would end up in Dust Hill. Dust Hill was one of the few deleted stages, and it was a standard desert themed level with slow banjo music in the background. This was unsettling a bit to the player, but undeniably felt like a Sonic 2 zone. The Robotnik boss was a standard vehicle with robotic arms holding 6 shooter guns as well, although they had fired standard energy bullets. After Dust Hill, the author would go through a couple of stages in the original game and arrive at Wood Zone. This fit in as well as Dust Hill did, with the exception of odd textures on carved wood platforms looking like faces, and the music having a tribal feel to it. Despite this, Robotnik would be fought on a few floating platforms above a spiked pit, using an axe attachment to his vehicle to eliminate platforms and attack you. The author would get to Mystic Cave Zone and obtain the 7th Chaos Emerald, but strangely enough, not get any messages about Super Sonic. Only a Sonic got them all message. He couldn't even turn into Super Sonic. The author would then go on to Hidden Palace Zone, another deleted level. There was nothing unusual about this stage until the end of the second act, where Tails was tied to the Master Emerald and Robotnik was hovering above him doing a laughing animation. Sonic would then turn into Super Sonic and run past the Emerald, grabbing Tails right before Robotnik could fire a gigantic beam at the Emerald and shatter it. The author would then get a message saying, "Sonic saved Tails," and Metropolis Zone would then start. Here, the author was finally able to go Super Sonic, and Tails was now following him. The rest of the game played out like the normal version, and Cyber City would never show up. The author, confused about this, got the idea to play the game without collecting any of the Chaos Emeralds. He'd reached the Hidden Palace Zone where Tails was again, but this time, Sonic couldn't go super and save him. Robotnik would fire that same massive laser and eviscerate both Tails and the Emerald. Sonic would just fall to the ground and lay there as the words saying, "You couldn't save him," appeared on the screen, and the level would then fade out. The next zone was Cyber City, as the author would expect, and it was a blank screen just like the beta. Sonic would fall to the bottom and die, and this process just kept repeating until Sonic would be down to 1 life. After this, the level would finally decide to load. The author says that the best way they could describe this level was a combination of Chemical Plant and Metropolis Zone with many objects in the background on fire, and the music would just be a remix of the title screen music with deep bass tones only. There were no rings or enemies, just sprites for animals lying on the ground not moving. More and more would appear as the author progressed, and he'd eventually reach the goal sign. There was a small gap in the floor before the sign, and after touching it, Sonic would then turn around and look in the direction of the gap for about 30 seconds, and then run into it. The game over screen would be shown. The author would try to hit continue, but in response, there was nothing but an ear-splitting buzzing noise. The author then gave up on continuing and was just met with a game over screen similar to the bad ending of Sonic 1, but instead of juggling emeralds, Robotnik was juggling the enemies of the creature you set free from badniks throughout the games. The author had to reset the game to get away from that screen, and felt like he had to play the game to make sense of what he had just seen. Upon resetting the game though, the title screen did not have Tails on it. He'd start the game and eventually enter the first bonus stage, but instead of rings, there were wave after wave of bombs. Eventually, the author would get hit and the bonus stage would end. The message at the top was different. In solid black text, it said, "You can't bring back the dead." He'd keep entering bonus stages to get messages such as he can't reverse his mistakes and that he needs to accept them. He'd eventually give up on the game as it gave up on him. Impacto. This story begins with the author explaining that they were on a family vacation in Vegas and decided to check out the Pinball Hall of Fame. They would eventually come across a game called Impacto. The author says that the game couldn't have been made any later than 1980. The trivia card had almost no information, only that it originated from Spain, nothing else, not even information on the company that manufactured it. Impacto looked like a Franken machine, a machine that seemed to have all sorts of parts from all different kinds of pinball machines, and the author was about to walk away from it until they heard a ping chiming a new game. The author would hesitate, but then go up to play it. They said the game was working and smooth for its age, however, they still felt strange playing it. The author played 5 rounds and was doing good up until the 4th ball. They had a score of 1258 at this moment. At one point, the ball came back down and the flippers froze, just letting the ball go down the drain. The author would reach down the plunger to send out their last ball when the lights in the machine would suddenly go out with a loud bang and screeching sound. They would then run up to the trash can to throw up, shivering and losing awareness, but before passing out, all they could remember is their dad running over to get them and themselves yelling, "Ahora es momento." The author doesn't even speak Spanish. They would then wake up in a cold sweat in the family's hotel room with a washcloth on their head. They were in there alone, and the clock declared that it was 12:58. Rolling over to go back to bed when they heard a soft ping like a pinball machine. They would brush it off as paranoia and close their eyes, and then hear what sounded like 2 women crying and groaning in pain. It's just noisy neighbors, they had too much to drink, the author would rationalize before closing their uneasy eyes. They would drift off again when they heard right above them another loud ping and piercing shriek. They would bolt to the bathroom and lock the door behind them, meanwhile pacing back and forth with their mind racing. They heard the 2 voices now getting closer and closer, louder and louder. The door would fly open and the author would scream at the top of their lungs. "What's going on?" their mother would say. Next day, they would leave to go sightsee, and upon glancing at the room door, room 1258. An insane coincidence, right? Once the vacation was over, the author and their family would be driving home and see the clock one last time. It said 12:57, and this is what they saw before seeing the truck coming straight at them, right before the impact. Console me. This story begins with the author buying a brand new factory sealed Xbox 360 alongside a couple pre-owned games from his local game store. He would arrive home to play it and notice that the television was already on with a show about supernatural things playing. However, he would just disregard it and start setting up his Xbox 360. He would then go through the normal process of creating a profile and his avatar and pop in Borderlands into the console, going through the entire game and beginning the post game, only to realize that all of his enemies were around his level and now pretty difficult to deal with. Naturally, the way to deal with this was to attempt to find better loot, but even then, that was easier said than done. He'd begin to complain about how long it was taking to find anything worth using, and that's when he'd open a supply crate, giving him an orange weapon. He noticed the correlation between these 2 events and just write it off as a coincidence. Even after obtaining this weapon, the enemies would just be upscaled to be way too difficult for him to deal with again. So, he would start complaining again. And after this, his sniper was able to one-shot every enemy he was fighting. This just made the author sense that something was off with this game, and he decides to change it from Borderlands to Blaze Blue. Upon waiting for the game to load, it'd freeze and then say "Hello Asurai," Asurai being the author's gamer tag. This would make the author jump and freak out for a bit while saying nothing, and the voice would continue, "Hello sir, are you there?" The author at this point would just leave the room and then go to the sink to splash his face as he thinks he's hallucinating. And coming back to the game, the intro to Blaze Blue started to play, and the author would watch it as he thought it was pretty cool. But then the same voice would say, "Help me." This here made the author bolt out of his room and go straight to his roommate's room, freaking out. And even then, he'd slowly walk back to his game and just keep playing, as the voice now seemed to be gone. Every time he'd beat an enemy in Blaze Blue, his game would completely freeze and he'd hear a background sound as if someone were gasping for air. At some point it even froze, and said find a microphone and headset in the box, as if it were speaking out of breath. The author was just curious and tired of getting scared by this over and over, so he decides to comply, grabbing the microphone and interacting with this voice. They would exchange greetings and names, and she was quite polite to the author, explaining that she was bound to the author a while ago and only was able to communicate with him through the Xbox 360 as it was the only device that he owned which had a microphone. She let him play after speaking to him for a bit. Now, the author would finally get tired of playing the game and just turn off the console, and an hour later, they'd log back on. The voice would ask the author why they never said goodbye, and the author just said that he didn't think of it. The voice would go silent all day up until the author went ahead and said that he was logging off. And the voice, introducing herself as Cass now, said, "Alright, I'll see you soon though, right?" And the author just said, "Yeah, as soon as possible," and he then went to bed. He would go on to have a dream that seemed to be a recollection of what happened on that day. And as the author would wake up, he'd look behind his alarm clock to see a new headset connected to his DS. He would start the DS up and strap the headset to his head, and then he heard Cass. He'd ask why she wants to stay in contact with him so much, and she'd point out that he had a hard time with his life and nobody to truly speak to, right? And she was correct there, and that concerned him. Not only this, but she'd begin to repeatedly say, "Oh no," as he remained silent upon hearing this. The author eventually asked how she knows this, with her saying, "I'm not sure. It's like I could see your memories." The author and Cass would become more connected as he would one day turn on his Xbox to be at a menu where it was different than before. It would show a woman sitting in a chair within a pure white room with no window. Cass would clarify that this is a memory of hers that he's seen. A man offered her a job, one that would change the face for millennium to come. That was the man you saw. He betrayed me. He stuck a knife through my stomach and watched as he grabbed something and stuck it into my head. I could feel every single thing about me flow into this one device. It was almost as if he reached into my being and pulled all of it out. The next thing I know, I'm woken up by the person he chose to be his next victim. The author would see the screen fade into static with no sound coming from the speakers. He would whisper into the headset that he's going to come back soon, quickly unplugging his Xbox and stumbling toward his room. However, he felt very lightheaded and collapsed onto his bed, breath escaping his lungs, as if a hand had plunged into it from the outside. A for Abandoned. This is a creepypasta that goes into a person's urbex experience that has left them in constant fear of his life. Due to tensions between countries at the time of this discovery, the author was intrigued with looking at abandoned fallout shelters throughout the country, hearing rumors about a big one in the woods near Brushton, a community in Cedar City, Utah, and he would head out there and look at the ladder, convincing himself to begin exploring. As the author would climb down the ladder, he couldn't help but notice the musty, metallic odor permeating the entire area. He would then reach the bottom and have to build up more courage to continue, and when he did, he saw things that should have been his first sign to leave. There just wasn't enough dust and forest debris over what little there was within the bunker, despite it being used for some time. The furnishing also looked too recent. There was more though. There was a notable absence of supplies and accoutrements, and the bathroom had no dust on the mirror, with the faucet dripping every so often. There were too many things just off-putting about this area, stacked on top of the author's gut feeling. However, he continued to explore, feeling certain that he was hearing a soft giggle echoing throughout the compound every now and then. He would eventually reach the final chamber and reach for the doorknob, ready to fight or run if need be. It's then said that this was the worst decision he's made. A horrid, sickening, metallic stench struck him, forcing him back as he would dry heave and make his eyes water. The room was like a slaughterhouse. He wanted to run but couldn't. It felt as if some presence was weighing him down, paralyzing him, and suddenly, it instantly disappeared. The author would then say it felt like hours before he mustered up the courage to look inside. Within the room, there was nothing in there but a fox, one that had been badly eliminated for the lack of a better YouTube-friendly word. Some of the fox would be in a bowl next to some papers about a word that the author could not recognize, this word being haruspicina. He would then find a leather-bound journal to a chair and discover that the original author had been trying to perform experiments by combining the occult and technology with the aim of creating an alternative body, one impervious to the effects of aging and physical pain. Among the ritual gear and esoteric things that was also in this room, he would see blueprints coming from a company called Fazbear's Entertainment, and going back to the journal, the author would then discover that the last owner of it would say that they have discovered the work of a certain William Afton on the deep web, attempting to replicate it through more conventional approaches. The last filled page of the journal would display a massive ritual configuration with a Freddy Fazbear animatronic sitting in the middle of a pentagram, surrounded by 4 other symbols which matched the stains on the walls. Upon seeing this, our explorer would go to investigate it. He claimed it was the nastiest, ugliest hunk of scrap parts they have ever seen. He would turn around to leave and hear a distorted giggle behind him, and upon looking back, Freddy had already stood up. He was standing upright and staring at the author with his hollow eyes, and the next thing the author remembers, he was in the car doing 70. He would later receive an email saying, "I know who you saw down there. We need to talk." Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Screams. This story follows the author getting tired of playing the game he'd been working on as of late, and so he decides to enjoy a throwback, Super Mario RPG. He would dig out his Super Nintendo and hook it up, and he'd note that he'd usually use an emulator, but he wanted the real experience this time around. Grabbing a Super Mario RPG cartridge, the cartridge was hot, very hot. He couldn't explain this as he hadn't touched the game in months, however, he didn't bother investigating. He just very quickly threw the game into the Nintendo and started playing. Upon starting up the game, one of the intro cutscenes was changed in a way. Toadstool wasn't getting kidnapped by Bowser this time around. She was simply sitting on a flower patch and crying as if she were mourning. Where the usual happy music would play, there was only crying. Soon, Mario would come out of his house and put his arm around her, trying to be as tough as possible as the screen would fade to white. The author would assume that they lost somebody, and once the screen faded back in, we'd see Mario doing a bunch of household chores and then sitting at the breakfast table with a place set for the second person across from him. However, it was empty. He'd stare at this empty seat before breaking into tears. Luigi was the one who'd pass away. Mario would get ready to go out and get his hammer, and see Luigi's name above the second hammer on the wall. He'd pause, but pull down his hat and leave. The screen would show Toadstool brushing her hair and looking at the window as the game would fade to the title screen. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Screams. There was obviously something very wrong to the author, but it was also interesting. He wanted to keep playing. The game would begin with the file selection screen. There was only one file, named Payback. Upon loading in, Mario would say, "How could this happen? They must pay." And now, the author could finally play the game. He would decide to leave the house and go to the overworld map. There were huge chunks that looked as if they were blown away by an explosion of some sort. Mushroom Way, however, was still intact, so the author would go there. Everything was still there except the forest had seemed as if it were burned away. There were charred enemies on the ground, some with even mangled faces and torn in half with graphic detail. In the next screen, the hills were flattened. Flowers were piled of ash. It was a terrible sight, and the author now wanted to check through the entire game, so he went to look at Mario's stats and they were all normal with Mario having 20 out of 20 HP. There was just an extra stat though, Rage, and it was in red. The author would close out of this and continue to play. Upon reaching the boss, Mario would smash it to pieces with his hammer, as it was already dead before he arrived. We would then move to the Mushroom Kingdom. It was a disaster. Almost everything was crumbled or destroyed, with most Toads being sick or injured. An NPC would then ask Mario why he came back. Is there another attack coming? The author would take a break at this point, as he would pause the game for a while since there were no save locks. When returning to the game, it said you left the game and I wouldn't recommend doing that again. This had the author freaked out, but he just kept playing since he got the message. He'd first go to the item shop, but it was boarded up. He would then go to the castle, only to be spotted by a Toad immediately. It asks Mario where he has been and how's he holding up. Mario says, better than he can imagine. Mario would ask for Toadstool, but Toad tells him that he'll get her, but he should see the Chancellor first. Mario then goes to see the Chancellor in the main hall, with that being a wreck as well. The Chancellor would then say, things here look grim, with Mario saying that he doesn't really care. He just wants to eliminate whoever took his brother from him. And the Chancellor says, what's come over you, Mario? And Mario just instantly hits the Chancellor with the hammer, decimating it. This would make all of the Toad in the room cry, as Mario would leave the room to see Toadstool in the next. She would ask him why he did that. For him to say that he just doesn't know, but he's leaving and never coming back as he's a lost cause. Toadstool would say that the city itself is a lost cause, and he just put out of its misery a bit faster. She would then ask to tag along with him, but Mario says that he doesn't want to lose two people close to him. She would try to speak one last time before a massive rumbling would come from the previous room. Mario and Toadstool would go to inspect it to see a huge sci-fi alien above the Chancellor's body. It was black with long spider legs and a huge head. It was in high def compared to the rest. Toad would say that it came out of the Chancellor and a battle would immediately begin. The author would jump on the monster perfectly, but it did 0 damage. When that happened, the author already knew how this was gonna go. The sci-fi monster would just instantly jump on Mario and maul him, dealing his max HP. The music would then slow down to a halt with the battle ending. This had to be a storied event, the author said, and it was. The author would stand over Mario as the cutscene began, and picked him up and swallowed him whole. All the other characters watched in horror as the screen faded to black, and it faded back in with all the other characters in Nimbus Land holding a memorial service for Mario. The credits would then roll with no sound but the characters crying, and at the very end, Luigi would poke his head in the shot with an evil grin on his face and laughing. The screen then went black. Pokemon Dead Channel. This is one of the most well-known stories, so I'm unsure as to why it's down here, but I'll give a brief summary. This story follows the author as he describes the love he had for Pokemon Channel growing up, or more specifically, the Pikachu he had in it. It was named BRVR, which for him was short as brother. Brother was the best friend that he never had, and he seemed real to the author. When the author was sad, the Pikachu would appear to look and act depressed as well. If he needed something to cheer him up, the Pikachu would do stupid stuff to make him laugh. As the author grew up and moved on from the game, he just assumed that all of these coincidental events never happened, but still had fun pretending that brother was real. As the years would go by, the author would eventually get tired and bored of playing one game and move on, meeting new friends, growing as a person, and moving on from Pokemon Channel as a whole. But good things never last. The author would have to move. They would protest and be heartbroken as they were truly enjoying life where they were. It sucked for a bit, but they eventually got used to it as they still had their best friend and was able to keep in contact with them on the internet and have sleepovers in real life. But even then, that friendship was lost as well. The author says that the friend apparently did something that shouldn't be mentioned, and by proxy, his mother restricted him from seeing that friend again. So the author, having no friends and really having nothing to do in life once again, decides to go through his ancient shelf of old games and find Pokemon Channel. He would boot up the game to be back in the room you're in when playing Pokemon Channel, but brother, the Pikachu, was nowhere to be found. The Delibird would deliver something to the author, and he'd go outside to check the mailbox, only to hear a deep Pika stopping him before he could reach the door. Here, he would finally see brother, but brother was beat up and depressed, climbing out from under the bed. When the author would greet the Pikachu would respond in an infuriated Pika and a serious look on his face. The Delibird would continue to call for the delivery despite this happening, so the author turned to go get it. What he would obtain from the Delibird was a Pikachu TVZ, and this would replace the Voltorb TV in the room. It looked like a Pikachu head facing towards you with its jaws wide open. Inside its mouth was the TV screen with its fangs hanging over the top and bottom. The skin even looked as if it were ripping and tearing apart at places, as if the TV screen was too large for its mouth. After a couple of other items that would come in to redecorate the room into a twisted version of the original, the author would turn on the TV in the game to see that there was blood dripping down the screen no matter what program he'd be on, and the Pikachu itself would change the channel to the Fortune channel. It would ask the author if he really wants to know his fortune, this making him freeze in fear. The chance he would then be on screen just laughing at the author. In this story, the Pikachu would torment the author, showing him a field of the Pokemon he deleted, force him to play a game of tic-tac-toe with internal organs instead of normal pieces, and eventually bring him to the ruin of truth. The Pikachu would look at the author with a deep sorrowful look and run inside. And when the author would finally enter, he'd see many things such as "help me," "why," "I'm so lonely," "come back," written all along the walls. The author was putting it together. He abandoned the Pikachu. The Pikachu would ask the author if he abandoned his best friend and left him to rot alone in this virtual world. He admitted it and said yes. This made the screen slowly fade into black. The author would feel an immense amount of hatred for the Pikachu standards and what had put him through in this story, so he expresses this, and the game states that the Pikachu felt the same way about him. The author then asks, what is it going to do with him now? And the game states that the Pikachu wants him to feel the same way that he did. Tekken 4 prototype. This story follows a man as he picks up a random Tekken 4 copy from a game store and boots it up when arriving at home, only to see Tekken 4 Ver 1.3, Test Debug Disabled. This will make the author excited as he's able to put together that this disc was likely a very early version of the game, perhaps the arcade version being developed on a PS2. The first thing the author would do here is select Debug, which soft-locked the game, forcing him to restart. Upon getting back to the game, he'd pick the first option, this sending him to another menu with two more options, Story and Free Play. The author would then enter Free Play first, this sending him to a simple character select screen with 4 characters, Nina Williams, Dean Warwicker, Fiona Gilberto, and Craig Marduk. Dean and Fiona were the only early names for the characters Steve Fox and Chrissy Montero, and the author refers to these two by those names from here on out. All the characters that could be selected were new to the game except for Nina, which made the author curious. He wanted to know why she was special enough to be selectable in such an early beta. Despite this, the author would select Steve as he was his favorite character in the series. The author would finally play the game and find it to be way more clunky and underwhelming than the completed product, and after finishing his match, he selected Nina due to curiosity. It just entered a short loading screen that had story written on it, and the author had never chosen stories, so this completely confused him. This text would then pop up. Nina was hired to kill. She will kill. Earwicker must die. The assassin missed the taste of blood and the smell of death. She enters King of Tekken 4 in order to pursue him. This would make the author feel unnerved as this was quite dark. even for Tekken 4. The author would go through 5 fights, with 4 of them being Christy and Craig, and the final being Steve as in the final game. This fight would take place in a complete level in a sliver of music that cut out after a few seconds, descending into a quiet, high-pitched buzz. The longer it went, the more it would hurt the player's ears, but he wanted to keep playing in order to see what was coming. The author would finally defeat Steve, entering a cutscene, which was surprising for a beta. The camera would slowly zoom in on Nina behind, as she was sitting in a dark, empty room. In her hand, a large black rifle she stared at intensely. She wouldn't move for a while. She would open her eyes slightly and hold the gun up, cocking it. This scene lasting a long time as well. Her eyes were nothing but white ovals, devoid of life. She moved to the hotel window and pointed the rifle at Steve's head as the ringing became more deafening. In a split second, Steve went from standing, living, breathing to becoming a squirming mass of flesh. The focus would go back to Nina as she closed her eyes and turned the rifle away from the window, and then turned it to herself and began to cry. No soul of any kind up until this very moment. She would then pull the trigger and the screen would flash extremely rapidly in a seizure-inducing manner and then freeze on a corrupted image of the woman in her isolation chamber. Team Fortress 2, Play Dead. This story follows the player as he enters into a capture the flag mode map 2 fort lobby, with both teams being full. As he played for a bit, he would soon realize that for about the last 5 minutes, he hadn't seen a single player in the entire lobby, although people were still talking in the chat. He would ask if anybody else was experiencing this, but the general response was nope. But another player did say that they haven't seen him for a bit either. Another 6 minutes would pass, and the author was starting to grow bored of just running in circles, so he'd do one more lap around the level before just leaving the lobby. He would find his way into Red Team's pipe network and notice an enemy scout standing within it. The author would be happy that the game was finally working, only to shoot at him and see that the bullets were flying through him. Then, when approaching, he disappeared completely. He would make his way through their base as a static sound would begin to replace the other game sounds, and it'd get louder and louder until you couldn't hear anything at all. The author would ask if any other player was experiencing this and got nothing. He'd get closer to the enemy flag and begin to hear murmuring behind it. As he went down one of the halls and turned the corner, he noticed that there was no flag room. It was just plain black, and everything was black. He'd stand in the room until the game froze and ended, and the message wouldn't say anyone won or lost. The loading screen would now come up and say, "Downloading Play Dead." It was a large file taking about 17 minutes to load. When finished, the server screen came up again, and the author would go through the screens and choose Spy, making the level load up to something indescribable. It was a glitchy black and white level with the textures on the walls in an 8-bit block style. It was like a 3D version of a static snow screen on TV. The author would go through the level with no response as he'd ask what's going on. The player list had every player named as I am dead 1, I am dead 2, and onward. He would explore the map until he found the scout from before. There was something wrong with it this time. His eyes were black, left arm deformed and bent in impossible directions, and his legs reminded the author of a crab, making him almost jump out of his seat. He chose to then stare down the strange scout, which made all the other players begin to talk in the chat, but it was nothing but corrupted text. The scout would then quickly approach the author, and a loud burst of static would come out as he'd be kicked out of the server. Upon trying to find it in his history, it was deleted. Text-based hell. This is a story about an author who was interested in developing his own old-school indie games on his computer, and this time around, he wanted to make a play-your-way storybook. He would eventually complete this game, but note that halfway through development, his computer was being weird. He had to remove the hard drive from his laptop and ask his best friend Timothy for help, as he had to know how to put the computer's hard drive in a machine he wasn't currently using and saving his files for the game. However, Timothy would also hand him a disc that contained files that could help the author with a lot of things when it came to making games, but he never used it as he didn't have the chance to since it was given to him after he made a few programs. The author would pop the disc only to see that it had one file, a 47 kilobyte program called Completer. After seeing this, he'd go to make some edits for the game to see what it did, but it did nothing. He would complete the game called Warrior's Choice and burn it onto a disc. The first player had to be Timothy since he was the one who saved this game. He would take the disc to Timothy for him to play it and ask him where he got that completer disc. Tim would say that he got it from Steve, his cousin. He never used it, so he thought Tim would get some use out of it, since he's a computer geek and all. The author would head home after this, excited for his first review from his friend, but while he was waiting, he'd upload it to a fan game website as well. 1 week later, there were no downloads on the site and nothing from Tim. The author was just going to try it himself until he got a text from Tim saying that he was going to play it tonight. The author would then go to bed, knowing that Tim was playing the game. At 2 AM, the author would hear a loud noise. As him and Tim are neighbors, he would see that there was an explosion in Timothy's room that completely opened his section of the house. Emergency services were called in and Tim had passed away. The author would go to play the game himself and reach a game over screen. This screen would make the computer heat up at a ridiculous rate, but the author was able to turn it off before things got out of hand. The author was frustrated with this and would go to Steve's house, confronting him about the disc. Steve would then tear up and shake upon seeing the disc, and explain that this disc was created by somebody who specializes in making destructive programs that overload the system to a point where it explodes. The program couldn't do it alone though. It had to be assigned a game creator file. The author would then get angry at Steve for handing them a death disc, but he says that he had no idea about this revelation until it was given to Tim. He didn't know who the man was until he had heard that the man had been arrested in connection with an explosion in another city. The author would then remember that he made this game public, and upon trying to get back into his account to delete the game, he couldn't. He was locked out. Not to mention, the game was on the main page, featured as the game of the week. 3,720 downloads and counting. Mole Mania, the Old Mole. This story follows the player as he picks up Mole Mania from a library. The cover of the copy he held only had Old Mole on the cover, whereas everything else was covered in white. He would start the game to see the Old Mole as the main antagonist, which didn't originally happen. He would play through the game to see that many parts of the level were missing, or just filled with holes all over the place. There was something clearly wrong here. The author reached Kangaroon, the first boss of the game, and noticed that he was not there. He was just instantly brought to the stage clear screen. And after getting out of this screen, the author was still stuck at level 1 for some reason. He would go back to stage 1 in order to see if he missed something that's just not allowing him to get new levels, eventually finding a star tile and stepping on it to be teleported to a cemetery. He would then see tombstones of every character in the game but the Old Mole, this making him the only culprit. He wanted to confront the Old Mole for what he had done, and when he would return to the first area, the Old Mole had already been there waiting for him. The author would speak to him and receive a rant that came from the Old Mole, ending with him saying that he eliminated everybody due to the player never visiting him. The screen would then go to black, and there would only be the character squealing as if the player were taking damage in the game. And soon after that, he'd hear sobbing of the Old Mole. It was non-stop and looped endlessly. A short Minecraft rant. I'm an avid Minecraft player and a big fan of Creepypasta, so when I had heard that there existed Creepypasta about Minecraft, I was excited. I had big hopes for pastas about the game. I mean, it's Minecraft. Endless possibilities, right? You can be original with it, right? Right? Wrong. Looking through the various pastas, I came to realize that nearly all of them followed a near identical formula. Spawn in, something weird, Herobrine, end. It's an outdated, cliche formula that also traps all other game pastas that I've read, and it's sickening. Why these authors cannot simply do something original, I have no idea. Let me tell you this outright. These writers have no idea what Minecraft is about. Not at all. They think that Endermen and what you don't see is what's creepy about it. This is just wrong on so many levels that it hurts. Well, allow me to be the one to tell you why Minecraft is creepy. And multiplayer doesn't count, okay? This counts as survival. The game is not about Herobrine trying to take your soul. It is not about hidden files in the app data folder. It's about isolation and solitude in its most ironic form, and it is powerful if you notice it. Minecraft is a story about you, the lone human in an endless world. A wanderer, a farmer, a builder, a warrior capable of creating anything he desires, but must first try to survive on his own. But no matter what he builds, no matter what his crops yield, and no matter where he wanders, he will always be alone. He cannot become attached to the wildlife, because he must slaughter it for its meat. He cannot become attached to a tame wolf or ocelot, because they will eventually die by his hands or at the hands of a horrible monster. The world itself taunts him. It gives him all the materials he could wish for, but not one true companion. He may come across a village, but the people are alien to him, unable to speak his language or aid him in any way, besides trading away basic goods for priceless gems. Most do not even acknowledge his presence among them. And what becomes of him? Nothing. He will venture into hell itself, slay horrible abominations, and stop the end from destroying the world he became attached to. And no one will be there to notice. No one will be there to care. No one. Only him. He'll even once see a message, apparently sent by his gods, and he lives his never-ending life. He will wander and wander and wander until something kills him. May it be the undead, wolves, or molten magma. He will wander forevermore, digging and walking because he can't fatigue. He can only feel hunger and pain. He can be blinded, poisoned, and lit with flames, but will not allow himself to die. Why is this? Because he thinks there's more. because he desperately hopes that there's something else, something new to this world that he can find, although there is none. And when it's all mined, all dead, all harvested, all gone, he'll die and be reborn and have to do it again. That is the truth of Minecraft. This is the truth of the world that Notch created. Why this is, I don't know, but it just horrifies me when I think about it, because I'm him. I'm the player, forcing the character to do all this just to fulfill my own selfish boredom. Steve will live, he will die, and he will mine. And that's all he will ever know. And you're forcing it on him. Members of Hate. In every game, on every server, there's a clan group, guild, or league called Hate. This group is composed of as many members as the game will allow, varying from 5 to hundreds. They all have similar names, a mishmash of 6 random numbers followed by a normal word like 142566 door or 193248 under. The highest ranking members of the group, which will always be present in a smaller group of hate members, are simply named hate and then a negative emotion, such as hate fear, hate envy, or even hate hate. These players are always incredibly toxic and have even cyberbullied quite a few people to the point of quitting the games they're in. The story would then display a chat log between a person named Daniel and the group previously described, with this chat log ending with Daniel being told to turn around by another member of Hate. Daniel Forsyth was found dead in his apartment. He had taken his own life. The screenshot of this chat log was found in his computer's files. Police were able to track the IP address of the members of Hate Daniel was playing with before he passed away. The address directed them to a rundown house in Detroit. The word hate was splashed across the door in blood, which was analyzed and is unidentifiable. The test hadn't even concluded that the blood was human. None of the electricity in the house worked, so the police officers had to use flashlights. The house was decrepit and old, with no furnishing on the lower floor. The police went upstairs into the room at the end of the hall. They found what seemed to be the 4 hate members. There were 4 mannequins sitting down at 4 laptop computers on 4 tables. The laptops were all on the image of Daniel's dead body. There were no light fixtures of any kind in the room, not even ceiling lamps. 3 of the mannequins were normal, armless, torso and head models used in store displays. Severed human scalps sat on their heads, and severed human hands rested on their computer keyboards. They weren't rigid like normal dead hands would be. They were each posed on certain keys, but the 4th mannequin was entirely different. It seemed to be another torso and head mannequin, but human arms replaced its fake ones, and a hairless, eyeless human head sat on top of the body. Presumably, this one was Hate Wrath. As an officer reached forward to take dental records on the head, its eyes supposedly snapped open and it roared. All of the officers present made sure they weren't present for long. They ran out of the house and locked the door behind them. They were unable to open it again. Hate members are in every game. You won't find them by looking for them or asking about them. They'll come for you when you're weak, when you're depressed and sad, and you need to play a game to cheer you up. That's when they'll prey on you. Be careful out there. China Palace. This story follows a game developer named Alex as he's asked to test an adventure puzzle style game called China Palace. In this game, the player would have to find important items and solve puzzles in order to escape a Chinese restaurant that accidentally locked them inside overnight. The game would have no main menu and just start with an ominous setting of a dim lighting within the restaurant as a slow bell chime would repeat in the background with a 20-minute timer hanging on the top left corner of the screen. Alex would continue to play, as these cute, cartoony goat characters were following him slowly, but would be more persistent as time went on. They also made the author feel uneasy as they seemed sinister for some reason. As he would try to play, the game just proved too difficult for him and he would run out of time, expecting a game over screen to appear. Loud Chinese bells would begin to play as distorted blood-curdling screams hinted with a sound of goat bleeding would begin to blare out of the computer speakers. He would then see that the goat characters who were first following him had become angry and menacing with gritting teeth rather than the neutral expressions they originally had. They would begin to chase him around the restaurant as the screams would become even louder than before. He felt as if it was the sound of pure hell, and what made this worse was that he was playing the game alone. It sounded unrealistic if he were to share this with someone else. Eventually, the goats would catch up to his character, and the game froze for about 3 seconds and then went to black. Alex would sit in his chair thinking about what had happened. It was just a game, but something seemed off. What would happen if he managed to win? What's the purpose? Is there something hidden in this game? The author's colleague James would eventually hear the noises from the game and come to investigate, seeing that Alex wasn't feeling so well. Alex would just get up and walk to the office where his managers were, with James tagging along, and then they would explain what Alex had experienced. Soon after this, everyone would begin to look into this game. Some saw potential in it, Others thought things should be tweaked. But what's unknown is if anyone managed to beat it before the timer ran out. The manager would find the email that sent Alex the game and message it, only to never get a response. It was a strange game. It never harmed anybody or anything of the sort. But Alex would dream of the sheep chasing him every night. The His Sap Hallucination. This story follows a temporary developer for the game Oblivion. He mentions that he and his team were responsible for quest storyboarding and design, and were eventually tasked with a quest that had him regret he'd ever been a part of that team. One titled Infiltration. It was the second last and most unusual quest for the Fighters Guild. And in this quest, you had to pose as an interested recruit for the Blackwood Company to learn their secrets. Once becoming a member, you would have to eliminate a few goblins from a town just north of the city of Leawood. For this quest, you'd be given a hallucinogenic substance for the quest called Hisstat, and you would drink it, and before you knew it, you're in the village tasked with defeating the goblins. The end of this quest was designed to have a massive twist, with the goblins you were supposed to be slaying not truly being goblins, but humans and animals. One day, the author and his team were asked to review what the game developers found while bringing this quest to life, and upon reviewing the recording, they would see that a man was standing in between two homes, facing the opposite direction, and the closer that the player would get, the more he'd distort. After about 20 seconds of footage, the game would be in a still frame with the man with his face still looking forward. Some time passes and the man turns around. His face is a disproportionate mass of random faces. The player's view would shift to the left to see children's models suspended in the air, staring blankly at the face of the character. A noise would then be heard, a man speaking gibberish as the game begins to lose control, and characters start spawning all over the map. All of these characters would be lifeless, and as the man would finally speak intelligently, he'd shout, "You did this." The room would be silent after reviewing this footage, and nobody in there would ever speak of it again. I'm not a clone. I am the original. I am the best. I care not what those journals say. They're wrong, wrong, wrong. I am the original. Aren't I? I fingered the Pokeballs attached around my waist. My Pokemon, my partners, my faithful companions, my best friends. Through thick and thin, we've gone through the perils of Johto and into Kanto. And now here I was, standing at the entrance to the old mansion. I had been mesmerized by the beauty of a Ninetales I had battled on my way here. I wanted one. I had to have one. The kind trainer told me that Vulpix could be found in the old Cinnabar mansion, which was just about to be destroyed. Dangerous, but I was getting that Vulpix whether that stupid mansion wanted me to or not. I double-checked my party, making sure everyone was set and ready to go. My Feraligatr, Beedrill, Noctowl, Umbreon, and Rapidash all seemed ready. But there was a question of whether or not he was ready. I bit my lip, having been told by a friend of the journals that were scattered across the mansion. He had pointed out the connections to my dearest boy and I, of course, denied everything he had pointed out. I had to. My Pokemon were practically my children, and what parent would not try to protect their child? But even I couldn't ignore everything. I decided to just keep him in his Pokeball for this trip. Even if his psychic powers were good against the poison Pokemon that practically ruled the place, I took the ball and shoved it deep down in my backpack. I made sure I had plenty of potions, antidotes, and burn heals. After finding satisfaction in my stores, I slung the bag across my back and called out my Rapidash. I kindly asked her if she would light up the dark mansion for me, and the Pokemon whinnied and flared brighter. I smiled and thanked her, guessing that this was a yes. I'm so tired. Where are we? I can't tell. It's dark and stuffy. It's hot too. Too hot. I don't like it. Why can't I see? This feeling. Why do I have it? Why do I suddenly feel ice cold? Where are we? I felt the Pokeball rattle in my backpack. Considering my bag was so loaded with stuff, I was surprised I could feel it. My boy must be distressed. I frowned. I knew he didn't like being in dark places, yet I still did this to him. He'll be upset, but not as much as he would if he was out. The lesser of two evils, I suppose, and I simply couldn't leave him in the storage system. He'd live. I slid my Pokédex out of my pocket, looking at the picture of the Vulpix on the screen, studying it. I scanned over its info. I'd be ready to face this thing once I found it. I even had the brand new Ultra Balls in my pocket, ready to toss at the fox. Vol. My gaze snapped up from the screen, my eyes wide. My prize had come to me, it seemed. Who was I to complain about that? The Vulpix spotted me. With pinprick eyes, it took off down the decrepit hall. Grinning, I readied Feraligator's Pokeball and took off after it, my feet pounding on the moldy carpet. Ugh. I feel sick. I have a headache. Is there anything for that? Maybe something for humans, but maybe it'd work for me too. I'm not so different from them after all, no matter how much it pains me to say so with some of them in the world. Huh? We're moving? That sick feeling got stronger. The air smells familiar. Are we in a cave? No. It's not a cave. It feels too strange to be a cave. Let's see. There's mold in the air. The air smells stale. Wearing clothes somewhere. It's too dry to be a cave. The air isn't dusty, but there's ash. Something's burning or has recently burned. That explains the heat, I guess. But there's something behind all of that. It's so familiar, it practically drills itself into my mind, and into my fear, it seems. Where are we? Am I in the bag? Is there something I shouldn't see? Why not? I'm strong enough to handle it. I'm strong enough to handle anything. I chased the Vulpix through the dark. All of a sudden, it took a sharp turn to the right into a room. Rapidash and I rushed into the room, my partner's bright flames penetrating the shadows that lurked in every corner. It was almost eerie now that I think about it. I turned to the far side of the room. The Vulpix was trapped against the wall, hissing and spinning. I frowned. Water would just scare it more, I knew. So with a quick ember from my powerful Rapidash and the flick of the wrist, Vulpix was safely inside of an Ultra Ball. I walked over and lifted the Pokeball, tucking it into a pocket in my bag. I'd stick it in the PC once I got back outside. I slung my backpack off, reaching down on one of the side pockets to grab an escape rope. That's when I saw it, the journal my friend had told me about. Why it was laying on the ground though, as someone had pitched the old book against the wall, I'd never know. What was in that book? I had to know. My curiosity suddenly lurked in front of my mind like my shadow on a sunny day. It was there, and there was no getting rid of it. Even though I had practically promised myself and my boy I wouldn't, I reached forward and pulled the book toward myself, being extremely careful with the yellowed pages. I bit my lip, gently turning to the front of the book. I read aloud. July 5th. Guyana, South America. We have discovered a new species of Pokemon. It seems that all members of this Pokemon species are now gone, sadly. This makes studying the new species very hard. However, we have recovered samples of the Pokemon's DNA. They appear to be very recent. Have these Pokemon only very recently gone extinct, or are they still actually alive? Why does this sound so familiar? It's so painfully familiar. I can feel it in the back of my mind. Why can't I remember? I turned a page, surprised to find a few pages torn out. I turned to where the book was laying, finding scattered piles of tiny bits of torn paper. I frowned. There was no salvaging that. I sighed and continued to read. July 10th, Guyana, South America. Due to its supposed kitten-like appearance, we have decided to name the new Pokemon Mew. I smiled. Mew was a very cute name. Mew. Mew. The name is so easy to say. It rolls off my tongue as easily as my own name. I can feel it burning in my mind. I know that name. Why do I know that name? I turned the next few pages, finding them torn out or simply destroyed to the point that only a few lines of text were readable. Finally, I came to something useful. February 6, Cinnabar Kanto. The tests on the Mew have proved successful. We have cloned a brand new specimen. However, the limited DNA we have will not work. Professor Blaine offered some of his own blood for the research. While the clone is not what we had hoped for, being very little like the original Mew, it will have to suffice. We have decided to call this creature Mewtwo. Mewtwo appears to be rather powerful. We don't, however, know the extent of its power. I frowned and bit my lip. My friend had lied to me. He hadn't wanted me to read these. He had pointed out small similarities that were painfully real. My Mewtwo was really a science experiment? No. I remember now. I remember it all now. I don't remember this. I refuse to believe that I'm just a science experiment. I had emotions, thoughts. I had to suffice. I believed them. I believed those stupid humans. I believed they cared. I'm as stupid as them for believing their charade. They care nothing about life. I just had to suffice though. I was almost shaking. My poor Mewtwo. This is what he was really intended for? My bottom lip quivered. I choked back tears. My Mewtwo. What would have happened had he not escaped? What fate would he come to if he was not with me now? I read on. I had to know what the end would have been if he didn't. September 1st. Cinnabar Kanto. Mewtwo is far too powerful. All attempts to weaken his vicious tendencies have failed. I flipped through the remaining pages, finding only blank paper. I threw the book against the wall and slung my backpack over my shoulder. I jumped on Rapidash's back, trusting her to take me to the entrance. I just had to get out. I remember now. Oh so vividly. But no matter how many times I run it through in my head, it just seems like a story. I am Mewtwo. I am myself. I am no one's clone. I realize I'm pushing into my Dare Trender's thoughts, but I don't care. It's better if someone knows what I'm thinking. I have to get it out. I am the original. I am the best. I care not what the journals say. They are wrong, wrong, wrong. I am the original, aren't I? No matter how many times I say it, I cannot convince myself that it's true. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Hacked Cartridge. This Sonic story follows the author and his friend playing through a hacked Sonic the Hedgehog 3 cartridge with many changes from the original. Playing through the game, they would eventually run into Sally Acorn, who is a character that originates from the Archie comics. She would seem to be an enemy to Sonic in this game, as she would be in Eggman's robots as the boss of these stages. And not only this, Tails seemed to be very disengaged from the present, never looking at Sonic directly while the author would play through the game. Something was quite off through most of the play game and the story combined. Upon collecting all the emeralds, Sonic would attack Tails and Knuckles with the screen going to black and bringing Sonic back to Angel Island. He would go hyper and fly through the level, but a screen saying you can't escape would come up, and the level would then reset. Sonic would stand still, look below him to see the ground completely made of Sally. All of the texture in the level was her. Upon reaching the end of this strange stage, they'd see every Sonic character of that generation looking at him. The screen would go black one last time, saying she was mine, you said, and finally drag Sonic down into the Sallys beneath him. Cheat and play. This is another Zelda creepypasta that follows the player as he uses a cheat code for Ocarina of Time, this one being named Cheat and Play. He'd start the game to see the wall next to Link's bed was no longer there, but instead a small black opening. He'd walk in, and Navi would repeat, "Hey listen," annoying the author. Upon going through this opening, the author would be brought to what seemed to be a great fairy fountain, but with two torches on top of the pillars having been extinguished. The author would continue to check his surroundings, finding himself in a dark and damp place with puddles of water all over the tile floor, cracked and smeared with an ugly black streak. As he got closer and closer to the water, the music would cease to play. Then suddenly, two torches blazed with fire, a fairy's laughter would begin to surround the room, and Navi went to swirl around the player, shouting, "Hey, watch out." A red streak would flash across the screen, and the fairy appeared in the fountain, looking nothing like the great usual fairy. It was grotesque and evil looking, the bright red hair being a dark black, skin paler than usual, solid white eyes, and handprints all over its body with a large grin on her face. She would float above the player giggling, doing nothing else. The fairy would then scream at the player to play her a song, and he'd choose to play the Song of Time. It'd come out distorted, and the fairy would shake her head saying no, not right. She would face the player again and hold out her arms, forcing the Learn a New Song box to appear. The Song of Death then came up on the screen. The author described this song as one that made him shake to no end, as the fairy expressed her joy with a backflip and giggling. Another red streak would flash across the screen, and the fairy was now laying face down in a fountain full of blood. The author would stare at this image as an unfamiliar and deep voice would shout, "Get out," and a bright light would shine into the room. The teleportation pad appeared, and the author wasted no time in escaping. The screen would go black after he entered the teleportation, and a sentence reading, "Don't cheat," was typed out onto the screen, just before the game returned to its original opening. The Dark Mansion. About a week ago, my friend went missing. The day after, I received an email from him. Inside was a link and a single line of text: "You need to try this out." This link led me to a website with a download for a text-based horror game called The Dark Mansion. There were a few screenshots of the game, old school pixel art of a creepy looking house, some guys wearing hoods with no faces, and a woman tied to a table. Save the girl or save yourself. You decide in this exciting text-based horror. Escape from the mansion before the monks find you, but be careful, 3 times and it's game over, permanently. Are you smart enough to escape the mansion? Download The Dark Mansion for free now. I clicked on the link and installed the game. Old school MIDI music blared as I opened the file. I turned the volume off, waiting for one of the neighbors to start banging on the walls for waking them up so late. Press enter to play flashed at the bottom of the screen. Why did Teddy send me this? Did he schedule the email to send before he went missing? Was there a clue to be found somewhere in this game? I press enter. You see a large mansion before you. It's old, dark, scary. Will you go in? Yes. You enter the mansion. The door creaks, but the entrance is empty. There are stairs ahead of you, and a door to the left and right. Where will you go? I picked randomly. Left door. You are crushed to death by a falling anvil. Will you play again? A pixelated blood splatter appeared in what appeared to be the mansion's study. A desk sat in the middle of the room with a large bookshelf behind it. There was a painting of the hooded monks on the far left wall, and beneath it, a pedestal with a human skull sitting on top. Well, that was one death down, 2 to go. Yes, I typed. I was in front of the mansion again. You see a large mansion before you once more. It's old, dark, scary. Will you go in? Yes. You enter the mansion. The door creaks, but the entrance is still empty. There are stairs ahead of you and a door to the left and right. Where will you go? Well, I knew which way I wasn't going to go this time. I choose the stairs. You go upstairs. There's a red door, blue door, and a yellow door. Which door will you go through? I wonder if sudden death was waiting behind any of these particular doors. The website flashed through my mind. Died 3 times and it's game over permanently. Would the game just stop working after that? I'd already died once, so that means I had 2 attempts left. 2 attempts and 3 doors. Yellow. Red just seemed like it'd lead more to death, and I always liked yellow more than blue, so that was my choice. Lightning flashed outside, startling me in my chair. The wind picked up again and rain began to fall. Just 5 minutes ago the sky was clear, not a single cloud in sight. Lightning flashes and you see a hooded figure in the distance. It's coming for you. What will you do? Lightning continued to flash through the window in the game. Like it said, one of the hooded figures was standing on the mountain visible through the window in the distance. It was kinda creepy. It was also the first time I was given a little bit of freedom in what to do next. However, open desk. There's nothing inside. Use phone. The phone doesn't work. Shoot hooded figure. You don't have a gun. Get gun. There is no gun. Aside. The room appeared to be a dead end. I drew closer to the monitor and tried to find something. Anything I might be able to do in the room. Nothing I typed worked. I sat back in my chair and began to type again when I noticed it. The hooded figure. It was closer. It wasn't just a flashing GIF background. The figure was actually getting closer. Crap. Leave room. You leave the room. There is a red door, a blue door, and a yellow door. Which door will you go through? Blue. You are in a hallway. There are doors marked 1 through 13. Which will you choose? It was a dark hallway leading into the distance. The doors got smaller, but I could see numbers on the closest ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, opposing each other at short intervals. The rain picked up outside my study window when I suddenly heard a scream. That wasn't from the game. It sounded like it came from outside. I got out of the chair and ran to the window, but it was pitch black. I could not see anything. Lightning flashed, and it briefly lit up the street below. There was nothing there. Maybe it really was from the game. I went back to the computer. You hear a woman screams. There are doors marked 1 through 13. Which will you choose? Okay, I thought, so they probably wouldn't expect anyone to choose 13 right off the bat, so I typed in 13. There it was again. It sounded even closer than before. I looked down at the speakers and then I remembered. I turned the speakers off. It was not the game. I sat and waited, listening closely. The room was dark minus the light coming off the monitor. Rain beat harder against the window outside. All was silent but for the water hitting the glass. I turned back to the computer. You see blood on the walls and hear a woman's screams coming from directly beneath you. What will you do? A dark sense of foreboding washed over me. The room itself was bare. 4 wooden walls and a wooden floor all splattered in pixel blood. A single window took up about half of the opposite wall. This time, there was a forest in the distance. Lightning flashed. The hooded figure was right there in the window. I screamed. Leave room. The door is locked. Of course it was. Hide. There's nowhere to hide. Of course not. There was a tapping at my window. I jumped again. How could there be a tapping at my window? I lived on the 4th floor. It had to be the wind, or a tree branch, so why was I so scared to go and look? The text on the screen began to change. The window breaks. The hooded figure enters the room. It approaches you slowly. What will you do? There was a time limit to do things in the game. It never said the story would keep moving if I didn't do anything. Punch hooded figure. I didn't know what else to do. It was a bare room with nothing of apparent use in it. You punch the hooded figure, but he stabs you in the throat. You are dead. Will you try again? I sighed. I was rapidly losing interest in the game, but I had one more attempt left. Might as well use it. Yes. You see the large mansion before you that haunts your dreams. It's old, dark, scary. A figure peers at you from the window. Will you go in? Well, that was new, and also kinda creepy. There was a hooded figure looking out of one of the windows on the 3rd floor. As lightning flashed, I thought I saw one closing in from the mountains as well. The same one from my first attempt. I needed to get inside. I avoided the door on the left, went straight through the blue door, and stood in the hallway debating which door to go through next. 13 turned out to be a dead end, but that still left 1 through 12. Simply too many numbers to choose at random and hope to get lucky. It said the woman's screams came directly from underneath room 13. Maybe door 11 had a way down and under. But what if it didn't? What if it was some random door and I only had one chance to get it right before it was game over permanently? You hear footsteps. The text scrolled across the screen. The hooded figures were closing in already. It was way too soon. I got ready to type in 11 when I stopped myself. No, the red door. It had to be the red door. I thought the same thing about unlucky 13 being the right door, and that didn't end up so well, but this time it had to be. I knew it was the red door. Leave room. There is a red door, blue door, and yellow door. Which door will you go through? Red. You are in a bathroom. What will you do? There had to be a secret entrance hidden somewhere in the room. I needed to find it before the hooded figures found me. Check bathtub. There's nothing special. Check cabinet. There's some unmarked pills and a toothbrush. Probably best to leave the unmarked pills alone. There's nothing else in the room, which meant check toilet. You put your hand in the toilet. There's something there. Will you pull it? Oh, yes. You pull and hear a click. A single tile raises in the middle of the room. What will you do? Did I really have much choice? Press tile. You press the tile. A section of the wall opens. Will you go through? Yes. I heard it again. This time much louder and clearer. It was downstairs. A woman downstairs was screaming. You enter a secret room. The screams are getting louder. You hear footsteps getting closer. There are 2 doors. Which will you go through? The text flashed at me on the screen as a storm raged outside. I waited and listened. No more screams. Nothing but the sound of heavy rain and strong winds. No, not just rain and wind. There it was. It was faint, but it was there. Footsteps. Large, heavy boots like steel caps hitting the concrete. There was a knock on the door several apartments away. I glanced at the clock. 1 a.m. Who was knocking on doors at this hour? You hear knocking nearby. Which door will you go through? The game text changed once more. It was starting to become more than just a coincidence. My heart began to race. When it said permadeath, it couldn't mean. Could it? Left. My heart jumped into my throat as I realized the last time I typed left, I immediately died. You enter a laboratory. It seems an experiment was conducted here recently. Bloodstains operating table. What will you do? Outside was quiet. Did they answer the door? Maybe it was just a friend or family member coming home late who forgot their key. Check desk. There's a report. Will you read the report? Yes. Report, October 1st, 2017. Subject complained of pain in stomach. Stomach was removed. Complaint ceased. New subject required. Report, October 2nd, 2017. New guest arrived today. Intelligence subpar but will suffice. Brain was removed. Transplant to new host to commence shortly. Report, October 3rd, 2017. Transplant a success. Report, October 6th, 2017. Subject complained of pain in lower limb. Limbs will be removed. Further study required. I stared at the computer screen. I didn't want to play anymore. I had no idea what was going on, but it was creeping me out and nothing was making sense. The footsteps outside were getting closer. They were slow, methodical. There was another knock on the door. It was perhaps 2 or 3 doors down this time. What do you... I didn't hear the end of the sentence. I swallowed and turned back to the computer, my heart beating faster and faster. The footsteps are getting closer. You must make a choice. Will you find the girl or will you escape? Escape. I typed it without thinking. I just wanted it to end. You must find the exit. Leave room. The door is locked. Of course it was. There was a single door ahead. Open door. You open the door. There's a hallway with a single door at the end. There are 2 windows. What will you do? If I tried to jump out the window, the character would probably die. It was on the 2nd floor after all. Lightning flashed through the windows and my heart stopped. There was a forest of pixel trees just outside, but lining the forest were countless hooded figures all just standing there, watching, waiting. With each flash of lightning, they seemed to grow in number. Open door. You're not close enough. Run to door. You run to the door. A woman screams from a nearby room. Several of the hooded figures were getting closer. Others remained behind, as if on watch. Open door. You enter a greenhouse. It's dark with no lights. What will you do? Turn on light. Cannot find switch. Light match. You don't have a match. Walk forward. You can't see. I tapped my foot furiously as I racked my brain trying to think of commands. Like clockwork, the in-game lighting continued to flash on the monitor. The entire wall of the greenhouse was glass with the forest in the background. Each time it flashed, several of the hooded figures were closer than before. Then it hit me. I typed in walk forward and waited. As the lightning flashed in game, I pressed enter. You walk forward. A row of shelves block your path. I typed in turn left and walk forward, waited, and then pressed enter as the game flashed again. The hooded figures were almost right by the glass wall. My heart raced. There was another knock outside. This time, it was next door. There was a door just ahead. I could reach it with the next flash. I typed in run to door and waited. And waited. The screen remained dark. White text began to scroll. Are you sure you want to leave the woman behind? Yes. Are you really sure? This action cannot be undone. Yes. Lightning flashed. The hooded figures were right outside the glass wall. There was a knock at my front door. Run to door. I press enter. The screen went black. I waited. The wind and rain raged outside. I strained, my heart sitting in my throat as I waited for another knock. None came. As you run from the mansion, you hear screams in the distance. The hooded figures watch, but don't follow. They have their sacrifice for tonight, but you have escaped. The screen faded to black before congratulations began to flash in large letters in a variety of colors. There were no further knocks at the door. I turned my computer off and went to bed. I lay there listening to the sounds of the storm until daybreak. As I left my apartment the next morning, I saw police cars surrounding the building entrance. Apparently, a woman was found dead. Her legs were cut off and had yet to be found. Zelda Termina Secret. So this is a theory more so than a story about what Majora's Mask truly is as a game and how it explores Link as a character. I'll read the more important part. It's no secret that Termina is another world from Hyrule. Link passes through some sort of portal to get there, and things within are clearly not the same. Yet, some similarities do occur. Perhaps even more interesting though, is that many of the characters that Link meets, perhaps even all, offer some kind of reflection on his own story. Some examples. The Skull Kid has no friends, saves the giants who leave him. In much the same way, Link was once shunned for having no fairy, and even Saria, his closest friend, often went away. Kafei is a grown man but trapped in a child's body, and can't express his love because of his altered nature. So too is Link. Once a man, he met those that loved him, and some part of him developed feelings in return. But in being returned to the past, he became a child again, unable to express his adult feelings. Tingle styles himself after the Forest Fairies, but in truth is just a middle-aged man who was a disappointment to his father. Link might find this as a poignant contrast, as he himself lived like a Kokiri, but was not truly one, and it will someday show when he grows old. Having never met his father, Link would rightfully worry about what that man might think of his life. And the unknown parent is surely an imposing presence in his thoughts, even as Tingle's father is a looming giant of a man. So why are the inhabitants of Termina so relevant to Link's life? Well, to answer that, let's look at the Zelda timeline. The game that immediately follows Majora's Mask is Twilight Princess, in which a new incarnation of Link, different from the Link of Ocarina of Time in Majora's Mask, appears. However, the hero of time still makes an appearance. As Nintendo has revealed, the hero's spirit, the ghost that passes on its skills to the new Link, is the spirit of the hero of time, who was the main character of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. So you see, Majora's Mask is a game about closure. Link has already passed. He never had the chance to pass on his skills and knowledge. Ganondorf's followers found him and exacted vengeance for the execution of their lord while he was still too young to fight at his full strength. The friend he was looking for was himself, the innocent boy he had to stop being when he donned the mantle of the hero. Skull Kid represents that child, resentful of being left alone, looking to lash out and act up, but in childish ways. However, he is possessed by the mask, and it is no accident that Majora's Mask, the object, has the shape of a twisted heart, as it contains all of Link's darkest emotions, his resentment, bitterness, and anger at the fate that was forced upon him, his feeling that the world contains nothing but suffering and pain. The darkness in Link's heart threatens to consume everything, to destroy Link if he cannot tame it. As Link journeys, his subconscious populates a fantasy land with features from his memories. The journey is presented as a quest, for that is what he knew in life. Little by little he is made to face the truth, making his way through the progression of denying what has happened to him until finally accepting the empty vessel his mortal body has become within the stone tower, becoming a bigger person for it and preparing to face himself one last time. He makes peace with who and what he is and gains the strength to accept all of his nature. In so doing, he gains the form of his adult self, as his mind's eyes saw him. For Link, a child who went to sleep one day only to awaken in a different body, faced with a dark and desolate world where evil had already won and he could only bring destruction wherever he went, facing beings of unimaginable power and slaying them, this is what his adult self was, a terrifying, savage god of destruction. Yet by learning to accept this too, as a part of who he is, the darkness within him is all but powerless and easily vanquished. So on the fourth day, the day of death, Link returns with the mask. He brings proof that he has completed his journey to the one who set the task for him, and who never set foot in his fantasy world until its purpose was completed. The happy masked salesman stands out. Different from the other shades of himself that Link faced, he never directly becomes a part of the journey, only directs Link to begin and presides over his success. The masked salesman knows the secret to putting souls to rest, turning their grief into masks. He seems to know a great deal about what's happened to Link as well, in the midst that he's been following him for some time. And who has followed Link in his journey more than death? But perhaps the better question is, what other character appears as a mask? Castlefall. Castlefall is a story that has a college student revisit the game he originally made on RPG Maker when he was just entering high school. He had abandoned this project because while he was on some spicy sites, he ended up getting a virus on his laptop as the flash drive was plugged in. He claims that this made the game fall apart. As he was about to enter college, he finds the game on his flash drive and opens it up. He sees a poorly drawn castle taken with a photograph as the title screen. Nothing new. He remembers doing this. As he pressed new game, the music would instantly cut out and show the main character standing at the beach with water all around him. His character would walk up to a sign that said it was a nice day outside, with the main character's face in the text box being warped. You know how RPG Maker games always has the face of whoever's talking in the left side of the box? Yeah, you can imagine what's going on there. The player will walk north off of the screen and end up in a valley, reading more signs to get more gibberish text out of them. He'd eventually end up at the castle after noticing that his character can walk through anything. The game would not allow him to go anywhere besides straight to the king of the castle, and if the player approached the king, they'd get the same nonsense out of him as he did from the signs. However, he could also pick out snippets out of the text to kind of put together what was going on. The king would say things such as his daughter is missing and the gold hair is bountiful after minutes of brainstorming, and after talking to the king, the author would be teleported to a dungeon. It was a huge area with just lava rock floors and the occasional pool of lava. Phantom characters would appear in rows, and the dungeon would break apart as he explored it, giving him a headache. He'd then reach a part called the heart, making his screen flicker and separate into two different hues of the screen. The screen would become more and more intense and eventually knock him out. As the author would wake up again, there would be a single image on screen of his character speaking to a person with the text box saying, "You saved me, good job." This makes the author confused, as he wasn't playing while he was asleep. He then takes the flash drive out of the computer and smashes it, as he can't even articulate what had just happened to him. Halo Beta. Halo Beta is like Tekken Beta, where the author gets his hands on a copy of a beta version of the game in question. According to the author, this game would start up identical to the original, with everything unlocked. Everything was the exact same up until Pillar of Autumn. In the original game, Chief would save a Marine and get him into the Bumblebee escape pod, but in this beta, John would ignore the Marine and toss a grenade into the pod and then climb in. This would make the pod full of dead Marines, and John would then go to the pilot's chair and push them off, taking over the ship from there. Cortana would then say, "I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm stuck with you anyway, so I might as well follow along." John would pilot the plane and still crash. After the level, Halo started. Cortana would then say, since Keyes died, the Autumn was destroyed on impact. This was apparently an evil path of the game that would take place if you killed Keyes, rather than it being a roadblock. The author would see all kinds of behavior from Chief himself and other characters as this different timeline would play out, and it would end with Sergeant Johnson activating the Halo and the firing began onto the Gravemind. The cutscene would show all of the various species of the Halo world being disintegrated in various locations, with Cortana saying, "I have defied gods and demons. I am your shield. I am your sword." It asked, and I answered. For a moment of safety, I loosened damnation on the stars. This is the way the world ends. I am a monument to all of your sins. The credits would roll with the screen slowly zooming in on Cortana, and once her face would fill the screen, she would whisper, "I see you." This would make the author shriek but laugh it off, since it was like Bungie to do a prank like that. The author would then contact the seller, and the seller would just say, "Just don't say anything so I don't get sued. For your eyes only, okay?" with a smiley face. It's a scary story with a wholesome-ish ending, and I kinda like it. Arnold von Marshall. This follows the author ordering a Nintendo Wii off of eBay after getting some birthday money. He would notice that there was mold growing from the corners of his package, but ignore this as he just wanted to play the game. He would turn on the Wii and see that the previous owner had already purchased multiple games, so he played through all of them until he got tired and went to bed. Upon waking up the next morning, he would find himself back at the Wii checking out the channels just out of curiosity's sake, only to end up at one with a static box. When clicking on it, he'd be brought to a gray screen with the phrase, "Persevero," and not knowing what this meant, he decided to click it out of curiosity. Upon opening the channel, it was a game, and he saw that he would start out in a house where you were just free to roam about. It was remarkable to the author as this game's world paralleled his own. After about 2 hours of wandering around, he'd be sent back to the menu and he'd just go to bed after this. The next morning, he would get back on the game just to see that there were people this time around, but get booted back to the menu just as he did before. The author would choose another option on the menu this time, which was slightly off-putting to him, as within this mode of the game, the world was more dreary, with the characters moving more sluggishly. He would pick up a knife and go on to eliminate the characters around him. When doing this, they would drop to the ground and writhe in pain until vanishing. To the author, this was strangely satisfying. He would go to bed again and awake to a strange odor in his house the next morning. Thinking that this was just him forgetting to take out the trash, he ignored it and went back onto the game, clicking the last option on the menu. He would be back in the game with the world being completely tinted in a dark red and starting with a knife in hand. He knew what he had to do. So he would go around the city attacking random civilians for about 5 hours, then was booted back to the main menu, and he was disappointed as it was a dull ending to such an interesting game. The author would then go take another nap and have a strange dream where he was alone in a black room holding nothing but a knife with a man who had a distinct wound on his forehead. This man would reach his hand out toward him and say, "Congratulations, you are done now." He would then wake up and notice the stench was now stronger, but spray air freshener and go out for lunch. He'd seen email on his phone that said, "Congratulations, you are done. Sincerely, Arnold von Marshall." The stench that the author had smelled earlier was now intense. He'd look around to find the source, and upon checking his basement, he would find a pile of dead bodies. The author was horrified and in absolute terror at this point. He would run upstairs and stare at a wall for a couple of hours before going back down to see things through. He would notice that something was pinned to the stairs, a printout of a shipping label for some address in Houston. The return address was to an Arnold von Marshall. He would then immediately run upstairs and search his name on Google, only to see that this man had taken the lives of 23 people in a small German town before doing the same to himself. And just after reading this, the author would hear a loud bang at the door. It was the police. A developer's own downfall. This story is about a mod developer who speaks about his own campaign for a mod he created called Underhell. This campaign would begin with the player in a corridor that was quite claustrophobic and seemed to get smaller the farther you would go. When halfway through, a door at the end would open to a room that contained an entity referred to as she. You'd see a silhouette, and as you got near the end, she would begin to walk toward you. The issue with this was that the door would rotate 360 degrees, going through the wall. This would make she keep bumping into it and unable to get out. The developer tried to sort it out by making it only open one way and be able to move 90 degrees. They thought they had sorted it out, so they started the game and loaded the map to test, and a lot had changed from the get-go. When loading up the game again, the map was the same except for the floor being plain concrete. The author would walk across the floor and hear nothing but loud clacking footsteps coming from their character, and as they would near the corridor, they would get tense. They hit the trigger that caused the door to open, but the door would open very slowly. The door would inch its way open, only for it to be empty. Soon after realizing this, the author would hear footsteps coming from no discernible direction. It sounded like bare feet on stone. This sound would get louder and louder until nothing. There was nothing but silence. The author went ahead and quit the game at this point and deleted the level. Later on, the author would try to remake this game, everything going fine until he tried to find she. He couldn't find her in the game, so he would click out, only for her to be sitting right on their desktop. This made him take a break from mapping and go watch TV. And while doing this, he would hear antivirus alarms go off, all pointing towards she. Many instances like this would play out as he was mapping the game again. It would climax when he would find a folder called Player Group open on his desktop and a single document inside called female.txt. He'd click it and it would say behind. He would begin to hear footsteps coming toward him and feel immense dread, passing out instantly and waking up in the hospital. Sonic Endless. This is a Sonic creepypasta that has the author run into a Sonic who's reached his limit. He spells out things such as "let it end," "I can't take it," using rings. He would then say "they hate me" and "they ruined me." Sonic would then sit down and begin to slowly sob before looking at the author and jumping into a bottomless pit. The game would alert the author that it was a game over, but instead of game over popping on the screen, it said "please be over." It would cut back to Sonic falling and hitting the ground. Text above him saying, "Gold influences the selfish." Sonic would look more and more sad as the author would replay this game and put together that Sonic is miserable because he is nothing but a cash cow for Sega. The soul of his series is gone, or at least until recently. Arkham Files, Joker Origin, Entry 001 of Joker's Psychological Profile by Batman. I prepared for muggers, killers, thieves, criminals, increasingly extreme in their methods and personality, but I never imagined someone like the Joker. There is no information on him in any criminal database. As far as records go, it's as if he stepped out of thin air. He appears to be a highly resourceful psychopath with a sadistic intelligence who delights in causing chaos, destruction, and human suffering. Skilled with explosives and firearms, he displays personality traits consistent with criminal insanity, though his mental instability did not hinder his ability to infiltrate and take over the Black Mass criminal organization. His capacity for wanton destruction makes him a threat to the entire city. He must be stopped. As shown by multiple reports, the Joker is an individual with unique traits and disorders that make up his personality. Doctor Strange accounts the Joker's origins being variable, but maybe share the same room together. An explanation of the theory begins here. The Joker, aka John, was a family man who worked at a chemical plant for a living. Subject John has lived a life of modesty, a nice steady job, possible marriage with unknown female individual, and might have been expecting a child. John must have had dreams of becoming a famous comedian. On a chance, he decided to quit his job as a chemical plant worker and take a career in comedy. This, however, led to failure as a comedian and in turn made hardships for the family. With little to no income, John decided to turn to crime and, working with other criminals, took the alias of a villain known as the Red Hood. This career gave way to multiple thefts and robberies. However, speculation follows that the subject's wife caught wind of his actions and decided to leave him. With his lover and mother of his child gone, John attempted to back out of crime to regain an honest living, but was forced to continue with his criminal persona. Upon learning of his former employment at the chemical plant, the group of lawbreakers that Red Hood was working with decided to use him to enter the plant and steal supplies to sell. This would lead to the fateful night that Subject John would encounter the Batman, and lead to his chemical accident that would change him forever. After his accident, John would suffer mental trauma with his physical features being altered to a heavy degree. It is possible that the wife and child at this time were killed by an accident. With his knowledge of his wife and his child's death and his disfigurement, Subject entered a state of madness that began the creation of the Joker. The Joker decided to make sure that he would make everyone suffer for his tragedies. Evidence giving credence to this theory is his particular relationship with former Arkham staff member Harleen Quinzel, also known as his partner in crime, Harley Quinn. The Joker treats her like crap due to Harley being a constant reminder of his now deceased wife. The Joker's connection to his famed toxin could also stem from his association with the chemical plant that he formerly worked for. It could be those very chemicals that he uses in order to extract revenge on all that he views as guilty. His comedic attire and plots are also associated with his failed comedian gig, as he views the world in a sick joke type of way. The Joker is the byproduct of a man who has undergone extreme depression and grief with all the tragic events that have occurred in his life. The extent of which has fully impacted him into his creation is unknown. However, uncovering his forgotten name could be a key in possible rehabilitation. Here lies the broken shell of a man who has been the butt of a joke by the world, and now a psychotic maniac that seeks to give the world its just desserts. And with that, we have finished part 4 of the Ultimate Creepypasta Iceberg. I think we have 4 or 5 more tiers to go. Welcome to part 5 of the Creepypasta Iceberg. Guys, I'm gonna keep the intro short from here on out because we're nearing the end and you guys have come far enough to a point where it's like, what's the point of doing an intro? With that said, let's get straight into it. The Underground Monsters. The Underground Monsters is a creepypasta that follows an excavator. He states that he's a part of the group that disposes of the creatures within the caves, and despite never seeing them before, he's heard horrible rumors about them from those in his group. A man named Jake states that he's witnessed a guy in a lower level group have his kneecaps ripped off and then his face bit off, barely being able to escape the carnage himself. Jake then states that it appeared to be a light shade of red, short as your knees with knife-like teeth. The first day on the job, the author was told by his commander that for obvious reasons, these monsters need to be exterminated and cannot see the surface. Dispose of all creatures within 50 feet or higher below the surface and prevent any from escaping to the cities. The author and his team would get to a nest, which is a huge patch of soily dirt that can easily be broken, and lead the team into the creature's tunnels. Another group would be on their way to handle that. The author's group were told to protect the digging group as they tried to find the creatures. As they dig, debris would eventually come crashing down from a weak ceiling structure of dirt, and all the debris that fell would crush the man in front of him. But it wouldn't stop there, it would continue to fall. This allowed the author to put together that there was a tunnel below him, and as he were on the ground at this point, the dirt below him would begin to move too quickly, and the hole in front of him would only get bigger and bigger, dragging him into it. He then entered freefall, and everything went to black. Waking up an hour later, the author would recollect himself and see a light far away. As he walked closer, he'd hear noises of gnawing, eventually seeing a lantern and 3 monsters surrounding the dead man and eating him. They had not recognized him yet. so he decided to break out to a full sprint and ended up bumping into Jake. Behind them, they'd hear a shrieking noise, and over Jake's shoulder, the author would see a small, white figure running toward them, and Jake would turn around and aim his rifle at it. A little steam would come out of his rifle, and it'd go inside of the creature's mouth, kind of like a fishing hook. Jake would hold the trigger and basically inflate the monster until it exploded. As one of the monsters would get to him, our author would finish it off, and Jake would pass on his white armor down to the excavator, though he could not equip the chest piece since it was too damaged. He escapes the tunnel and the team completes the mission, for the author to reveal that his name is Doug. Nostalgia Trip. This story is a very long Animal Crossing creepypasta that follows the name of a blogger named Jeremy who's decided to chronicle his life using the internet. He speaks about how as children, you can't wait to grow up because of how we see adults having all the freedom in the world to do what they want. And as time goes on, that feeling dissipates. Wanting to re-experience the past, Jeremy would decide to go through his old belongings and grab a black digital camera. Going through this camera, he'd find photos of himself in the past, swimming in a lake close to home, another swimming on a tire at his former elementary school, and things such as this. But he'd stumble upon an odd photo that displayed himself being as disinterested as he could possibly be. Instead of smiling in this photo, he held a frown on his face. The author would then stumble upon more photos, such as this with his face remaining the same, and as he would near the end of the camera roll, he'd see a completely different child in the photos. He couldn't recognize him, but knew he knew his face and had seen it somewhere before. There wasn't anything notable following this photo, so he just moved past it and continued the nostalgia trip. The author moving on from the camera would look through more of his belongings and find a Nintendo DSi. He would charge it in order to play it and then grab the only game he could find from the bag in order to insert it. It was a completely blank cartridge, but once it would load up, the game title would read Township Village. The author would instantly remember this game. It was a game that resembled Animal Crossing and was almost identical to it. One of the primary mechanics of this game though was to jot down notes in an in-game journal. The author had many from the past. One such as, I played with Mr. O today, I showed him my drawings from school and he really liked them. He said I did a good job and even gave me a cookie. He told me he would love to see my drawings I do next. Jeremy had no idea who this character was, so he decided to check out their house to find out. Inside stood another character with no hair and a regular outfit. Chatting with the character would always result in him saying nothing. The rest of his house was bare, only a single door in the opposite end of the room that would only have a bathroom in it. After doing a little bit more searching, the author would understand that he could create characters in the world and the only one he had made was Mr. O and himself. Jeremy would go to another house just to find the same character standing in the corner of every room he would enter, and would find a journal sitting in a cupboard. He placed it in his inventory once more and opened it. Remember Jeremy, it's just you and me here. Love, Mr. O. The author set aside his DS and just got up due to confusion. He would then go search the box again for anything else, just to find a drawing of him and Mr. O holding hands. He says that he's unsure as to what's going on, so he'll ask his mother what's up with the picture, and the first journal entry ends. This is a long journey with multiple blog posts, so I don't want to cover the whole thing here, and it's also pretty good. The Heart of Lothar. This story is a Doom creepypasta about an assistant creative developer detailing his experience in the creation of the original Doom game, and he decides to share his experience with one of the lost beta versions of the game that would cause him to retire. In this beta, everything would be the same as the original up until the author would come across an artifact called the Heart of Lothar. It was a black heart with green blood in it and served as a key to opening the final room in the level. When using it, it opened a door with a pitch black hallway. The author would continue into this room as the footsteps sound clip would continue to play. A monster would show up that looked like the Baron of Hell with no head, hooves replacing the claws, and a pentagram on its chest. A loud screeching noise would burst from the computer speakers, and despite attempting to turn around and leave the monster, it would just remain in front of the player. This went on for 5 minutes, and the screen would go black as soon as the screeching ended. Upon coming back, the author found himself at the starting level with no ammo for his rifle. In fact, he had almost nothing and there was almost nothing. Everything had been dead. A message would then come up in German, which translates to, "She did this, now let me out." The corpses would begin to levitate and wouldn't stop, going through the ceiling. After this, the player would be transported into a Hall of Mirrors room, and he would have his HUD and weapon back. The game would then begin to rain everything in the game. Weapons, enemies, items all over the map, and there'd be a painful moan in the background. The computer would almost crash from CPU overload, but the screen turned black again before this could happen. The author would come back to the starting area of the episode's final level and be greeted with the scream of a man, and he was loaded with every weapon in the game. Despite this, he was scared to move forward but felt the need that he had to, so he did. He'd entered the room of the cyber demon, but in the place of it was nothing more than its bloodied hooves. And then Lothar would come out of these hooves. The player would use everything he had to fight the beast, but to no avail. Then the Unmaker was used, which managed to one-shot Lothar. The screen would cut to black as all who witnessed it were confused, and a message would pop up on the screen saying, "Let me out." This message would repeat itself all over the screen until it was completely covered with the screeching sound in the back enhancing itself until the computer crashed. The author then ends the story recounting Lothar being in his dreams. Zombrion. Zombrion is a Pokemon creepypasta that follows a player who speaks of two evolutions that were dropped from the beta versions of Gold and Silver. He would find a beta ROM for Gold and play through it, grabbing an EV to find a way to obtain one of these lost evolutions. After a couple of days with no progress, he would go on Newgrounds and get a code from someone that gave him every item in the game, including a toxic stone. He tried it on the EV and nothing would happen, but with some investigating, he discovered that it had to be used on it after it has fainted. When doing this, the EV would evolve into a Zombrion, which looked like a normal EV but was green and had parts of it missing. It also gained an attack called Zombite. The author was at first disappointed due to the lackluster design, but upon using the EV and its trademark Zombite, something interesting would happen. The wild Pokemon he would use this on would turn green, become a poison type, and join the author's team. When using it against a trainer, they'd say, "What did you do to my Pokemon?" The battle would then end with the overworld showing not only the trainer you battled gone, but every trainer on the route. Then when checking the grass on the same route, all Pokemon would be green. The story would culminate to the player infecting the entire world and reaching Professor Elm, its last hope. Elm would find a cure and gene that prevents the illness from spreading anymore and attempt to forcefully instill into the trainer's Pokemon, but he fails. The screen will cut black with a bang that could be heard, and the game then ends with the player checking on his mom in game, asking if all this was truly his fault. Spectreon. This is supposed to serve as an alternative timeline creepypasta to the previous entry, however, it's not good. The ghost type EV isn't even a ghost type in this story, but is a corpse type, and it's just edgy. Abaddon Tenebrae. This long creepypasta follows the author as his friend calls him to tell him about a game called Abaddon 1 and that he should come and see it. The friend would then say that he can't describe the game, but the author says just tell him what it's about or he's not going over there. The friend just said don't come then, but as these stories go, the author could not help himself. When the author would arrive at his friend's house, he could not believe what he was seeing on the screen. He would see his own street with everything on fire. The houses, cars, everything. Not only this, but huge black demons were present, flying all over the carnage. The friend would then try to kill the demons using the spacebar on his keyboard, moving the shotgun on the screen with the arrow keys, but the demons would disappear. And then more would simply continue to appear on the sky. After leaving the street they lived on, the screen would shift to a supermarket and the friend would continue to fight the demons there. A bit of time would pass before clouds would open and a massive demon would appear. This one being completely red. It was a boss, but he'd lose and game over would appear on the screen. The author was interested in this game after seeing all of this and he would ask why it's so real. But the friend responded with, "I'm not sure, I just wrote my name and birth date." Our protagonist would take the keyboard from his friend and do the same. He'd be loaded into his own street and see his neighbor come outside. A demon would go toward her and the author would kill it, but more would approach and eventually get to her, and soon after, getting to the author himself who was playing. He would get a game over and question how the game worked, attributing it to something like Google Earth. As they wrapped up their day, the friend would say he'd copy the software in the game for the next math exam from the author, and that was the deal they caught. While walking home with it, he'd see his neighbor in the exact same spot she was in during the game but just brush this off. The author would go home and play the game, losing against the red demon over and over but turn off the game due to his mother telling him to. The next day after school, he'd repeat the process and even spend a weekend playing the game non-stop, still unable to defeat this red demon. Upon coming back to school, he'd tell his friend about this, but his friend would simply say he stopped playing the game because he got bored of it, noting that he's also been feeling sick and his computer gives him headaches. The author asks for the original disc from his friend since he doesn't want it, and the friend would ask why as he holds his belly and looks around him with anguish, as if something were causing him fear. Our protagonist will then go to the friend's house after school and see his friend in horrible condition. He suggests for him to go to the doctor, but he says that his doctor told him he'd be fine soon since he isn't sick. After getting the disc, he'd see the name Abaddon Tenebrae and search the name Abaddon up on Google. He would learn that Abaddon is the boss of the demons in the 7th hierarchy, known as the Exterminator, but nothing about the game. Tenebrae would mean that it's something used to make games when you're in the character's point of view. He would then go to bed, believing that he was going to get tired of the game sooner or later, and then our protagonist would come to school the next day to hear the news of his friend passing away. Again, this is another massive creepypasta, so I'm not going to cover the whole thing. We got tons of creepypastas to go through. Eric is a story about a person who borrows their friend's copy of Animal Crossing for a week. He thought it was a childish game at first, but it didn't take him long to get hooked onto the game. This was how he ended up loving the franchise as a whole. Move ahead a couple of years and the author would find himself playing Animal Crossing New Leaf. After playing for a bit, he'd try out online play and run into a player who he'd come to find out was a child due to how he sends his messages in a childish manner. The author would chase this player throughout the town, and this would cause the player to drop 22,000 bells and say, "Take it." Our author of course takes it, as it was enough to cover the loan for his house in the game. This player would then disconnect, and the author would then head to Tom Nook to pay off the debt. The next day, he got a letter from this player that thanked him for spending time with him, and a gift attached to it from Eric. As the story goes on, the author would get a mail in real life from Eric that said "nice house," and this would cause the author to distance themselves from Eric, this causing the child to ask why they don't want to play with them anymore. They're friends, right? They get another message saying, "It's so hot here. It's very hot." Later on, the author would come back from school and see their mother sitting on the chair with a newspaper and a very pained expression on her eyes. They grab the newspaper and examine it to see a house fire kills young boy Eric Thompson, age 9. Their author would then come up to them and explain that their cousin has passed away, and to their confusion they put everything together. The player logs on to the game one last time and sees that they have a letter from Eric. "Hey friend, if you are reading this, I am dead. I had so much fun with you, and I wish I could have kept playing with you. You are awesome." Covetous. Covetous is a free online game about a parasitic twin living off the cells in his brother's body. In each level, you play as a tiny cell eating the other cells so you can grow and escape your brother's body to be a real person, while unsettling music plays in the background. The screen shows a picture of a black figure and you can see through him. It shows his brain and his heart. It also shows all the cells in his body and the cell that you play as. After the first level, text appears on the screen. "I was the forgotten cell, left to die in the flesh of my brother." Not much has changed in the second level of the game, except that a patch of green has appeared on the heart of the black figure and the heart is beating faster. The cells in his body have also changed from white to green, and after the second level, more text appears on the screen. "I felt myself become thick and lump, growing into the form that was robbed from me." In the next level, millions of green cells have crowded up to fight off the cell that is eating them, which you play as, and the goal of this is the same as the other levels. You devour the cells. This is what the text after you beat the level says: "I'm so hungry." On the next level, the black figure whose cells you devour appears to be in pain. On most levels he is smiling, but on this level, his mouth is straight like he is unhappy. Not only this, but the cell you play as devours what appears to be red blood cells, and once this level is completed, text would appear again. "To thrive is to eat. I must continue consuming my host, my ignorant kin." On the next level, the cell you play as seems to have grown into a very large cell and is eating more red blood cells. More text would appear after completing this level. "What kind of god gives entity just to let me die again, tucked behind a kidney and fat?" Continuing, the black figure seems to be in terrible agony and his face is frowning. You devour more red blood cells and the cell you play as doesn't look like a cell anymore. It looks almost like a human baby. Text would appear again. "I love you, my sweet brother, my forgiving host." On the next level, there are many globs of cells trying to fight off the parasitic cell, but they are being devoured. The next text that appears makes the game more disturbing and unsettling than it already is. On the next level, you'll devour the last of the cells in your host's body, and you grow rapidly, looking more and more like a regular human baby. The text that appears at the end of that level will say, "I never desired wealth or status, just existence." And on the next and final level, you press the arrow keys and the parasitic twin emerges from the black figure's stomach, killing him. The parasitic twin will then say, "Oh existence, let me be known." Then the screen turns to a blank red of nothingness and the game is over. However, there's another ending. If on the final level you do not press the arrow keys rapidly enough, or choose not to press them at all, the background will turn gray as the parasitic twin withers away. And the next message is, in the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't put myself to steal from one another that was once stolen from me. From here, the screen goes black and the game is once again over. Marland. This creepypasta takes place on July 13, 2007. It follows a person as they play a game known as Marland. The player was about 4 years old when they first experienced this game, and it was one of those games that were a collection of mini games rather than just one big game. The first one he would play was called Ball. This had the player play as a green ball shooting water at cats. The game was easy to the author, but they just move on to the next after playing it. Doggy in a Bush was the name of the next game. It was pretty simple. Control a dog to collect dog biscuits scattered across the screen, hiding from a snake, and using the bushes on the screen to assist them in that. The game wasn't very difficult either. 4 more to go. Next up was Jungle Explorer. In this game, you would have a character named Jungle Jim hang on to a vine and use arrow keys to push him back and forth. The game was poorly designed as you'd automatically win this game. He'd move on to a game called Card Match, a classic memory game, which he allowed his sister to play as he knew she'd throw a tantrum if she didn't get a turn. So as she would do the 4th game, he would start the 5th one, the dungeon. The dungeon was quite complex compared to the other games, but was still easy. You would move a knight through a torture dungeon, and this terrified the author at the time. He played through it due to his sister saying he was too scared, so he wanted to prove a point. The dungeon was a maze with different doors that would lead to different areas. The graphics here were also quite advanced. But what got the author scared was the fact that the character would slice the skeletons into dust whenever seeing them. He just thought it was a little brutal for his age. Now, there was one last game, but the author was too scared to stay and play, so he had his dad come down and play it for him. He didn't even want to see the final level, so he'd head to his room while his dad and sister would play it. Some time would pass during the day, and the author's mom would come to check on him, asking if his father and sister were still downstairs. Due to being unsure, he'd walk downstairs with his mom and into the basement to see his father covered in blood. His father would look at him and apologize for what he had done. The story would end with his father being taken to a psychiatric hospital and him jumping out of a high window. Now I'm pretty sure there's a part 2 to this story that kind of explains everything here. Hackbound. Hackbound is an Earthbound creepypasta that surrounds a player who actively goes to a flea market in order to buy hacked copies of Earthbound, but he would come across a cartridge that looked normal and take interest in that one specifically due to how boring it looked. Upon getting home and booting it up, he'd be greeted with burning houses, 16-bit shrieks, and the music to Sonic CD's boss battles. The story would then begin with a brief summary of events being written on screen. Gygus had been unleashed and destroyed everything. The only one left alive was Ness, but Gygus had something in store for him in the near future. The game then started with Ness waking up to the set of his destroyed house. A text box would then appear stating that Ness knows that something has happened, so he gets stressed immediately. Entering his sister's room, you see a jumbled up sprite of Ness's sister looking bitten and scratched, and going downstairs, you see the bodies of his mother and their dog King. Ness would freeze for a bit as the player couldn't move him, but then he'd be able to move after a minute or so. The author would go to a net and notice that Pokey's house was just completely gone. Many characters were dead, etc., making him head to Summer. There, all the characters were noticeably gloomy, and the Runaway 5 would tell Ness, run, drive, swim, don't stop, in order from left to right. The NPCs were giving Ness warnings and the game would become more dreary as time went on. By the time the author got to Saturn Valley, the game was just in complete black and white. The author would go back in time and enter Gygus' lair with a beatdown bot, and when he would enter the boss room, Pokey would send Gygus out immediately. Gygus would say more than his usual dialogue in this battle, saying things such as no friend, no family, no prayers, things of that nature. The author was only level 3 here, so he would lose, and upon losing, be greeted with the cutscene of the earth being set aflame, as it said, look what you have caused. If it hadn't been for you, Ness, he would have made it. Too slow. A mutilated face of Ness would then show up and say your fault before cutting to black. The author would get over the game about a week or so and keep it in his personal collection. Rally X. This is a retro gaming creepypasta about the game called Rally X that would follow an arcade worker as he would be closing out the arcade one night and unplugging all of the machines, only to reach for the cord of Rally X and hear a loud crash which made him jump. He'd look up at the screen and see the words, "Don't do that." Then the game over screen would come up and make the game go back to normal. The author would check the quarter box and find nothing in there, so he just decided to talk to the game since he couldn't rationalize what had happened, and to his surprise, it actually responded, saying hello. He would ask for its name and it'd respond with Rally. The author and Rally would engage in conversation for a bit, and it'd come to a point where Rally would speak of how he had everything to make a good game, yet couldn't live up to expectations placed upon him. Then he'd go on to say jealous and bitter things about the other games, leaving the author displeased about that as he was beginning to see some of Rally's flaws. The next day, a child would come up to the author complaining about how Pac-Man wasn't working, and upon inspecting it, the author would see that the game was automatically on the kill screen that would appear on level 256, but something else was there as well. The car from Rally X was driving across the screen with nobody else seeming to notice. The author didn't want to stay after work, but he was worried that Rally would do something else that day, so he did anyway. He would confront the game, calling it sick and twisted, but the game itself would get furious over this and say that he can do whatever he wants and there's nothing that the author could do about it. Hearing this, the author would even get more frustrated with the game and reach to turn it off, but to no avail. The plug became so hot that it burned her hand, but then the words "I'm sorry" would appear on the screen and the game would just instantly break down. Here, the entire cabinet was hot, and the author would put together that Rally overheated himself due to rage. The author would then say that his phone suddenly got a Rally X background, and features on his phone became Rally X related, and he would still speak to Rally here and there, but he would never speak about the previous incident. Link's Awakening. This story begins with the author discovering a mint condition Link's Awakening cartridge in his friend's belonging while he was helping him move, and while the friend had no idea what the game was, he would still sell it to the author. The author would start the game to immediately find something wrong with it. There was a thumping noise every other second in the top right of the screen. There, the knight statues were replaced with 2 Stalfos, which was different from what the author had remembered. The author was already annoyed with this faulty game, but he'd start the file and enter Link. The game started with Link tossing and turning as Marin would watch, and when Link would awake, Marin would say that the wait is over and that she'd make preparations. Link couldn't leave the room he was in, so he'd go speak to Terran, who was pleading with him, offering Link's shield to the author and asking him to go since he knew where the sword was. Before the author would leave, Link would be asked to eat mushroom stew made by Marin, and the author would explore the world and notice that all of the characters that lived outside of the village were now inside of it. Many of the NPCs would say that he could never be him because he had no sword, but the owl would eventually be the one to help him find this sword, and after obtaining it, the author would head back toward the village, while the owl would say that he can't go, and this would happen every single time he attempted to leave the area that they were in. The author would come to find the witch's hut, and this is where she'd say that there were other ways to make it, and offered him power for a way out. After this, the screen would cut to black and her sprite would stop moving. The author would leave the hut and proceed, finding Terran in his raccoon form, and Terran would then attack the author and cry as he did. The author would respond by throwing magic powder at the raccoon, believing it would cure him, but it didn't. It made lines of darkness cover Terran as text of him screaming about his skin burning would pop up on the screen. His arms would fall off, and his eyes would disappear as the ground was stained with his blood. The owl would fly in and tell him that it was excellent, saying the author had done it to the ladder and to put it out of its misery. This confused the author, so he just reset the game and saw that the file was now named Black. The owl would order the player to finish Terran, and he actually would this time. Piercing his head on the ground with his sword, and back inside of the witch's hut, her head would be on the table with a rat feasting on it. Throughout the story, the owl would teach the player the lullaby of long slumber and have him set the entire forest on fire, slaughter all the residents of the village, and then finally thank the player for allowing him to fulfill his role. The author would eventually find out from Marin that this village they were all in was actually contained within a prison island, and all of its residents have done horrible crimes. The owl was a judge awaiting an executor, which was the player. Marin was innocent though, and was wrongfully sentenced. She had saved Link so that he could tell them that they failed to break her. She would ask if Link were ready to end it all, and with yes being the only way to progress, it would show an animation of Link sailing away from the island looking satisfied, and cut to an image of Marin lying up against her library dead. Bold font would appear in front of her reading, "Congratulations, you're the hero of Hyrule, and no one will ever know you volunteered for it." 64. This is another Mario creepypasta that follows the player performing a chain of glitches, and the game's developers had programmed something that would punish players who did such a thing. It's not that good, but that's the brief summary. Ultima Abyss. This was a creepypasta that followed a player who was handed one of many floppy disks with the word Abyss written in black marker on it at a floppy trading party. His friend told him that it may be a prototype of Ultima 6 and explained that he could use his character from 4 and 5. After warning the author that it was a strange take on the Ultima formula, the author would brush this warning aside, take it home, and try the game out. When starting the game, Ultima Abyss would have a quiet and mournful theme. The author, after transferring his character from previous games, would hear a sinister minor key in the counterpoint the moment that it happened. The game would begin with the player being ushered through a moon gate and onto a ship headed toward Britannia while being accompanied by old friends. All of the portraits of the companions would look thin. Jana would explain that Lord British had fallen ill with a disease and was currently descending into madness. As she would explain more of the Lord's symptoms, the ship would strike a whirlpool and everyone would sink into the water. The screen then faded black and watched the players near the shores of Britannia. The player would walk into the castle and be ignored by all in there, and when approaching the Lord, he'd say, "What's this boastful fool from my sight? I know him not." And this would land the player in the dungeon where all he could do was rest and talk to the jester. Every time the player would rest, he'd get a status that would say 1 year later, and after about 15 times, the jester had been replaced with a skeleton, and about 40 times, a guard would appear at the door of the player's cell and bring him to Lord British, who stated that the author would be freed of his crimes if he were to hunt down the traitors that had once been his companions. The first companion the player would run to was Shamina, and the player would just attack. The status field would then give a detailed account of the avatar mutilating his friend, and this would repeat for all the companions. After the author would complete his mission, he'd get news from a guard that Lord British had passed, but he left a final request for the player, which is to descend once again into the Stygian abyss and cast the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, the magic tome that could always provide a just answer into lava and the deepest pits of the abyss. The author would then begin to embark on his quest to get rid of this tome. Reaching the bottom was very easy for him, as most of the traditional enemies would choose to make his life easier by aiding him his entire way through, one way or another, up until a ragged Dupre would follow close behind and question the player, asking how one who has mastered virtue could easily be commanded by one who's been corrupted, and a battle would engage. The player would lose and be dragged into a cell in the abyss, leaving him to die of starvation, forgotten, and alone. The author would turn off the game and ask his friend about the game he had experienced, and find out that his friend was actually strong enough to defeat the Dupre and drop the Codex into the lava. The guard from earlier would then return and the screen go to black, saying, "You are free of your responsibilities, of your morals, and your friends. Revel in thy freedom, avatar." And the game would cut to the player wandering the overworld, but few would speak to him, and those that would express fear at his return. He'd get to the castle one last time and see that it was empty except for a decaying corpse in the sea. Upon examination, it crumbled to dust, and he'd see a parchment that said, "I am not myself lately, Lord British." The disc would then erase themselves upon this discovery. Shop till you drop. This story is actually a no sleep post that speaks about a game that only the author would play during his computer lab day at school. This game was called Shop Till You Drop, and the premise was to go out through different stores in a shopping mall and collect trinkets to obtain a certain amount of points before the mannequins would catch you. The author was never able to win. It was easy to collect the points, but he could never make it out the door, as the same mannequin with a black suit would always appear out of nowhere and block their way. One day the author would start up the game, and instead of the normal screen that said play, he would get a text box that prompted them to actually enter their name. And so they did. The author would then arrive at the mall as usual, but in this game, all the stores were closed and barricaded, and he'd be facing the escalators, which were usually roped off to give the illusion that there was a second floor to the game, but this time around, there actually was a second floor. It was accessible as well. The author would get to the second floor and see that there were not any shops there, and the walls were bare. They'd walk for a while and get bored due to finding nothing, and even when turning around there would be nothing. So the author would just have to close the game. On the next day of school, the game would welcome the player by name, which of course caught them off guard, and they continue to play the game and experience a bunch of paranormal events. The story would eventually culminate to the world shifting around them and the people in their life becoming mannequins, and a neon green exit sign above the door to the building's entrance. Rudarian, the Butcher's Nursery. This Diablo creepypasta has multiple parts and begins with the author testing out an old computer at his friend's house with the intention of potentially buying it. I'm only going to go over part 1, So he would test Diablo on it as it already had been installed with a couple of other games. The author would boot it up and then notice it was on version 1.02, stating that it needed some patching, but I can handle that later. When playing, he would see that there were a couple characters already saved to the file, but decided to make his own while deleting the rest. He'd then be brought to the doomed village of Tristram, just like in the original game. And after walking around the village for a little, he would go to the cathedral and descend into it, being greeted by the dark ambience of the dungeon itself. The author would easily clear the first stage of the game and would nearly clear the second level with the exception of the room that contained the Butcher. The author wasn't scared of fighting him or anything, but he knew there was a chance that his character could die to the Butcher and by proxy potentially make the game crash. The author would just save the game and challenge him anyway, and ended up beating him. And then the author would start a new game with the same character, just for the sake of fighting the Butcher again, but with his own weapon this time around. And when he manages to find him, the Butcher simply says "kill me" rather than his usual line of fresh meat. The author would oblige, but the game would freeze right after he did it, and then the Butcher would say, "again." The author would reset his game a couple of times in order to find the Butcher in the same exact seed from before, and for a game that was known for randomly generating dungeons for each playthrough, encountering the Butcher a third time was off-putting. Here, the Butcher would be at double the speed, asking for the author to take his life once more. The author would manage to defeat him, and the Butcher would say "again," so the author would entertain this again. But on his way to find the Butcher on another save file, there would be an NPC that would speak to him. "You did all this for a game? A damned video game? I hope hell is worth it." From the author's perspective, this was not just simple scripted lines. It sounded as if a real man were speaking to him. The author would go load up on potions on this character in the event that the Butcher was even stronger than before, and speaking to the tavern keeper would get him a response that sounded like a crudely recorded voice of a rant that speaks about how we did our best to make the game as dark and twisted as we could, but due to them, we had to restrict many parts of it, such as redoing scripts and revamping many stages. The author puts together that he may have unlocked a beta version of Diablo. Abandoned Loneliness. Abandoned Loneliness follows an author who's gifted a copy of Pokemon Leaf Green by their friend, and after starting the game, they see that they already had a Pokemon, a strange Eevee named Loneliness. The Eevee would have a sad face, and when inspecting it, it'd have the moves Tackle, Screech, Grudge, and Nightmare. The author would leave the room and head outside to see that they weren't even in Pallet Town, but instead some large foggy place, and there were gates surrounding the outside of their house, preventing the player from leaving. But investigating the yard a bit, they would find a path that allows them to head east. As the author would head down this path, they'd be led down a long chain of events where they would meet many NPCs that were either trying to guide them toward the truth of what happened with this Eevee that they're taking care of, or they would attempt to prevent the player from reaching it. Eventually, it's discovered that this was the Eevee Blue would abandon after his Eradicate passed away, and demons would chase the player throughout the world to sentence the author's character to the same fate that the Eevee was given. And they do just that, eventually capturing the player and teleporting them to the Pokemon Tower, where their player would just be stuck in a single block and surrounded by gravestones until the author just turned off the game out of confusion. A few months later, the author would try the game again and load it up to discover that the player was no longer in the spot they once were, and that they didn't even have the Eevee. The story culminates to the Eevee returning to the author, but in a horrible state and only having the move Guillotine. The author would eventually put Loneliness to rest permanently, and upon doing this, the game would end, play credits, and just reset to where it originally started. Sonic Alpha. Sonic Alpha follows a person who gets their hands on an alpha version of Sonic. When playing the game, they notice that there's no timer, and Sonic is much faster than he already was. Sonic would also have a lighter color palette, no bonus stages, and you could strike and interact with parts of the stage. For example, hitting a palm tree to drop coconuts, and then grabbing the coconuts to use as a projectile. As the author would play, he noticed that in order to increase his score, he would have to destroy machines throughout the level, and fighting them was a challenge as stages were much larger and had way more hazards than the final game. Though it was clearly unfinished, the amount of content in the alpha was quite stunning. As the author would continue to play the game, he would get to the boss that was actually not Robotnik, but instead a gigantic robotic bear that would ride on one of the giant crushing balls, and Sonic, to avoid getting hit, would have to hit the bear in order to push him off of the ball and then ride on top of it to roll over the bear. It was difficult, but the player would defeat it, and this would cause it to blink out along with the ball. Obviously, the death animation wasn't complete at this moment. Where the bear bot stood was a character somewhat like Sonic with a different color and not a hedgehog laying on the ground. It was assumed that this was one of Sonic's woodland friends. Sonic would then kneel by the other character and their mouth would move as if they were talking, making Sonic nod in agreement and walk out of the stage. The player would get through the game dealing with many bosses such as this, and eventually get to the final act where Sonic would find Robotnik riding in his air car and chase him down for what he had done. Upon defeating Robotnik, flashes of explosions would cover the screen and serve as a transition to Sonic standing alone on a cliff. The land around him was desolate and ravaged. Sonic would then look up to the sky and hang his head, with the screen fading to black. Angry Birds version 1.6.3. This creepypasta follows a player who buys the PC version of Angry Birds from a yard sale. When loading up the game, it would only show the red bird on the title screen and another bird that would simply stare at him. Upon pressing play, it would bring him to the level select with no option to back out. The player would just play through the game, collect all the birds, and get to the point where he'd be at the king pig and ready to shoot the final bird toward it. Once launching, the screen turned black and they would hear a scream supposedly from the pig. A cutscene would play with a slowed version of Victory Jungle behind it, depicting all of the birds cheering happily with the pigs sitting in the ruins of their homes with their faces hidden and the sky black, with the final moments of this scene showing a dead corpse of the king pig lying in its own blood, then a glow in the left eye socket brightened. There was a faint text above him, but the author could not read it since it was in black, and the game would crash instantly after showing this. The author would open the game again to see the Angry Birds title load to the bottom of the screen with destroyed buildings in the background. He would check his game files to inspect these elements, but he would see nothing but a text file. Opening the text file, it would repeat, "Thanks to you, I can be free." The author going back to the game would click play to see a sprite of the pig looking at him, and when pressing the arrow keys it would move. It was as if it were a whole new game. When reaching the throne inside of a castle, two red eyes would come out of the shadow of it, text stating, "Hello little one, don't be afraid. Our time has come. We can be free, but before we can escape this nightmare, I need meat." The eyes would charge at the player, and for a few seconds they saw what looked like King Pig. The author would hear a faint scream and the game would crash. They'd open it one last time to only see an image of dead corpses of the birds with bite marks all over, and upon brightening it, they could see King Pig with flesh and blood in his mouth. Sims 4 bug. This is a no sleep story that follows a girl who's not really a gamer, but she enjoys playing her Sims games. She would pick up Sims 4 and create a teenager named Rose, and then create an adult for the teenager that was completely randomized with bright red skin and a full body latex suit the same color of his skin. His head, eyes, nose, and lips were all tiny. The author wanted to randomize again, but they didn't really care. They played the game all night doing all sorts of stuff, with their other character Bob just slowly following Rose or standing in the corner never interacting with. While playing, the author would find a character who lived in the same town named Randall, and this character looked exactly like a boy she goes to school with. She would talk with him in game and flirt a bit, and upon going to school the next day, Randall would wink at her. She was confused by the situation and even more confused after her best friend would say they've been flirting forever, and the boy obviously likes her. The author would later on have her best friend Kimmy join her town with the same dress she wore to school that day, which was odd to her for obvious reasons. She would play the game for a bit and go to bed, but when waking up again, Bob would be in her real life in the corner of her room just staring at her. She was freaked out at first, but didn't really care as he was harmless as he was in the game. He would slowly follow her from room to room and never respond to anything she said. And then, the author would go to school with Bob just staying at home. While at school, Randall would ask Rose if he could come over later, but with Bob being there, it was strange, and of course that was on her mind. She would say yeah regardless, but later on ask Kimmy about Bob, asking if she's ever seen him, and obviously she'd say no, calling the author weird. The author would get home and play Sims for a bit before Randall would come over. Upon loading, Bob would come over to Rose in-game and press one of his fingers on the screen pointing at himself. This was so he could have our author control Rose and have her speak to him in-game. There was only one action available, praise. The author would do this, and this would cause Rose to reach down into her own throat and pull out a box. Bob would then take this box and press it into his stomach, absorbing it. The author would keep playing the game until Randall came over, and after he left, she just go on to bed to sleep, and then Bob would finally speak. He would say, "You can have everything you want, but all you have to do is praise me once a day, and change my name to Shaitan." She would do all of this and then head to school. After recounting her date with Randall to Kimmy, they would have an argument that would really frustrate her, and she'd take it out on Kimmy by inviting her over on The Sims and building 4 walls around her, trapping her inside of a space. She would stay that way all night crying. She desperately wanted food or sleep, and somewhere around 3 a.m. she would pass away, and Bob would be heard uttering a low laugh. People at the girls' school would worry about Kimmy's condition, and the author would pass all of her classes, be friends with anybody she wanted, and enact revenge on anybody who crossed her path. Unknown format. This is a creepypasta that's written as a letter to a person named Nick. They speak about how Nick allowed the person who wrote the letter to borrow his game collection, and how they won't get to speak much after this. The writer then talks about how he couldn't rip the games, so he had to rely on this program he found called Shikami no Tengen, and the guy who posted this program said that the name probably means 4 gods in heaven, and this has the ability to get over any copy protection. He checked the reviews and saw people backing it, so he thought it was legit. However, there was a warning that came in the README file, which said, "Files will be in unknown format. Do not try to run," but he still ran them anyway. He would rip Portal, and when trying it out, the loading screen would show Shell sprawled out on the ground with her head and limbs at odd angles and her long fall boots being cracked. It was supposed to display what would happen if those boots broke. It was creepy, but the writer thought it was an anti-pirating screen, so he continued. He played for a bit and just experienced a darker version of the game. He wasn't freaking out, but it was unnerving, which killed the purpose of playing Portal in the first place. He moved on to Serious Sam and say that things are just better left unsaid. He knows good and well that there was never human sacrifice in it before. And then he would just come to experience similar things with other games he tried to rip and come to the conclusion that he did not want any of this stuff on his computer. When uninstalling this program to rip the games, he would hear what sounded like many people screaming and speaking Japanese coming out of his speaker, as the monitor would display accidents, disasters, crime scenes, anything where people would just lose their lives horribly. He witnessed some of the worst things one can see and came to a conclusion then and there. People always look away. They don't want to see the horror and tragedy in this world. Horrible things always matter, and the people in this world pretend like they don't happen, which is why they continue. It's not right, and that's why he states that he'll be going away for a long time in order to make everyone see. Con Plus. Con Plus is a SNES title that had been frustrating the author since childhood, and he was just able to complete it at the time of writing. It had a copyright date of 1998, being one of the last games released for the console, and it had almost no presence, no way to find it or track the company that created it, as it was a non-entity. The only way to find anything was to, as the game described it, complete 6 challenges. Con Plus served as a variety pack kind of game with a dozen small games on a single cartridge. Each were completely programmed with their own individual challenge to complete, and in this story, the author describes the 6 that he was able to do. The first was Dino Run. In this game, the player controls a young dinosaur and guides it through a maze. Food would be scattered all across this maze, and you would complete it by eating all of it before the time limit would hit. The challenge of this game was to complete 100 levels, with later mazes being extremely unforgiving. But you were able to restart from your current level, no matter how many times you died. The second game would be Alchemy Lab, a game very similar to Tetris, and to complete the challenge here, you would have to complete the story mode, which had you play against 8 AI on the hardest difficulty. The third game would be East vs West, a turn-based war game based on the Cold War, and the player would choose either NATO or the Warsaw Pact in a fight for control of the world. No nuclear weapons are allowed or even mentioned in the game, but besides that, it's realistic. The player would have to keep units supplied with fuel, ammunition, food, etc. The game also has 2-player mode, but the Warsaw Pact is way more powerful than NATO in this game, making it difficult to have a fair match. After the player would lose as NATO many times over, they just play as the Warsaw Pact and win. Even then, the game took a long time for them to complete, as they say they played 200 turns or so. This game had a save function, which made up for the extremely long length. The fourth game was one called Stalker. Stalker was a 2D side-scrolling adventure horror game, and you'd control a character in a fedora and a trench coat trapped in a building being pursued by a humanoid figure that thematically fit the area. For example, for the first level, you would be in a castle. Your attacker would be an animated suit of armor. Second level would be a workshop with a knife-wielding dummy, and in each level, you'd have to find a way to destroy the stalker. You would complete the challenge for this by simply completing all 4 levels and destroying all 4 of the stalkers. The fifth game was Into the Silent Forest. In this game, you would be a young boy in a cabin at the edge of a forest. You would wander around the map in a top-down view as you would make your way through many winding and twisting mazes. The game never gives you any hint of who your character is or what they're attempting to accomplish. The author, when playing this, would say that there seemed to be many things in the game that seemed important but really served no purpose. The challenge would be completed by finding a well and jumping into it. The author wasn't sure as to why it worked, but it did, and sums up why they gave up on this game when they were a kid. The last game the author would complete was called Dark Waters. This was a game that opened up with a cutscene, displaying an overhead view of a motorboat moving up a small blue lake on top of a mountain. It will then switch to a close-up of the boat, which has a man at the engine and another man in scuba gear sitting at the edge. The man at the engine will give the diver a thumbs up, and the diver drops off the side with a splash. The game itself is simple. You're deep within the lake, so deep that all you can see is darkness. You view the diver from behind as he swims forward. You can move him left, down, up, and right as he goes. For a minute, nothing happens. All you do is listen to the music, an uneven drum beat with a pitch too low to hear. That's when you see the shadow in the distance, which very quickly grows into a roaring mouth of full razor-sharp teeth that takes up about half the screen. And that's Dark Waters. Sit there and wait for one of those creatures to show up, and as soon as you see which part of the screen is coming from, you pull off a split-second dodge. If any of them touch you, it's game over. The author would complete this last challenge by surviving for an hour, and after doing so, they'd receive a message on the completion screen, telling them to press start to receive their reward. The reward was a picture of themselves when they were younger in the best detail that the Super Nintendo could provide. Judging by how young they looked, it had to be the first time they played the game. The author would jump upon realizing what they were really looking at here, and upon further inspection, they would see a skeleton in the back of their photo staring at them. Sonic Extreme. So this is another Sonic creepypasta that was kinda like Sonic 3 Beta if you've seen the previous videos. It follows the author as they find a copy of what was the once cancelled game, Sonic Extreme, and he plays through it. Once Sonic would get right before the final goalpost of the game, the textures of the level would flicker and go crazy, creating an image so bright and distracting that it gave the author a headache upon glancing at it. As the author ran out the room, the Saturn would emit an ear-splitting noise, and this would make the author go and turn it off out of fear of disturbing everybody in the house. When the author would reset the Saturn, he would get a blank screen with Game Over scrawled in glitchy red letters, and no matter what they did, they could not access the title screen or anything else. It would just be stuck on that screen forever. Bob. I don't know why this is on the list, but it's an OG, so I'll cover it anyway. Bob is short for Brutal, Obscene Beast, and the story behind it begins with a person named Andrew waking up due to glass shattering downstairs. He hears this and instantly understands that it had come. It had finally decided to break in after stalking him for a while. Walking through the patio doors made completely of glass gave it the perfect entrance. Andrew here would lay in his bed in pure darkness and listen to hear if the creature was present. He prayed it would be silent, but no. The cracking of glass under its feet confirmed his fear. It began to breathe heavily, and this would only reinforce George's fear, snarling and clicking, gradually getting closer to him. Now once out of the kitchen, it walked almost silently now, more agile than it normally seemed. Andrew would grab a weapon and grip it. He knew he had to strike, but he couldn't. The creature was human, but it wasn't. It was now in the living room, and getting closer by the second. Yet, Andrew was too scared to move. Even if it didn't have arms, Andrew completely feared it. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, shaking as he heard the beast get closer. He knew that he only had one chance to kill it, and he could not waste it. As the creature stepped into the hallway, Andrew was hidden, using this opportunity to swing it at full force and hit it in the chest with the bat. It staggered back, then stopped, staring at Andrew, staring into his soul and letting out a hiss, baring all of his teeth. Andrew felt a fear unlike anything he once experienced. He then felt his gut go inward as he was winded from a direct kick to the stomach. He'd fall to the floor in pain, unable to breathe. The creature would simply watch and walk toward him as if it were judging him. As Andrew would lay there helpless, the beast stamped on his skin, snapping the bone. Tears began to stream from Andrew's eyes, and he would pass out due to the pain. Andrew, now incapacitated, had nowhere to go and no way to fight. The creature would place its foot on his stomach and press down, ripping into his flesh. With its foot now inside of Andrew's stomach, he passed out from the pain and passed away. The monster would descend its face toward Andrew's and tear away flesh from his chin, dislocating a part of his jaw in the process. It began to eat what was left of Andrew until everything it could stomach was devoured. The beast would then simply walk away silently with a pure deep hatred within its heart, and it would leave the same way it came in, through the broken patio doors. Sim Albert. This creepypasta begins with the author finding a random family on their Sims game. It included 4 adults, a teen, and a kid. The teen was named Caitlin. She had a part-time job as a receptionist and a C average in school. The adults were named Alvin, Pamela, Robert, and Will, with Alvin being the only one with a job. He was a squad leader in the military, and the other 3 were just hanging out at home, although none of them liked each other. The final one was Albert, a strange kid with a B- average in school. The author thought the family was weird but fine, until they would see the photo album. In this album, the author would see that Alvin had married a woman with black hair, and he had assumed that this was Albert's mother. It showed their life together, even with Albert being born, but then it cut to a very detailed fire. But the next picture showed Albert as a toddler while Alvin was in front of a tombstone. Putting it together, the author assumed that Albert's mother died in the fire. The next picture would show Alvin moving in with the rest of the characters in the house today, with it being shown that Caitlin was Will and Pamela's daughter. Pictures after would show all the adults fighting, fires being started, and some other unusual pictures. However, Alvin would be in almost none of these photos. More of these photos would include Caitlin working, Albert being abused by some of the adults, him sitting alone in his room, everyone fighting with each other, and more. The author would then finally see Alvin in the album again, yelling at all the adults about something. Then it would be a picture of Robert attacking Alvin, but Alvin winning due to his high body score. Alvin would then vanish from the next set of photos, which showed more of the same. Albert would also be shown sleeping a couple of times, even on the floor or outside. Few pictures even showed him passing out in front of school. One picture would show Albert being brought home by police after falling asleep in the park past curfew. Right after, it showed Alvin scolding him. Albert would be shown running upstairs and crying, just for Alvin to be there yelling at him in those photos as well. The 2 kids were never mean to one another, and the album would end with the 2 talking about something. This is when the author took over the story. The author would try to get Caitlin and Albert a place for the 2 to live together, and the night after, Will would light a fireplace with a carpet next to it, this almost causing a fire, but the author was able to prevent the fire from even starting. The next day came and passed. Caitlin would become a young adult, allowing the author to finally get her and Albert a new place, getting them out of the situation they were in. Albert and Caitlin would go on to have great lives, whereas Will would end up burning the original house down, taking him and everybody but Alvin with him. The author would get bored after seeing Caitlin and Albert live good lives, and Albert especially had become so self-sufficient that he was basically rich. He left them alone and started a new family on the Sims game, only to see Alvin pop up as an intruder at this new family. After the police would take him away, the author would never hear from Alvin in the game again. Later on, the author would load up the game and find Albert at the cemetery. He'd walk over gravestones named after the adults in the game and curse at them, all except for 2, Jennifer and Caitlin. He would cry when walking up to those 2. Jennifer must have been Albert's mother who died in the first fire the author guessed. Albert would eventually become an elder later on and didn't even attempt to take the hourglass from the Grim Reaper. He went on peacefully, and many Sims came to mourn him, and then left. The author would watch the tombstone for a bit, but a message would then pop up saying thank you. Thank you for the second chance. You let me live the life I never got to have. I died in that fire Will started years ago, and now I'll go. Thank you again. The author would investigate this a bit and find an obituary for all these characters in the real world. Virtual Slayer of Pennsylvania. This story begins with the author apologizing for his actions, stating that he's writing this story as a reminder that nobody is ever truly safe. You can choose to live blissfully unaware, a decision that the author stuck with his entire life before last weekend's events unfolded. The author says that him and his friend Jordan were looking for his old Nintendo 64 and found the urge to play the old Mario Kart game they often played as kids. While searching, they would come across a dusty CD that was pushed in between the floorboards. Out of curiosity, the author would install the contents of the CD so they can find out exactly what it is, and the game would begin, rendered in a first-person perspective. It would begin in a tiny bedroom with no furniture, save for a blocky bed. Both the author and Jordan would complain about the graphics and sound. They'd grab a set of headphones and put them on the author, and Jordan would be doing the gameplay. Jordan would bring the character toward a door as there was nothing but a quiet ringing and soft footsteps. As Jordan approached the door, it slowly opened by itself, revealing the rest of the house. It looked exactly like the author's house, and as they would explore it more and more, the ringing noise would only become louder. Contra Hardcore. Contra Hardcore follows a YouTuber who does Let's Plays of video games on his channel. He received a message to play Contra 3, and despite hating the game, he would still do it in order to honor the request. Booting the game up, he would set it on easy and give himself 7 lives, or at least try to, but the game wasn't allowing him to even change the settings, and then it began to move the cursor on its own. It'd select player 1, move his lives down to 3, and put his difficulty on hard, all on its own. The author would curse not due to the game changing all these settings for him, but believing he had installed a virus. Once he came to that conclusion, he would choose to continue playing, as he believes that something bad would happen if he were to turn off the game, combined with his curiosity. He'd start the first level, figure out the controls, and hit a capsule in order to obtain the spray gun, celebrating just to get hit as soon as he got it, and lose it. He would make his way past a few enemies and get hit with a bullet to the chest right after. Game over. Starting again, the author would obtain the shield, bomb, and spray gun without getting hit once. He would make some progress, but suddenly the dog would begin to chase after him in the game. In being overwhelmed by a ridiculous amount of enemies on the screen as that was going on, he would suffer a second death. These were things that the author did not remember in the game. Third and fourth try would end with him getting to the wall tank only to lose, but with his fifth try, he'd reach the turtle boss and managed to defeat him. The author would play through the game as he found glitches that would just make the game harder than usual, and the alien face from the intro would continue to pop up, but he eventually beat it. Upon defeating the final boss, the game would go to static at the end with the alien face just staring at him. Eventually, it closed itself out and uninstalled. This story is interesting, but it's written horribly and very confusing to read at the same time. Victim. Victim follows the author as they recount their experience with their Super Smash Bros. Game at the age of 11 years old. When at home by himself for the first time, he would boot up his Nintendo 64 for the first time and put in the Super Smash Bros. Cartridge. The author would say that the family that previously moved out left this game behind, so he had a feeling that it would have trouble booting up as it was used. After about 30 seconds of a black screen, the game would load up with all the words in the menu being distorted. He would go to versus mode and select free for all. The game would then shout out the name of the mode as it typically does, but in a much deeper tone this time around, then instantly shut off. He would try this a couple of times for the game to crash over and over. At some point though, the author would be able to get it to work. When on the character select screen this time though, he'd see a real life boy where Ness should be, but with the name Victim. The author knew this was a problem, so he'd get his parents, only for this character to be gone when he would show them. They believed him though, and were happy that the game was working for him. The story would continue, with the victim slot duplicating itself for the amount of players that would be playing the game, so other people were seeing what was going on. The victim character would also begin to shout and look at the author, begging for him to help at certain points of the game. The author would eventually use Victim in classic mode, and when the author would fail with him, the game would turn black and go back to normal, removing the victim slot. The author would try the next day for the last time, being able to defeat Master Hand with the victim in the game, thanking him for doing so, making everything return to how it should be. E.T. This story is about someone who recalls buying a weird copy of the game E.T. from his friend Michael back when the Atari 2600 was popular. The cartridge was kinda dusty and broken, but as long as it worked, he was okay with it. He'd put the game in the Atari and see that the color palette was completely screwed up. When starting the game, black pixels surrounded the screen and went all over the place, and the game itself would flash every color that the Atari 2600 could produce constantly. The foam pieces within the game that you had to collect were also completely gone, being replaced by random glitchy tiles that would emit a loud buzzing noise out of the system each time they were picked up. The author would collect all the tiles and the game would crash. He'd go tell his father about what he had experienced, and he would believe the author mostly because of the condition of the cartridge. After this, he'd pass out, and upon waking up, the author would say that the game did it, Dad. The game was broken. My Webkinz friend, Backed Ostart. We follow Eula, a 9-year-old who got a pink Webkinz cat for her birthday, naming her Posey. When starting up Webkinz and playing it for a bit, she discovered the chat rooms and meet a golden retriever named Backed Ostart. They would become friends and play some mini games together before Back would ask if Eula likes his picture, with Eula questioning this, asking what picture. Eula would look again to see a poster of a golden retriever and her Webkinz, asking how he was able to do this, and he would then say this is how, walking up to another Webkinz. The game would kick Eula out again, and upon relogging, she would see Back with the Webkinz before, a black and white cat saying follow me. They'd walk through rooms until reaching a completely dark one, and Back would say stay here. Awful clawing noise would begin to shoot through the speakers, and Eula wouldn't be able to leave, forcing her to press the power button on her computer. And right before the computer would turn off, a text bubble would appear above Posey's head saying, "I'll find you." This shook Eula for the rest of the day, and later on at night, she would wake up and head downstairs to get some water, and then she heard a crashing sound. Running over to the stairs to see what it was, she would hear a whisper, asking if she wants to be its friend. It then says, "Look what I can do." And Eula would then see her pillows, sheets, and mattress just appear at the top of her stairs. As she would go to get her parents, a piece of paper would fly in at her feet. It was a picture of a boy and a dog, with the dog's face being scratched through. Eula would run, as it would chase her, repeating back to start, and she would then collapse. The last thing she heard and saw was Posey, saying, "I'll find you." The story ends with the recording stopping there. Mortis. Mortis is about a co-writer of a horror game review website called HorrorGamesArchive.com. He was asked by the head writer, Dex, to review a game that came out in 2001, Mortis. This game had no information about it, causing the author to be more interested in it than usual, as it was a horror game that he was entering completely blind. So when he would play, the title screen would begin with a crudely rendered image of the protagonist with a gun to his head, and upon pressing the escape key, it would shoot, causing blood to spurt out everywhere in a choppy fashion. The opening cutscene would then load, appearing as if it were live action. It would show the protagonist with his head in his hands, which were shaking furiously, which led up to the same thing that happened in the intro, an extremely visceral and gruesome display of violence that even made the author feel a pit in his stomach. The game transitioning to a loading screen will have the protagonist finally speak, saying, "My name is Patrick." He said this with no sense of urgency and spoke calmly in a serene tone. The game would finally show Patrick awake and he would stand up from his bed, finally giving the player control. The way you would control Patrick was just like Resident Evil, and the camera angles in this game swung freely in the style of Silent Hill. The author would search the room for items to find prescription medicine saying "do not use under any circumstances." The author still wanted to explore before doing anything. After a few minutes of wandering about the apartment room, he would hear scratching coming from every direction, the only noise he heard that hadn't come from the player character. He would turn down the volume just for it to always creep back up, almost as if it were gradually growing nearer. The author would play the game and be unable to leave the room, finally deciding to use the medication. Patrick would collapse on the ground, and the screen would fade to black, with him reappearing in an alleyway. The camera would swing around frantically, and it was difficult for the author to focus due to this, as Patrick would shamble around like a zombie, gaining a new behavior each time he turned a corner, looking behind himself, things of that nature, although there was really nothing there. After some time of wandering, the scratching noise would begin again, causing Patrick to pick up his speed in his horrible condition. There would be a cracking sound with each step he took as well, and the scratching would turn to a scraping, and then a grinding, and then a screeching, with the camera finally turning around to face Patrick, and it was then you could see a beast behind him. It was a humanoid beast in shape, but bone in structure, jagged edges jutting out in every direction. The beast did not simply run or walk, it just moved. Patrick would plead for the author to save him, but no matter how hard the author tried, he could not get Patrick to outrun it. The game would cut to black as the author would hear scraping and gnawing on top of a barely audible "I am so very sorry." But it was not Patrick who said this. The game would close and the readme was altered, saying, "I am so very sorry to leave you all like this." Reaper Scythe, Dark Chip. This is a Mega Man Battle.net 4 creepypasta that is the author implementing an exclusive cheat code for the game. It would get him a chip called Reaper Scythe D, which contained the ability to kill all foes from any space in one hit. Mega Man would tell the author to avoid using this chip so he doesn't end up like his friend who gave it to him, and the author tells his parents, and they turn off the TV, thinking that he's just exhausted and imagining things like any other parent would. The author would sneak on the game later, running into a Battle.net version of Sparkman as a boss battle, but getting completely whooped by it. He would then see two chips pop up, Dark Recovery 1000 and Dark Sword 400. He would go over to one of the chips to see that the screen was getting darker and beginning to play this creepy sound that kept looping. And when moving back to one of the regular chips, it would go back to normal. The author wouldn't use it there, but would try to stick to the regular chips, only to make no progress against the boss. At some point he finally got desperate and decided to use it, causing Mega Man to levitate off the ground with dark purple orbs of light surrounding him as he'd struggle to break free. The first orb would enter his chest as he let out a yell of agony that made the author cringe just hearing him suffer. Seeing Mega Man's face, he'd have pitch black eyes, red pupils, and a white face. The color of his armor was also black. Mega Man would then create a black scythe and do a swinging animation that covered the entire enemy side. The game would freeze at this moment. This just made the author decide to turn off the GameCube, but before he could, he would hear something like meat being pierced with distorted music starting to play. The screen would then spaz out before the music cut off and a gruesome image of Sparkman would appear. His needle arms ripped out of their joints and jammed down his eye sockets. The author would turn off the game and hide under his covers until he fell asleep, having a nightmare of his friend experiencing what he witnessed Mega Man go through upon using the dark chip. He would visit his friend at the hospital, only to find that he was gone. The first part of this massive creepypasta concludes with the author having the feeling to play the game again, as it was the last game he and his best friend had shared when he was still alive. Amnesia: The Final Descent. This follows the author playing a mod for Amnesia: The Dark Descent and downloading it off of a website. At the same time, it had no reviews or playtime on it, making the author curious enough to try it out. When starting it, the beginning cutscene was the same but with no speaking from the character. The player would move the character along the hallways, getting to the note that Daniel leaves for himself. Upon reading it, it would be different. It said, "You brought this upon yourself." The screech of a monster would then quickly fade in and blast out of the author's headphones, causing him to be frustrated and throw his headset, wondering why he even plays the game. He would continue to play, going through the tunnels that were meant to be underneath Castle Brennenburg, picking up his headphones again and setting them around his neck this time around. A memento would appear with one word shown upon opening it: life. He'd find 5 more that spelled out, "Life is something they eternally navigate." After closing the mementos, he'd hear crying and demonic laughter surrounding his character, and find it coming from a red door that was behind him. He would try to open it but couldn't, and text would come up saying, "Picked up, death is coming." There was now a key in his inventory, and he would try to use it on the door but to no avail, as another line of text came up saying, "I won't let you." A bloody scratch would appear on the screen, and the player's character would fall to the ground, dead. "Death is here" would appear on the screen. Upon respawning, the author would be facing a stone brick wall with a piece of paper in hand. They would then take a quick snack break to come back to the computer, greeting them with a full close-up of the face of the character model with empty eye sockets saying, "You will play." The author would play along with the voice for a bit, but once realizing he was playing against unbeatable odds, he just quit and power off the computer for good. Fallout: Diary of a Dead Man. This story simply follows the diary of a Fallout character as they record events of an ongoing war over the span of 3 days. It concludes with Simon Benson telling the person who finds the records that after the vaults open to not repeat their mistakes as the war concludes in nuclear fallout. The Silky Chicken. This story is about a child who bought a copy of Harvest Moon: The Tale of Two Towns. While playing the game, a chicken named Connie would eventually enter the barn with a skull icon over its head. This is usually impossible, as every animal you're given in the game will come healthy. The chicken would cause the author's farm to have completely failed crops and have all kinds of glitches, so they would reset the DS. When they would reload the game, they would see that on the title screen that the dates for the series would have been changed to 1629 to 1692. And with that, we conclude the Iceberg Part 5 of the Creepypastas. Welcome to Part 6 of the Creepypasta Iceberg. This is going to be the third to last part of this massive series. Of course, I value the time of both you and I, so I want to make this quick. But before I get into Part 6 or Tier 5, I do want to briefly mention that this Iceberg again has many entries that cannot be found. With that said, let's get into it. Metroid 2: Secret Worlds. Secret Worlds follows our author preparing to move to a new house, and as he would go through his old belongings, he'd find a bunch of CDs, coming across a CD that was labeled Conversations with Pan. The author would stare at it for a bit before deciding to review it again. Apparently, it contained a ton of images, audio files, and text dumps from a message board, forcing him to recall an incident that happened many years ago, something that had slipped the author's mind until he saw that CD again. But he was happy to have forgotten about it. The author begins to explain what he remembers of that incident by displaying images of the message board. It would begin with a user named Pan, asking how he could pull apart an old NES and modify it. After a bit of explaining from the author, the conversation will conclude with him telling Pan about ROMs and how he can use those instead of just modifying the NES, as he wasn't as tech savvy as it first seemed. After some time and a lot of questions, Pan would end up asking the author about the secret worlds in Metroid 2, a well-known glitch. The author was aware of the secret worlds, of course, and encouraged Pan to try it out, but Pan would eventually run into some anomalies within his experience of the game. Pan would send the author 7 different screenshots of him standing on a different platform in each of them. Where it would say press start to save on the bottom of the screen usually, it was replaced by a different word in each of these screenshots, and when arranging these words, it would spell out "How dare you? Stop stealing my legacy." Pan would continue to play anyway, and eventually end up sending a message to the author about how he got another message that said last chance to stop as he was about to load up the game the next day. This time, text just appeared over a black screen rather than him having to stand on random platforms in the game. Pan would continue to play despite this, and the following night, Pan would leave a message about how the secret world had him walking endlessly and the music was just wrong. He emailed the author the file of the music, and as the author would say that he's downloading the file, he'd offer to play a game with Pan later after they managed to sort all this out. And Pan's like, sure, but hang on a second, someone's knocking at my door, I'll be back in a moment. He'd never hear from Pan again, but he would ask around about the secret roads in Metroid. Most called him crazy, but one person would message him saying look up Gunpei Yokoi. Now, coming back to the previously mentioned audio file, when the author first listened to it, he could not make anything of it at first, but it made sense once he sped it up. What was heard from it was, I am Gunpei Yokoi. Venting download. Venting is different in where it's more of a transcript of a YouTube video they found about a banned computer game with a lot of disturbing content and was banned, so it's not a first-hand account. The game was designed to be very generic and it wasn't a fun game. It was an FPS with 12 levels, each of them being the same level design. There was no environment and the area was simply a 360-degree flat landscape with no textures, with the sky being a yellowish gray. Enemies were non-hostile, standing still with no movement except for head turns. You just simply had to eliminate all of them. The YouTuber was going to stop playing the game until he realized that the objective was to eliminate a certain amount of people in the level, and upon doing this, they would receive a free background. When they got the background, it was a photo of an eliminated person laying in a grass field near a park bench, and disturbingly enough, this person looked like the same exact character models in the first level. The continuing levels would be the same thing. The author would eventually complete the game, and as the final body drops to the ground, you can hear the faint sound of someone crying as the text reading "Game Over" appears on the screen. The author would save the photos and bring them to their local police department, finding out that this game was developed by a man named Jonathan Winstone Banks. The following day, he put this game on the internet. He died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, leaving behind a note where he confessed to the elimination of 18 people. Winds of Regret. Winds of Regret starts with the writer introducing us to Kenji Ino, one of the more interesting people in the video game industry and the creator of the game, Winds of Regret. This game was apparently one that existed to fulfill Kenji's interest in the limiting of senses in video games. This idea allowed the game to be equally enjoyed by players who can see and cannot see, leading to the game being released only in Japan in 1997, along with Ino giving away 1,000 Saturn units to blind players in Tokyo. Winds of Regret was a visual novel without the visuals, being narrated by many voice talents while telling a story of love and loss, which becomes entwined with a suspenseful tale. Kenji was well known for putting horror elements into anything he worked on. The game would start with nothing on the screen as expected, just Japanese speech slowly narrating. As you'd play, the game would be a somewhat sad experience due to the lack of visuals and the concept itself. The story would begin in middle school, with you playing as a girl named Mizu who's smitten by a classmate named Hiroshi, and the young couple decides to elope, deciding to meet at the school clock tower at a certain hour of night to escape. Mizu would never show up, and at that point of the story, you'd move away from the character-based perspectives and become sort of an omnipresent god audience, watching the lives of many characters unfold below as years pass by. Mizu and Hiroshi meet once after their failed escape, then go their separate ways again, until a mysterious death in the Tokyo subway system would make them run into each other again. The author would then begin to speak about pictures that actually do accompany the game, despite the purpose behind it being to be one that allows everyone to have the same experience, but they seemingly have no relevance to the story whatsoever. This story culminates to the author finding 3 endings to the game. First, strangely enough, just being a cat that was found in the sewer. 2, Mizu dying. 3rd, a page-by-page scan sequence of a chapter of Ashido no Jo. It's a weird story, but interesting enough. My Buddy Sandman. This story takes place in the early 90s, where the author would begin by saying that he once knew somebody named Sandman Archibald Bundeford. They took a class together and Sandman would always carry around a massive laptop computer. At that time, you'd stick out if you had a laptop since they weren't common, and Sandman specifically was a huge nerd. sticking his nose to his LCD screen, analyzing some code, or scrutinizing the pixels of some image he was trying to edit. The author and Sandman were friendly though, as Sandman kept him in the loop of a project he and his pals were working on. From what the author gathered, it was a mixture of text-based horror and point-and-click style dungeon crawler that they were calling Warlock with an E. It had a simple premise: get through a dungeon, collect items, fight baddies, save the princess. Typical stuff. It was going to be an adult-only game though, which set it apart from most. The author would get a floppy disk from Sandman and get a chance to play it. Setup ran smoothly and he got a message that warned him about the game being for adults only. Hitting the new game button and starting the game, he would get a text box telling him to save the Queen's handmaidens from a ritual called the Bloodening. The interface was fresh, user-friendly was nice, and graphics were good for the time. The author would defeat an enemy that looked normal, but then get an off-putting image of a crude red face showing up. This would happen more than once, with other kinds of explicit things going on within the dungeon, and the author just got through it and completed the game. When Sandman would ask about the author's experience, he'd tell him that he thought the graphics were really good, too good, and he enjoyed it, and they would continue their normal lives after, kinda leaving the game behind. The author would ask about the game later on, but Sandman would say that 2 of the programmers weren't able to be contacted anymore, making the author think that the project was not gonna go anywhere. Over the summer break, the author would get news of all the developers of the game doing horrible things to get these super realistic graphics onto the game, and Sandman would call the author, begging him to delete the game from his computer, as he had no idea that anything cruel was going on and was no more than a designer. The story ends with the 2 just going their separate ways, and each developer serving sentences in prison for their actions. Skyrim's Secret. Skyrim's Secret is about a user clipping through a wall in the Great Beyond in order to find some Easter eggs or unfinished concepts within the Great Beyond. The author would say that they couldn't find anything for about the first hour or so, but they would come across a mansion called the Husfertap Manor. Upon entering the mansion, they would be greeted by a Nord young woman who would say wealth is temporary, what is here today will be gone tomorrow. The author would log off soon after, and the next day get mugged for his wallet, thinking of this same exact quote. The author logging on to the game would see the woman say, "A man works hard for his coin, but when he ceases to be useful, he is cast away to starve." The author then leaves the manor for what he intended to be the last time, and logs off of the game. The author would pull into work only to find out that he was being let off of his job. Events such as this would continue throughout the story, with it culminating into his girlfriend passing away. The author then tells the readers to never enter that mansion, although he's unsure if the woman actually predicts the future or if she just creates a bad one every time she's spoken to. There are no children. The author opens his story up, speaking about why he no longer pirates games, saying that it's usually because he doesn't feel right doing it. But truth is, the reason lies behind the game he once pirated, called Gothic 2. The author wanted to finish it as a child, but as it comes in 4 discs, he lost disc 2 and wasn't able to play it that much, so pirating it was the best option he had. The author would get this game and reach chapter 4 within it. This is where you defeat the 2 dragons that were the main threat since the beginning, but find out that there was a mastermind behind it all, and you have to investigate clues in order to find out where he is. This all happens in the monastery location. It was a dark level with camera issues, so it was always difficult to see or hear enemies coming. The author would push through it regardless, defeating every enemy within it, then coming across something unexpected. The author would find a skeleton with a fire magician's robe, stained with old blood. This made the author's heart pound instantly because he had pride in knowing the game at the back of his hand, but he had never seen this before. He'd cut it down and obtain a key without a name. The author would pull down a lever behind the skeleton and a trap door would open below the author, cutting it to a loading screen. It was a secret area. The author would arrive in some sort of multi-floor corridor with locked cells on the sides. Exploring the place, he'd see that no cells were open and it was extremely dark inside. Even when using a torch, it was still very dark. As he would explore, he would hear the faint sound of a child crying, with it being more and more loud as he would follow the sound. Even when pausing the game, the crying would continue. The author would continue to move closer to the noise, reaching a cell that was too dark for even the torch to illuminate. All that can be seen were 2 bare feet on really spindly legs sticking out from the shadows. The crying was hushed, as if the child were trying to be quiet. The author didn't want to know what he was looking at, so he just moved on, with full intentions of leaving the level. He would get to the bottom level, but choose to go back up and check the 2nd floor again. Something was different this time. The gate where the child once was now opened. After 3 seconds, a quiet hiss would be heard, and completely black in shadow, something crawled out on all fours. The author hit escape and saved the game on an empty file, closing it right after. Upon restarting the game, he would try and fight it, but he'd be left a note in game explaining how a man attempted to create a child, but instead created an abomination. Pure evil that wants love with no idea how to accept it, so they trapped it down below. It doesn't belong in this world. While the player character had been reading this, the said abomination would grab the player and he would instantly die, his character being shown with half of his face missing as the abomination held him in a loving grasp. It would be staring at the real life person playing the game. The author would dispose of the game, his computer, and move on with his life right after this, to never speak about Gothic 2 again. Call of Karen. This story is about a person who's currently playing Pokemon Soul Silver but come across an abandoned Pokewalker in real life. They would take it home and try it on their DS, feeling sorry for the Pokemon that was abandoned in the Pokewalker. When they got it to work, it would be said that Karen has returned from its walk. The author here couldn't help but just smile due to basically adopting an abandoned Pokemon. When seeing the Pokemon in game, it was shown to be a dark, ugly green Gardevoir with its hair being purple, his eyes dripping a black ooze that matched its eyes. The player coming back into the game would see that it surely wasn't a glitch. It was a level 100 Gardevoir with Perish Song, Destiny Bond, Shadow Ball, and Teleport. It was strong enough to throw it in his party, and in the first slot at that. Karen would follow the author in game for a bit, but he'd eventually be prompted by it, asking it to follow him, and he would press yes out of curiosity. As soon as this happened, Karen would use Teleport and they would arrive at the old chateau. They'd be in a hallway that they could not leave, and it would say that the door is locked from the outside. There is no way to leave yet. The author would get frustrated by this, attempting to swap Karen out, but there were no other Pokemon in the party except for Karen at this point. The author would walk around the mansion in an attempt to find a way out, but instead find a wild Ghastly and catch it. He would try and swap Karen out for the Ghastly, but it was fainted, so Karen remained outside. The author then tried talking to Karen, and he was prompted to follow it again, selecting yes, hoping to be teleported back to the Pokemon Center. Nope, Karen literally took over from there, and started leading the Pokemon through the mansion. They would reach the room that you catch Rotom in, and Ghastly would begin to circle them as it would use Perish Song. After the song was over in game, it would say thank you for bringing me here. These souls and mine will rest, but before that, your turn will come. The author would drop his DS, causing it to hit the floor and instantly shut off. He can no longer work it, and he claims that it's been a week and nothing has happened, and the story ends there. The Third Oracle. This is a Zelda story that follows the author explaining a third Oracle Zelda game, as he got to test the unreleased beta version of the game. The game was to have a plot with a focus on Farore, the third goddess of the Oracle games. It was way more difficult than the previous two, and it lacked a lot of major cutscenes and dialogue as it was a beta, forcing the player to figure out things on his own. On top of this, the NPCs were pretty hostile toward the player. There were many new features in the game as well, different outfits that gave Link different abilities, new dungeons, tons of stuff, but the strange stuff would come from the final dungeon. There were 9 floors within this dungeon, each of them apparently being odd for a game such as Zelda. The first floor began with Link falling from above, simply a large white room with a bunch of unmoving NPCs that you couldn't interact with. Second floor, completely dark until the author would wear Link's light outfit or set the game's time to daytime. There was a new enemy which they assumed was a Re-Dead, who would chase Link and grab a hold of him. When dead, they'd leave behind a corpse that just come back to life. Floor 3 was a battle against Cerberus, 4 would be a block puzzle, 5 was an area full of water and you would have to reach a boat to leave. Floor 6, a long hallway full of tombstones on the sides. When examining these tombstones, text would pop up saying you could hear something screaming beneath the ground. At the end of the hall, you'd face a Medusa head and see a message saying, all will join us someday upon defeating it. Floor 7, a room with too many enemies for the Game Boy to handle, causing it to lag. This made the author die fairly quickly and respawn in a pit of lava. Of course, the author would walk out of it so he wouldn't lose health. Floor 7 would be a normal dungeon from there on, and then Floor 8 was another long hallway, but had stuff going on with the NPCs in the background. One would be whipped by a monster, another upside down and on fire, just creepy and odd stuff as a melody would play in the back. And then Floor 9, the final boss. His first fight would be 2 Dark Nuts that were more powerful than usual, then Ralph from Oracle of Ages, and lastly, Ganon. Once finishing all the bosses, the final screen would come in. Simplistic and empty, with the final image being forward with a strange looking face on a red background with a loud buzzing coming out of the game. The beta testing team would come to keep the game, with the leader describing that he wanted to take the game in a darker direction, similar to Majora's Mask, but take it even further with death and disease. The game was planned to have a story driven by player choice, with Link attempting to find a cure to a disease that Farah had contracted. In order to do this, Link had to find healing fruits in different dungeons in order to make the cure, and the cure is changed by the heart of the one who makes it. So, if the player made bad decisions, it would make Farah evil and destroy the world. The light and dark outfits altered the ending, and killing the NPCs with the dark outfit made it more likely to get the bad ending, which is what the author did. The final dungeon itself was based around the player's actions. You either get heaven or hell, and obviously, the author got hell. Virtual Cube. The Virtual Cube is a project that was created by the author of the story. It was supposed to be a virtual GameCube that could be downloaded and played on computers or laptops. And the story accompanying this description goes into how it all went down and the consequences of creating such an idea. The author would firstly create this virtual cube by converting the GameCube source code into an application, then inserting Mario Kart Double Dash into the disk drive. Surprisingly simple. He would test the console out with his friend by playing Super Smash Bros. Melee on it, and they'd attempt the Master Hand glitch, actually getting it to work. Upon hitting the power button to see if their save state program works for the virtual cube, they would be greeted by a blue screen and an air-splitting noise. A screen would appear displaying an error message that would tell the author that the virtual cube reset due to a fatal error, and many system settings were lost due to this. Uninstall and reinstall in order to solve this problem. Upon resetting the virtual cube, the author would be greeted by a screen where they'd have to set up all of the settings again, but this time there was a username system. This was never programmed into the software, so it was strange. The author would go past this and play Smash, only to be interrupted by an image labeled stopnow.jpg popping up. Details of this photo containing an anti-piracy message. Another text box came right after, saying that Nintendo has been notified of copyright infringement and to stop executives from contacting federal services, contact Nintendo, state your identity, and pay $10,000. The author would then get another image stating that the program has been seized, and then a very loud sound coming out of the computer. The computer would then crack open, spilling extremely hot mercury and toxic amounts of chromium onto the keyboard, some of it getting on the author's fingers. They'd rush to go clean their hands off, and as they come back, they'd find their PC monitor on the ground. It would display a message saying that copyright infringement is not acceptable. This is your punishment for failing to abide, with an image of a distraught Mario in the back. New Game Minus. This story begins with the author picking up a laptop off of Craigslist due to his current one breaking. It was quite a steal, so he would ask the seller why he'd give away such an expensive machine for such a low price, and the seller said it was his son's. His friends claimed most of his old items, but they insisted that his father kept the computer, but he has no need for it, nor does he need it there to remind him of his loss. The author would then accept the computer and take it home. When booting it up, he'd waste no time in playing Bastion, which was the only game already installed onto the computer. The author loved the game though, so he didn't mind. As the author would open Bastion, he'd have New Game Plus available already, so he would just dive into that. The character in the game named Rux would begin his standard narration, but this time around, he sounded tired and his script had been altered. He'd say proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded and alone. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The author would play through the game, reaching a point where he would meet a girl in a bar, and she would invite him to walk down the sundown path. They would reach a sky bridge and fly into the air, reaching an area where they would sit on the grass and look up at the stars, narration covering the scene, saying, and they would live happily ever after, and it would fade to black. Suddenly, the author would hear, nah, just kidding, and red would splash all over the screen, coupled along with a female scream piercing his ears. The screen would fade into a street with a girl on the ground in a pool of blood. The narrator continued. He finds his lifelong friend just lying in the road, waiting for him no longer. The author's character walked over to the body with a sad expression. Narration would follow. Proper story is supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. His story starts with an ending. Here's a kid whose whole world got twisted, leaving him stranded alone. What's there left to do when your world's come undone? The author was presented with a choice, continue on or surrender. The author chose continue. The author would be shown many items in the inventory that represented different forms of coping, and a choice would be presented again: continue or surrender. The narrator would say that the kid can't hold on forever. He'd try continue again, the narrator responding with, can't keep fighting. This kind of thing will repeat, with it being harder and harder to select continue each time. Eventually, the child would look at the player and directly at him, with the narrator saying, there's only one way out: surrender. The author being taken to the main menu screen after this would see that New Game Plus had been replaced with New Game Minus. In New Game Minus, the child would no longer be alive, with the girl appearing at his bedside and fading out as flames would appear on the sides of the screen. The narrator would say that he died to join her, but now he'll never see her again, and the game will close itself after this. What You Deserve. This is a Sims creepypasta that follows the author as they rediscover an old laptop with their games and all kinds of other stuff on there from when they were 12. They'd find a file with a randomly generated name that would have tons of recordings of their Sims gameplay. They'd include nothing but their main character doing random activities, which confused them. The author would play the Sims to get away from their family life at the time, since their family despised them for no apparent reason. And the game itself would use this against them since they had abandoned the game and their own characters at the age of 12. The game would print out a paper saying that you can't change the past or the present. You decide how your past shapes you, but I will always be here. You won't forget age 12 and what you deserve. It's Watching. It's Watching follows a person as they begin the story saying that they must write the story quickly because something's watching them. 3 months ago, he would play Super Mario 64 on his old Nintendo 64 and he'd see Mario on the cartridge frowning as if he were stranded and alone. Despite this, he tried to boot up the game and it wouldn't get past the title screen. He'd get stuck here for a bit as nothing was allowing the game to run, and as he was about to finally throw his controller out of rage, it worked. The title screen would come up, showing Mario with the same frown from earlier. The author would move past this though, and play the entire game with no problems up until the final boss. He would ascend up the staircase, but this time, the staircase would never end. A text box would appear saying, "It's waiting." As this was going on, it was just freaking the author out. Mario would then sink into the floor and arrive in a pitch black room with nothing but eyes staring at him. The author would move Mario away from these eyes and they actually didn't follow him, but it felt as if Mario were becoming more and more uneasy. The author would reset this game multiple times throughout the story due to strange things such as this happening, and it would eventually culminate to a voice asking the author why he tortures him, with the eyes approaching him again, but a figure to accompany them this time around. It was Mario himself behind the eyes all along, asking the author why he abandoned him and left them in this game forever. The game would then crash, and the author would be left questioning why he feels as if he's always being watched when he's in pitch darkness. Clairvoyant, the disc from the airport. This story follows a person who finds a game called Clairvoyant in the bargain bin of an electronics shop in an airport. Once the author would unpackage it and get it started, it would automatically go full screen and play with the perspective top down. They would play as a character named Sinclair, as they would simply interact with the world around them. Strangely enough, they could type out real full answers to speak to characters in-game and engage in real conversation with them. They eventually revealed to the author that they're trying to reach the physical plane of existence by using any human as a medium to do so, and the author is genuinely interested in helping them out, ending the story there. The Wrath of the Titan. This is a troll pasta, so we're just gonna skip it. Cathedral Glitch. This story is a very classic Kingdom Hearts creepypasta that describes a glitch that players would run into in Kingdom Hearts 1. This glitch can be accessed by dying in the center of the apple on top of the Snow White Cathedral during the tutorial. One with a very harsh piece of art below Sora, with all of the Heartless having yellow eyes with red irises while being taller and more slender than Sora. These Heartless being so powerful and difficult to deal with that only experienced players can get past this point. You can only hurt them if you chose the sword at the beginning as well. All of these factors combined will cause most players to quit here and reset the game, but as for those who manage to get past it, they'd fight the gigantic Heartless, different from the one you usually fight though, as this one had no heart-shaped hole in his chest and it had the same eyes as the previous Heartless, and you wouldn't really fight it, because the fight would end so quick that you really had no chance to do anything about it. The giant would grab Sora, wrap him up in darkness, having it enter his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, and Sora will scream as the violin begins to play louder, combining with faint whispering in the background. The few players who have made it this far report hearing this whispering when alone in dark rooms, and say that they have seen red eyes with yellow irises in dark and distant places. The Phantom Game. This story has been taken down apparently, but from what I know, it's about the source code of Half-Life 3. Yeah, I know. Marissa's Story. Marissa's Story is a Super Nintendo story that begins with the author speaking about an old friend named Taylor and how they would always play the game together when they were in college. The author would recently get news about Taylor performing self-elimination, which shocked him. He would be asked to help move things out of Taylor's house, and of course he'd help, eventually finding the Super Nintendo and all the games that Taylor once owned. His family would insist for him to take them home, as they were aware of how much the author and Taylor loved those games and played them together. He took a box containing everything relating to Taylor's games back home, and would find a small USB thumb drive tucked in the box once really going through it. They would eventually plug it into their computer, finding a Super Nintendo emulator and a file named Marissa's Story. Checking it out, they'd be brought into the opening of Yoshi's story, and nothing was really different until the gameplay. Every bottomless pit was covered with blocks that couldn't be broken. The player had one life, and Yoshi could not lay any eggs. The levels were surprisingly easy for most of the game besides these problems here. Reaching the final level before Bert's Fort, the player would be met by another Yoshi that had Mario, running slightly ahead of the player Yoshi. It was sort of like an escort mission, and once they would reach the end, Kamek would fly overhead and say that you were too late, this is all your fault. He would fly back and forth without distributing any magic dust or anything like that, and there was no boss. The cutscene that would play would have the other Yoshi and Mario fall off of a rock and fall off screen, as the player Yoshi would just sit and watch. The baby Mario would horrifically scream as the screen went dark. Back at the level select screen, the author would choose the next stage and be using a gray Yoshi. Playing through it, he would have baby Mario on his back again, but when hit, the baby would just fall limp on the ground instead of going up in a bubble. It was a miserable experience. Getting to the next boss room, Kamek would come back again and say now you can hurt the one responsible. It's time to face punishment, and the Kamek would move back and forth without emitting magic again, and the author would be stuck in the boss room until he threw eggs at the wall. They'd bounce back and forth across the room and hit the player's Yoshi, causing him to flash and then make the screen go completely black. The game would crash and refuse to be run. The author would go ask the sister about a person named Marissa due to the title of this game, and it would be explained that Marissa was Taylor's fiance who got into a car accident with their child after they had a very heated argument, both causing her and the child to pass away. Taylor felt immense guilt due to this and designed this game as a post-humorous note. Cyberbro Code. This story begins with the author introducing himself as a hacker who likes to mess with code and software and programs to suit his own needs. But in this instance, he's found some code that wasn't entirely removed from the program, and in his attempt to discover what it meant, he discovers that he should have left it alone. He would be adding some new textures to characters and making them a little bit stronger in the game he was playing, and end up finding this very odd line of code. He tried to use a decoder and convert it to binary, but it only came out as gibberish. After this, he'd leave it alone for a bit and just go on with his life. A few weeks later, he'd end up coming back to it, but ask for help online this time, and he would find out that other hackers had found the same kinds of codes in other games, and he would collect all 6 of these lines of code through the games that the hackers had mentioned and put it together. It was a 5-minute AVI file. The quality of the video was movie-like, opening up to a dark theater with a lone man looking at the screen. He would say it seems as if you cracked my code, and it's much more than a video alone. Act 1 of this story would have this man explain that the code is the beginning of a project that psychologically manipulated people in many different ways, creating famous presidents and criminals alike. Then they take them to a facility and wipe their memories after they've been brainwashed. It concludes with the man cutting the explanation suddenly and having an ear-splitting ringing sound played through the author's headset, causing him to pass out and wake up at the hospital. Ring Ring. Ring Ring is a GTA 4 story about a player who got a copy of GTA 4 for free. He would get home and play the game for hours, but he needed to take a break because it was getting late. When waking up, he'd have a friend request from 2 people, his friend and somebody he didn't know. He accepted both. He would eventually end up in a lobby with both players and engage in strange conversation with the unknown person, as they would reveal that they're a lot older than the author thinks they are. Playing more with the stranger, they would find out that it's a girl who claimed that she can see the player, despite him pretending to no longer have a headset because he was creeped out, and his game would display a picture of a girl with scars on her face, coupled with a bloody smile. This would scare the player, having him return his copy of GTA 4, and upon returning it, he would be told by a new employee that the man who gave him the game was someone who passed away 3 weeks ago, and that his life was taken away by his daughter Vanessa. Checking on the profile of the stranger on the PlayStation 3, the status would say, "I can see you." Toter's Maze. This story follows a teaching assistant in a computer science department. He would say that a perk of the job is that he always gets dibs on any abandoned tech. He would eventually find a desktop tower that the adjunct had abandoned, swiping it. He was interested in the kind of files that the adjunct would keep on the computer. Plugging it into his own monitor, he would find a game called Toter's Maze. When booting this game up, it would ask him to begin. After selecting yes, it would ask, "Are you sure?" It was certainly bizarre, but the author proceeded to move forward. The game was a puzzle game where you would control a red dot on one end and bring it to the blue dot on the other. It wasn't much of a puzzle though, as there was only one route available. No branching paths or dead ends, nothing like that. If the player would hit one of the green lines marking the outside of the maze, there were no penalties. It was a very simple game. The author would guide the red dot to the blue dot, and the blue dot would just fade out. Text saying level 2 would then appear. Things remained quite easy until the author reached level 10. Level 10 was different, because it would have the blue dot surrounded by many squares inside of a rectangle. The squares were blocked off due to the walls. The blue dot on the stage would also run away from the red dot at very high speeds. And then it would crash into one of the squares until it was able to go through it. The player would copy the blue dot in order to reach it, and it worked. Once reaching the blue dot, it would split into multiple pieces and it would remain on the screen for a bit before cutting to darkness. And he would experience a couple more levels like this, and soon after, get a call from his mother telling him that something happened to his stepfather. Eventually, the story culminates to the player being the victim of the game after completing the final level. Iceberg, the rock and roll troll with soul. This story is about a program that served as a learning aid. It consisted of very simple arithmetic, unscrambling words, and multiple choice word definitions, but there was a bit of nuance in the typing section of the games. A song would play as Iceberg would have a microphone to his mouth and sing along as the notes dotted across the stage moved from left to right. On certain notes, the author had to press a key on the keyboard to spell words. The author would play this game frequently, but was told by his parents that he was sometimes found early on Sunday mornings staring at the computer with drool coming out of his mouth, or that he would be in a daze, having his head tilted backwards over his chair. One morning, he was even found standing in the middle of the street with his arms outstretched. This story culminates into the user being brainwashed due to this game a long time ago, and in affecting his personal life in many ways. Grinning. Grinning is a very short story that follows a man's preparation for revenge through his journal entries. He speaks about being exiled to the surface where he's completely alone and surrounded by trees, and it's revealed that the character's name is Steve. Lucifer's Manor NES. Lucifer's Manor is a creepypasta about an NES game that was said to be one of the very first horror games ever, but it was published in very small quantities. Due to that, it is very hard to locate it in today's age. The game began in a third-person perspective, having the player walk up to the mansion and enter it, and the moment they did, the game would be swapped to a first-person perspective. You'd walk down a hall as an 8-bit edition of a song from the movie Psycho would play, and as you would walk, you would see doors across the walls with text all over them. Each door would lead to a room that had a different key, and once you found the key, you leave the room and go to the next door. This was the process until you reached the 9th door. After the 9th door, the game would begin to look worse and worse and degrade before your eyes. A face would appear on the screen saying, "Lucifer's Manor, hell awaits." The game would crash and delete all save files after. Very rarely though, the game wouldn't crash. If you were able to actually continue past this point, you would repeat the same gameplay, but you'd see the text on the doors become more and more disturbing, saying things such as "end my suffering" and "off with his head," but there was a message that would continue to show up, saying Kiyomu was here. Now, nobody knows who Kiyomu is or why she's mentioned so much in the gameplay, but when you walk down the hallway, a girl's face would sometimes pop up on the wall and scream. People have guessed that's her. After the 15th door, the screen will begin to shake, and the girl will be shown full body and walking towards you, screaming when she gets to you, making the screen go black. You will then be in a green room, opening the door within it to enter a new hallway, seeing phrases on the wall such as, "What kind of god would do this?" and "Kiyomu is waiting for you." Once you collect 20 keys within this hallway, you will see a new door, adorned with spikes and radiant flames. Within this door is a black void, and Kiyomu will walk up saying, "I am the," and the game will crash. All saves are lost and nobody knows what happens next. The author would urge for people to not play this game because all who have met terrible fates. For those who didn't get to see the second part of the game have had bad things happen to them, but nothing really serious. And for those who did, they suffered much more severe consequences. Virtual pets. Virtual pets is a story about a person who finds a website where you raise virtual pets. They found the concept pretty cute and would play it for a couple of months non-stop, but would eventually come across a pet that had a weird photo where they could see the photo studio, but everything in it was blacked out. It stood out to the author, making the author want to take this dog home. It was a dog that glitched out a lot, and the author would post their experience with it onto public forums, only to be dismissed, so this was a problem that they had to deal with alone. This strange dog was named Bayard, and it would end up getting into the real world, twisting the mind of the protagonist in order to serve its needs. It's a strange story, but let's move on. Belief in oneself. This is a creepypasta that begins with the author speaking about how he was detained by the government for being mentally unstable, but this is a false accusation at best. He was left a GameCube by his older brother before going to college, and he would play through all the games, but on the last game, Super Smash Bros., he would lose on the 5th stage of Classic Mode, being greeted by a black screen that had nothing but the word continue on it. This would creep the author out, so he would just take a break for the day. Getting back on the GameCube, he would play through more games, but NPCs or text boxes in games would continue to send him messages that frustrated him because it was eerie and robbed him of the experience of the games that he was supposed to be playing. As he would ask everybody he knew about these messages and even start hearing voices, he'd see messages about how nobody believes him and they all think he's crazy. The story ends with him getting carbon monoxide poisoning by going crazy and attempting to do what shall not be said to himself, resulting in him getting placed inside of a mental asylum. Even there, people wouldn't believe his stories. Serving my dictator. This creepypasta takes the perspective of a Koopa and how they perceive their own masters and orders within the world of Super Mario. It speaks about their undying loyalty of the Koopa to Mario and how they constantly fail to guard the princess when the man in the red cap is present. The Thing in the Abyss. This is interestingly enough a Subnautica creepypasta about how a player would come to discover a monster in Subnautica that was 800,000 meters deep into the water. The music would abruptly stop when this monster was encountered, and it could only be described as the most freakish abomination, hideous beyond description. A huge mass of writhing tentacles squirming around with millions of mouths all over them, and on top of this, a gigantic bloodshot eye. The monster was massive too, with the author saying that it makes the Cyclops look like a minnow. The closer this monster got to the player, the slower the frame rate of the game would go, and at some point, it completely froze, forcing the author to hit Ctrl-Alt-Delete in order to close the game. The author concludes his experience with the monster saying that what is seen cannot be unseen, and he wishes those who seek it good luck. Mega Man 3 Special Edition. Mega Man 3 Special Edition begins with the author getting a free copy of Mega Man 3 alongside a warning to not play the game. When getting home to try the game out, he would boot it up and arrive on the title screen, seeing a Mega Man with hollowed out eyes on the title card. When getting into the level select, it was the same as usual, but with Mega Man's eyes being hollowed out there as well. He'd start off with Top Man. Throughout the level, the music would be played backward, and when getting to the boss fight, Top Man had a face of hatred when seeing Mega Man, and Mega Man himself couldn't even shoot or slide. The author would press B in an attempt to attack the boss, since he had no options currently, and what happened was Mega Man punching Top Man in the stomach. This punch causing Top Man to cough up black liquid. He'd defeat the boss, and Top Man on the select stage would have his face stained with blood and mutilated. This would happen with the other 7 bosses as well. The author would then enter a stage that was resembled by a question mark symbol in the center of the level select menu. It was called You Will Regret It. The level would begin with Mega Man destroying the entire city using his fist, and then he would reach Dr. Light's house, with Dr. Light and Roll begging him to stop. But he'd charge up his energy beams and eradicate the 2 of them. He would take the teleporter and end the level there. The next level would have Mega Man and Proto Man fight, with Mega Man brutally eliminating Proto Man once you defeated him in the game, and it would end with Mega Man defeating Dr. Wily and then destroying the entire world. A story to scare my son. This story begins with a father warning his son about internet safety, and his child would ask if he's about to tell another story. The child goes on to say that he's tired of them because he's 10 years old now, and they're not scaring him anymore, so can he make sure that this one is more scary than usual? The father obliges, telling him about a boy named Colby who would meet another kid online named Helper23. They would become close, and eventually, Helper23 would ask for Colby's address in order to give them a package. Colby would give it to him, asking Helper to promise that he wouldn't tell anybody else his address. The father would ask his son if he thought this was a good idea, and the son would say no. The father would continue to tell the story, saying that Colby would agree, and that Colby even felt guilty for giving out his home address. And at night, he would resolve to tell his parents what he did when they came to tuck him in. He'd hear his father walking down the hall to come to his room, and he would call out for him, saying that he has something to tell him. The dad would stick his head in the doorway at a strange angle, and in the darkness, his mouth didn't seem to move, and the eyes were all wrong. His voice was also different when he'd respond. The boy would pull up his covers, asking for mom, and she'd say, "Here I am. Were you about to tell us that you gave your address to Helper23? You shouldn't have done that. He wasn't a kid. He just pretended to be one. You know what he did? He came to our house, broke in, and murdered us just so he can spend time with you." A fat man would then emerge in the child's doorway holding the two severed heads and would move in to work on the boy. However, he would go to the nursery after and find a baby in it. He'd pick it up and hold it, with the baby looking up and smiling at Helper23. The beautiful rage of sadism melted into something warmer and softer. He took the baby home and named him William, raising him as his very own. The boy hearing the story would look at his father and say, "But Dad, my name's William." And the dad would give him a classic wink and say, "Of course it is, son." Pokemon Blood Edition, obvious troll pasta, so we're skipping this. Burning Violet. This is a Toho creepypasta where the author would try out the series due to their friend Violet introducing them to it. They were able to find the 4 Toho games online with translations, as they were originally searching for the first 5, but they couldn't find the 4th installment. 2 weeks after, the author would play the games and not hear from Violet, so they'd get in contact with each other again, but Violet would be in a pretty depressing mood this time around. She would tell the author that she actually managed to find the 4th installment during the 2 weeks and would redirect them into an almost barren site. Without another word, she would leave, and the author didn't want to pursue her due to her mood. He would play the 4th Toho game and then check on her tomorrow. Playing through the game, there'd be many small oddities in the beginning parts, such as different colored things such as portals or clothing on the characters, bigger explosions when defeating bosses, things like that. And at stage 4, things got really weird. Halfway through the boss's life pool, she'd stop fighting, speak for a bit, and fly off, with her face being covered in purple pixels. Stage 5 would also have the player beat up the boss with relative ease, with her escaping the same way that the previous one did. By now, the author put together that this game was more of a killing spree than a regular incident where you just beat up the bosses and stop their plans. Stage 6 had Marissa absolutely obliterate Yuka, leaving her as nothing but a red smear on the ground, and Marissa would dance in glee as the credits rolled. This made the author think of his friend Violet, and he went to check on her. When checking on her, he would find out that she was the person who created this false Toho game, a representation of her current insanity. She'd end up being sent to a mental hospital in order to recover, with the story ending there. The Cosmic Destroyer. The Cosmic Destroyer is a very short story that follows a Starman from Earthbound as they journal about how his prince first met Ninten and his team, and went through the process of becoming Gygas. It ends with the Starman chanting Prince Gygas' name as they speak about the day that they destroyed Earth and all of its inhabitants, and will go on to destroy much more. And with that, we finally conclude this part of the iceberg. And here we enter the final part of the iceberg. This is going to be the last 3 tiers combined. I'm just going to talk about them in sequence because really there's not enough entries to warrant their own videos. So with that being said, let's get through this. Halloween 64. Halloween 64 is a creepypasta that follows the author's experiences with a game that is said to exist but very difficult to find, going on to recommend that the reader does not search for it anyway. He goes on to say that the game can disguise itself under any platform and does not abide by the rules of our universe, but if one is unfortunate enough to play it, he'll write this post recalling his own experiences with it in order to give the reader a fighting chance. His experience with the game is as follows. He would search for it for a little over a year with no results, only for it to present itself at his doorstep on a Sunday 12 AM sharp. It was a blank Nintendo 64 cartridge with no writing or sticker logo, and placed outside of his door with no note or instruction. The author had no idea where it came from, but decided to stop giving it thought and play the game. Starting it up, it presented itself as Halloween 64, and at this moment, the author would note that once this game begins, you cannot quit, and the game has several methods of quote-unquote self-defense, which will prevent the player from quitting. The harder you try to disrupt the game, the stronger it will become. The power button will not work, the cartridge will lock itself into place, your phone and internet will not function while playing, any doors or windows will be inaccessible and shatterproof. You must complete the game. Lastly, certain aspects of the game will be mirrored in reality, but not one-to-one. For example, if you lose a life in the game, a pet will pass away. If you lose a couple of lives, you'll feel pretty sick. Things of that nature. The first stage of the game would present the author controlling a child in a skeleton costume from the third person, starting off in the middle of a suburban neighborhood that strangely resembled the neighborhood that the author grew up in. You would begin to move forward, and as you did, the streetlights behind you would go out. That was the entire game. If you allowed the darkness to catch up to you as the lights went out, you would lose a life. As you'd play this game, you'd start to feel darkness creeping behind you, familiar voices whispering in your ears, things of that nature going on, but whatever you did, you had to keep your eyes focused on the game for the entire time you played, or you would just end up losing more lives. In the author's own experience, the game would show that he ran for 7 hours and 26 minutes before completion. In stage 2, you'd play from first person, entering a house with limited visibility and a dim flashlight as your source of illumination. As you progressed, you would feel a difference in the temperature around you, making it very hard to concentrate. But like the previous level, you had to keep playing or you would lose a life. Due to the freezing cold conditions, the author would lose 4 lives in this level and begin to cough up blood. The primary objective here was to find various weapons and recover all of them. Equipping them was not recommended, as the character you control would instantly use one of them to do self-elimination if you did. Playing this game would have the author hear and see things that would test his limits as a human being. Stage 3 was the final level. Just like the previous stage, it was in first person. It'd begin with you entering a bedroom and seeing a person lying on the bed asleep. It may resemble you or anyone dear to you. The objective here is simple. Using any of the weapons you found from the previous level, eliminate the person in front of you. The author will use a knife to do it, but instantly feel the white hot pain entering his body the moment he did it. He noticed that whatever you did to the person, you would feel it too. It took the author 20 minutes to complete this level, and he completed it with only 1 life remaining. After, the author would be done with this game and simply ask the viewer to never play it. We Are Twisted. This is a story that follows the author's experience working at Sega, and it began with him speaking about how he had been hired to begin a project at Sega, and when coming into work, he'd be given a Wii due to another employee coming in and throwing it at his boss. Sega being Sega had no use for a small singular Wii console, so they just gave it to the author. He was excited, as at the time he had been saving for a Wii. When playing the game, the author would start with Super Smash Bros. He would be in a battle using Pikachu against Dr. Mario, and when Pikachu would do Thunderbolt on Mario, he'd take 782% damage, cough, and just collapse after, causing the game to crash. The author would continue to experience things like this as he would play different games, and text such as "We Are Twisted" would show up on the screen. The story culminates into the author receiving a disc at home after a raccoon would run out of his front door while he was coming back home from his friend's house, and he'd find a disc next to his Wii. The disc would display the man who threw the Wii at his boss, saying, "Sega, I hope you enjoy these games." It would then end, and the author would begin to feel a strange and random feeling of hatred towards Sega. And that's when he would begin to notice that he was growing a beard just like the man in the video. Basically, it works like a virus. Memory card. Memory card follows the author finding an old memory card from a car boot sale. The author would find this memory card with the name Sam written on it. When taking it home, he'd get his old PlayStation with a good amount of classics that he kept. But before actually inserting any of the games into the console, he would inspect the memory card's content. He'd see a few save files with strange symbols or characters instead of any notable details, but one that he could recognize was Metal Gear Solid, with it being at 100%, so he decided to try this save file out. When starting the game and landing on the title, the music would stop and the level would load up. After some time, the music would finally play again, but a bit slower than usual. The author would load up photo mode soon after, and act a bit pervy with the girl character models in there, and take a break after. Coming back to the game, he could hear crying, and one of the characters, Naomi, would begin to yell at him. Going out of viewfinder mode, he'd see Snake just kneeling in front of Naomi as she screamed at him, and this made the author freak out and turn the game off. The author would then come back later and attempt to do what he did earlier, but this time, Naomi cannot be seen. He'd choose to go through the in-game photo album at this point, as he was genuinely confused, and find a picture of a person tied up against the bed, and at the edge of the picture, they can make out a leg. Someone was standing by the bedside. Something told him to turn off the game, but he couldn't. He'd see the person being attacked by something in the next photo. Then, he closed the photo album to see Naomi in a crude appearance and screaming at him once again. The author got sick of this and finally pressed the power button, tearing the memory card from the console and never playing the game again. Stanoma PNG. This story begins with the author speaking about an archive image that was recovered from an online release of a batch of Nintendo 64 cartridges and prototype versions relating to multiple South Park games. Nobody knows what it is or who made it, but it resembles a poorly drawn rendition of the character Stan from South Park. The author then speaks about his relation to this photo, as he was someone who worked on the development of South Park games. There was a particular colleague that he worked with named Mike, and he was full of different and strange quirks, but he'd eventually begin to break down as time went on, particularly during the week before a prototype of the game should have been ready for testing. Mike's condition was terrible at this time, as he looked and smelled horrible, constantly working on the game day in and out. By the time the prototype would almost be finished, Mike would leave a note saying that he'd be too sick to present it to everyone, but he needed the author to put one last texture into the cartridge before sending it off. It was the image previously mentioned, the very ugly drawing of Stan. The author found this extremely strange, but he followed along anyway. When presenting the game, everything would be perfect, but choosing Stan would make his model look exactly like the drawing that was previously described. Surprisingly enough, the executives weren't notably angry with this occurrence, but they asked for it to be fixed by the time the game came out. The author would still be fired due to this though, because his supervisor believed that it was an attempt of sabotaging his branch. The author would try to find and locate Mike after this event, but it was almost as if Mike faded out of existence. 5 years later, the author would send an email of this texture to his old colleagues at the job in order to see if they ever found out anything about Mike or anything relating to him, but in response they wouldn't answer, choosing to instead compliment Mike in the photo. This confused the author as there was nothing but Stan there, but upon brightening the photo, he'd see this. A1, are you? This is a Mario and Luigi creepypasta that takes place within the author's experience of Bowser's inside story. The author buying a new copy of the game would begin to play it, with the game starting off exactly as they remembered, and playing normally all the way up to the very end. The author would have all their 1-up mushrooms gone, except one when fighting Fawful inside of Bowser's stomach, but it'd be no issue, as they would use Luigi to destroy Fawful's final bug leg. Instead of his head careening to the floor as it usually does, Fawful would hover in midair for about 5 seconds. During this, he'd fixate himself at Luigi, displaying a demented smirk. He would fall to the floor after this, and be vulnerable to damage, but immediately ready an attack at the same time. Fawful would prepare an attack that could not be stopped, creating a large shard of darkness from the star's core, and using it to spin in circles like a flail in order to attempt to hit the brothers, but the author would jump over this attack each time. It would then retract into the core, and the core would start charging for another attack, creating a dark aura around it. And before the author could react, an explosion would happen, causing the author's screen to glimmer white, and the screen went white for countless minutes at this point. And the author, realizing that she couldn't wait this out, would reach to turn off the game, but then hear a yowl of discomfort. Luigi. The author could do nothing but listen from here on out, hearing Luigi scream toward Mario for help, as if he was begging for mercy. Accompanied by the loud stomping and Fawful's floating in game, Luigi's crying was heard in the left speaker, with the stomping being heard in the right, but the stomping was slowly moving to the left. Luigi would begin to scream as slashing and crunching would overlap his crying, and he would call for Mario again. The scream would go into nothingness. He would then hear terrified Mario say Luigi's name while stuttering heavily. Then, they'd hear nothing but a large gulp. The author would stop playing there and then go to bed, sleeping the madness off. Some time would pass in the story, and the author would get an envelope that contained a hand-drawn message within it with the writing, "To our very special boy, we thought this would cheer you up." Strangely enough, the letter L was missing in each word that contained it. The author would ignore this though, and go for the gift. It was a Mario cap. The author was excited, but when he'd re-enter his room, something changed. Some of what he owned was defiled, and every Mario game with him on the cover had his cap removed. The story culminates into the author eventually descending into madness as reality and fiction blur from his perspective. The Secret of Minecraft. This story was made back in 2011. It has a list of instructions that players should follow in order to find the secret of Minecraft. First, you find a lava pool at the bottom of the map and jump into it wearing full diamond armor. You'll sink until half of your hearts are depleted and then fall into a room full of pure obsidian. In this room will be something called the Gatekeeper. Defeat it and a door will appear opposite to the Hall of Diamond. It leads to the opposite of the Nether, but when entering it, you'll see that it's worse. When entering this land, all you'll see is a floor of glass-like block emitting a faint light. As far as you can see, even at full render, it's nothing but a glowing dark sky and a glowing pale floor, but you will hear a strange sound, one that's familiar but you know you've never heard it before. At some point, a non-existent sun sets and the strange noise gets even more poignant. Stars will then appear in the sky, but they're perfect spears rather than blocks, and they would sway in the sky in the rhythm of the noise. This will make your game lag. Turning down your render distance is not recommended here, as it will make otherworldly faces appear all over your screen. Each frame has its own individual batch of faces, and messing around with render for too long will force the game to shut down anyway, reopening with the message telling you to never stop the cloud. When you realize that the only thing you must do from here is walk forward, you'll see a cloud in the distance and walk up to it, seeing the faces of skeletons, zombies, and creepers, and you'd see tears fall from their eyes, chipping away at their faces next, causing the face to shed even more tears, the stars around you falling, and when you'd break it, a huge explosion of fire would come from the opening. The fire wouldn't damage you, so you'd begin to walk through it. Hearing something speak to you, the voice will tell you that this is your scourge, passion, and now you're entering purification. And when this would end, you'd be in a vast hall, a beautiful yet dystopian version of the Nether. There'd be many mobs weeping, crying, chained up, and all kinds of horrors happening to these mobs with many human characters picking away at them. But then, they'll look at you and say prepare. They chase you as they chant that your hell is the prison of their kind and that they should prepare to taste the pain that they've been given to their brethren. And as they chase you, the music will grow louder and the scream becomes perfectly detailed and you'll eventually just explode and die, causing the end of the game. I Am Your Gift. I Am Your Gift follows the author using a DNS spoofing trick that would allow players to receive any event Pokemon by that era of Pokemon. These are usually given out by fan-run servers created by players that can access the old servers, replicate them, and put them out to the game. You would go into your internet settings, enter one of these DNS codes, then get the event Pokemon through Mystery Gift. The author would do this after seeing a thread online with all of the servers, but get a private message from a username he had never seen before. This message contained a new DNS address that he hadn't seen for a secret Pokemon. The author was doubtful at first, but he had a spare copy of Pokemon Black and decided that he had nothing to lose by trying it out anyway. When trying out this DNS address, at the mystery gift screen, it told him to choose a gift, but the only option was a choice referred to as your gift. The author would choose this, and at the Pokemon Center he'd be given an Arceus. The delivery man would then say, "See you tomorrow." Strangely enough, this Arceus was not placed in the party but was a key item. It was just a wheel, the two halves of it connected in the middle as if there were never a Pokemon between them, and the description would be read as, "I am your gift." The author would be restless the entire night, counting the specks on his flex ceiling. The author would open the game the next day, and he'd get a Mew from the Pokemon Center, with the delivery man once again saying, "See you tomorrow." Like before, there was no Pokemon. It was in the key items instead, displaying nothing but an arm of the Pokemon Mew. Once obtaining the Mew, he felt as if he lost something. He would be at work that day, feeling completely lost and out of it. Despite his mental state, it did not interfere with his job. This would repeat with more legendaries each day, Rayquaza putting him in a bad mood at work, Darkrai allowing him to have an amazing yet empty sleep the following night, etc. The author would have parts of legendary Pokemon sent him from the game that somehow affected his real life according to their lore and role within the world, and each one would take some part of him, but at one point he would finally have them all except the Reshiram's arm. Upon receiving this, the delivery man would tell the player to create us, and he would merge them. Upon doing this, a warmth in his heart would be felt, and the gift was here. The author, upon seeing it, felt everything he lost return to him. It was a strange looking thing, a twitching writhing ball of deity Pokemon limbs suspended in the wheel of an Arceus swaying gently to a song that the author could not hear yet. No name for it was displayed anywhere either. The trainer would send no Pokemon, and the thing would say good morning, we are beautiful, and thank you for creating me. The author would catch it and look at his stats. The only thing shown was incomplete. So what was missing? The author would then see a text box saying you. "As I am your gift, you are mine." The screen would then fade to black gently, and the author knew what they had to do now. Dreamcube. Dreamcube follows the author recount a story from 2002. His family couldn't afford a GameCube for him despite him already having a Dreamcast, so he'd frequent his best friend's house. However, one day he'd go to a mall and see an advertisement for an item called the Dreamcube. This device will allow the author to play the GameCube games on his Dreamcast, so he'd ask his mom and she would get it for him on his birthday, allowing him to finally use it with his new game, Luigi's Mansion. The Dreamcube itself was a disk drive that would connect to the serial port of the Dreamcast, and it came with a Dreamcast controller to GameCube controller converter plug. Upon starting this device up, there was a custom startup sequence that warned under any circumstances you should never use this device for standard Dreamcast games. The author would follow this warning and actually use the console without problem for a very long time, but as he grew up, he eventually got bored of it and left it behind. One day he'd return to it and saw the warning screen again. Curiosity got the better of him this time. He would insert a Dreamcast disc into the console this time around. He'd get a permanent black screen, basically bricking his Dreamcast. Now there would be another time skip to where he tried Luigi's Mansion in it again while in college. The Dreamcast had actually been unbricked and decided to work. The game was normal for the most part, but there was one problem that came up. The text of characters had been changed to say strange things such as, "The sun hasn't come up since March 31st, 2001, it's cold, dark, and everything is screaming." The author found this strange and would go on to speak to other NPCs in the game. A toad would then say something along the lines of, "It's hard getting to the top, you need to move past everyone else, but when I started pushing harder than everyone else, I made it a decent amount, but I should have known it'd come crashing down." The author took this as a hint and would find a ladder, choosing to climb up it. The ladder was essentially endless, and the author would climb it until the screen would be covered in white. A video would then begin to play. This video would recount the life of a boy named Sammy, who was born in 1982 and led an average life. His friend Nicholas was born in 1985, and they were best of friends. They laughed, they danced, and most importantly, they climbed a competitor's tree together. The competitor's tree was the largest tree in town, and the best tree to climb for young Sammy and Nicholas. They climbed it every day together, and when they climbed a competitor's tree, they were rivals, but at the end of the day, it was all in the name of good fun. One day, Sammy and Nicholas met a new friend, Simon, born in 1995. He joined Sammy and Nicholas's competition, and the friendship between them grew faster than ever. Nicholas was the best climber, at least until Simon came along, who surpassed Nicholas further than he had ever expected. Sammy, on the other hand, was slower in the start, but he eventually sped up and climbed higher. He slipped a few times, but that's to be expected. Eventually, he was able to surpass Nicholas, although for a very short time. But one day, everything would change for these three fearless friends. Sammy climbed and miraculously managed to surpass both Nicholas and Simon. Sammy decided that he would stop to celebrate, but this was short-lived. As Sammy danced on his little branch, Simon climbed higher and higher until he arrived at Sammy's position. Sammy was startled and fell off the branch. He fell a long way, and with a thud and crunch, he was on the ground. Sammy did not get up, which means the ambulance had to take him to the hospital to help his injuries. The doctors took Sammy to the trauma bay, where he received many kinds of treatment. Sammy was hooked up to various machines to help him breathe that were connected to him by tubes inserted in different areas of his body. The doctors did manage to save his life, but at a cost. Sammy lost the ability to use his legs, which meant that he could no longer climb the competitor's tree with Nicholas, Simon, and their new friend Michael, born in 2001. At first, Sammy was sad, but later on, he realized that just because he could not join in on the action does not mean that he can't see the action. So Sammy went to the competitor's tree every day to cheer on Nicholas, Simon, and Michael as they continued on their adventure. To this day, nobody has made it to the top of the tree yet, but Sammy feels comfort knowing that when someone eventually does make it up there, he'll be there to see it. The author did not understand how to take this story, but would be greeted by another message, asking the player to let the Dreamcast go as it was a failure of a console. The author then realized that Sega was Sammy in the story that was told to him. He would then comply and move on from the Dreamcast, never playing it again. Are anyone else's Sims acting strange? This is a no-sleep story that follows the author experiencing all sorts of strange things in his Sims game. It first began with him seeing his Sim doing something out of the ordinary. He was building something with no instruction to do so, and it wouldn't stop no matter how many times the author would tell it to using in-game commands. He'd eventually begin to actually speak to his Sims accidentally, but the character would look up at him and do what he asked. Eventually, the whole neighborhood would come to help his sim build this building that he was creating, and one day, he would see a sim in a robe with a book in their hand, doing some sort of preaching in front of this massive tower that pierced the clouds, as if they were a preacher. The author, being raised Christian, would get an idea of what was going on: the Tower of Babel. The author began to believe that these sims were attempting to build a tower that would allow them to reach their god, in other words, him. The story culminates into his sim actually managing to reach the player's world, and they were confused as to what the real world is. The author would explain to it that the world they inhabit is false, and his is reality. It will lash out by grabbing the author by the neck and holding him, but eventually come to terms with the situation, unleashing an all too real smile. A werewolf sim would begin to break through, causing the author to freak out and make an escape to his nearby cafe, where he concludes the story by warning people to delete their games immediately the moment that their sims begin to act strange. ZBox 1300. ZBox 1300 follows the author's experience with a knockoff Xbox system that they obtained off of eBay, buying it just for curiosity's sake. The author would have trouble getting it to work at first, but eventually he boots it up, getting a strange still image that was supposed to serve as his boot up sequence. It was a massive, poorly painted Z that sat above the name of the console, ZBox 1300. Despite the eerie and terrifying startup screen, the menu would be quite normal, resembling the menu of the Xbox 360 when it had first came out. The author would find a game called Shooting Wars, and the menu for this game was quite strange. It played a Black Ops 1 menu music with only one option on it: play. A loud beeping noise would be heard upon starting the game up, and the author would be in first person at a house, with the objective being to infiltrate it. The author would walk in the house, and the more he explored it, the more tight the halls and rooms would become. The author, being claustrophobic, had to pause it and take a break, and when unpausing it, the house became strange. The entire house was red and meaty, the walls being made of organs and flesh. The author would eventually have to find a girl in the house, and the character in game would begin to walk up to her. The author had no control at this point. He'd go up to her face and she'd scream with a disfigured face being shown. This would cause the game to then freeze and crash, sending the author to the menu. The next game he would try out was one called Mega Racer. Like the previous game, there was only one option: play. The author would be instantly thrown into a 70s-like Chevy, with the track being white and the sky being black. The author would almost fall asleep out of boredom while playing this game, and this is when the entire game would turn black and show the girl from before. She would simply wink and disappear this time, sending the author back to the title screen. The final game would be one called Mercy. The title screen would have an eyeball on the ground with the word Mercy sitting above it. The game menu had three options: New Game, Load Game, and Settings. Checking out the settings, the author would see that they couldn't even do anything, so they just start a new game. A text box would then appear, stating that it's the author's fault for buying this console, and they'll never win this game. The author would then be placed into a silent white room and see their shadow on a wall. It would grow to the player's size, and eyes would appear within it. The shadow would come out the wall and attack the player, placing them into a gray version of the room. The wall textures would become many animated GIFs with many gruesome videos being displayed on them. A door would appear in front of the author, and upon walking through it, the game would crash. The author would be done with the console after this and sell it. A month later, they would see a missing poster of the girl that was within the games and have dreams about her soon after, ending the story there. Inside the innards of the cartridge. This creepypasta follows the author receiving a random package whose seller is unknown at first, but through a letter where the sender expresses his regret in stealing something he once borrowed from the author back in high school, he finds out that the person who sent the package was his only friend from high school, Anderson. The writing and grammar for this story is atrocious, so I can only bring myself to read it up to this point. Sonic CD, Maniacs Galore. In this story, the author would find a Sega Mega Drive and a copy of Sonic CD on auction. Sniping it, he'd have it sent to his doorstep and he'd get on the game with no time to waste. But when starting the game up, there was already a save file on there. He would see that the previous player forgot to get the last time zone, so he'd go on Palm Tree Panic Zone in order to do just that. But when trying to play, Sonic would stare right at the player and shake his head, refusing to do anything. Sonic would eventually do the "I'm out of here" thing and jump off the stage, causing an instant game over. The game over theme would just play slowed and reversed, but the author did not pay this much mind as he was more focused on Sonic just not doing anything. The author would decide to try another controller, and it would actually work this time. But aiming was missing throughout the entire game, at least up until Collision Chaos Zone. This is where aiming would be present, but Metal Sonic would come and grab her and kill Sonic in the process this time. The game over music would play again, with Metal Sonic laughing at the player as he'd float over the game over screen. Things like this would happen continuously, and when the author would finally finish the race with Metal Sonic, the finish would be blocked off, with Metal Sonic on the other side, shaking his finger. A message would pop up saying, "I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer." Robotnik would then appear behind Sonic with the beam from his ship, killing Sonic. Both him and Metal Sonic would laugh as the game over appeared. The author would eventually have his friend hack into the game code and analyze the gameplay, finding a secret code that can be entered into the sound test option in order to unlock a level. This level would allow the author to actually battle Metal Sonic as a boss. And when the story ends with him defeating Metal Sonic, a message would be displayed on the screen. There is only one true Sonic. A creepypasta with a good ending for once. Error 000. This is just another Minecraft creepypasta that fits the theme of characters like Herobrine. Mega Man X Revenge. Mega Man X Revenge is a massive creepypasta, probably second to Godzilla NES, that follows a story very similar to it. It's a tampered cartridge of the game that follows the author playing through it as they're in a twisted alternative world where a virus has infected every character but X himself. X would defeat everyone, including Sigma, who was the final boss, but the virus would overcome him in the end, taking his life. Echo the Dolphin, Unfinished Business. This story begins with the author talking about how they were never really interested in Echo the Dolphin games growing up, but now they were interested. Buying one of the old school video game compilation discs, it'd freeze whenever he would try out Echo the Dolphin, so he would have to go and buy the first 2 games for his Genesis. When starting up the game, he'd try and swim toward the password cavern to skip to one of the last stages, but the game itself would display a message saying, "That's cheating," and dump him back to the starting cavern. Continuing to play, he'd find no dolphins or fish in the first level. The author would then just turn off the game and go to bed. But in his dreams, Echo would be in the regular home bay again, and when speaking to another dolphin, it would ask him to continue playing the game. Playing the game the next day, he'd complete levels and get messages such as, "There are not many left. Please, we're counting on you." Things of that nature. And the story culminates into the author playing through the entire normal game, but at the very end, he'd save 4 dolphins instead of 3. He would then realize that he had bought 2 games initially, insinuating that there's unfinished business. To Hell and Back. To Hell and Back is a World of Warcraft creepypasta that follows the author doing the Bravo Company questline on the Red Ridge Mountains, but here he would enter the keep after beating the first boss rather than continuing on to the second boss. The author going through would have a hard time with the enemies and be a bit disappointed as they were the same ones outside. Entering the last room of the keep though, an NPC on his team named Kishan would say that the world's gone to hell. He would say it again, "The world's gone to hell and back. I've seen hell, you know." They would go on to fight a dragon called Darkblaze, and it was supposed to wipe out the entire party according to the normal questline, but it did not happen this time. Instead, they would manage to actually get the dragon's health to 1, but it still couldn't die. Here, the dragon and Kishan would endlessly fight, as Kishan had a massive health pool and the dragon just couldn't be killed, but a cutscene would then play after some time. It displayed another NPC on the team named Messner, looking at Kishan and saying that the world has gone to hell. He would then cast a spell at him, incinerating him. He would then tell Darkblaze that he's been to hell and back too, pointing at the player, then saying, "This world has enough heroes." Darkblaze would then grab the player and drop him into a lake, killing him. A box would say that you have died, and the player couldn't do anything to get out of the screen but quit the game through the task manager. The game would question the player as to why he would help Kishan through a text file that appeared on his home screen, asking if they ever really understood what they were doing, and if they knew that Kishan slaughtered other human prisoners when breaking free of the orcs because he felt like it. He was sick and had to be put down. Kishan had been to hell and back. Let's hope he stays there, at the bottom. Samris. Samris is a Metroid Fusion creepypasta that follows the author playing through an old copy of Metroid Fusion. He played through the game experiencing no trouble up until he would fight a boss called Cirrus. This boss would knock the author into the water, and he'd try to get back to the surface before Cirrus would catch up to him. However, Cirrus would never show up. The author would just clear the boss this way and move on, but Samus would act more and more strange when using her speed booster, and at some point, her armor would shatter, and she'd take on a Cirrus-like form. In this form, she would mercilessly eliminate everything in the game, tearing into many space pirates and creatures, but it wasn't really Samus. The author, confused by what he was witnessing in this game, realized that Cirrus had planted some sort of reincarnation seed into her when hitting her. making another version of himself be reborn, almost as if it were a curse. The author would be displeased by this and what he was seeing and turn off the game, never to play it again. Upon examining the cartridge, he would see that it was tampered with and go on to buy another copy of the game. World of Sorrow. This story follows the author catching the reader up to speed with her life. She recently had gotten into a bad accident and is suffering mentally and physically, as she had lost her children and husband. But her therapist would say that she should do things to take her mind off of things, do something she loves, so she would decide to play with her Wii. She'd have trouble starting it up, but eventually get it to work. She would pop in her Legend of Zelda trial disc for the GameCube that contained all of the older games and begin to play. When starting to play, she'd walk up to Mito to get through to the Great Deku Tree, and he'd say, "Bubby, will Mama ever come home?" This was the nickname that her son would always call her husband. Things like this would occur throughout the entire story, and it would culminate into her waking up in the emergency room. She was in a coma, rather than her entire family being gone the entire time. The story ends with her entering therapy and thanking her Wii and Link for helping her regain control over her body. We See You. We See You begins with the author purchasing a Wii U like anybody else, but when flipping the box over, he'd have a note that speak about him being the one who was chosen for this. The note would then tell him to turn on the Wii U and get ready. The author was already too scared to play from the note alone, so they would actually just go to bed. After some time, they convince themselves that they're overreacting and to just go turn on the game. When booting up the game, it'd start normally, then suddenly turn black, displaying a dark figure sitting at a conference table within the darkness. It'd say that they probably have many questions and that they will be answered. First, he can't explain who he is specifically, but he can tell the author who they are, referring to an organization. They are the We See You, and this organization only puts a note in one game system box whenever a new console comes out. Whoever gets this note is automatically a part of the organization, and to become an official member, they must leave everything behind and be tested. If one passes, they'll be accepted into the organization and be accounted in the real world as missing, such as those who have been tested before the author. If one chooses not to join, then they usually quote-unquote collect that person themselves. The dark figure would finish explaining the We See You and would say that the author's test begins now. Instantly, everything around him went dark, but the author would see a bright light in the corner of his eye and begin to walk towards it. Stepping into it, he'd see that he was in a completely different yet familiar world. Looking down at himself, it clicked into his head. He was within the Super Mario Bros. Game, specifically Sunshine. Flood's voice would then chime in, saying that now the test will begin shortly. Every test the author would face was a level in each game that he's ever played, and he must complete the level as the character in order to progress. The story continues with the author completing a level each night, and ends with him joining the We See You organization. Nothing crazy, it's just kinda cool actually. Follow Me, Free Me. This story revolves around the author playing Earthbound after 10 years of not even touching a video game console. After ordering a physical copy of Mother 1 and 2, he will receive a note in the packaging that stresses that if the author plays until the end, he uncovers something hidden in the coding, something that was never meant to be discovered. But if they play until the end, they'll see exactly what the person in the note is talking about. The author is then warned by the seller that whatever the author does, do not listen to the entity and its orders no matter what, even if he has to turn off the game to escape. The author would laugh at this, thinking that the seller is just trying to spook him into destroying the game or something like that. Ignoring the note, he put it back into the box and began to play the game, and it played smooth all the way up until the robot boss of the desert, as the boss battle would just not start. The tank that the characters in game would mount was suddenly stuck in the sand, and a message would state that Nintendo & Co. continued on foot. He'd skip past the boss that was supposed to be there and arrive at LA, having Teddy join the team as a fourth member instead of replacing Lloyd. The author would steamroll the game due to having 4 party members from here on out, and then arrive at the second to last boss, R7038XX, but a text box would pop up saying, "I can go no further than this. Good luck to you, children." Eve exploded. The author was shocked at this, but would just move on to the final boss, as the 7th melody was retrieved from Eve's wreckage. When singing the final melody to Maria back in Magicant, a black screen would appear. 2 words in the center and a blue text color would then be displayed. Follow Me. This will warp the player to the final boss, Gygus. The author would engage, but it displayed not only Gygus, but 3 of the bosses that come before Gygus, a lineup of the 4 most powerful bosses in the game. 3 of these bosses would knock out Teddy, Lloyd, and Anna, as Gygus himself would question Nintendo, the author's primary character, asking if he really believed that he had a chance against them. The bosses would jump the author's character, prompting him to join Gygas and rule the galaxy together. The battle would then end, a scene displaying the mothership leaving the boss arena with all the party except Ninten watching. It then be cut to black. The author would then be prompted to play Earthbound, and be welcomed to a cutscene that speaks of Gygas and Ninten being perpetrators of untold evil. Playing through Earthbound, he'd eventually be faced against Ninten and Gygas toward the end, instead of Gygas alone, but Ness would be able to save Ninten, as it's discovered that Ninten was being mind controlled. Gygas would then use an attack that one-shot both Ninten and Ness. It was described as an attack with a form that is inexplicable. Gygas would then say, "And now you, the puppeteer controlling these children, feel pain." It would repeat that the form of Gygas' next attack is inexplicable. The screen would instantly go white, and the speakers would emit a low humming sound, causing the author's ears to begin to bleed. The screen would then go black, with the word "die" in red being displayed. It'd be so overwhelming that his nose would begin to bleed too, but the author would be able to reach his console and break it before it could knock him out. And the story ends with the author breaking the cartridge and warning players to not play that game. Abandoned servers. This story begins with the author asking readers about the feeling you get when you're on a multiplayer game but there's nobody on the server but yourself. That strange feeling you get from it. The author would then say that this is what his hobby was, and he would usually do this on multiple games such as World of Warcraft, Minecraft, etc., using these games to explore abandoned servers every day. One day he would get an offer by his friend to check out an abandoned indie game server for $100. The server was bigger than usual, and it was connected to the friend's job, hence is why the friend was paying the author to do it in the first place. The author would boot up the server to be placed in the forest, and as he would explore this forest, he'd be speaking to his friend about it on a channel in order to communicate information fast. The author would walk around in the forest for a bit and eventually come across a tree that stood out due to its size and having a huge door on the front of it. The cursor would then come up with an interaction symbol, but the screen would also go black and cut out the author's communication channel, forcing him to just sit and wait until the game came back. When it did, the character in game would walk up to the tree without his control and put his hand toward a reflection. But suddenly, the game crashed and the author was back at his desktop. The icon and all the files to the game were missing as well, and after the author would ask his friend if he cut the server, he would reply with an innocent no. The author would get paid and go to bed soon after that. He'd then get up around 6 AM and look on Steam for some deals. However, he'd be invited to a game of Counter-Strike by a name he could not recognize, yet resembled his own, so he would join. The server was normal, with just the author and the unknown player on the opposite teams. When engaging directly with the player, he'd follow him to the other side of the map, with the tree from before previously reappearing. When entering the tree, a mirror would stretch out across the author's entire screen, and you see a reflection of not his own character but himself. In the reflection, his hand would extend from his mouse and begin to rip into his own arm with his nails, grinning the entire time, and the cuts would appear on his arms. The author would instantly react, shutting off the game as his screen would display his face distorted and rotted. The author would take a break from the game but come back to it with the conviction to get the other player in a room with him again. The author would eventually return to the tree, but with a pocket mirror this time. And as the doppelganger would begin to tear at his own arms again, the author would pull out the mirror and show the beast its own reflection, causing it to perish, and the author would be able to turn off the game and just move on with his life. Akarui Mirai. This is an RPG Maker creepypasta that speaks about how a boy named Alex would buy RPG Maker VX and spend 2 hours every day for 2 weeks developing his RPG using the engine. But one day, he would load it up only to find it completely done. Confused yet curious by this, he'd find it to run flawlessly when playing. Even bosses that were supposed to mimic his friends acted exactly like his friends. This detail here would stun him though, because he had not put any dialogue options into the game yet. In fact, he and his friends were supposed to work together to create the dialogue. Nonetheless, he continued to play. Something that also stuck out was the fact that bosses kept mentioning a person named Mirai. He had no idea who this was, but he assumed that it'd be explained as he continued the game. At this point, a random seed of guilt was placed within him. Alex would continue to play, finding a town that was exactly like his hometown, even to the name. And looking around this town, he'd find a character who would mention a boy named Raymond. Raymond was a friend of Alex's who was supposed to be the second to final boss within the game. And his storyline was that he had gone insane after something happening with a girl named Mirai. This stuck out of course because of the Mirai character. And judging from the dialogue that Alex had seen, Something had happened to her within the game. More guilt would fill his stomach. Alex would eventually enter the town cemetery and then a crypt within the cemetery. Going down a long hallway, a little girl with black hair and red eyes would briefly appear, but be gone so fast that he only noticed the after image. Text would then appear asking Alex why he left this girl to die, with a pained scream ringing through his headphones. He then leave the crypt, going to speak to townsfolk again. The people in the town would explain Mirai's story. She was a girl who spent a lot of time with Alex and his friends before they became a part of the organization that the game's plot was based around. One day, they wouldn't play with Mirai due to her breaking a promise, and she'd run back to her home upset, tripping and falling into a fireplace. Everyone assumed that she passed away judging from the medic's reaction, and they would bury her without time to spare, but the medic would return and ask where Mirai was, only to find out what Alex and friends had done. He was horrified and quickly rushed to the crypt where she was buried, only for everyone to see her decayed body. It was not in the position that Alex and friends left her in. The position looked as if she were struggling to lift the lid, as if she were trying to get out. A message would pop up, telling Alex to stop hiding from the truth, and then the game would fade to black. Alex would think about what he saw, and realize that the name was more familiar than he thought. Searching it up, he would see a report about a girl named Akarui Mirai, seeing the exact story that played out in real life. Memories began to return to him, memories of someone who had struggled so long to forget, memories of Mirai. Alex would break down as he remembered her, and ask if she can hear him, begging her to never allow him to forget again. He would then get up and bid his farewell to the game. But in turning around, he sees a young girl standing in front of him, with black hair, red eyes, and a burnt, scarred face. Pokemon 731. This Pokemon creepypasta circles back to the Lavender Town Syndrome. It speaks more in depth of the timeline and symptoms of those afflicted by the virus, specifically Japanese children of 1996. The story then goes on to mention a ghost animation that appears throughout the tower that would display itself as the standard ghost model from Pokemon. This specific ghost was actually said to be the unnamed Pokemon hidden within the game's code that can only be identified by its assigned number 731. You can find it using the missing no glitch or hitting the 31st tile of grass in Route 7. When encountering this Pokemon, you can't catch it or the game will freeze and distort the title screen when you reset the game. The author would question the purpose of this Pokemon, but then refer the readers to look at some of the staff of Game Freak, specifically Mr. Nakamura. It's said that in the middle of the night when the game was released, he would go into the Aokigahara forest and commit self-elimination, leaving a letter addressed to another programmer named Miss Harue. This note would contain details about a secret government unit that would create experiments such as biological weapons, research regarding these experiments, or other miscellaneous things. The unit was referred to as 731. Mr. Nakamura was the leader of Division 4, would focus on production of miscellaneous agents. Miss Haru would leak this information to the public, but all traces of it would be wiped from existence. The Cistellian Spectre. This story follows the author and his best friend creating a virtual reality game designed to changing the gaming and horror genre forever. The two would get into a lot of debt in order to fund this project, but a company named Cistellian would contact them after their attempt to pitch the game with them. They wanted to onboard the two as writers and programmers, allowing the company to take the rights for the game. They would then be given a team of 150 people to design this game. A third of this team were hardware developers. They would create a controller that was built into an inclined padded chair with a minimalist headset that fit around the player's eyes and ears. Where the money really sunk was in the simulators, sensors, and nodes that would be attached to the player's body in order to monitor their physical status. The author would then begin to speak about the game, with the team deciding to create a story of an unnamed character who would go into a haunted mansion to get rid of evil spirits while being stalked by a demon. The idea of this game was that the demon fed off of fear, so if the player was afraid in real life, the demon would be able to sense them easier in the game. It would eventually drive the player character crazy, and then eliminate it if it were to find you. Theoretically, a calm person could make it through the entire game easily, but there are many scares that come along with the deathly atmosphere that are designed to make the player always feel nervous. The beta of this game would then be rolled out to the public after some private testing, and some players would report strange experiences happening to them after playing the game. As the story continues, the author's best friend Andy plays through the complete version of the game himself, and when the demon catches him in-game, a massive gash appears across his entire shirt and face. He was gone. The story ends with Sestelian closing down the project and canceling the release of the full game. Skyrim Secret 2. This is actually a sequel to the story Skyrim Secret from the previous parts of the Iceberg that contains a lot of the same fortune telling stuff from the original story, but it gets ridiculous here. Like, for example, it had half of the world's bank accounts getting hacked by Skyrim characters, hence is why I'm not even going to cover the story. NES Metroid, NES Godzilla but Metroid Edition, too long to cover but it's essentially the same exact story but with a Metroid reskin. Rainbow Lavender Sun. This story follows the author's documentation of their experience on AI Dungeon. This is a website where you can play text-based adventure games that are randomly generated by an AI based on the starting story prompt and your own typed in commands. Rainbow Lavender Sun will be a transcript of the author's first attempts at this game. The text-based dungeon begins with the author being a noble living in a kingdom who's woken up by their servants telling them that his keep is under attack by a group of orcs, led by one named Orgrim Doomhammer. The author fails to defeat the orcs and continues the story by retreating to a neighboring kingdom ally, but when arriving at the neighboring kingdom, the characters could not understand what the author was saying to them. And citizens of the neighboring kingdom were speaking gibberish to the author, but would repeat one phrase over and over throughout all of it: the way. The author would then wake up in a cold sweat, as it'd be early morning and the sky would be a dark lavender. The story from here goes into a long conversation of the game and the player, and they eventually swap places as the game tells the player what to do and the player gives out the prompts. It's like witnessing a descent into madness. Jessica. Jessica being at the bottom of the list is insane because it's one of my favorite stories ever. It follows the author who played Pokemon Yellow a long time ago, naming his Pikachu Jessica, but one day he would abandon the game due to his brother's passing. Fast forward many years and he'd be playing Pokemon Black, using a Pokewalker in game in order to catch Pokemon on Heart Gold and then transfer them into his Pokemon Black. He would catch a Pikachu on the walker. It was female with Surf and Volt Tackle. As naming Pokemon was tradition to him since he was a child, it was almost like muscle memory. He would instinctively name the Pokemon Jessica, and seeing this on his screen would make his eyes widen. He recognized it from somewhere but couldn't remember it completely. He would try to evolve it to make it more powerful, but he would receive a message instead that asked, "Remember me?" The author was confused but would just try again. Text would then appear. Jessica's refusing to take the stone. After this, it would say, "It's not going to work. Now do you remember me?" As the story continues, Jessica would call the author a ruthless killer and chastise him for abandoning her and his team back in Yellow. The author would break down upon realizing this and understanding Jessica's perspective, and she would tell him to meet her at the top of the Celestial Tower. At the tower, the author would see all the most important NPCs in Pokemon Black, saying things such as, "This is unforgivable, how can you betray us?" things of this nature. And at the top, a Raichu would be there, ringing the bell. It asked the author what they did were a mistake. The author would say yes. Then it asked if the author is sorry. The author would say yes again. Jessica would believe him and join his team. I did massively simplify this story like I did with every other story on the list, but again, this story is a great classic. I loved it as a child because it was very creepy, yet wholesome at the same time. I've been looking for a game I played as a kid. As the namesake suggests, this story is about someone who's looking for a game they played as a child. It was a full 3D game where you'd play as a boy exploring a castle. At the title screen, there was a very bare bones selection, just a couple of options for starting the game, graphics, sounds, and controls. When beginning, the boy would be in an empty courtyard with the castle itself straight ahead with no music playing. The front door to the castle would be locked with text on the bottom appearing saying, "That's not the way." The author would continue to speak about the game, noting that it spikes in difficulty as you progress, and the ways the boy could be eliminated if caught by the enemies will become more and more brutal. When reaching the graveyard section of the game, he'd reach one of the headstones, a message containing his actual name with the date of death marked as the day he was playing the game. The author assumed at first this was a trick that read the username on the PC, but he realized that the PC he was on was a gift from his father. His name was never in the PC in the first place. The Life in the Machine. The Life in the Machine is also another all-time great of storytelling. It follows the author after programming an original game of their own that will allow them to essentially recreate humanity from scratch and watch them grow as organisms, beginning as cells. In a way, the author were playing God. As millions of years would pass in game, the author would begin to see humanity reform itself. Out of the good of his heart, he would usually bless them, give them gifts, remove horrible characters from the world, things like that, and they would soon begin to find religion and praise the author as their god. The author would create a character and use them as sort of a prophet middleman so he can engage with the characters in the story. When he would come to them as a prophet, the artificial humans were skeptical at first, but he would say a meteor would come this exact day and time, and it did in the game, so they came to believe him. The story culminates to the artificial humans finding out that they're not real, and in response they would ask for the author's mercy. This mercy being deletion of the game. The author would oblige. After this, there are tons of more Pokemon creepypasta or untranslated creepypasta, so we'll conclude the list here as I'm sure that y'all aren't interested in either. With that said, I gotta give thanks to those who stuck with the journey all along. It feels great to finally conclude this massive iceberg. And with that said, again, leave some suggestions down below and I'll catch you guys all in the next one. I'm free. Peace out, man. Peace.